Chapter 1, Taken to the Police Station. This marked the first occasion for Luo Yi to visit the police station, albeit under rather unfortunate circumstances. Completely bewildered, Luo Yi had been engrossed in a video game at home when two officers entered, kindly fastening handcuffs around his wrists and inviting him for a scenic drive to the precinct. Seated in the interrogation room, Luo Yi stared wide-eyed, gazing innocently at the officer before him. Name? Luo Yi. Gender? Male. Occupation? Student. Where do you study? Jiangcheng University. I'm set to enroll tomorrow. The officer scrutinized him for a moment longer. This young man is rather handsome. He certainly does not seem like someone who would err. The officer inquired, "Are you aware of the offense you've committed?" Luo Yi promptly shook his head. Unaware? The officer cast a skeptical glance at him. Then please elucidate why you unlawfully entered a private residence. The officer suspected that Luo Yi had been driven by base desires. However, upon meeting the owner of the residence, the officer could only entertain that notion, for the young lady was undeniably beautiful. What unlawful entry? Luo Yi looked utterly perplexed. His innocent demeanor did not suggest deceit, leaving the officer equally confused. Why were you found in Unit 614 of Building 5 in the faculty apartments? 614? That's my home. The officer retrieved his documents, glanced at them, and retorted angrily, "Young man, this is a police station. Confess freely, or face harsher consequences." Honestly, why were you in 614? Because it is indeed my home. Luo Yi grew anxious. Why was no one believing his truth? Was he destined to spend time in a cell before his promising university life had even begun? The owner of 614 is a professor at Jiangcheng University, who has rented the room to a female student, not you. Rented? A professor? Luo Yi's expression began to clear. Is that professor named Gu Mingxian? Oh, quite the investigator, aren't we? Luo Yi. Gu Mingxian is my brother. The officer paused, examining the documents once more. I will reiterate, this is a police station. Your surname is Luo, his surname is Gu. Are you fabricating stories here? Luo Yi pondered. At this hour, Gu Mingxian was likely on a flight, with his phone switched off, thus unreachable by the police. As a new student at Jiangcheng University, why had he chosen this institution? It was because the goddess he had secretly adored throughout high school had promised him that if he were to gain admission, they would be together. Additionally, his brother Gu Mingxian was a professor at Jiang University, making his life there significantly easier. Yet, he had not anticipated that after dropping him off at the university, his brother would fly abroad to pursue a second doctorate. With only a day until the semester commenced, Luo Yi had gone to the faculty apartment assigned to his brother, which was Unit 614 in Building 5. This meant that the room had already been rented out by his brother to a girl, no less. Upon returning and discovering activity in what she believed was her home, the girl had discreetly reported the situation to the authorities. After a wave of analysis, the truth of the matter became clear to Luo Yi. He felt exasperated. Gu Mingxian's 6-hour flight still had at least 3 more hours until landing, and he would have to spend an additional 3 hours at the police station. Before long, an elderly police officer entered, exuding an air of experience. The young officer relinquished his position, calling out, "Chief." Luo Yi was taken aback. The chief personally coming to interrogate him? Even if Luo Yi had committed no wrongdoing, a flicker of anxiety crept into his heart. The aged officer handed a document to the young policeman, whose expression shifted dramatically upon reading it. It was Luo Yi's file. Son of a martyr, both of his parents were police officers who perished in the line of duty, raised by his aunt, and he was a cousin to Gu Mingxian. Though only cousins by relation, they had grown up together, akin to brothers. No wonder the chief had come in person. Young man, it seems we have misunderstood you this time. No, Luo Yi replied weakly, hardly daring to speak. The chief regarded him with a reassuring look, exclaiming, Jiang University is a prestigious institution. Study diligently and serve your country well. Luo Yi nodded in acknowledgement. He then declined the chief's kind invitation to stay overnight, opting instead for a simple dinner before stepping out. The night in Jiang City was cool, the September air particularly refreshing. Yet, Luo Yi's mood was dampened. Classes began tomorrow, and he discovered that all the hotels near the school were fully booked, while returning to the faculty dormitory was certainly out of the question. What a predicament! He had traversed over 1,700 kilometers from the capital to Jiang City for university, and before even starting his journey, he found himself at the police station for half a day, with nowhere to spend the night. Nice, a perfect beginning. Soon, a chilly breeze swept by, and a light drizzle fell upon Luoyi's head. He sought refuge beneath a tree, pulled out his phone, and opened the chat interface with his crush, sharing the day's events with her. However, she did not respond. Luoyi scrolled through their chat history and sighed. Ever since he had informed her of his acceptance into Jiang University, she had gone silent. Perhaps he had been deluding himself from the very start. He could sense that she was merely seeking an excuse to reject him. If he continued to be so oblivious, it would indeed be his fault. During the summer after graduating high school, he had 3 whole months, and perhaps by then he had already lost interest in his crush, clinging only to a tinge of reluctance. Now that he was a university student, it was time to embark on a new chapter of life. Speaking of which, the rain in Jiang City was indeed plentiful. He might as well find an internet CAF to make do for the night. Luoyi grabbed his ID and rented a computer. This internet CAF was conveniently located across from the school, allowing him to head straight to registration in the morning. Once seated at the computer, he opened the Tomato Novel website and began typing. He was somewhat of a well-known online author, writing under the pseudonym Fallen Leaves Return to Roots. During the 3 months of summer, his debut romance novel had gained popularity. As he stood on the brink of becoming a university student, his earnings from writing were quite substantial, relieving him of any financial burdens. The following day, a gentle rain continued to fall as the season of enrollment commenced at Jiangcheng University. Luoyi arrived at the faculty apartments first. Standing before room 614, he lightly knocked on the door but received no response. He hesitated momentarily before taking out his key and unlocking the door. His suitcase, which he had left behind the previous night, remained in the living room, accompanied by a neatly written note: "Apologies, I recently rented this room as the landlord has gone abroad." Upon hearing noise, I assumed there was an intruder. The handwriting was tidy and elegant. He had been so engrossed in his gaming the previous day that he failed to notice someone entering, and he felt it was only fitting to have been caught off guard. Luoyi tucked the note into his bag and departed, making his way to the university's entrance. It was supposed to be the first day of school, yet rain began to pour more heavily. A senior student appeared, holding an umbrella. "Are you a freshman? May I see your admission letter?" Luoyi retrieved his admission letter from his bag, and the senior glanced at it. "Computer science, Luoyi." She took note of his handsome features, her demeanor warming further. "Come, freshman, follow me." Under her enthusiastic guidance, Luoyi completed his registration and found his dormitory. Room 515 in Building 8. He declined her invitation for a meal, bidding her farewell as he entered his dorm. His future roommates had yet to arrive. He had heard that out-of-town freshmen registered on September 1st, while those from within the province came on September 2nd, thus they would not be arriving until the following day. After organizing his bed, Luoyi contemplated rearranging the room once his roommates arrived. Suddenly, his phone rang. The caller was Gu Mingxian. Luoyi answered. "Xiao Luo, I must inform you not to go to the faculty apartment. I rented it out during my 2 years abroad." I went there yesterday." A moment of silence ensued on the other end, followed by, "She didn't cause you any trouble, did she?" "Not really, just locked me inside." "Ha, as expected of her." "Xiao Luo, she is my student at Jiang University. You will undoubtedly meet her eventually. She is quite a lovely girl, though her temperament may be a bit difficult to navigate." After hanging up, Luoyi stepped onto the balcony, a ray of sunlight streaming in. The rain had ceased. Perhaps a stroll would be refreshing. Wandering around Jiang University, he marveled at the most magnificent building, the library, which stood proudly facing the school's entrance. As he approached the entrance, he found himself lost in thought while observing the facial recognition automatic door. At that moment, a tall girl with long black hair, clad in loose-fitting jeans, sauntered past him with long strides. Do not question how Luoyi discerned her long legs beneath the baggy jeans. Some attributes cannot be concealed by clothing. He did not catch a glimpse of her face, but her silhouette sparked endless imagination. Her clothes were slightly damp from the rain, and the white laptop bag she carried bore traces of water, indicating she had just come in from the rain. "Senior!" Luoyi called out to her. The young woman turned her body slightly, casting a calm glance at Luoyi. "Are you calling me?" she inquired softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Luoyi was taken aback by her beauty, marveling internally. He had heard tales of exquisite maidens in Jiangchang, yet he had not anticipated encountering such a stunning girl upon his arrival at school. Though she wore no makeup, her grace was undeniable. She epitomized the phrase beauty that could sink fish or cause the moon to hide. Luo Yi, who was somewhat awkward and reticent, had little experience in romance and was easily embarrassed. "Senior, could you assist me by scanning my face?" The girl paused momentarily, standing before the facial recognition system. In the next instant, the electronic gate swung open. "Please, go ahead." "Thank you, Senior." Luo Yi entered, resembling a bashful young man. The girl cast a surprised glance back at him, not expecting that his reason for stopping her was merely to request assistance with the face scan. Truth be told, Luo Yi was the fifth freshman she had encountered that day. However, the previous four had sought her contact information. "Jojo, why are you rushing?" Another girl approached at a quick pace. Compared to the first, this girl was not as striking but was still a rare beauty. Her name was Qin Yuan, a third-year student from the School of Economics and Management, and she was known as the Campus Belle. The girl before her was her close friend, Su Baizhou, the president of the student council at Jiangcheng University. In addition, she was the university's sole flower, renowned for her icy demeanor and tireless work ethic, a breathtaking beauty seldom seen in the computer science field. "The new students have many matters to attend to," Su Baizhou remarked flatly. "By the way, what was the follow-up to yesterday's incident? Was the thief brought to justice?" "It was a misunderstanding," Su Baizhou replied, her expression unchanged. The police had already elucidated the events to her.
Chapter 2 Fondness for hot pot. Luo Yi stretched languidly and glanced at the time, realizing he had already spent 2 hours in the library. His writing task for the day had concluded. Stepping out of the library, he noticed a light drizzle had begun again. Is this typical of southern weather? If only it had rained like this during military training. Preparing to return to his dormitory, Luo Yi stood at the entrance of the library, holding an umbrella. Behind him, the attractive senior who had assisted him with facial recognition also emerged. Qin Yuan cast a glance at Su Baizhou before looking outside. For some reason, the drizzle seemed to intensify. "Baizhou, why don't we stay in the library for a while until the rain stops?" "No. I need to attend to something at the freshman's area," Su Baizhou replied, surveying the misty rain outside with indifference. "Wanwan, please keep an eye on the computer for me." "Hey, Baizhou, are you really going?" Qin Yuan followed her to the library's entrance, watching Su Baizhou's retreating figure. At that moment, Luo Yi, who had already exited the library, sensed movement behind him and turned to look. He discovered that the senior was hurrying along. The previously light drizzle had escalated into a torrential downpour. The weather in Jiangcheng was remarkably unpredictable. The heavy rain arrived without warning. Su Baizhou shielded her head with her hands. But the sheer intensity of the rain rendered her efforts futile. Water cascaded down upon her, soaking her clothes and clinging to her form, revealing her figure. Such a silhouette was rather striking. "No, that is not the focus." Luo Yi hurried after her. "Senior." He raised the umbrella over Su Baizhou's head. "Thank you," she replied, her demeanor somewhat aloof, not even glancing at Luo Yi's face. Suddenly, a clap of thunder resonated. Su Baizhou froze in her tracks, caught off guard. "A senior." Luo Yi observed her stillness with curiosity. It turned out that this beautiful senior was afraid of thunder. "Apologies," she replied, her expression devoid of emotion. Boom! Another thunderclap echoed. Su Baizhou once again stood motionless. The rain poured even more heavily, with flashes of lightning illuminating the sky. Luo Yi's umbrella was small. And since the senior maintained her distance, half of him was drenched. He glanced toward the nearest teaching building and suggested, "Senior, shall we seek refuge from the rain over there?" Su Baizhou silently nodded and followed Luo Yi beneath the umbrella. They stood together in the corridor of the teaching building on the first floor. After a prolonged silence, Luo Yi pondered whether to break the ice. May I ask? What year are you in? Third year. Oh. Which major are you pursuing? He inquired. Computer science. Senior Luo Yi pointed toward a stout tree not far away. That tree looks quite robust, an awkward atmosphere enveloped them, lingering in the air. Luo Yi was truly inept at handling interactions with girls. Having lived for 18 years, he had never experienced a romantic relationship. Stealing a glance at the indifferent senior beside him, he felt a profound awkwardness. Su Baizhou also sensed the discomfort in the air, opting for silence. As for the student council duties, they seemed trivial at this moment. She had no time to ponder such matters. In hindsight, she wished she had stayed in the library with Qin Yuan until the rain ceased. Although thunder frightened her, she had not anticipated that this rain would come with storms, as the weather forecast had not predicted thunderstorms. Habitually, Luo Yi picked up his phone, glancing at the chat interface with his goddess. After a moment's hesitation, he exited and opened another person's chat. This individual, nicknamed Hotpot Lover, was one of two friends his brother Gu Mingshen had introduced during their gaming sessions, claiming they were quite skilled. Over time, Luo Yi discovered that this person indeed possessed impressive gaming prowess, leading him to initiate contact. They often played games together and shared casual conversations, establishing a camaraderie as gaming partners. However, given that this person was likely a friend of Gu Mingshen, their relationship remained purely online. Luo Yi was indifferent to identities or names, valuing their chats for entertainment without any intention of meeting in person. Luo Yi typed, "I must tell you, I am currently sheltering from the rain with a senior who resembles a fairy." The next moment, Su Baizhou's phone chimed. She glanced at the notification. "Luo Yi, I must tell you, I am currently sheltering from the rain with a senior who resembles a fairy." Su Baizhou turned her gaze toward Luo Yi, then silently activated silent mode, responding, "How beautiful is she? Send me a picture." Ding. Luo Yi's phone buzzed with a reply. "Luo Yi, isn't it a bit inappropriate to take candid shots? Hotpot Lover, just find an opportunity, as long as she doesn't notice, it should be fine." Luo Yi chose not to respond. Su Baizhou, in perfect harmony, turned her head to feign interest in the scenery outside. Soon after, Luo Yi sent an image. "Luo Yi, quite beautiful, right?" Animated emoji. Su Baizhou gazed at the photograph, lost in contemplation. Indeed, in this world, anything could happen. The boy she frequently gamed with was the younger brother of Professor Gu, who had previously asked her to look after him before going abroad. However, she never anticipated that her first encounter with the professor's brother would unfold in such a manner. She wasn't fully prepared for this. Su Baizhou sensed that the situation had become somewhat complicated. The rain continued to pour, with thunder rumbling incessantly, and the weather grew increasingly grim. A sudden cold wind swept through, causing Luo Yi to shiver. Suddenly, he seemed to have an epiphany and turned to the senior. She retained her original posture, albeit with a slight tremor. Such a beauty, yet suffering under the elements. Luo Yi chastised himself internally, vowing to reprimand himself upon returning home. On such a cold day, the senior had been drenched in rain, and he had allowed her to suffer in the chill. Without a moment's thought, Luo Yi removed his jacket and draped it over her shoulders. "Thank you." Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as the thunder receded and the rain subsided, leaving behind a gentle drizzle that danced gracefully in the breeze. The torrential downpour had lasted a mere 20 minutes, in Jiang City. Heavy rains arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. The visible mist of fine rain swirled with the wind, rendering an outing quite manageable. Su Baizhou said nothing and left with an expression of serene indifference. As he watched the silhouette of his senior, Luo Yi found himself captivated. She stood approximately 1.67 meters, while he was around 1.78 meters. Her attire appeared slightly oversized yet remarkably fitting. She possessed an elegant figure and striking beauty, though her demeanor was somewhat aloof. Such a lovely senior must surely have a boyfriend by now, Luo Yi sighed. He had never been in a romantic relationship. For 3 years, he had harbored a secret infatuation, rarely engaging in conversation with any girl aside from his goddess. As he reminisced about her features, a flicker of emotion stirred within him, but he quickly shook his head. Was it merely infatuation? If one were to develop feelings solely based on a chance encounter, simply because of beauty, would that not be rather superficial? Luo Yi stepped outside with his umbrella and returned to the dormitory, where he discovered a newcomer. A robust young man, approximately 1.75 m with a buzz cut and slightly tanned skin, sat up immediately upon seeing Luo Yi. "Are you my roommate?" he inquired. "Hello. I'm Li Haoyang, a native of Jiang City." "Greetings, I'm Luo Yi, from the capital." "The capital? My friend, you hail from a big city." The two exchanged contact information and began conversing. "Isn't school starting for locals tomorrow? Why are you here today?" "Oh, my home is nearby. I thought I'd move my luggage to the dormitory ahead of time, but then it started to rain." Luo Yi glanced at his slightly damp clothes, his expression curious. "Is wetness a local trend?" Perceiving Luo Yi's gaze, Li Haoyang chuckled. "I had an umbrella, but I saw a young girl getting soaked at the school gate and lent it to her. Guess what? I thought she was a little girl. Barely over 1.50 m, but she ended up bringing luggage into our school. I even helped her carry it all the way." He laughed heartily. "One cannot judge a book by its cover. I always thought people from the south were petite, yet you, Haoyang, are quite sturdy." Li Haoyang flexed his arms, showcasing his muscles. "I work out every day." Their laughter filled the room, and with companionship in the dormitory, Luo Yi's spirits lifted. The following morning, a knock echoed through the air. Luo Yi rose to open the door. "Hello." A strikingly handsome young man, nearly Luo Yi's height, stood at the entrance. This individual was incredibly attractive, exceedingly so. For a moment, Luo Yi felt as though he, too, possessed that same allure. A mere illusion, it had to be. "Are you a celebrity?" he asked instinctively. The man chuckled, having encountered such reactions many times before. "I am not a celebrity, I am your roommate. And my name is Shen Qiao." Behind Shen Qiao, a rather unremarkable young man, standing at a height of 1.70 m, entered the room. "Hello, I am Wang Dochui." His name, upon hearing it, evokes a sense of familiarity. Luo Yi immediately draped an arm around Wang Dochui's shoulders, pulling him into the circle. Meanwhile, Li Haoyang remained blissfully asleep, a size 44 foot protruding from the edge of the bed, exuding an oddly charming aroma. Once Li Haoyang awoke, the four of them ventured to a store to procure a trash bin, a broom, and other necessities before making their way to the third dining hall. Jiangqing University boasts 3 dining halls. The first one is closest to the boys' dormitory, so why choose the third? Because the third dining hall is nearest to the girls' dormitory, offering a delightful array of young ladies to behold. Tomorrow marks the beginning of military training. Wang Dochui wore a pained expression. What is there to fear? Isn't military training beneficial for one's physique? Li Haoyang flexed his muscles, eliciting a collective eye roll from the other 3. They settled into a corner of the third dining hall. Chapter 3: Men's Jackets. Nonetheless, Shen Qiao's extraordinary good looks attracted the attention of numerous girls. One blushing young lady approached him bashfully and asked, "Classmate, may I have one of your green bubbles?" "I'm sorry, but I already have a girlfriend." Shen Qiao replied with a smile, clearly accustomed to such encounters. The girl left with a hint of disappointment. "My goodness," Wang Dochui remarked enviously. "Why don't any girls ask for my WeChat?" "Want girls to ask for your WeChat? Then you must work out and possess a perfect physique. It's inevitable that girls will be drawn to you," Li Haoyang responded. "By the way, Shen Qiao, do you truly have a girlfriend?" Wang Dochui inquired, his eyes darting around in a rather lewd manner. "I have a girlfriend," Shen Qiao stated firmly, his tone devoid of jest. Luo Yi silently glanced at him, choosing not to comment. After finishing their meal, the group slipped into casual conversation. Are you aware of the rankings of beauties at Jiang University? Wang Dochui initiated. Yet it was evident that the other three present, aside from him, seemed disinterested in women. I don't know, Luo Yi replied innocently, prompting Wang Dochui's eyes to light up. Young man, you have quite a good understanding. Every college at Jiang University has a flower of the college. For instance, the flower of the College of Economics and Management is our senior, Qin Yuan, who ranks fourth on the beauty list. Qin Yuan. Luo Yi pondered, why is it called Yuan? Why not Yushue? Isn't that name a bit hasty? It's merely a homophone, why take it so seriously? Wang Dochui rolled his eyes at him. There are photos of Senior Qin on the university's forum, and she is truly stunning. Wang Dochui took out his phone and displayed a photograph of Qin Yuan. The first image was a campus portrait, showcasing a girl who indeed appeared pure and charming, even capturing the attention of Li Haoyang, the muscular guy. As the photos flipped to the last one, it revealed Qin Yuan walking through the campus, inadvertently captured by a candid shot. However, another girl was unexpectedly featured in the frame. Though only her profile was visible, her breathtaking beauty could still be discerned. She possessed a tall figure, and her formal attire did little to conceal her alluring curves, rivaling even Qin Yuan beside her, if not surpassing her. This seems to be the senior from yesterday. Luo Yi's eyes widened in astonishment, while Wang Dochui retrieved his phone, gazing at him with a protective expression akin to a puppy. Luo Yi, just so you know, Senior Qin is mine, don't get any ideas. Ha, as if you were worthy. What did you say? Dochui, you're a perfect match, top tier. Luo Yi feigned compliance but couldn't help but ask curiously, who is the girl next to the flower of Qin in the last photo? In response, Wang Dochui looked at Luo Yi with considerable disdain. She is currently a star at Jiang University, named Su Baizhou. However, I advise you to refrain from inquiring further. She is a prodigy in the field of computer science, and the countless candid photographs of her have secured her the title of the campus beauty at Jiang University. Even when Qin Yuan stands beside her, she seems to fade into the background like a mere leaf. She has garnered numerous accolades, leading the computer science department to its current glory, effortlessly ascending to the position of president of the student council while also qualifying for graduate school recommendations. It is said that her demeanor is exceedingly aloof, as countless suitors have attempted to confess their feelings to her, yet none have succeeded in drawing near. Therefore, do not harbor any illusions, a paragon such as her is beyond our reach. Upon hearing this, Shen Qiao and Li Haoyang exchanged astonished glances. This senior is truly remarkable. Indeed exceptional. Luo Yi fell into contemplation, realizing that the senior he had seen that day was indeed so impressive. However, she does not have a boyfriend. This thought echoed repeatedly in Luo Yi's mind. Among the new students, there is also a stunning beauty, rumored to be the freshman campus flower named Tang Enki. Although she may not surpass Su Baizhou, the difference is merely slight. As Wang Dochui spoke, he noticed that Luo Yi's expression had dimmed, prompting him to comfort. Don't be disheartened, my friend. Once I win over these goddesses, I'll share one with you. Get lost, Luo Yi replied, exasperated. After their meal, the group strolled around the campus and playground before returning to their dormitory. That evening, after receiving their military training uniforms, they gathered in the classroom and sat side by side. It was the computer science network class. The four of them were all in this major. A youthful figure approached the podium. Hello, students. I am your counselor for the next 4 years, Chen Xiongjian. I understand this is your first time in university, and coincidentally, it is also my first time as a counselor. You are my inaugural class. I have just graduated from my master's program, and I am here, albeit modestly, to guide you. Over the next 4 years, we will learn together. Today, we will primarily introduce ourselves. Starting tomorrow, you will begin a half-month military training. If anyone is unable to participate due to health issues, please inform me afterward so I can take note. Additionally, after the military training, we will hold class committee elections. However, for now, we need to appoint a temporary class representative. Is there anyone willing to volunteer? The students began to murmur among themselves. You should go, Luo Yi exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief as he looked at Wang Dochui. You want me to be the temporary class representative? Brother Dochui, I never imagined that beneath your dashing exterior lies such a character. Half a minute passed, yet no one in the class was willing to raise their hand. It should be noted that being a temporary class representative does not guarantee one will become the class leader. It also involves dealing with the tedious matters of military training, making it a thankless task, hence no one was eager to take on the role. Chen Xiongjian scanned the room and, perhaps due to an impulsive thought, his gaze landed on Li Haoyang, a muscular young man with slightly tanned skin and a buzz cut seated in the first seat of the fourth row. You there? The first student on the left, are you a veteran? Li Haoyang, caught off guard by being called out, stood up, and all eyes in the class turned towards him. Oh. The muscular guy. I am not. Oh, your robust physique led the teacher to believe you were a veteran. If there are no objections, you shall assume the role of class representative. Without granting Li Haoyang a moment to respond, Chen Xiongjian declared that students should approach him with any matters arising during military training, and any issues beyond his purview could be directed to me. By the way, what is your name, young man? Teacher, his name is Li Haoyang. Wang Dochui shouted enthusiastically, displaying an unwavering loyalty to his friend. Everyone should scan the class group QR code. If there are no further matters, you may return. Li Haoyang expressed his resignation, having had no opportunity to decline. Naturally, he dared not refuse the counselor in front of the entire class. One could only admire the counselor's clever tactics. Returning to the dormitory. Not a chance. Let us head to the playground to see the girls. Encouraged by Wang Dochui, a few of them ventured to the playground. Shen Qiao, however, declined. With a striking appearance akin to a male celebrity, he attracted attention wherever he went. The moment he appeared on the playground, all the girls' eyes were drawn to him. Waves of girls approached him, seeking his contact information. This is a bit exaggerated, isn't it? After strolling around the playground and Shen Qiao turning down a dozen requests for his contact details, Wang Dochui could no longer contain himself. Can't the girls on the playground see the dashing and charming Dochui? The three exchanged glances of disbelief. Our youthful and handsome Luo Yi and the fitness coach have yet to speak, so what gives you the confidence to claim you're dashing? Shen Qiao retorted without mercy. Upon hearing this, Wang Dochui immediately turned to retort, but as he met Shen Qiao's captivating gaze, he found himself entranced. What a gaze! Get away from me! Shen Qiao shivered, feeling a chill. I was merely joking. You can't possibly think I'm interested in men, can you? Wang Dochui's smile was cunning. In the girls' dormitory, Qin Yuan was applying a facial mask while scrolling through her phone. Suddenly, she spotted a photo of a boy on the Jiang University confession wall. Accompanied by the caption, "The boy I encountered at the canteen this afternoon was incredibly handsome." Qin Yuan focused intently, double-tapping to enlarge the image, scrutinizing it carefully. And then her eyes lit up. A flawless male deity from every angle. The photo depicted none other than the male celebrity, Shen Qiao. Zhuazhua, come quickly. When did our school have such a handsome guy? A nearby girl, dressed in a long, strappy dress and oversized black glasses, was engrossed in reading The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Her aloof expression, combined with a striking figure and adorably oversized black glasses, created an irresistible contrast. Su Baizhou paid no heed to Qin Yuan. She harbored no interest in men whatsoever. Zhuazhua, come take a look. He is truly handsome. What if you find him appealing? We can't remain single for a lifetime, can we? Shouldn't we at least find a boyfriend? Qin Yuan placed her phone in front of Su Baizhou, who cast a dismissive glance at it. Suddenly, she froze, her gaze fixated on a photograph of Shen Qiao. However, her attention did not linger on Shen Qiao himself. A profound silence ensued. Qin Yuan appeared to witness something utterly astonishing, staring incredulously at Su Baizhou. although she entertained the notion of sharing a good man with her friend. She had never imagined that Su Baizhou would express any interest. Su Baizhou. Interested in men? Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. Su Baizhou's gaze flickered away in an instant, quickly returning to the adventures of Sherlock Holmes, as if nothing had transpired. Jojo. Stop pretending. Qin Yuan grasped Su Baizhou's arm, exclaiming excitedly, "Are you interested in men?" "No." Feigning again. "Wasn't it that you just now, looking at a man?" Qin Yuan seemed to have unearthed a monumental secret. Could the Ice Queen finally be welcoming the arrival of spring? "What?" Su Baizhou inquired with an air of indifference. "What man?" Qin Yuan replied, "Just keep pretending. But that guy is undeniably handsome." She glanced once more at the photograph of Shen Qiao on her phone. In the image, he was eating, completely oblivious to being candidly captured. Perhaps his radiance rendered him so striking that many failed to notice. Beside Shen Qiao sat Luo Yi, equally handsome. Having applied her facial mask, Qin Yuan headed to wash her face. Suddenly, she noticed a men's coat in the laundry basket beside her. Was there an issue with a men's coat appearing in the girls' dormitory? Not really. Yet, Qin Yuan was taken aback, for the laundry basket belonged to Su Baizhou. Although Su Baizhou had rented a place outside, many of her belongings remained untransferred. "Jojo." A voice from the bathroom rose several decibels higher than before. Su Baizhou's hand paused slightly as she recalled that she had yet to wash that piece of clothing. However, it was not a significant problem. Qin Yuan was adorably naive and easy to dismiss. Qin Yuan emerged, questioning, "Jojo, whose men's coat is that?" "Guess." Qin Yuan's curiosity piqued. But Su Baizhou's demeanor drove her to frustration. "Just tell me. I bought it myself." "I don't believe it." "Believe it or not." "Oh." Qin Yuan expressed her discomfort, feeling utterly helpless. Meanwhile, Luo Yi and the others returned to their dormitory. "Let me introduce the prowess of my three sons." Wang Dochui decisively proposed the first gaming session in their dormitory. The group opened their phones. Clack. The sound of a rooster crowing echoed. "Luo Yi. We are just waiting for you, I'll invite you into the team." He clicked to invite. Luo Yi accepted. In the next moment, a golden glow burst forth from the three phones, nearly blinding them. "Wow. Wow. Wow." Wang Dochui, Shen Qiao, and Li Haoyang stared in astonishment at Luo Yi. "Are you truly the number one on the elimination list?" The invincible warrior returns to his roots. Esteemed player, I humbly seek your guidance. I too aspire to ascend to the ranks of the warriors. Let us embark on a quartet and engage in combat at the military base. Goodness, the golden legend. Wang Dazhu gazed enviously at the golden Maserati within the game. Come on, Shen Qiao, you old survivor. What do you understand? Survival nurtures talent. And through survival, one conquers the world. Brother Haoyang, what are you doing? Help me. Assist me. Meanwhile, Li Haoyang continued looting, oblivious to Wang Dazhu, who had already climbed to his feet. In the next moment, the grenade was hurled in, abruptly ending both their lives. Luo Yi looked at the trio in disbelief. You lot, utterly unaware. Watch me. With a flurry of skillful maneuvers, Luo Yi swiftly dodged, fired, deployed an explosive, crouched instantly, and executed a series of flamboyant actions with the grace of a fish in water. Ultimately, he succeeded in annihilating the opposing team. Behold, this is true skill, Luo Yi. Wang Dazhu brimmed with pride, as if he were the one who achieved the victory. By heavens! Luo Yi suddenly exclaimed, as a player several hundred meters away expertly dispatched him with a volley from an AK. What a shame! Even the strongest players ultimately succumb to technology. The delightful evening concluded amidst the excitement of their gaming session. Late into the night, Luo Yi opened his computer and began to compose. Chapter 4, Military Training. Attention. Stand at ease. Maintaining military posture for 30 minutes, and any movement will incur an additional 5 minutes. The crowd found this to be utterly unbearable. Meanwhile, Luo Yi and his companions were on the verge of slumber. After a night of gaming that had extended into the early hours of the morning until 4 o'clock. They had to rise at 6:30 for assembly. They were now in a daze. The instructor strode through the ranks, his keen eyes scanning the formation. Suddenly, he frowned. One boy, eyes closed, appeared to be asleep. Sleeping while standing. The instructor approached this student. Nearby, a few individuals stifled their laughter. "Student, wake up." The boy jolted awake. Locking eyes with the instructor. "Attention." Wang Dochui instinctively shouted, his eyes wide open, only to be met the instructor's stern gaze. "What is happening? Am I not in bed? How am I standing at attention?" Hilarious. The surrounding crowd could no longer contain their laughter. However, the instructor remained unfazed, signaling that the consequences would be severe. With a heavy silence, the laughter gradually subsided. Yet, the instructor smiled. "How amusing. Why has the laughter ceased? Laugh, will you?" No more laughter, I see. You shall maintain your position for an additional half hour." Afterward, the instructor turned to Wang Dochui, stating, "This student appears to be rather disoriented. Go run 10 laps around the playground, I shall help you regain your senses." "But instructor, 15 laps. "Yes, sir." Wang Dochui grimaced as he lifted his arm and dashed towards the playground. Poor Wang Dochui. Luo Yi and the others silently prayed for him. "Everyone, take a 10-minute break." Luo Yi collapsed onto the ground. A night of gaming followed by an hour of standing at attention was too much to bear. Wang Dochui sat on the ground, questioning his existence. After 15 laps, he felt as though he were floating. "Are you all right, Wang Dochui?" Luo Yi inquired. Wang Dochui slowly lifted his head, his expression blank, resembling someone utterly defeated. Alarmed, Luo Yi shook Wang Dochui's body. "Hang in there, brother." Wang Dochui showed no response, his head bowed, his lips moving. "What are you saying? Thirsty or hungry?" Luo Yi leaned in close to Wang Dochui's mouth, straining to hear. "I want paper." Luo Yi was bewildered. Suddenly, Wang Dochui's eyes widened in surprise. Following his gaze, Luo Yi saw a girl in the distance handing Li Haoyang a bottle of sports drink. "What the?" Wang Dochui's jaw dropped as he instantly regained his vigor. "That rascal is pursuing girls behind my back." Wang Dochui attempted to rise and charge forward. "Calm down, brother. Don't ruin Haoyang's lifelong endeavor." Luo Yi grasped Wang Dochui, but noticed something even more astonishing in another direction. A throng of girls surrounded Shen Qiao, leaving no space to breathe. "Handsome, drink mine. I bought the peach-flavored one. I love you, handsome. My dear idol, I wish to bear your children." The military training formation resembled a scene from a fan meeting, leaving the commanding officer in the audience momentarily stunned. At a crucial moment, the instructor bellowed, "Everyone, please stand." The formation aligned, when all returned to their original positions. Luo Yi, stationed at the forefront of the formation, noticed the girl who had offered Li Haoyang a drink earlier, positioned directly across from him in the same front row. She donned military training attire, her youthful visage exuding a delightful charm. Standing approximately 170 centimeters tall, she possessed an enviable physique, indeed, a long-legged beauty. This was the essence of her image. Occasionally, she would glance towards their formation, seemingly fixated on Li Haoyang. It was evident that there were indeed girls who admired muscular men. Li Haoyang was truly remarkable, garnering attention from the opposite sex on the very first day of military training. As night fell, the program performance commenced. After singing "Unity is Strength" several times, the instructor inquired whether there were any unique talents to showcase. "We want a duel," Wang Dochui exclaimed, pointing at Li Haoyang. Let us see whose skills are superior, the instructor's martial arts or our fitness coaches. Upon hearing this, curiosity swept through the crowd, igniting a chorus of cheers. Duel. Duel. The instructor glanced at Li Haoyang, shaking his head in resignation. Since everyone wishes to witness a duel, then you, young man, please stand. Not again. Li Haoyang rose, feeling utterly distressed. From the classroom to the military training formation, he was either being called out or en route to being called out. He pondered whether his university life was doomed, fearing he would be perpetually singled out during lectures. The competitors took their positions. Although Li Haoyang was labeled a muscular man, his physique was only slightly more robust than that of the instructor, whose martial arts skills were already finely honed. In just a few exchanges, Li Haoyang was regrettably bested by the instructor and returned to his seat with a forlorn expression. "Are you all right?" The girl who had given Li Haoyang a drink earlier, named Lu Bingxin, inquired with concern as she took a seat beside him. "I'm fine," Li Haoyang waved his hand dismissively. Lu Bingxin's training position was relatively close to Luo Yi's male formation, allowing them to share breaks together in the evenings. With girls around, everyone performed with heightened enthusiasm. The two instructors, observing the vibrant display of youthful exuberance from the freshly minted university students, could not help but smile. Luo Yi and Wang Dachui also settled beside Li Haoyang. In contrast, Shen Qiao found himself surrounded by girls, unable to escape their company. "Coach," Wang Dachui grinned. "Do share how you came to know this lovely lady." Li Haoyang gazed at Wang Dachui, unsure of how to respond, while Lu Bingxin candidly explained, "This morning, I went to fetch water for my roommate. One of them disliked the drink, so I noticed Li Haoyang seemed a bit thirsty and sold it to him." "Oh. So it was merely a transaction. I thought my son was about to find love." Wang Dachui's spirits lifted instantly. "What is your major, young lady?" "I am Wang Dachui, delighted to make your acquaintance. My name is Lu Bingxin, a member of Multimedia Class 2, hailing from Lekeng." "Ah, Lekeng. I have heard tales of your grand Lekeng Buddha." Wang Dachui and Lu Bingxin exchanged laughter and conversation, with the simple-hearted Li Haoyang seated between them. Li Haoyang seemed to have invested all his emotional intelligence into his muscles, gazing around with an innocent expression, unable to interject, merely watching the two converse with longing. On the side, Luo Yi rested his chin on his hand, intently observing the boy performing a song. To be frank, the singing was mediocre, far inferior to his own vocal talents. He harbored a deep love for singing, having been a karaoke champion back in high school. A memory flickered through his mind of the day he sheltered from the rain with a fairy-like senior. Unconsciously, Luo Yi rose to his feet. After the boy finished his performance, he took the microphone. Wang Dachui, engrossed in conversation, was taken aback. "You can sing too," he exclaimed. "I will perform a song called Rainy Day. As there is no accompaniment available, I will sing it a cappella. So please bear with me." Taking a deep breath, Luo Yi began softly. "Suddenly, it started to rain while waiting for you. Suddenly, tears fell from you, carrying so much grievance. I wait, I think, yet cannot await your arrival. If the heavens would clear, yet fail to shine upon you, I would guide you through the bustling crowd." As Luo Yi's gentle voice filled the air, despite being an a cappella rendition, it captivated everyone present. Chapter 5: The Fairy Senior. Zhuozhuo, this year's freshmen are truly a hidden gem. Qin Yuan placed her phone before Su Baizhu, revealing yet another confession wall. "Look. This boy who sings. His voice is absolutely melodious." Following this, a brief video played, showcasing a young man clad in military training attire, singing with an enchanting timbre. As Su Baizhu absorbed the captivating sound, her gaze drifted to Luo Yi on the screen. Noticing Su Baizhu's genuine interest, Qin Yuan triumphantly declared, "I told you, Zhuozhuo. Even if you are an ice goddess, it is impossible not to be enchanted by such a voice. Besides, this singing lad is rather handsome too." Yet only Su Baizhu understood the deeper meaning behind the song sung by Luo Yi. A rainy day. She gradually recalled the events of that day. At last, the military training had concluded. In dormitory 515, Luo Yi and his companions were brimming with excitement. Having endured the rigors of training, their splendid university life was set to truly commence. Let us have a feast. The four friends unanimously decided, marking the beginning of their first gathering in dormitory 515. Brother Haoyang, Wang Dochui exclaimed, gripping Li Haoyang's shoulder. Since you are a local in Zhongcheng, do you have any recommendations? Indeed, I do. I'll take you to the restaurant downstairs at the gym for some nutritious meals. Wang Dochui retorted. He turned to Luo Yi, wild lad. We three hail from this province, but you are from afar. You shall determine what we eat. After some contemplation, Luo Yi suggested, let us have hot pot then. All right. It's settled. Off to hot pot we go. The four hailed a cab to the highest rated hot pot restaurant near the school. Is anyone abstaining from alcohol? Shen Qiao inquired. Not drinking. Wang Dochui exclaimed indignantly, we are brothers. It's our first gathering, I dare anyone to decline. There was no way the first gathering of 515 could lack alcohol. Come, young man, bring us 2 bottles of beer each. 2 bottles? Luo Yi's expression grew increasingly disdainful. A mere 2 bottles is merely an appetizer for a proper northern lad like me. Half an hour later, laughter echoed through the air. We are brothers. From this day forth, the 3 of us shall swear brotherhood. Big brother. Second brother. Third brother. Second brother. Youngest brother. Shen Qiao observed the trio. Arms slung over each other's shoulders, feeling quite helpless. What happened to the drinking capacity of northern folks? Can't handle a mere dozen bottles. Surrounding Shen Qiao were countless empty bottles. He, Shen Qiao, was indeed the one who could drink the most. Suddenly, Wang Dochui approached Shen Qiao, his face flushed. Brother Shen Qiao. I am the visual representative of 515. Shen Qiao merely blinked. Come, finish this bottle. Whoever can't drink it, shall be the son. With that, Wang Dochui took a hefty swig from a bottle of Brave the Heavens. After a couple of gulps, he found himself unable to continue. I, Wang Dochui, accept my defeat. Upon witnessing the scene, Shen Qiao felt a premonition and quietly activated the recording device. Father. Shen Qiao smiled faintly and remarked, I couldn't hear you clearly. Father. Wang Dochui's face was earnest. Oh, my dear son. At that moment, Shen Qiao noticed Wang Dochui lowering his head, and an unsettling intuition surged within him. Drawing upon his instinct for danger, Shen Qiao stepped back 2 paces. In the next instant, Wang Dochui abruptly expelled a colorful array of substances right where he stood. Goodness! This is unbearable. Shen Qiao suppressed his nausea and summoned a waiter. Subsequently, he hailed a taxi to take the 3 of them back to their dormitory. Inside the taxi, Wang Dochui once again bowed his head. Alarmed, Shen Qiao exclaimed, don't vomit in the car. Fortunately, Wang Dochui retained a semblance of awareness. He swiftly rolled down the window, thrusting his head outside. The taxi driver muttered in frustration. Around 8 in the evening, the 4 returned to campus. Shen Qiao supported Li Haoyang with his left hand and Wang Dochui with his right, struggling to navigate towards the dormitory. As a northern native with a higher tolerance for alcohol, Luo Yi had regained some clarity and was merrily trailing behind the trio. Suddenly, he halted. I need to use the restroom. This was the sole thought occupying Luo Yi's mind at that moment. He glanced around, utterly unable to locate the restroom. After a moment's contemplation, he concluded that there must be a restroom within the teaching building. He headed towards it. Unfamiliar with the layout as he had yet to attend a class, and uncertain of the restroom's exact location, Shen Qiao remained oblivious to Luo Yi's departure. At the entrance of the teaching building, Su Baizhou emerged, carrying a bag, clad in a cerulean gown, with a white coat draped over it and crystal-heeled shoes adorning her feet. Today, Su Baizhou's exquisite makeup enhanced her already stunning beauty. Senior. A faintly familiar voice echoed in Su Baizhou's ear, prompting her to turn around. There stood Luo Yi, looking rather foolish and dazed. "Were you calling me?" Upon seeing her radiant appearance, he realized she was the enchanting senior from that day. I need to use the restroom. But I don't know where it is, he. Su Baisho pointed in a direction and calmly replied, "After entering, turn right and keep walking. The restroom is straight ahead." "Thank you, senior." Observing Luo Yi's unsteady figure as he departed, Su Baisho tilted her head and murmured, "At least he didn't stutter while saying thank you, senior." Emerging from the restroom, Luo Yi wore a puzzled expression. Did I just see the enchanting senior and speak with her? He was still somewhat disoriented, unsure if it was a mere illusion. Shaking his head, he exited the teaching building. Just outside, he spotted a breathtaking figure standing at the entrance. It truly was the enchanting senior. Luo Yi found himself frozen in place, unsure of how to react. Noticing his bewilderment, Su Baizhou deemed the young man rather endearing. "Have you been drinking?" "Yes," he replied. Upon hearing this, Su Baizhou removed her white coat and draped it over Luo Yi's shoulders. As she shed her coat, Su Baizhou revealed a stunning crystal blue gown adorned with rows of shimmering crystals. Complemented by her elegantly applied makeup and high heels, a blue necklace graced her delicate collarbone. She truly resembled a celestial being descending to earth, leaving Luo Yi utterly mesmerized. He swore that the fairy-like senior before him was the most exquisite girl he had ever encountered in his life. "I didn't bring your black coat, so you needn't return this one. Consider it compensation," Su Baizhou remarked nonchalantly. Having just finished her evening self-study, she had changed into the gown in the restroom of the teaching building, unaware that the first person to witness her informal attire would be this junior. What a stroke of luck for this lad, she thought, as she turned to leave, casting a graceful silhouette for Luo Yi to admire. At the rehearsal for the welcome gala, Su Baizhou arrived. "President Su, you arrived just in time, the rehearsal has only just begun." "Indeed," she replied. "I didn't realize that our esteemed President Su not only excels in computer science but can also sing," the host remarked with a chuckle. Su Baizhou felt a sense of helplessness regarding this matter. For the welcome gala, each major was required to present a performance, yet their computer science department, with its scarcity of female students, consisted solely of individuals skilled in typing. In light of this predicament, it was Su Baizhou who was called upon to grace the occasion. Chapter 6, The Freshman Party. The following day, Luo Yi awoke from his dormitory bed, his eyes still half closed, resembling those of a lifeless fish as he surveyed his surroundings. Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do? A trifecta of questions. "You're awake," remarked Shen Qiao, who was engrossed in a video game. In the entire dormitory, only Shen Qiao had stirred, the other two occupants remained in slumber. Fortunately, there were no morning classes, or else they would have skipped the very first lesson of the semester. "Alcohol can lead to mishaps," Luo Yi commented, his admiration evident. "I underestimated the Southerners. It seems you are the hidden expert." Having a high tolerance for alcohol isn't necessarily a virtue, Shen Qiao mused quietly. "No, in our capital. Being able to drink makes you a big shot," Luo Yi exclaimed, preparing to rise. However, as he sifted through a pile of clothes on his bed, he discovered a white jacket that was not his own. Where did this come from? Luo Yi picked up the garment, inspecting it closely. A faint, delightful fragrance wafted from the fabric, a refreshing scent reminiscent of strawberry milk. A girl's clothing? Luo Yi felt a flicker of recollection, yet it was elusive. He remembered something had transpired last night, but the specifics had slipped his mind. "When you returned to the dorm, you were missing for a while. And when you came back, you were wearing that jacket and seemed rather amused," Shen Qiao recalled. "Oh, and you were talking in your sleep about some fairy senior." Which nearly left me dumbfounded. As Shen Qiao explained, realization dawned upon Luo Yi. So that incident last night was not merely a dream. Could it be? Luo Yi's excitement surged. Was this jacket a gift from the fairy senior? A rush of emotions, elation, surprise, and honor flooded his heart. Cradling the white jacket, he felt as if he had been bestowed with a treasure. Observing Luo Ye's reaction, Shen Qiao could not conceal his disdain. "Ha, you are still so young. Brother Luo. It's evident you've never been in love. How could you tell? It's obvious. Well then, would you like me to teach you a few tricks?" At this, Luo Yi, now dressed, sprang to his feet and eagerly took a seat, gazing intently at Shen Qiao. "Please, Teacher Shen, enlighten me." "Oh, a teachable student." Shen Qiao nodded in satisfaction, then added, "But I must finish this game fast." "How long will that take?" "I just started." Half an hour later, Shen Qiao assumed a mysterious demeanor. "Brother Luo, allow me to impart the art of pursuing women. First, take the time to understand the other person. Understanding is a crucial step in the process. Only by knowing someone can you determine whether you are truly compatible. If you enter a relationship without understanding her, you may regret it later. By learning her temperament, character, and interests, you will confidently find topics to discuss, while also engaging in a process of self-matching, ultimately revealing whether you are suited for each other." After finishing his words, Shen Qiao glanced at his phone and continued, "Secondly, financial investment and material offerings are essential. In today's society, the notion of achieving success without effort is utterly implausible. Modern girls are often raised in affluence and possess economic independence. Many do not lack financial resources. However, as a man, when pursuing a woman, it is imperative to present oneself with dignity. Purchasing items that she adores or indulging her with her favorite snacks is indeed necessary." Luo Yi nodded vigorously, clearly convinced. Shen Qiao stifled a laugh, lowered his head to check his phone again, and resumed speaking. "Wait." Luo Yi interrupted. "Why are you looking at your phone?" Because you're searching on Baidu." The astute Luo Yi immediately perceived Shen Qiao's ulterior motives. Indeed, after he searched for tips on pursuing girls, the results mirrored Shen Qiao's earlier statements. "Ahem, you caught me." Luo Yi scrutinized Shen Qiao with a piercing gaze, making the latter quite uncomfortable. "Brother Luo, let me show you something amusing." Shen Qiao swiftly decided to divert the conversation and shared a video he had recorded on his phone the previous day. As they watched Wang Dochui drunkenly shouting for his father, Luo Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Yet it must be said that while Shen Qiao appeared charming on the surface, he harbored a cunning nature beneath. It is often the case that those who are aesthetically pleasing possess certain character flaws. Images of the enchanting senior sister began to occupy Luo Yi's mind, except for her. By noon, Li Haoyang and Wang Dochui finally roused from their slumber. As soon as Wang Dochui opened his eyes, he shouted, "What time is it?" The sudden exclamation startled Li Haoyang, who was nearby, causing him to jump. "Why are you making such a commotion? You nearly scared me to death. Do you not understand? Tonight at 6:30 is the welcome party. There will surely be many second and third year girls performing. I heard that Senior Qin Yuan dances exceptionally well. I must see Goddess Qin perform." After saying this, Wang Dochui checked the time and realized it was only midday. Still early. Back to sleep. Luo Yi felt exasperated. "Brother Chue, you might not realize that we have class during the first period this afternoon." "And so what?" "It's a moral education class, taught by the department head. He said that missing 3 classes would result in failing the course." Upon hearing this, Wang Dochui sprang up, hastily dressing himself. "Actually, I love attending classes, especially moral education. Let us go eat and then head to class." Luo Yi. 6. Shen Qiao. Indeed, 6. Li Haoyang, snoring this fellow fell asleep again. The moral education class, exceedingly tedious, found Shen Qiao intently focused on the podium. "Are you really paying attention, male star?" Wang Dochui inquired, intrigued. Shen Qiao did not respond. "Male star. Are you addressing me? What did you say?" "I was just lost in thought." Wang Dochui. As evening approached, Wang Dochui urged Luo Yi to attend the welcome party. As for the other two individuals, Shen Qiao, fearing encirclement by the girls, dared not approach. Meanwhile, Li Haoyang claimed to have matters to attend to and disappeared without a trace. Only Luo Yi, feeling rather idle, was dragged over by Wang Dochui. Brother Chue, is the welcome party truly that enjoyable? My academic experience is limited, so please do not deceive me. Oh, wild boy, how could your brother Chue possibly mislead you? Rest assured, the performances at the welcome party are sure to pique your interest. Luo Yi sat expressionless in the audience. Is this what you deem interesting? He gazed at the stage where several seniors were performing an exceedingly tedious skit, enduring great torment. Why not spend this time lounging in the dormitory? Wang Dochui was equally taken aback by the utter dullness of the welcome party. His goddess, Qin Yuan, appeared to have not signed up for any act. Well, since we are already here, let us endure until the final performance concludes the welcome party. Chapter 7, The Astonishing Remarks of Wang Dochui. The final segment of the event proved to be rather captivating, showcasing an exuberant dance performance by several second-year senior girls, which left Wang Dochui exhilarated. As the welcoming party concluded successfully, many attendees began to rise from their seats. However, the host delayed the closing remarks. Please hold on a moment, dear freshmen, the host urged, eliciting puzzled glances from the crowd. With the performances having wrapped up, they wondered why they should wait. Surely, they did not think the audience was eager to hear a closing speech. The host smiled enigmatically. In fact, our welcoming party features a hidden performance that has been saved for the very end, courtesy of the university's artistic troupe. We decided to reserve this surprise until now, without announcing it in the program. On behalf of the troupe, I apologize for the secrecy and hope you will enjoy the surprise we have prepared. When Jiang University is mentioned, the first thought that springs to mind is undoubtedly the computer science department, and with that, one cannot help but think of her. As for her identity, I shall keep you in suspense, feel free to take a bold guess. Now, let us invite our special guest to perform Beyond You, as the concluding act of this welcoming soiree. The audience sat in stunned silence. Some freshmen appeared to have an inkling of what was about to unfold, dutifully resuming their seats, while others remained bewildered. Yet, seeing their peers sit back down, they followed suit. Upon hearing the announcement, Luo Yi seemed to connect the dots, his heart brimming with anticipation. Wang Dochui voiced his confusion. Could it really be that when we think of the computer science department, the first name that comes to mind is the goddess Su Baisho? However, I've heard that she possesses a temperament as frigid as ice. How could she possibly grace a welcoming party? But aside from Su Baisho, who else of note could represent the computer science department? Could it be Li Meng from the artificial intelligence program? Wang Dochui pondered deeply, though he secretly hoped that the special guest would indeed be Su Baisho. Despite her reputation as the ice goddess, she undeniably possessed striking beauty. With a figure reminiscent of a captivating enchantress, fair skin, and long, elegant legs, coupled with her ethereal visage that exuded an air of untouchability, her presence at the welcoming party would undoubtedly be explosive news for Jian University. As the host retreated backstage, the lights dimmed momentarily, plunging the venue into darkness. Suddenly, the crisp sound of heels echoed through the hushed atmosphere. The sound of high heels. Was it a girl? For reasons unknown, Luo Yi found himself reminiscing about the enchanting senior from the previous night, clad in a cerulean gown and gracefully striding in heels. Could it truly be her? Soon, the sound of the heels faded, and a figure stood poised in the center of the stage, enveloped in silence. The artistic troupe's maneuvering had indeed stirred a sense of anticipation among the audience, who were now fixated on the stage. Then, a melodious accompaniment began to play, and a spotlight illuminated the center of the stage. There, in the limelight, stood a girl who resembled a fairy, holding a microphone and radiating an enchanting aura. The young woman with flowing long hair donned a luxurious cerulean gown, cinched at the waist, accentuating her alluring curves to breathtaking effect. It was indeed Su Baizhou from the computer science department. Even without makeup, Su Baizhou was a stunning beauty, now adorned with exquisite cosmetics. She epitomized the quintessential campus goddess of Jiang University. Those around her nodded in agreement, no one daring to dispute the sentiment. For Su Baizhou, on stage was an ethereal vision, reminiscent of a celestial being radiating an aura of refreshing elegance. The applause resonated like thunder, drowning out the accompaniment of the song. Watching the enchanting figure on stage, surrounded by admiration, Luo Yi felt a surge of inexplicable discomfort. He could not master joy. It was only now that he comprehended the extent of his enchanting senior's popularity within the university. Such a person was beyond the reach of a mere freshman like him. The two fleeting encounters they shared were a fortune unattainable by most. The jacket she left behind was likely a token of gratitude for his earlier assistance, for given her character, she would surely wish to avoid being in anyone's debt. Yao, that's Su Baizhou. More beautiful than Goddess Qin. Wang Dochui exclaimed. Yet noticed Luo Yi sitting beside him, lost in thought and silence. What's wrong with you? Wang Dochui queried, puzzled. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him as he glanced at Luo Yi, lowering his voice to ask, are you heartbroken or something? Get lost, Luo Yi replied darkly. Wang Dochui's guess was not far off, though Luo Yi had not even begun to experience a relationship before it had ended. Su Baizhou was someone he could only admire from afar, her radiant figure forever out of reach. Gradually, the murmurs from the audience faded into silence as Su Baizhou began to sing. Her melodious voice echoed through every corner of the venue, rendering the audience spellbound. Their eyes fixated on the enchanting silhouette on stage. Not only was she as beautiful as a celestial being, but her voice was also captivating, intoxicating all who listened. Perhaps, after tonight, the title of the sole campus flower of Zhongcheng University would be unanimously bestowed upon her. Forget the freshman beauty or the ancient literature goddess. The consensus among the audience was clear, no one could surpass Su Baizhou in grace and beauty at that moment. She was too exquisite, too transcendent for this world. Some attendees pulled out their phones to capture her image, then photographs of Su Baizhou circulated widely across platforms like Weibo and Douyin. In that instant, her personal account saw a surge of hundreds of new followers, a number that continued to grow by the minute. Despite her content being merely a collection of insights on computer science, she desired to become an internet sensation, yet it seemed like a fleeting whim. The more she shone, the more Luo Yi felt the stark distance between them. However, he remained uncertain about the nature of his feelings for his ethereal senior. From the moment they first encountered each other in the rain, he developed a fondness for her, which lingered until their recent meeting last night. The fairy-like senior, in Luo Yi's heart, appeared like a beam of moonlight. Whether this was indeed affection, Luo Yi could not ascertain. Loving someone can be both a complex and a simple endeavor. Perhaps, in a fleeting moment, a particular feeling is captured and, unbeknownst to oneself, securely nestled within the heart, destined to belong to someone. It was akin to the girl he had harbored a silent admiration for over the past 3 years. His affection for her had also crept in unnoticed. Yet, does unreciprocated admiration truly constitute love? It is merely unrequited longing. Recalling the unparalleled beauty of the fairy-like senior, Luo Yi quietly gazed at Su Baizhou on the stage. She was exquisite. Like everyone else, he could only admire her beauty from the shadows of the crowd, gazing at this earthly angel from a distance. Perhaps this encapsulates the essence of a secret crush. Wang Dochui, noticing Luo Yi's unusual expression, redirected his attention back to the stage. After the performance concluded, Su Baizhou turned to leave, and the host stepped onto the stage to take the microphone from her hand. At that very moment, an unexpected voice resonated from the audience. Su Goddess. Luo Yi widened his eyes in astonishment at Wang Dochui beside him, utterly shocked by this sudden outburst. What was he doing standing up? Wang Dochui offered Luo Yi a perplexing smile, reminiscent of a father trying to reassure a disappointing son. He then boldly called out to the stage, "Senior, What did you think of the song Rainy Day performed by a freshman a couple of days ago? The host was taken aback, bewildered by this unscripted interruption. Su Baizhou turned her gaze towards Wang Dochui and, almost simultaneously, noticed Luo Yi seated beside him. She silently reclaimed the microphone from the host. Not bad, she uttered, the briefest affirmation from her lips serving as the greatest recognition she could offer Luo Yi at that moment. Wang Dochui chuckled and raised his voice, exclaiming, "He is right next to me. We want to see the senior perform a duet with him." Chapter 8, Duet Performance. Luo Yi was astonished. The audience was astonished. The host was astonished as well. Su Baizhou stood expressionless on the stage. This was a welcome party, an invitation from the newcomers that, by all accounts, should have been accepted. To refuse would have cast a negative light. Yet, this was Su Baizhou. To have her acquiesce to such a request was preposterous. Just as the host anticipated her refusal, she calmly stated, "Sure." At her words, the host was taken aback. He had already devised a way to ease the situation. Never expecting Su Baizhou to agree, Wang Dazue nudged Luo Yi. Luo Yi was bewildered. "Are you serious, Brother Dazue? Why are you hesitating? The opportunity is right in front of you, go on." Reluctantly, Luo Yi was dragged to his feet by Wang Dazue and, with a heavy heart, stepped onto the stage. As he gazed into the audience, he was met with a myriad of puzzled eyes. Luo Yi felt a wave of nervousness wash over him, appearing rather bashful and youthful. The host handed a microphone to Luo Yi. "What song will you sing?" Su Baizhou inquired, her voice icy and commanding. The aura she exuded was formidable, leaving Luo Yi feeling unworthy and hesitant to speak. I can sing anything," he stammered. A soft chuckle escaped Su Baizhou's lips as she replied, "Since this is a duet, let us perform something relatively simple, a little sweet, a little sweet." Luo Yi blinked in surprise, while he remained silent. Wang Dazue in the audience was nearly frantic, gesturing fervently for him to agree. Witnessing this scene, Luo Yi found it somewhat amusing, and his anxiety began to dissipate. "All right." Wang Dazue was the first to cheer, clapping enthusiastically. His enthusiasm spurred the audience to join in, albeit hesitantly. Many had not heard of the song Rainy Day sung during military training, despite a video of Luo Yi's performance gaining a modest following. Yet, the promotion was limited. And even Wang Dazue was gambling on whether Su Baizhou had ever heard it. Fortunately, he was correct. After hearing Su Baizhou's angelic voice, the audience began to doubt whether anyone could perform alongside her. As the host orchestrated the performance, the accompaniment for A Little Sweet began to play. The first verse was sung by a male voice, and Luo Yi took a deep breath. In the next moment, he closed his eyes, and memories of his encounter with the enchanting senior filled his mind, allowing his tension to ease. Upon reopening his eyes, they glimmered with affection. Since this was a love song, it warranted an immersive performance. He turned to Su Baizhou and slowly opened his mouth. "Plucking an apple as you pass by my door. I deliver it to quench your thirst." As Luo Yi gazed at Su Baizhou with tender eyes, she felt a subtle shift within her. This boy indeed possessed a remarkable talent for singing. Like the color of summer, like the cocoa of winter, you are the right time and the right role. As the duet unfolded, although Su Baizhou's expression remained largely unchanged, her eyes reflected a warmth that contrasted sharply with their earlier indifference. Luo Yi was determined not to squander the opportunity to perform alongside the enchanting senior. This time, he resolved to exert every ounce of his strength and showcase his utmost talent. The audience, initially skeptical, had transformed into admirers. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that Luo Yi possessed a certain charm, coupled with a bashful demeanor, embodying the essence of an innocent young man. Each listener was captivated, attentively absorbing the melodies sung by the duo on stage. For reasons unbeknownst to me, the wound within me had yet to heal. You dashed into the depths of my heart, accompanied by the most romantic chorus, to which you gently echoed, our gazes affirming our choices. As the performance concluded, the applause from the audience erupted into a more fervent ovation than before. The host ascended the stage, seizing the microphone from Luo Ye's grasp, and exclaimed excitedly, "I never anticipated such a splendid performance at the welcome party. My heartfelt gratitude to classmate Su Baisho and this junior for making this event even more meaningful. I hope everyone enjoys a vibrant university life and wishes you all success in your studies. This welcome party comes to a close. Please exit in an orderly fashion." Upon leaving the welcome party venue, Wang Dochi draped his arm around Luo Ye's shoulders. "So, how does it feel to sing alongside the goddess Su?" Without hesitation, Luo Ye replied, "It is an immense honor." "Well," Wang Dochi grinned mischievously, "this opportunity was granted to you by your brother Chue. So don't you have any token of appreciation? How about breakfast for a week? 1 month? No, at most 2 weeks. Deal." Observing Wang Dochui's triumphant expression, Luo Ye felt a dark cloud of realization. He had been duped. However, recalling Wang Dochui's moment of support during the welcome party warmed Luo Ye's heart. Despite his often comical demeanor, Wang Dochui proved himself reliable in critical moments, a truly commendable roommate. Upon returning to the dormitory, Shen Qiao was still engrossed in a game on his bed. "Not bad, you two," he remarked. "The video of your duet is going viral in the school group and the confession wall. People are saying you are a perfect match." Wang Dochui leaned closer to Luo Ye, wearing a sly grin. "So, Yezi, do you truly have feelings for Su Baisho?" "No," Luo Ye's expression shifted, and he immediately denied it. Upon witnessing his reaction, Shen Qiao and Wang Dochui exchanged knowing glances and shared a smile. This child, it seemed, was not skilled at deceit. "Yezi, if you like her, just go for it, your dad supports you," Wang Dochui encouraged. "However, if you really end up with Su Baisho, I reckon all the boys in the school will be out for your head. Of course, I doubt Su Baisho would ever fancy you. It's not that I look down on you, brother, but there's a reason she is called the Ice Goddess. She likely has no interest in the male populace." "What are you talking about?" Li Haoyang entered, beaming with joy. "Wow, why do you look so radiant? Did you go on a date?" Li Haoyang chuckled innocently and remarked, "Classmate Liu Bingxin invited me to the cafeteria for a meal." "What? Liu Bingxin?" Wang Dochui gazed at Li Haoyang with an expression akin to that of a dog in distress. "Bingxin clearly has feelings for me, why would she invite you?" Upon hearing this, Luo Ye and Shen Qiao were left utterly speechless. Liu Bingxin, the long-legged loli, stood at a height of 170 centimeters, making her appear even taller compared to others of the same stature. If Wang Dochui were to walk alongside Liu Bingxin, it was likely that she would surpass him in height. Now, turning our attention to our brother Haoyang. A muscular man paired with a long-legged loli, wasn't that a match made in heaven? Who would have imagined that the coach, who usually appeared somewhat novice, could outshine us all when it came to playful teasing? Luo Ye mused. "Stop talking nonsense, I was merely attending to some business in the office for our counselor. And Lu happened to be there, so we decided to grab a bite together." "Oh, just a casual meal together, is it?" The three exchanged sarcastic glances, their expressions laden with skepticism. "Come on, let's get to gaming. Luo Ye, are you joining us?" "Of course, I must." As he opened his phone, Luo Ye suddenly remembered that he hadn't checked his messages in a while. He took a quick glance and found several unread notifications. "From Su Shaojia, is that muscular guy posing as a senior from your dorm? I saw him at the cafeteria last time, he's the acting class monitor now. That muscular guy is quite handsome. By the way, Luo Ye, I heard you sang during military training. What are you up to? Aren't you going to check your messages?" "I don't believe you, you are just intentionally ignoring me. If you really aren't going to reply, I'm going to be impressed." Luo Ye felt a moment of confusion. Who was this again? He hadn't memorized everyone in his class yet. However, it didn't take long before the corners of his mouth twitched as he finally recalled. How could he have forgotten this loquacious young lady? Chapter 9, Silence. There's a girl Luo Yi hails from the capital, and among his classmates, there exists another fellow townsman, leading to a swift camaraderie between the two. After all, being far from home, it is quite comforting to have a compatriot for mutual support. However, upon exchanging contact details, Luo Yi soon found himself regretting the decision. For this Su Shaojia was an incessant chatterbox. I forgot to check the green bubble. 7 words, and before Luo Yi could send the message, Wang Dachue urged. What are you dawdling about, brother Luo Yi? Hurry up and log in. All right. Shutting off the green bubble, Luo Yi logged into the game Honor of Kings. He was quite adept at this game, although not among the elite, he was capable of leading even the most average players to victory. I'm on fire. Wang Dachue's Marco Polo unleashed a powerful ultimate in the team fight, dealing significant damage before being gloriously eliminated, the quintessential Wakabi. Subsequently, Luo Yi's Kaisa charged into the fray, effortlessly claiming kills with each strike. I've told you countless times, let me initiate the fight, and you focus on securing kills. This way, neither of us will perish, yet you insist on starting the engagement yourself, Luo Yi remarked. Huh? Don't talk. I'm all about the details, my Marco Polo initiates, and the nuances lead to my downfall. These are subtleties you cannot replicate, retorted Wang Dachue. Luo Yi was left pondering, adorned with a large question mark above his head, as he readied the team for a second match. During that half-month of military training, Luo Yi had led his comrades to ascend to over 30 stars in the unrivaled rank. After finishing the game, he would spend another 3 hours typing away to update, leaving him little time to rest, and resulting in dark circles under his eyes. Today, the 515 dormitory was once again preparing for a gaming session. Hold on. It's no fun without a girl. Let me see if there are any nearby, Wang Dachue announced. With your skills, do you really think you can attract girls? Don't let your recent rank in the unrivaled deceive you, we are all here because brother Luo Yi is carrying us, came the retort. Suddenly, a request to join appeared on Luo Yi's game interface. I love Hotpot. Does she play Honor of Kings as well? Luo Yi accepted the invitation. Upon seeing the girl's avatar, Wang Dachue exclaimed excitedly, Shoo! There's a girl. He assumed she was invited by him in the lobby, especially since he had just invited a plethora of girls. I love Hotpot has joined the team. Hello, do you have a mic? Wang Dachue asked directly. Yes. I love Hotpot spoke but a single word, yet Wang Dachue was inexplicably thrilled. Her voice, cool and elegant, sent waves of excitement through him. Wow, brother Chue. Your luck is incredible, you've pulled in a goddess. Luo Yi thought to himself, exasperated at his friend's obliviousness to the fact that she was his gaming acquaintance. Let us go. Wang Dachue urged eagerly. 4 players, each boasting 30+ stars in the unrivaled rank, teamed up with a girl ranked 48 stars named I Love Hotpot as they entered the game. However, Wang Dachue quickly realized that throughout the match, this girl only uttered a single word in the team interface while communicating solely through text in the game itself. In the hero selection interface, the girl who enjoys Hotpot wisely chose the support role, understanding the complexities of human relationships. After all, amidst 4 formidable men, there was little opportunity for her to shine. She opted for Yao, initially intending to assist the marksman, only to discover that this Marco Polo was quite inept. How could such a novice possibly achieve a double kill? Thus, Yao decided to stick closely to the jungler. Meanwhile, Marco was left alone in the bottom lane, contending with the enemy's marksman and support, while occasionally fending off ambushes from the mid laner and jungler, not to mention the persistent flanking from the enemy's Guan Yu. Help! After a disheartening 0-6, Wang Dachue opened his voice chat once more, lamenting, Yao, come quickly. Yet Princess Yao remained unfazed. If the marksman faltered, following him as support would only result in a 2-for-1 offer for the opponents. Ultimately, as expected, they lost the match despite Luo Yi achieving a quadra kill. It was insufficient to counter the incompetence of his teammates, and the seemingly capable hotpot enthusiast had merely acquired a support character with little offensive prowess. I'm done. I'm done. After a day of gaming, I'm losing my mind. Shen Qiao exited the game. Observing this, Marco Polo, now at 0-11. Wang Doqi finally grasped the issue at hand. With a grim expression, he declared, I'm not playing anymore, I'll train against bots. Li Haoyang scratched his head, hesitated. And then also exited the game, his fingers dancing across the screen in a flurry of text, presumably conversing with someone. Only Luo Yi and the hotpot enthusiast remained. I'm done. Luo Yi typed this phrase before leaving the game. In the next moment, the hotpot enthusiast invited him to join a team. Luo Yi was drawn back in once more. Just 3 stars away from glory. The message from the opposing team appeared in the chat. No problem, I'll lead you. No, you come support. The hotpot enthusiast's words left Luo Yi utterly perplexed. Before he could comprehend the situation, the matchmaking had commenced. You want me to support? Luo Yi was bewildered. However, he was indifferent to the role. He began the game by selecting Lu Ban Master. This time, a victory was assured. A third-floor teammate chimed in. Can Lu Ban Master play? If not, switch, don't be a burden. The hotpot enthusiast retorted, be quiet. To which the third-floor teammate responded, ha. The little girl is quite protective, is this your man? The hotpot enthusiast remained silent. The enemy would reach the battlefield in 30 seconds. Luo Yi followed the hotpot enthusiast's expertly controlled marksman, fully utilizing Lu Ban Master's skills. As the game progressed, Luo Yi, in his support role, accumulated more kills than the third-floor teammate. Soon, they achieved 3 consecutive victories, with Luo Yi and the hotpot enthusiast forming a formidable alliance, elevating her rank to Glory King. Good support, the hotpot enthusiast typed. You performed excellently as well. After some mutual compliments, Luo Yi inquired through text, do you also play ranked? I thought you only played Battle Royale. The hotpot enthusiast replied, I play everything. She merely logged into the game out of habit and happened to see Luo Yi online. After all, when she played, it was either solo or with other girls. In the realm of the game, there exists a companion who plays alongside her. Luo Yi opened the information interface of Love's hotpot and was astounded to discover that the individual was none other than San Shangxiang, the 7th of Jiang City. This revelation was not of great consequence, what truly mattered was that she too resided in Jiang City. Luo Yi inquired, are you also in Jiang City? Love's hotpot replied. Jiang City University. At this response, Luo Yi felt a flicker of astonishment in his heart. Could it be that Gu Mingxian had introduced him to a colleague? Hello, teacher. He typed, Love's hotpot. Su Baisho nearly burst into laughter upon reading the greeting. To elicit a smile from the icy goddess was no small feat for this junior. I am a student, came the reply, and Luo Yi was taken aback by those 4 words. Gu Mingxian had actually invited one of his students to play games. Feeling that typing was cumbersome, he opted to use his microphone. Hello. I didn't expect us to be alumni. Although he had never used the microphone while playing with her, the prospect of becoming real-life friends, given their shared alma mater, seemed imminent. However, Love's hotpot did not respond through the microphone. Instead, she exited the group interface with such swiftness that Luo Yi was left momentarily bewildered. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Su Baizhou was startled by Luo Ye's voice and hastily exited the game. She had never spoken through the microphone during gameplay and typically muted those who did. Socially anxious in the online realm, it had taken her considerable time to forge even one friendship in the gaming world, which was facilitated by Gu Mingxian. Yet, the transformation of an online acquaintance into a real-life friend, while thrilling, held a certain charm as well. A thought flickered through Su Baizhou's mind. Recalling that rainy day and the youthful visage of the young man, the icy goddess's expression softened momentarily, the faint smile gracing her lips. Chapter 10, Conversing until midnight that night, Luo Yi tossed and turned in his bed, unable to find solace in sleep. The dormitory resonated with the clear sounds of Li Haoyang's snoring. Though disruptive, he had grown accustomed to the noise after half a month. His mind wandered back to the events of the game, prompting him to open the chat interface and send a message to the user named Fond of Hotpot. Luo Yi, are you a senior? At that moment, Su Baisho, who was tidying up her room in the faculty dormitory, heard the notification sound. Upon seeing the message, she promptly replied, "Fond of Hotpot, yes." It dawned on Luo Yi that the two girls he had played games with alongside Gu Mingxian were most likely his students. How could Gu Mingxian, a teacher, recruit his own students for gaming without feeling the pangs of conscience? Nevertheless, since Gu Mingxian taught computer science, could it be that this senior was also a major in the same field? With this thought, Luo Yi sent another message. "Luo Yi, do you know Senior Su Baisho?" Upon reading this, Su Baisho settled into the sofa, a hint of mischief surfacing in her mind. The younger brother of Professor Gu, who had excelled in the game, appeared quite bashful and innocent in reality. "Fond of Hotpot, yes, I know her well." Luo Yi was momentarily taken aback. He had merely asked casually. But to his surprise, not only did she know her, but they were also quite familiar. This response left him at a loss for words and filled with an unexpected wave of nervousness. His silence prompted Su Baisho to cross her legs and, after a brief pause, she took the initiative to inquire, "Fond of Hotpot, are you interested in her?" Upon reading those four words, Luo Yi, despite lying in a boys' dormitory, felt a rush of embarrassment flood his cheeks. Given his looks and academic performance, he had garnered attention from many girls throughout his life. However, due to his 3-year-long crush on a goddess, he had turned down the affections of others. Moreover, since his parents had met in college, he believed that love should blossom in university. Now, he remained an innocent young man, having never experienced a romantic relationship and lacking the skills to navigate interactions with girls. After a prolonged silence, Luo Yi replied with a simple no. The corners of Su Baisho's mouth curled slightly. Those two words took him 3 minutes to articulate. With her striking beauty, she had encountered suitors of all types, yet this Navi Jr. was a first for her. "Luo Yi, senior, what is your name?" After a moment's contemplation, Su Baisho sent a name. "Fond of Hotpot, Qin Yuan." The two girls whom Gu Mingxian had introduced to the game were indeed her and Qin Yuan, making the mention of the latter's name entirely plausible. Luo Yi, what a coincidence. The name Qin Yuan was familiar to Luo Yi. She was the object of admiration for his friend Xue Gu. With this thought, he sent another message, "My roommate likes you. Wang Dochui." Seeing this, Su Baisho couldn't help but smile slightly, finding the situation amusing. It was rare to encounter someone who chatted with girls in such a manner. Unbeknownst to them, the two had conversed well into the night. As Su Baisho engaged in conversation with Luo Yi, she felt as if she were conversing with a child. She relished this sensation, for the words of her interlocutor exuded a certain naive simplicity. However, that evening, Luo Yi persistently inquired about matters concerning Su Baisho. Yet, as their dialogue drew to a close, he found himself unable to even utter a request for her green bubble. After all, his interactions with the fond Hotpot enthusiast had always been conducted through QQ. While Su Baisho's green bubble was reserved for relatives and a few close female friends. With a gentle smile, she typed, "Under the name of Qin Yuan, I'll recommend you, I am acquainted with her. Fond Hotpot, green bubble QR code." Yet, Luo Yi, bitterly fatigued, unwittingly drifted into slumber. Su Baisho noticed that no one had added her green bubble, and there were no replies to her messages on QQ, causing her to furrow her brow. Is this little stutterer asleep? Suddenly, her brow arched as she glanced at the hundreds of messages exchanged with Luo Yi and the untidy room around her, revealing a contemplative expression. What had she accomplished that night? Soon, her brow relaxed, and she murmured, "Taking care of Professor Gu's younger brother and adding a green bubble is hardly a significant matter." Upon awakening, Luo Yi casually opened his phone and discovered the last 2 messages sent by Senior Qin Yuan the previous day. He then saw a green bubble QR code. Qin Yuan mentioned that it belonged to Su Baizhou. At that moment, Luoya found sleep to be an impossible endeavor. The green bubble of the fairy-like senior. He promptly clicked on it and was directed to the personal page of the fairy-like senior's green bubble. As they were not yet friends, he could not view her moments. Only harmonica. Su Baizhou, and pretentious, using her own name as her green bubble identity. Interestingly, Luoya's name was Luo Yi. And his gaming handle was Luo Yi Guizhen, though it was a homophone, it also directly utilized his name. What to do? To add or not to add? Yet. Surely the fairy-like senior was not yet acquainted with him, was she? Should he mention that he was the boy who sang alongside her at the freshman gala? Or perhaps the one who sheltered from the rain on the first day of school? Given Su Baizhou's character, such reasons would likely not suffice in her eyes. And once rejected, he feared there would be no second chance. Sitting on his bed, Luoya was engulfed in indecision. His first class commenced at 8:30. And he awoke at 7, yet he hesitated until 8:10. Brother Luoya, what are you dawdling for? If you don't get up soon, you'll be late, Li Haoyan reminded him. Oh, coming right away. Luoya closed his phone and hurriedly began to dress. In the first class, Luoya found himself lost in thought, staring at a green bubble QR code. Meanwhile, his 3 roommates turned their heads in unison to regard him. You've been staring for ages. Are you going to add it or not? Shen Qiao chuckled nearby. I want to, but I don't dare, Luoya replied weakly. After all, this was the green bubble of the campus belle of Jiangda. What merit did he possess? And what if he were rejected after adding her? Shen Qiao glanced at the QR code card and, upon seeing the 3 characters of Su Baizhou, was momentarily taken aback. Subsequently, a faint smile graced the corners of his mouth as he remarked, Brother Luoya, may I inquire about your current relationship with her? A stranger, he replied. Then what is there to fear? Shen Qiao probed further. At this, Luoya experienced a moment of clarity. Indeed, what was he afraid of? He had never had the opportunity to truly know the enchanting senior, so the worst possible outcome was merely to remain in the status quo. With this thought in mind, Luoya promptly entered his name into the friend request, offering no further explanation, and submitted it without hesitation. In the end, he powered down his phone. Shen Qiao, taken aback, exclaimed, Why did you turn it off? Luoya turned back slowly, his nervousness causing his movements to lag. I can't bear to look, I fear rejection. Shen Qiao mused. How can there be such an innocent man in college? Oh no, this fellow is clearly just a boy. Chapter 11, Senior Qin, I am done as a third-year student. The number of classes has significantly decreased. Moreover, Su Baizhou is now busy with part-time work after securing her graduate school recommendation. Her family is not particularly affluent. But as a talented individual from the computer science department, she possesses numerous avenues to earn money. However, at this moment, after a rare late night, Su Baizhou did not awaken until noon the following day. Her graceful figure curled up in bed, her alluring, fair legs intertwined with the blanket, while the neckline of her pajamas revealed a generous expanse of pristine skin, exuding a languid charm akin to that of a small kitten. It is hard to imagine that the Ice Queen of Jiang University could appear so endearing while asleep. As for the reason for her late-night revelry, even she could not quite discern it. It was simply a bewildering bout of insomnia. Every time she was on the brink of slumber, the slightest noise from her phone would banish her sleepiness. She remained oblivious to what she was anticipating. Upon waking, she unlocked her phone to discover a friend request. Fallen Leaves Return to Roots had sent a request. Note a Luo Yi. Upon seeing these 2 characters, Su Baizhou was momentarily at a loss. This junior. Who would agree to add a girl like this? Without hesitation, she accepted the friend request. Her QQ account had numerous photos of activities at Jiang University, which she was obliged to share as the student council president. Consequently, she restricted Luo Yi's access to her space as he was merely an online gaming acquaintance. And she preferred to keep her work separate from her friends outside of university. She wondered how this young man would react upon learning that his gaming partner was the president of the Jeong University Student Council. Meanwhile, after finishing their morning classes, Luo Yi and his companions arrived exhausted at a small restaurant across from the school. Although they had been seated during classes, the continuous hours were particularly draining. More importantly, they still had an afternoon of classes ahead and even a night study session to endure. It was Monday, a day packed with a full schedule, aptly dubbed Hellish Monday. 3 servings of beef noodles. A black pepper grilled meat rice bowl. 2 servings of chicken offal noodles. Subsequently, the owner turned to Luo Yi and inquired, "Young man, what about you?" Noticing Luo Yi's distracted demeanor, Wang Dochui nudged him and remarked, "Hey, wild boy, your lack of enthusiasm for food suggests a troubled mind." "Huh? Oh. I'll have 2 servings of braised chicken rice noodles." Upon hearing this, those around him were collectively stunned, and Wang Dochui's lip twitched. "Do you even hear what you're saying? This lad must have gone daft from class. He should order the same beef noodles as I do. Eating beef gives you strength." When the owner placed the noodles in front of Luo Yi, he remained lost in thought. Shen Qiao sighed and said, "Brother Luo Yi, your infatuation is written all over your face." "No, it's not." Luo Yi reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "And you?" Shen Qiao glanced at Li Haoyang with a teasing smile. "Have you gotten close to Lu Bingxin from military training? What are you grinning about?" Luo Yi and Li Haoyang were simply a mismatch. One was perpetually displeased, while the other was blissfully oblivious. "What?" Wang Dochui exclaimed in shock. "You and Bingxin are together?" "Hihi, not yet, but she invited me to the mall tonight." Observing Li Haoyang's robust physique and simple-minded demeanor, Shen Qiao cautioned. "Progressing too rapidly may render you susceptible to the manipulations of high-level green tea. I will not permit you to speak of Bingxin like that." Li Haoyang had yet to react when Wang Dochui interjected, visibly agitated. Noticing this, Shen Qiao couldn't help but smirk, inwardly acknowledging, "You are the true sycophant." After concluding their meal, Luo Yi gazed at his now powered-off phone, a look of inner turmoil etched on his face. He needed to settle the bill. Yet that required turning his device back on. Over 3 hours had elapsed since he had sent a message to the enchanting senior. Surely, he would not be met with a rejection upon powering it back on. "Hey, wild kid, what are you dawdling about? Hurry up," urged his roommate. Reluctantly, Luo Yi powered up his phone, grimacing at the impending task. "Reboot requires you to re-enter your password, 362589. At the moment he accessed the home screen, a notification appeared. "Su Baizhou has accepted your friend request." In an instant, elation illuminated Luo Yi's countenance. He swiftly completed his payment and dashed towards his roommates. Upon witnessing the expression on his face, Shen Qiao remarked, "It seems she has agreed, but this is merely the beginning." "I know," Luo Yi nodded. For him, adding the enchanting senior was already a matter of great joy. After a full day of classes, the fatigue among the group was palpable. They had scarcely had time to partake in dinner. All except for Li Haoyang, who was energetically preoccupied with a beautiful girl he had an engagement with. As the clock neared 8, with the mall closing at 10, there was still ample time for a leisurely stroll. Observing Wang Dochui and the others preparing to return to their dormitory, Li Haoyang questioned, "Aren't you coming with me?" "What?" Wang Dochui, who had appeared utterly exhausted, suddenly regained his vigor, exclaiming, "Can we join you?" Indeed, Bingxin mentioned that one of her roommates would also be coming, so I was instructed to invite my roommate along. "Good brother," Wang Dochui exclaimed, throwing an arm around Li Haoyang's shoulder, embodying the spirit of camaraderie. "I shall abstain." Shen Qiao, disinterested in such affairs, prepared to head back to the dormitory alone. "I also," Luo Yi began, only to be abruptly pulled away by Wang Dochui, who conspiratorially insisted, "You must come. Follow your brother, and observe how he woos the ladies, learn a thing or two." This declaration piqued Luo Yi's interest. Meanwhile, Su Baizhou returned to the girls' dormitory to retrieve her daily necessities that she had neglected to bring to the family building. Currently, only she and Qin Yuan occupied the dorm, as the other two had ventured into entrepreneurship and internships, no longer residing on campus. Qin Yuan belonged to a privileged family, and thus was indulging in leisure. Once organized, Su Baizhou settled into a chair, propping her chin on her hands, seemingly lost in thought. Speaking of which, that stuttering boy had yet to message her since she added him. How perplexing that he, the one who initiated the connection, expected her to make the first move. Su Baizhou opened the chat interface with Luo Yi and sent her inaugural message, "Who are you?" Meanwhile, Luo Yi's phone rested in his pocket as he remained engrossed in observing Wang Dochui's attempts at courting. The enchanting beauty of the long-legged loli, Lu Bingxin, is beyond question, and her roommate is equally astonishing, being none other than Tang Enki, the campus belle of their academy and the goddess whom Luo Yi has secretly admired for 3 long years. How awkward, had he known, he might have refrained from attending. The two girls had evidently put considerable effort into their appearance, one donning denim shorts that accentuated her long legs, while the other radiated grace in a delicate long dress. As they strolled down the street, they attracted a remarkable number of glances. However, flanking the two girls were 2 boys, muscularly Haoyang on one side and the somewhat shifty-eyed Wang Dochui on the other. Luo Yi, positioned beside Wang Dochui, kept his head down in silence. The combination of 2 girls and 3 boys deterred a multitude of men eager to initiate conversation. Upon hearing the notification sound, Luo Yi retrieved his phone and discovered a message from Su Baizhou. The senior fairy inquired about his identity, which made sense, as she was yet unfamiliar with him. Engaging in his first online conversation with the enchanting senior, Luo Yi's heart raced uncontrollably. He extended his hand and replied in the chat interface, "I am Luo Yi." Subsequently, feeling that such a response was rather formal, he recalled his recent admiration for the senior's popularity at Jiang University and added, "I am your fan." Upon receiving the message, the corners of Su Baizhou's lips curled slightly, and her slender fingers began to type on the phone screen. "Su Baizhou, I am not a celebrity, I do not require fans." Reading this, Luo Yi's heart skipped a beat. Did it imply that she did not need him? Was he about to be dismissed? Luo Yi found himself in a quandary, uncertain of how to respond next. Observing the lack of a reply, Su Baizhou wondered if she had perhaps intimidated the shy boy. Just then, her QQ received a message. "Luo Yi, chat screenshot, Luo Yi, Senior Qin, I'm finished." Seeing this, Su Baizhou could not help but burst into laughter. Chapter 12, Shopping Mall. What is going on? Qin Yuan, engrossed in her game, turned to look. "Zhuozhuo, what is the matter? Why are you grinning at your phone screen? You've been acting strangely lately." Qin Yuan stood behind Su Baizhou, unable to focus on her game any longer. "We are already in our 3rd year, Zhuozhuo, could it be that you finally found someone special?" "Guess." Su Baizhou replied with a mysterious smile. Observing her roommate's expression, Qin Yuan put her phone down and exclaimed, "There is something amiss, something significant." Her insatiable curiosity left her in a frenzy. Ignoring her, Su Baizhou resumed messaging Luo Yi on QQ, "Hotpot lover, she is just like that, if she accepts your friend request. It means she is willing to get to know you." Luo Yi, really? Hotpot lover, absolutely, I'm her roommate, and I know her well. In a nutshell, it's all sincere, no lies. Soon, another green bubble appeared with a message from Luo Yi. This junior truly is quite innocent. As Luo Yi remained engrossed in his phone, his fingers tapping away, Lu Bingxin curiously inquired, "Are you chatting with your girlfriend?" "Oh, no." In the presence of other girls, Luo Yi displayed a maturity that contrasted with his usual demeanor, even exuding a hint of a charming aura. "The young man is quite handsome. It's surprising he doesn't have a girlfriend," Lu Bingxin remarked playfully. Then, she pulled Tang Enki over, saying, "Luo Yi, I believe that no one is disinterested in love, it's merely a matter of not having encountered the right person." Look at my friend Chichi. She has a great figure, is beautiful, and excels in her studies, aren't you the least bit tempted? Suddenly brought into the conversation, Tang Enki seemed a bit shy. She blinked, her lovely eyelashes fluttering, and lowered her head bashfully, saying, Luoyi, long time no see. Unbeknownst to others, only Luoyi understood that she, too, was feeling awkward at that moment. You rascal. What is going on? Wang Dochui's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. Meanwhile, Liu Bingxin blinked, clearly aware that Tang Enki and Luoyi were acquainted. In the girls' dormitory, she had overheard Tang Enki mention a boy who confessed to her after the college entrance exams. As it turns out, Tang Enki harbored feelings for this boy as well but was unsure how to respond. After all, she had heard that Luoyi was an orphan, possibly from a less fortunate background, which left her conflicted for an entire summer without an answer. However, if Luoyi demonstrated significant potential in university, she might consider giving him a chance. At that moment, Luoyi noticed something peculiar about her eyelashes and couldn't help but ask, what is that? Huh? What? Tang Enki responded, surprised. Just then, Wang Dochi pulled Luoyi aside and whispered, rascal. Don't you know about eyelid tape? What? You can stick that on? Luoyi replied, astonished. You don't have any girls around you to share this common knowledge. Observing the bewildered expression on Luoyi's face, Wang Dochi let out a sigh. Forget it, wild child. For now, just keep quiet. I can see that the enchanting Bingxin beauty intends to introduce you to the stunning Tang the beauty. Let me show you how your brother can facilitate this encounter. No. Luoyi quickly shook his head. No matchmaking. What? Wild child, are you blind? That is Tang Enki, the new campus flower. Such a beautiful woman. And you claim you aren't interested in meeting her. Wang Dochi was nearly beside himself, wishing he could pry open Luoyi's head to see what was inside. How could he possibly lack interest in a beauty? On Luoyi's phone, the last message from Su Baisho read that she was organizing the student council's work log and would chat later. Even this late, she was still working on assignments. The senior was truly dedicated. Luoyi sent her a message, offering to play games together if she was tired of work. A guaranteed win, of course. Initially, he had little hope, but unexpectedly, the senior replied with a simple okay. This indicated that she also enjoyed gaming, a shared interest, which was quite significant. As for how Luoyi came to understand this principle, it was thanks to Senior Qin Yuan, who had advised him that to get to know a girl, one must first find common ground. As Su Baisho's roommate, she often observed her playing games alone in their dormitory, then noted that Su Baisho had been consistently losing, with no one willing to join her. Hence, Luoyi had offered to carry her to victory. He was grateful to Senior Qin Yuan for imparting such invaluable wisdom. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Qin Yuan suddenly sneezed and wondered aloud, how strange, is someone thinking of me? Why do I keep sneezing? Soon, her phone screen displayed the word defeat. Lost again. Qin Yuan felt like throwing her phone in frustration. Seeing her in such a state, Su Baisho asked, Wenwen, are you going to play games later? Will you carry me to victory? Qin Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. No, my account is banned. If you're not playing, could you lend me your account for a bit? Of course. My unbeatable account. Qin Yuan had already been on a losing streak all day. Free coaching was too good to pass up. Meanwhile, Luoyi and his companions emerged from the mall, laden with bags. Wang Dochui and Li Haoyang were expressions of agony. They had spent 500 yuan on dinner in the mall and another 500 accompanying the two girls on a shopping spree. Naturally, the two young men had paid for everything voluntarily, for they could never let the ladies foot the bill. As for Luoyi, he had only contributed a small amount towards dinner. The other purchases were unrelated to him, as he had no intention of currying favor with the two girls. He found it puzzling why Wang Dochui and Li Haoyang looked as though they had just consumed something distasteful. Was it just a few hundred yuan? Although he had been raised by his aunt who, along with her husband, operated a business in the capital. They possessed enough resources to nurture a prodigious talent like Gu Mingshen, a young scholar with multiple degrees. Luo Ye's parents tragically passed away at a young age, heroically sacrificing their lives in the line of duty as police officers, a legacy that has always filled their family with pride. Left behind. Luo Yi was cherished as a precious gem by his grandfather, while his aunt's family treated him as if he were their own son. Thus, despite losing his parents at such an early age, Luo Yi was not deprived of love. His upbringing was far from impoverished. Moreover, his own literary endeavors brought him financial success, rendering him nearly self-sufficient and rarely in need of familial support. The group returned to school, escorting the two girls back to the girls' dormitory. During this time, Tang Enki, either intentionally or unintentionally, walked beside Luo Yi, casting glances at his phone screen, seemingly curious about his conversations. At the entrance of the dormitory, Tang Enki bid a warm farewell to Lu Bingxin, who cheerfully exclaimed, "Next time, remember to bring along that handsome guy from your dorm." "Absolutely. Count on me," Li Haoyang and Wang Dochui declared with exuberance, as if invigorated. Luo Yi observed them in bemusement. "Dochui, is this what you're attempting to teach me about emotional intelligence? Though I may not fully comprehend it. It's evident that you are being led around." As the figures of the two girls gradually faded into the distance, Wang Dochui draped an arm around Luo Yi's shoulders, grinning. "So, what do you think? Did you learn anything?" "Apologies," Luo Yi replied, pushing him away with an expression of indifference. "I refuse to learn. I shall not become a sycophant." "What did you say? Have you lost your mind, wild child?" Wang Dochui retorted angrily, "Without the courage to be a sycophant, how can one attain true love?" At these words, Li Haoyang gazed at him in astonishment. Has the sycophant truly gone mad? Chapter 13, The First Date. Regardless of the circumstances, today's excursion with the two girls had depleted a quarter of Wang Dochui and Li Haoyang's living expenses. By the end of this month, they were likely to be scraping the bottom of the barrel. With this thought weighing on their minds, they returned to their dormitory, feeling rather disheartened. Meanwhile, Li Haoyang lay on his bed, opening his phone to engage in a conversation with Lu Bingxin. He believed that money should not be spent in vain. He must make an effort to charm the girl. Seizing the moment, he aimed to deepen their connection. Wang Dochui, too, had added Tang Enki's contact information and sent a greeting through his phone. However, to his bewilderment, she did not respond at all. Was Enki busy? In the dormitory, Shen Qiao observed their demeanor and silently shook his head. A lovesick fool never meets a good end. His gaze then shifted to Luo Yi, whom he believed had a better chance with Su Baizhou. This was merely an instinct. Su Baizhou was the aloof campus beauty, and by a twist of fate, she had performed a duet with Luo Yi. Generally, such occurrences are deemed as predestined encounters orchestrated by the heavens. Today, he had witnessed Luo Yi adding Su Baizhou's contact, and it appeared she had accepted. This was clearly a sign of potential romance. With this realization, Shen Qiao chuckled to himself, sitting on his bed. Indeed, Shen Qiao possessed the highest emotional intelligence, making accurate guesses like a master detective. Holding the script of fate in his hands, the other three in the dormitory stared at Shen Qiao, who had suddenly burst into laughter, as if he were a fool. Wang Dochui remarked, "What an idiot." Li Haoyang questioned, "Have you lost your mind?" Luo Yi asked, "What is going on?" At that moment, Luo Yi's phone chimed. It was a message from the enchanting senior. Luo Yi opened the chat interface to see that the senior had completed her tasks and inquired when he was available to play games with her. The answer was undoubtedly immediate. Soon after, Su Baizhou sent her gaming ID, which was intriguingly titled "I'm better, you are free to choose." Luo Yi pondered over this name, reflecting on the contrast it presented. The enchanting senior seemed to embody an intriguing dichotomy. Perhaps she was aloof in reality but vivacious online. In the girls' dormitory, Su Baisho blushed as she gazed at the name, unable to resist saying to Qin Yuan, "What a shameless name." Taken aback, Qin Yuan replied, "Why are you scolding me? I've always used this name, you never had an issue with it before." Noticing that Su Baisho's party interface displayed only 2 players, she thought little of it. After all, aside from her, Su Baisho had a close friend studying medicine at Zhongcheng Medical University. She must be playing duo with her friend. Moreover, Su Baisho had donned her headphones and activated her microphone to lead the game. Qin Yuan was almost certain that she was indeed gaming with her close friend. After all, it took a familiar face to coax someone with social anxiety to speak. Nonetheless, even with the microphone on, Su Baisho spoke very little, maintaining her typically cool and distant demeanor. For Luoye, it was more than sufficient, or he could hear the voice of the fairy senior, and his heart brimmed with satisfaction. Even a sense of bliss enveloped him. The emotions boys harbor for girls might be akin to Luoye's, easily contented. Although he excelled in jungle roles, he played as a support because the fairy senior requested it. Interestingly, her gaming style bore a striking resemblance to that of Qin Yuan, showcasing the undeniable synergy that comes with being roommates. They played 5 matches that evening, with only 1 loss. Luoya mused, the senior is quite skilled at gaming, contrary to what Senior Qin claimed. Upon hearing this, Su Baisho gently remarked, indeed, she is far superior to Qin Yuan. At that moment, Qin Yuan, who was engrossed in watching videos, suddenly heard her name called. She sat up, playfully exclaiming, "Jojo, I feel as though you're insulting me." Her voice was loud enough to reach Luoye, even through Su Baisho's headphones. Listening to Qin Yuan's lively tone, he chuckled and remarked, "Senior Qin's personality is quite different from what one might perceive online. Do all girls possess 2 faces?" "You could say that," Su Baisho replied nonchalantly. Although the fairy senior spoke with an icy demeanor, every word she uttered was a sincere response to him. This indicated that he had indeed become her friend, otherwise, given her reputed personality, she would not have acknowledged him. Now contemplating whether to invite the fairy senior to dinner, Luoya pondered over the best justification. With this thought in mind, he opened the chat interface with Qin Yuan on QQ and inquired, "Senior Qin, do you think if I invite Su Senior to dinner, she would agree?" Upon reading the message, Su Baisho fell into contemplation and replied, "After knowing me for so long, are you asking her out first?" Taken aback, Luoya realized that he had indeed known Senior Qin for a while online, having played numerous games together, and now, by a stroke of fate, they attended the same university. However, he had yet to meet Senior Qin in person, and it seemed only fitting that he should ask her to meet first. Luoya then said, "But is it inappropriate for a boy to meet a girl alone?" In response, Su Baisho clarified, "It won't be a private meeting. Don't you want to meet Jojo? I will invite her along, but you cannot bring friends, Jojo is socially anxious." "All right," he exclaimed, adding 3 exclamation marks to convey his excitement, and then asked, "Are you free tomorrow evening? I know a fantastic restaurant." It was the same one where Wang Dachui and Li Haoyang had taken 2 girls that day. "No time tomorrow," came the reply. "Oh," he responded, surprised. "Jojo is usually quite busy, but she'll be available on the weekend." "No problem." "Got it," he replied eagerly. "Since you are new to Zhongcheng and unfamiliar with the area, let me treat you to dinner, as a way to cover the expenses for Jojo's split," Su Baisho offered. "How can I allow that?" Luoya protested. "It's settled then," she stated firmly. After concluding the conversation, Luoya felt an immense joy. Playing games and chatting with someone he admired turned out to be a truly delightful experience. However, there is a persistent notion circulating online that love tends to render individuals foolish. He, however, does not share this sentiment. He believes that he has become remarkably astute. With a heart full of anticipation, Luoyu gradually drifted into slumber. In the dormitory, the sounds of Li Haoyang snoring and Wang Dachui's sleep-talking reverberated through the air. Before long, the weekend arrived. Luo Yi, concealing his actions from his roommates, ventured alone to the barbershop across from the school to style his hair. As he was not adept at doing it himself. The reason for his secrecy from his roommates was simple: he wished to keep things discreet until he had a definitive outcome. After all, he was courting the aloof campus beauty from Zhejiang University, and he could not afford any missteps. More importantly, based on his observations, aside from Shen Qiao, the other two roommates were merely pretentious and lacked the finesse to charm women. Seeking their advice would only complicate matters. It was far better to rely on himself. Luo Yi instructed the barber to style his hair with a side-swept fringe, enhancing his already handsome visage with a sun-kissed glow. He resembled a quintessential sunny boy. The barber even persuaded him to sign up for a card, and with the barber's warm send-off, he departed from the quaint establishment. This day marked the first weekend of classes following the conclusion of military training. Those in the know understood the implications: the burgeoning hormones of new students during military training, coupled with the upperclassmen eagerly seeking opportunities to engage with the younger students, were all converging at the school gates today. Pairs of young men and women were visibly present at the entrance, along with small groups of 7 or 8 individuals, both male and female, engaged in lively conversation. Luo Yi suddenly felt a wave of nervousness. Although he had not been entirely inexperienced with girls, the only instances he had were when he accompanied his aunt for shopping. And never as the sole male participant. Chapter 14. I sent a message to Qin Yuan on QQ, but she did not reply. I then messaged Su Baizhou on Green Bubble. Yet again, there was silence. What could this mean? Was it truly the fabled act of being stood up? I squatted on the ground, staring at the unresponsive chat interface, a look of dejection crossing my face. However, I could not blame Qin Yuan or Su Baizhou. They were both in their third year, and the latter was even the president of the student council. It was only natural that they would be preoccupied with other matters. I was simply feeling a bit down. Suddenly, I heard a beep beside me. I looked up to see a pink four-wheeled vehicle with flashing hazard lights parked in front of me. Just as I was perplexed, a message from Love's Hotpot appeared: "Get in the car." Astonished, I gazed at the pink vehicle. Was this Senior Qin's car? No wonder she hadn't replied. She must have been driving. My heart raced with excitement as I nervously opened the passenger door of the vehicle. Inside sat only one person, Su Baizhou, who was at the wheel. My nerves escalated, and I stammered, "Senior Su. Where is Senior Qin?" She had something to attend to but didn't want to leave you hanging, so she entrusted me with the task, she replied. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but give Qin Yuan a mental thumbs up. Thank you, Senior Qin. My life has become exceptionally vibrant because of you. At that moment, a certain Qin-named girl in the girls' dormitory sneezed. Due to my overwhelming anxiety, I failed to notice the most crucial detail, although Qin Yuan was not in the car. It was indeed Love's Hotpot who had just messaged me. Being so close to a goddess like Senior left my mind in a state of complete blankness. I retracted my earlier statement: love truly does render one foolish. Especially since I was merely harboring a crush. If I were to genuinely fall in love, would I not be left stammering in her presence? Su Baizhou was clad in a khaki vintage long dress, her face adorned with light makeup, primarily a touch of lipstick. It was noteworthy that she typically refrained from wearing makeup. Neither of us spoke as we sat in the car. Akin to that day we sheltered from the rain under the eaves. Eventually, I mustered the courage to break the silence. Senior Su, is this your car? Yes. I just bought it, it wasn't expensive, she replied. After 2 years of part-time work during university, she had saved enough to purchase a vehicle worth around 40,000. As a computer science prodigy from a prestigious university, earning such an amount within 2 years was not an insurmountable feat. Su Baizhou drove with remarkable steadiness. The ice-cold goddess renowned at Zhejiang University was no different from any ordinary girl behind the wheel. She was focused, her gaze shifting between the road ahead and the side mirrors. Observing this, I felt a wave of anxiety wash over me. Senior, you? Yes. I obtained my driver's license last week. This is my first time on the road, she answered. At her words, my lips twitched involuntarily. If it weren't for the fact that the driver was the enchanting senior, he would have shouted to get out of the car immediately. He had previously ridden in his aunt's vehicle, which subsequently met with an accident. He emerged unscathed, yet his aunt was hospitalized for half a month, leaving him too frightened to ever ride in her car again. Sue. Senior Sue, how about I take over? Upon hearing this, the car came to a halt by the roadside. Sue Baijo opened the door and circled to the front, standing by the passenger seat. Luo Yi hesitated before opening the door and stepping out. He watched as Sue Baijo swiftly took her place in the passenger seat, fastening her seatbelt with remarkable efficiency. Her movements were fluid, almost as if she were escaping, as she settled into the seat the moment he finished speaking. Once Luo Yi occupied the driver's seat, Sue Baijo casually inquired, "Do you have a driver's license?" "Why yes, I got it during the summer break." Sitting beside him, Sue Baijo exuded a captivating fragrance that entranced Luo Yi. The steering wheel bore faint, damp fingerprints, likely remnants of nervous sweat. It was evident that she had driven from the classroom dormitory to the school gate in a state of anxiety, which explained her swift transition into the passenger seat. Luo Yi was an adept driver, and with Sue Baijo nearby, his skill seemed to elevate effortlessly. Following the GPS, he drove to a park, Jiangcheng Park. After parking, he curiously asked, "Senior, what are we doing here?" Sue Baijo shot him a glance and replied, "It's 3 in the afternoon. Shouldn't we find a place to pass the time before heading to dinner?" Luo Yi was taken aback. That made sense. Then, Sue Baijo asked, "Do you usually stutter?" And no. It suddenly dawned on him that he had been stumbling over his words since the beginning. Regaining his composure, he cleared his throat and explained, "No. It's just that it's my first time going out alone with a girl, so I'm a bit nervous." At this, Sue Baijo remained silent. His ability to adjust once he recognized his nervousness indicated that he was not truly a stutterer, rather, he simply felt instinctively anxious in her presence. Oh. He was still a young boy with little experience interacting with girls. The two strolled side by side in the park, their youthful pairing creating a visually delightful tableau amidst the already pleasant atmosphere. A subtle distance lingered between them, not intentionally established by Sue Baijo, rather. It was Luo Yi who maintained it. This was his first outing with a girl, and given their unfamiliarity, he felt it appropriate to keep some space. Unlike his previous encounters with Wang Dochui and Li Haoyang, who had playfully tussled during their first meeting, Luo Yi preferred a more restrained approach. However, this did not imply that Wang Dochui and Li Haoyang's behavior was erroneous, rather, it illustrated the diversity of personalities and interpersonal dynamics. Luo Yi appreciated the gradual unfolding of relationships, believing that the more experiences shared, the stronger the bond would become. Yet in this fast-paced era, few were willing to accompany him on such a leisurely journey. Nevertheless, he would not alter his nature for this reason. After all, such instances were merely rare, not non-existent. Wait a moment, there will always be someone willing to accompany him, step by step. Today's weather is splendid, unlike their first meeting which was marred by heavy rain. To stroll through the park alongside Senior Ferry is something Luo Yi could scarcely have imagined just days ago. He owes much to Senior Qin Yuan. All of this is her doing. As the two meandered through the park, they passed a small cart selling ice cream. Luo Yi inquired, "Senior Su, would you like some ice cream?" Immediately after posing the question, he regretted it. Last night, in preparation for their first formal encounter, he had meticulously researched various strategies. Among them, one stood out as paramount: when purchasing items for a girl, one should not ask if she wants something, but rather simply procure it for her. However, Sue Baijo proved to be somewhat unconventional. Upon hearing the question, she raised an eyebrow and replied, "Do you want some? If so, I'll treat you." Her words left Luo Yi momentarily speechless. Without a backward glance, Sue Baijo strode towards the ice cream cart. It seemed she too lacked experience in interacting with boys. Her demeanor somewhat stiff, Chapter 15. The little one is quite interesting. Without giving Luo Yi a chance to refuse, Su Baizhou had already procured the ice cream. Unsure of his preferred flavor, she purchased both vanilla and chocolate. Which one would you like? Luo Yi hesitated, caught between the two flavors, clearly indecisive. He favored chocolate. Yet vanilla also held a certain appeal. Observing his uncertainty, Su Baizhou inquired, "What is your zodiac sign?" "Libra," he replied. "No wonder," she mused. "And yours?" "Scorpio." "That makes sense." Despite her seemingly aloof demeanor, their conversation flowed effortlessly during their first formal encounter. Noticing Luo Yi's ongoing indecision, Su Baizhou promptly placed the chocolate ice cream into his hands, as she herself preferred the vanilla flavor. As they walked, Luo Yi unconsciously slowed his pace, trailing behind the enchanting senior. He took out his phone and discreetly snapped a picture of Su Baizhou's back. With a heart full of delight, he hastened his steps to rejoin her side. Su Baizhou glanced at him but said nothing. She had just utilized her phone's screen reflection to discern that Luo Yi had sneakily taken a photo of her from behind. It was merely a shot of her back, and she felt no particular concern. The fact that Luo Yi was so cautious in capturing her silhouette suggested he had never taken a frontal shot of himself. He merely sought a photo from behind. His demeanor hinted at an intent to cherish this image secretly, akin to a small creature discovering a treasure and hiding it away. She found it perplexing that he would derive any value from a photo where his face was not visible. Dressed in a long skirt that concealed her legs, what was so remarkable about a mere back view? However, observing the gleeful expression on Luo Yi's face, Su Baizhou began to feel a spark of curiosity. What could bring him such joy from a photograph of just her back? If he were to capture a frontal shot or even a selfie together, would he be overjoyed to the point of ecstasy? Recalling his previous comment on Green Bubble, where he claimed to be her fan, she thought this truly resembled the behavior of a devoted admirer. Suddenly, Luo Yi's phone chimed with a notification from the dormitory group chat. "Wang Dochui, Luo Yi. Where are you, wild child? Wang Dochui, you, a stranger in a new place, are out alone on the weekend. Shen Qiao, something is afoot. Li Haoyang, image, Wang Dochui, no way, pure luck. You are actually out on a date with the stunning Eyes Heart Beauty." Listening to the lively chatter in the group, Luo Yi shut off his phone. It was best to feign ignorance regarding these messages. After all, the current situation was difficult to explain. However, it appeared that their dormitory's fitness coach had been ensnared by the long-legged loli. They dined together every few days and spent weekends in each other's company. He found it hard to believe they would not develop deeper feelings. Yet, they had only known each other for less than a month. Perhaps Luo Yi was too innocent. He had first encountered the enchanting senior on the very first day of school, and it was only recently that he added her on Green Bubble. Of course, Su Baizhou had met him the day before the new student orientation and even escorted him to the police station, although he was oblivious to that detail. In the course of an afternoon, it was improbable for the two to merely meander through the park. After nearly traversing its entirety, Su Baizhou led Luo Yi to a quaint tea room. To be candid, Luo Yi was oblivious to the purpose of afternoon tea. With 3 meals a day, what necessity was there for an additional one? Yet, as he beheld the ethereal senior seated before him, a cup of coffee resting on the table, Luo Yi felt a stirring within, unable to suppress his admiration for her grace. "What shall I drink?" Su Baizhou, donning a pair of black-framed glasses, extracted a volume of the complete Sherlock Holmes from her bag and began to read. I am unaccustomed to coffee," Luo Yi murmured timidly. The table also bore a plate of delicate pastries and an assortment of nuts. Luo Yi had been studying the menu for quite some time. Yet the sight of the senior with her glasses was simply mesmerizing, rendering him unable to divert his gaze. Ultimately, he resolved to order the same drink as her. Observing this, Su Baizhou remarked nonchalantly, "It's quite bitter, I haven't added any sugar." "That's of no consequence," Luo Yi declared confidently, "I relish bitterness." "Is the senior a fan of Sherlock Holmes?" Luo Yi inquired with curiosity. Not at all, Su Baijo replied, her attention still fixed on the book. Luoya discreetly glanced at the black frames of her glasses, realizing they appeared to be mere frames without lenses. Recognizing this, he pressed on. Then you must be a fan of Death Note, correct? Oh. What leads you to that conclusion? Su Baijo's interest was piqued. Noting her reaction, Luoya knew he had guessed correctly and continued, the glasses resemble those worn by characters from Death Note, and considering you are reading this book despite your disinterest in Sherlock Holmes, I surmise it is because the Death Note character admires Holmes. Su Baijo nodded silently, acknowledging the accuracy of his deduction. Luoya was able to surmise this due to his own past as a devoted admirer of Death Note. After all, both of his parents were police officers. And he himself had delved into all of Sherlock Holmes' novels, inspired by the profound admiration the Death Note character held for Holmes. New words are like chairs that touch your belly, Luoya suddenly declared with faint profanity, his eyes narrowing. Su Baijo was taken aback, while the server, who was in the midst of bringing over coffee, struggled to stifle a laugh. Embarrassed, Luoya withdrew his hand, scratching the back of his head. I couldn't help it, I couldn't help it. This fellow was rather endearing, Su Baijo mused, redirecting her focus to her book. Luoya took a tentative sip of his coffee, promptly furrowing his brow. How bitter. Su Baijo turned to the nearby server, instructing, bring 2 packets of sugar. Upon hearing this, Luoya quickly shook his head, no need, senior, I can manage. With an impassive expression, Su Baijo regarded him and stated, if you cannot handle bitterness, then opt for sweetness, there is no shame in that. Just be true to yourself. At her words, Luoya gazed at Su Baijo in a daze. The senior's long, beautiful eyelashes were striking. Though she appeared aloof, she was, in truth, a gentle soul. After adding 2 packets of sugar, Luoyi stirred the mixture a few times and took a sip. Though the coffee was bitter, the addition of sugar transformed it into a delightful sweetness. It was quite enjoyable. Luoyi gulped it down eagerly. Su Baijo said nothing, merely returning to her book. The afternoon slipped away quietly. As dusk approached, Su Baijo closed her book, while Luoyi had already succumbed to slumber at the table. This little stutterer, clearly bored to death, had not uttered a single word and had instead drifted off to sleep. Su Baijo chose not to wake him. A mischievous thought suddenly crossed her mind. She took out her phone and captured a photograph of Luoyi in his peaceful repose. His eyelids were gently closed, and his eyelashes fluttered slightly, as he floated in the ocean of dreams, resembling a carefree youth hidden among blossoms. Gazing at the image of Luoyi, Su Baijo murmured, he looks quite charming. She subsequently sent the photograph to Gu Mingxian, who was abroad. Soon, he replied with a question mark. Gu Mingxian? Moments later, he added, wait. My dear apprentice, why is my brother sleeping in front of you? I entrusted him to your care, you are not thinking of pursuing him, are you? Reading his response, Su Baijo fell silent and closed the chat interface. She regarded the innocent younger student before her, a contemplative expression gracing her features. Pursuing him, This little one would surely be quite entertaining to court, wouldn't he? Chapter 16. The first meal together. Before long, Luoyi groggily opened his eyes. Noticing this, Su Baijo remarked softly, awake. At her words, Luoyi rubbed his eyes, still somewhat disoriented. When he focused, he realized that a fairy-like senior sat across from him. Feeling a surge of nervousness, he stammered, I'm sorry, senior, I fell asleep. That's quite all right. Su Baijo stood up and said, let us go, I'll treat you to a meal. Ma'am, okay. Luoyi shyly followed behind Su Baijo, resembling a younger brother. Upon returning to the pink spicy fish head, Luoyi started the engine. It was evident that he was now considerably more familiar with the vehicle than during his first drive. After navigating a few streets, they arrived at the entrance of a barbecue restaurant. It is well known that university students typically dine on either hot pot or barbecue. Having already indulged in hot pot with his roommates, Luoyi was now brought by his senior to enjoy barbecue. Although the exterior of this establishment appeared modest, the interior boasted exquisite decor, a tranquil atmosphere, and a sparse crowd. It could be considered a hidden gem, perfectly suited for someone like Su Baizhou, who preferred not to be disturbed while dining. The proprietor, a plump lady, warmly approached Su Baizhou upon seeing her, exclaiming, "Jojo, it's been ages since you last visited. With the new semester starting, I've been preoccupied with freshman matters," Su Baizhou replied amiably, revealing her familiarity with the establishment. The barbecue joint was named Sister Zhou's Barbecue. When Sister Zhou noticed Luo Yi, her eyes lit up in surprise. "Is this young man with you, Jojo?" "Yes," Luo Yi replied, nodding bashfully. Sister Zhou chuckled. "Jojo usually comes alone, occasionally bringing another girl. This is the first time she's brought a boy." Hearing this, Luo Yi's face flashed red, and he laughed shyly. Seeing Luo Yi's innocent and endearing demeanor, Sister Zhou's fondness for him grew immensely. As Luo Yi sat opposite Su Baizhou, he felt somewhat constrained, genuinely fearing that any action of his might displease her. However, it was clear that Su Baizhou had little experience dining with boys and was equally unsure of how to interact. Once Sister Zhou served the dishes that Su Baizhou adored, she began grilling silently. Observing her movements, Luo Yi attempted to mimic her, albeit with less finesse. Noticing his clumsiness, even neglecting to brush on oil, Su Baizhou inquired softly, "Haven't you had barbecue before?" "I have," Luo Yi replied weakly, though he clarified that he had always had waitstaff to cook for him, seldom doing it himself. Nevertheless, it wasn't difficult. He figured he could learn the craft with just a few glances at Su Baizhou. "Would you like some alcohol?" Su Baizhou recalled how tipsy Luo Yi had appeared during their last encounter and couldn't help but ask. And no, Luo Yi declined. He certainly wouldn't dare to drink on their first meal together, especially since Su Baizhou would be the one driving. He truly couldn't bring himself to do it. "Then I shall have a little." Su Baizhou requested a bottle of green plum wine from Sister Zhou. Sister Zhou explained, "Every time Jojo comes, she always wants to have some. This is homemade and exceptionally delicious." "Is that so? Then I shall purchase a bottle as well." Upon hearing this, Su Baizhou furrowed her brow and asked, "Who will drive?" Luo Yi quickly shook his head, saying, "I want a drink, I'll take it back to the dormitory." He merely wished to experience the flavor of the wine that the senior enjoyed. Indeed, he had not tasted green plum wine much before. Su Baizhou savored her food slowly, relishing every bite. However, upon seeing Luo Yi burn a slice of pork belly, she could not help but assist him in grilling. From the beginning until now, Luo Yi had not managed to cook a single piece of meat properly. When he noticed the senior helping him, a bashful smile appeared on his face. Although he was generally quite capable, when it came to cooking, he felt utterly inept. Whether it was the simplest fried rice or the grilled meat at that moment, he seemed unable to master the skill. However, grilling meat was simpler than instant noodles. Perhaps with a few more attempts, he would eventually succeed. Soon, Su Baizhou placed several slices of pork belly into Luo Yi's bowl. Upon tasting a piece, he was instantly delighted. The meat grilled by the senior was akin to that served by the staff in high-end Japanese barbecue restaurants, rich yet not greasy, perfectly cooked. Most importantly, the dipping sauce was also exquisite, explaining why the senior enjoyed coming here. Luo Yi eagerly began to eat, momentarily forgetting about the senior in the face of such delectable food. His inability to conquer culinary skills left him utterly defenseless against deliciousness, a yearning he could not attain. As Su Baizhou observed the tall young man swiftly emptying his plate, a hint of surprise crossed her face. What was this sensation? Why did she feel a sense of fulfillment in feeding him? She grilled another round, not partaking herself but placing everything into Luo Yi's bowl. Watching him devour her offerings with delight, a trace of satisfaction emerged on her otherwise aloof countenance. She even began to entertain the thought of cooking for Luo Yi in the future. This was peculiar. Why did such thoughts arise? Yet, He truly resembled a child at the dinner table, his focus solely on the food, grease smudged at the corners of his mouth. Seeing Luo Yi in this state, Su Baizhou discreetly snapped a photo of him and sent it to her teacher. Gu Mingxian replied almost instantly. Xiao Yi is actually having a meal with you. In response, Su Baizhou displayed a cold demeanor and replied, "What do you mean?" She was, after all, the aloof campus beauty, shouldn't the comment be the other way around? Subsequently, Gu Mingxian replied, "You don't seriously intend to pursue my brother, do you? If so, you are in trouble. To win his heart, you must overcome an obstacle. Xiao Yi has had a crush on a goddess from high school for 3 years. But for some unknown reason, they did not end up together in college." Su Baizhou's expression turned slightly colder. She gazed at Luo Yi before her, inexplicably feeling a twinge of discontent. With a cool demeanor, she uttered, "Let us go." "Huh?" Luo Yi, cheeks stuffed with food like a little hamster, stared blankly at Su Baizhou. In that moment, her irritation dissipated entirely. How could she possibly remain angry at such an endearing expression? Moreover, what had prompted her annoyance in the first place? At that instant, a message from Gu Mingxian pinged on her phone, however. "Since Xiao Yi is willing to dine with you, it signifies that he has drawn a clear line with that girl he secretly admires. Unless something unforeseen occurs, it should be over. I can assure you of Xiao Yi's character in this regard." After reading the message, Su Baizhou abruptly lifted her gaze towards Luo Yi, who had already risen and was preparing to leave. She softly inquired, "Where are you going?" Luo Yi, puzzled, replied, "Senior, aren't we leaving? Sit down and eat." "Huh? Sit down?" "Yes." "Oh." Luo Yi obediently returned to his seat, though he had nearly reached his limit of satiety. Su Baizhou proceeded to grill another round of food. Watching the bowl filled to the brim once more, Luo Yi sighed inwardly. "I suppose I must eat," he thought, resigned to his fate. Chapter 17. Good night. After finishing the meal, Su Baizhou bid farewell to Sister Zhou, the proprietress, and returned to her dish of chopped pepper fish head. Luo Yi sat in the driver's seat, feeling a touch of anxiety. The date had come to an end, and he wondered if the senior harbored any fondness for him. "Let us head back to the faculty dormitory," Su Baizhou remarked nonchalantly. Her tolerance for alcohol was rather modest, however, on her first outing with a boy. She was determined not to overindulge. A bottle of plum wine posed no threat to her, merely leaving her with a slightly flushed complexion. Luo Yi observed the current state of the senior. Her demeanor remained aloof, though her delicate features were tinged with a hint of crimson. A mere glance from the corner of his eye sent his heart racing. She was truly ethereal, an undeniable beauty. By now, the evening rush had subsided, and traffic was relatively light. Moreover, the car marked with a conspicuous internship sign, coupled with its adorable, feminine design, likely deterred other vehicles from causing any trouble. Before long, they arrived at the faculty dormitory and parked in the lot. Upon exiting the vehicle, Su Baizhou picked up her bag and remarked, "Your phone has been buzzing incessantly since a while ago." At her words, Luo Yi retrieved his phone. He had been unable to check it while driving, and now noticed a flurry of messages from his roommates, who were frantic over his late return. They suspected he might have found a new romantic interest and abandoned them. The empty nesters. "My roommates are urging me to return home," he said, glancing around in surprise. "You live in the family building too, senior?" Upon hearing this, Su Baizhou hesitated for a moment, then nodded and replied coolly, "Yes, room 614. The room number felt vaguely familiar to Luo Yi, but he could not pinpoint why. He had only visited once and had not memorized Gu Mingxian's home address. After 2 weeks of military training, he had long forgotten it. Even if he were to visit Gu Mingxian's residence again, he would need to consult the address she had provided. Subsequently, Luo Yi waved goodbye to Su Baizhou but lingered for a moment to watch her ascend the stairs before departing. Arriving at the entrance of his dormitory, he hesitated to enter. He knew that once inside, Wang Dochu would inevitably compete with him for the plum wine. Therefore, he took a hearty swig at the door. It was sweet with a hint of tartness, quite delightful, yet it did not induce any sense of inebriation. After discarding the empty plum wine bottle into the nearby trash can, Luo Yi stepped into the dormitory. In an instant, he was surrounded by several roommates. Wang Dochui stood at the forefront, wide-eyed and demanding, "What happened? You better explain yourself to your three fathers." Shen Qiao chimed in with a grin. "A child who grows too big can no longer be kept." Luo Yi pushed past Wang Dochui and quickly returned to his desk, declaring, "Do you still want to level up?" "Absolutely," Wang Dochui exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. "However, today's novel has yet to be updated," prompting Luo Yi to decide to refresh his article for the day. Not far away, Wang Dochui observed Luo Yi typing away and, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Hey, kid. I've been meaning to ask you, you've been tapping on that keyboard since the first day of school, do you harbor some secret?" "I am a web novelist," Luo Yi said, wiping his nose with a handsome demeanor. Yet, this statement resonated differently in the ears of others. "What? You write adult literature?" Wang Dochui rushed over, peering intently at Luo Yi's draft. "Don't spout nonsense, writing that stuff is illegal." "It's fine, just write it privately for me," Wang Dochui's expression was lewd. "Get lost." Luo Yi resumed his writing. By the time he finished, his roommates had already succumbed to slumber, leaving only Shen Qiao, who was still engrossed in her phone, seemingly reading a novel. As Luo Yi prepared to climb into bed and remove his pants, he felt something in his pocket. Upon retrieving it, he was taken aback. Was this the car key belonging to the enchanting senior sister who made spiced fish head? Oh no, after getting out of the car, he had instinctively stuffed the key into his pocket. The senior sister was unfamiliar with her vehicle and had forgotten about the incident entirely. With this thought, Luo Yi contemplated messaging the enchanting senior sister but suddenly realized it was already 2 in the morning. He had unwittingly let time slip away. However, for a novelist, staying up late was hardly unusual. Was it appropriate to send a message at this hour? Luo Yi noted that after returning to his dormitory, he had not messaged the enchanting senior sister again. He lightly tapped his forehead, chiding himself, "You blockhead. You couldn't even muster a simple greeting for a girl when she got home." He had never pursued a girl before, during his 3 years in high school. He had merely harbored a secret crush, confessing only upon graduation, which led nowhere. As for the enchanting senior sister, Luo Yi was certain he had feelings for her. Although feeling smitten at first sight might be merely lustful attraction. Yet, such attraction is not inherently pejorative, it could very well signify a new beginning. After all, appreciating someone's appearance does not equate to valuing only their outward charm. The moment affection blossoms, every aspect of the other person's demeanor, virtues, and flaws falls within the realm of that affection. After messaging her, Luo Yi prepared to sleep, but to his surprise, she replied almost instantly. Su Baizhou texted, "I leave it with you, I don't drive often." In her teacher's apartment, a subtle smile graced Su Baizhou's lips. Was this akin to freeloading a chauffeur? She glanced around, the apartment was finally tidied up. With 3 bedrooms and a living room, the main bedroom was previously occupied by Gu Mingxian. Before his departure, he had stored his belongings in the secondary bedroom, renting the place to Su Baizhou and allowing her to reside in the master bedroom. For a girl, a more spacious room tends to evoke a sense of relaxation. The other vacant room was meant for Luo Yi, as intended by Gu Mingxian. However, since Su Baizhou had already moved in, whether Luo Yi could stay would depend on her willingness. She was a goddess-like campus belle, realistically aloof yet socially anxious online. In reality, Luo Yi is a somewhat shy individual, yet online, he can be described as someone who commands attention effortlessly. It seems that this juxtaposition is rather fitting. Luo Yi is a gaming prodigy and a moderately renowned web novelist, frequently engaging with others on the internet. "Good night, senior," he sent this message before closing his eyes, preparing to drift into slumber. However, he tossed and turned, unable to find rest, as he awaited a response from the enchanting senior, which eluded him. Meanwhile, Su Baizhou paused at the sight of this message. Good night. During her high school years, there was a boy who would say good night to her every day, yet she held no interest in him. At their graduation gathering, he confessed his feelings for her in front of everyone, only to be met with her immediate rejection. Feeling humiliated, he sought her out later that evening, attempting to coerce her into becoming his girlfriend, but Su Baizhou rebuffed him once more, severing all ties. In the aftermath, the boy, consumed by anger and embarrassment, spread rumors about Su Baizhou. Coupled with her beauty, which incited both admiration and envy, she swiftly earned a reputation among her peers as a girl of dubious character. It is a truth often observed in humanity: when confronted with imperfections, they yearn to mend them, yet when faced with perfection, they seek to dismantle it. Consequently, Su Baizhou developed an aversion to men, maintaining few female friendships and grappling with social anxiety online, until she relocated to a new city for her studies and gradually garnered the title of the Ice Goddess. As she glanced at her phone, Su Baizhou chose not to reply, casting it aside instead. She typed away at her keyboard, feeling somewhat agitated, sensing that something was amiss. In her mind, she envisioned Luo Yi, the boy, innocent and shy, who had once protected her even in the digital realm, perhaps unaware of his own gender, yet caring for her as a teammate. He was someone who could not tolerate bitter coffee. Surely, this boy must possess a sweetness of spirit. A particular phrase uttered by Gu Mingxian echoed in her thoughts: I asked you to look after my brother, you don't have any intentions towards him, do you? Su Baizhou felt a blush creep to her cheeks. Retrieving her phone, she opened the chat interface with Luo Yi and typed 2 words, good night. Chapter 18. A morning run. Upon receiving a response from the enchanting senior, Luo Yi's spirits soared. He soon succumbed to slumber. The following morning, Luo Yi awoke early. With an early class commencing at 8:30, he found himself roused at 7, disturbed by the commotion. Li Haoyang had donned his running shoes, exuding an air of readiness for a morning jog. Glancing over at the slumbering Wang Dochui and the equally awakened Shen Qiao, Luo Yi could not help but remark to Li Haoyang, Coach, you truly embody discipline. Indeed, would you care to join me? Li Haoyang extended the invitation. His physique was impressive, replete with well-defined muscles and a healthy sun-kissed complexion, reminiscent of a disciplined veteran. Recently, they had taken to calling Li Haoyang their fitness coach. Now that we are in college, I have no desire to partake in morning exercises, Shen Qiao muttered, turning over in a bid to reclaim her slumber. Luo Yi, however, contemplated his own identity as a web novelist. It was said that this profession could lead to numerous occupational ailments if one did not engage in regular exercise. Realizing this, he sprung upright. Wait for me, coach. The duo descended together, arriving at the playground where another figure awaited them. It was none other than the long-legged beauty, Liu Bingxin. Clad in shorts and a tank top, she showcased her fair, elongated legs, undeniably captivating. The snug tank top accentuated her figure, rendering her the center of attention for the scattered students jogging on the field. The combination of such a beauty alongside the robust Li Haoyang was indeed striking. Luo Yi trailed behind them, jogging alone. It appeared that Li Haoyang had made arrangements to run with Liu Bingxin, leaving Luo Yi as an unwitting third wheel. Had I known, I would have refrained from joining, he thought bitterly. As they ran side by side, Luo Yi could only forge ahead on his own. Among the crowd, another figure caught his eye, dressed in loose black attire. She wore a black cap, with her ponytail cascading from beneath it, swaying rhythmically with her movements. This silhouette seemed familiar. Lost in thought, he became distracted while running, leading to an unfortunate stumble. Having stayed up late and rarely exercising, he fell flat on the ground. The mishap drew the attention of many onlookers. Luo Yi felt his cheeks heat with embarrassment. How humiliating it was to fall in front of so many. As he prepared to rise, he noticed a hand extended towards him. Luo Yi was taken aback. How to describe this hand? Delicate as a flower bud, with skin as smooth as cream. Each finger was slender and graceful, resembling tender lotus roots. It was a beautiful hand. Instinctively, he lifted his gaze to find it belonged to the girl in black. Wait a moment, is that not the enchanting senior? With an expressionless demeanor, she regarded Luoyi and said coolly, "Aren't you going to get up?" At her words, Luoyi's face flushed deeper. How embarrassing to be seen in such a state by the enchanting senior. He placed his hand on hers and rose to his feet. Upon rising, he swiftly withdrew his hand, revealing a bashful expression. Although the senior's hand was soft and pleasant to touch, further contact would be impolite. Nevertheless, this simple physical interaction sent his heart racing, and the feeling of infatuation lingered. Su Baijiu momentarily froze, then lowered her heart slightly. After all, if others were to discover that Jiang University's belle had a habit of morning runs, it would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention, disrupting her peaceful routine. "Shall we go together?" Su Baijiu inquired with a faint tone. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the enchanting senior, like him, bore a pair of faint dark circles under her eyes. "All right," Luoyi murmured. Others on the playground noticed a figure resembling the campus beauty, Su Baijiu, but upon seeing her accompanied by a male, they shook their heads in disbelief. It was impossible for Su Baijiu to be with a man. Luoyi ran alongside the enchanting senior, maintaining an impassive expression. Why the stoic facade? Because he was pretending. In truth, he was suffering. On his first morning run, he was exhausted after just one lap. Yet, since the enchanting senior showed no signs of fatigue, it would be embarrassing for him to admit his weariness. However, no amount of pretense could deceive his body. Su Baijiu noticed the boy beside her was breathing increasingly heavily. Originally intending to run 6 laps, she halted after 3. She retrieved a towel from her small bag to wipe the sweat from her brow. Amid his heavy breathing, Luoyi inadvertently caught a glimpse of Su Baijiu at that moment. Sweat dampened her hair and droplets cascaded down her delicate collarbone. As she wiped her face with the towel, she slightly lifted her chin. The morning sun illuminated her profile, and a gentle breeze tousled her hair. Luoyi was momentarily entranced. So beautiful. He turned his head away, his cheeks flushed, reluctant to gaze any longer. Noticing this, Su Baijiu asked nonchalantly, "Is it beautiful?" "So beautiful," he stammered again. Why was he stuttering? Why not look if it was beautiful? Su Baijiu pressed further. At her inquiry, Luoyi hesitantly replied, "It's impolite." Upon hearing this response, a subtle smile graced Su Baijiu's lips. Suddenly, she noticed a wound on Luoyi's wrist. Bleeding slightly, likely from a recent fall. She took out a band-aid from her bag and instructed, "Extend your hand." "Huh? Extend your hand," she reiterated, her tone somewhat frosty. As if concealing something. Oh. Luoyi, confused, extended his hand, and Su Baijiu affixed a pink bear band-aid to his wrist. At that moment, he realized he had indeed sustained an injury. Such a trivial wound hardly warranted a band-aid, it seemed overly delicate. However, since it was applied by the enchanting senior, Luoyi felt an unexpected thrill, completely unashamed, even wishing to announce to the world that the senior had adorned him with a pink bear band-aid. Yet, he could only entertain such thoughts in silence. After affixing the band-aid, Su Baijiu turned and walked towards the cafeteria. A complex expression of indecision surfaced on Luoyi's face. At that moment, he was faced with 3 choices: to wait for Li Haoyang and share breakfast together, to dine alone, or to chase after the enchanting senior and shamelessly join her for a meal. He glanced towards the playground and noticed Li Haoyang still jogging alongside Lu Bingxin. Prompting him to shake his head in resignation, the first option was clearly impractical. As for the third choice, would that not be too presumptuous? Thus, he resolved to take the second option: he would eat by himself. The school boasted several cafeterias. The first cafeteria was situated beside the male dormitory, while the third was adjacent to the female dormitory. Su Baizhou made her way towards the third cafeteria, but Luo Yi headed in the direction of the first. When Su Baizhou looked back, she realized that Luo Yi was not following her but rather moving in the opposite direction. A moment of surprise washed over her, and inexplicably, she felt a sudden urge to head to the first cafeteria. It had indeed been quite a while since she last dined there. A rare visit would not be amiss. After all, the food at the first cafeteria was superior to that of the third. The staff there were more amiable, and the prices were more reasonable. A multitude of reasons flooded Su Baizhou's mind, making the idea of going to the first cafeteria seem entirely justified. With this thought, she turned around and began her journey towards the first cafeteria. Meanwhile, on the playground, Lu Bingxin and Li Haoyang had completed their run. Unable to contain her curiosity any longer, Lu Bingxin finally asked, "Class leader, was there a girl beside Luo Yi just now?" Upon hearing this, Li Haoyang looked perplexed. "Was there? I didn't notice." His attention had been entirely consumed by the run and Lu Bingxin. No matter how oblivious he might be, he was still a man. Lu Bingxin's allure was undeniably potent for any male. Chapter 19, Turning back. The first cafeteria was quite modest, merely a third the size of the third one. Aside from its affordability, it possessed no merits, and the food was notoriously unpalatable. Predominantly, it was frequented by male students, with only a few scattered girls occupying the corners, engaged in conversation while they dined. Despite its unimpressive reputation, the breakfast crowd was substantial, with nearly every table occupied. Luo Yi purchased 2 meat buns, a cup of soy milk, an egg, and a corn cake, then casually found a seat. Although another male student was also eating at the table, it posed no inconvenience, as the table could accommodate 6, and their positions were diagonally opposite, providing ample distance. Suddenly, over half the male patrons turned their attention towards the entrance. A strikingly tall and alluring woman clad in black attire entered, her beauty rendering the previously unappetizing meal appear as a culinary masterpiece. One male student, in a moment of distraction, devoured 2 buns at once. Wasn't he that Su Baizhou, the campus beauty of Jian University? What could possibly bring her to the first cafeteria? Luo Yi remained oblivious to the stir around him, taking a sip of his soy milk, only to find it oddly salty. Why was there salty soy milk in the south? He preferred it sweet. Su Baizhou casually selected her breakfast and, upon glancing back, realized every table was occupied. Though a few seats remained, they would necessitate sharing with male students. Soon, she spotted Luo Yi's table and, with purposeful strides, approached him. The air in her wake seemed to sweeten as she passed, and despite her lack of makeup, her ethereal beauty captivated all who beheld her. Luo Yi was momentarily taken aback as he noticed someone had seated themselves across from him. Raising his gaze in confusion, he was astonished to find it was the enchanting senior. What a serendipitous scene! His expression, previously marred by distaste for the salty soy milk, transformed as surprise and delight alternated across his features, ultimately favoring joy. The entire cafeteria mirrored his astonishment. What the heck? Why was he so fortunate? They were all men, all handsome like demigods, occupying tables with available seats nearby. What made him so lucky? Before long, the bashful male student timidly took a seat beside Su Baizhou. Observing this, she furrowed her brow, remaining silent. Luo Yi, unsure of what to say, felt the tension in the atmosphere rise uncomfortably. The icy demeanor of the goddess seemed to radiate, causing the boy beside her to squirm under an invisible weight. Even Luo Yi found himself lowering his gaze, reluctant to meet Su Baizhou's eyes at that moment. Quickly, the boy finished his meal and departed. He had hoped for a stroke of luck, to sit beside the campus beauty, but little did he know, not just anyone could sit next to the icy beauty. Luo Yi came to understand why the senior was often referred to as the ice goddess. With the boy's departure, Luo Yi exhaled in relief, the oppressive atmosphere dissipated. Regrettably, he had already finished his meal. He wiped his mouth and cautiously remarked, "Senior, I shall take my leave." "Not so fast," Su Baizhou replied coldly, "wait until I finish my meal." If Luo Yi departed at this moment, Would she not have to dine alone in the cafeteria? The food here was so unpalatable, how could she possibly eat? Embarrassed, Luo Yi offered a sheepish smile and remained seated, waiting for his senior to finish. A few minutes later, Su Baisho dabbed her mouth, glanced at Luo Yi, said nothing, and then exited the premises. This truly reflected the essence of the fairy-like senior. Luo Yi gazed at her retreating figure, his eyes unwavering. He had often found himself observing the silhouettes of others in such a manner. Throughout 3 years of unrequited love in high school, he had watched the girl he admired from afar, chasing her shadow yet never daring to approach, merely a silent observer. Even with the fairy-like senior, he had done the same. During their first encounter, he had watched her leave. At their first gathering in the dormitory, he had chanced upon her, once again fixated on her silhouette. On their first date, as he escorted her to the parking lot of the faculty apartments, he had continued to watch her retreating form. And even now, he could do nothing but silently observe, guarding her from a distance. He was uncertain of what was amiss, a vague sentiment gnawing at his heart. Until, just as Su Baisho was about to exit the cafeteria, she suddenly halted. Slightly turning her head, she glanced in Luo Yi's direction. Noticing his dazed expression, a faint smile graced her lips before she departed. That smile ignited a flurry of excitement among all the boys in the cafeteria. The ice goddess smiled at me. It was undeniably directed at me. Nonsense. Look at yourself before you boast. What did you say? I am the Pen Yuan of Jiangcheng. Well, I am the Wu Yanzu of Jiangcheng. Enough already, I have something to say as the most romantic in Jiangcheng. The crowd erupted into chatter. Yet only Luo Yi could discern that the fairy-like senior's smile was intended for him. At last, he comprehended what had been missing all along. It was the act of turning back. It was the journey of chasing her silhouette where she could glance back and see that someone had always been there behind her. The connection transformed from a one-sided pursuit into a mutual acknowledgement. What are you doing? A sudden voice shattered Luo Yi's reverie. He looked up to find Li Haoyang, accompanied by Lu Bingxin. They had just finished their morning run and had come to the cafeteria for a meal. The fact that a girl would accompany a boy to the cafeteria near the boys' dormitory indicated that the coach had been completely charmed by her sincerity. However, the thought of Lu Bingxin's roommate Bingtang Enki made Luo Yi feel somewhat awkward. I wasn't doing anything. By the way, class is about to start, so I'll head back to fetch my textbooks. Let me grab yours as well, Luo Yi stated. All right, remember to wake up the Chue. Li Haoyang chuckled before he and Lu Bingxin proceeded to buy their meals. It appears that the earnest and honest Li Haoyang is on the cusp of a romantic connection with the long-legged loli Lu Bingxin. They merely lack a catalyst to ignite their relationship. Upon reflection, it has only been half a month since the military training commenced. And now we find ourselves in the second week of classes, which amounts to less than a month. How swiftly things are progressing. Upon returning to the dormitory, Luo Yi discovered that Shen Qiao had already gone ahead to secure a seat in the classroom, leaving only Wang Doqi still soundly asleep. Today is Monday, the day with the most classes, commonly referred to as Hell Monday. Luo Yi took out his phone, cranked the volume to its maximum, and played GNI Tai Mei, placing it beside Wang Doqi's pillow. At the moment the music began to play, Wang Doqi shot awake, leaping out of bed, and instinctively retrieved a basketball from beneath the bed, performing a spontaneous dance reminiscent of a divine ceremony. Moments later, as clarity returned, he spotted Luo Yi and grinned broadly, exclaiming, "Hey, I just dreamt that I was performing on stage alongside my beloved pigeon." Understanding the situation, Luo Yi replied, "Go ahead and have fun." He then silenced the music on his phone, picked up the textbook he shared with Li Haoyang, and remarked, "There are only 15 minutes until class starts. If you don't freshen up, be prepared to face failing." Upon hearing this, Wang Doqi's expression shifted dramatically, and he hurriedly responded, "No worries. Your brother Doqi will slide right into the classroom in no time." Chapter 20, Club Recruitment. During lunchtime, Luo Yi and his 3 companions arrived at the third cafeteria. their faces etched with fatigue. They had endured 2 lengthy classes from 8:30 to 11:50 in the morning, with no respite before their afternoon lectures commenced at 2. Indeed, Monday was a formidable day, living up to its reputation as the most arduous of the week. The culinary offerings at the third cafeteria far surpassed those of the first, not only in taste but also in ambience, having been transformed into a trendy eatery. Moreover, the third cafeteria boasted 2 floors, making it 3 times larger than its counterpart. Wang Dazui and Li Haoyang devoured their meals with the voracity of gluttons. Eating with enthusiasm is crucial, otherwise, your mindset may be amiss, Wang Dazui quipped. By the way, coach, male idol, wild child, the club sign-ups are about to begin. Which clubs are you all considering? He suddenly inquired. I have no intention of joining a club, Shen Qiao replied, shaking his head. I, on the other hand, I'm keen on joining a sports club, a fitness club would be ideal, Li Haoyang said earnestly. As for Luo Yi, he remained undecided, stating, I don't know. I shall leave it to fate. Witnessing the nonchalant demeanor of his friends, Wang Dazui adopted a look of disappointment, solemnly reminding them, my dear children, I must emphasize the importance of earning credits. Participating in club activities is an efficient way to accumulate them. Upon hearing this, Shen Qiao regarded him with a bemused smile and retorted, have you lost track of your own standing? Would you like to watch the video again? It must be a fabrication. We are all studying computer science, creating a video is a trivial task, right? You ungrateful child, how dare you frame your father? Dad. Suddenly, Shen Qiao pulled out his phone, revealing a video in which Wang Dazui's voice boomed, calling out Dad. He had even set it as his alarm tone, which rang at 8 o'clock every morning in their dormitory. Shen Qiao. For the next 4 years, I shall be your adversary. Luo Yi and Li Haoyang erupted with laughter. We have 3 days to sign up for clubs, since we are busy today, let us go check them out together tomorrow, Li Haoyang suggested. Each club had set up a registration point along the school's pathways, promoting their advantages and inviting newcomers to join. You all go, I shall pass, Shen Qiao declared, his face betraying disinterest. Interestingly, during this period, he had gained notoriety at Jiang University. Among the new students was a fresh-faced beauty named Tang Enki. But with Su Baizhou around, Tang could only claim the title of the new student beauty, not the campus belle. Among the boys, there was a strikingly handsome male idol. None other than Shen Qiao. The celebrity of room 515, he possessed the physique and looks of a youthful heartthrob, captivating countless young women. Although Shen Qiao was not particularly aloof, he could be described as somewhat reclusive. Aside from his 3 dorm mates, he hardly knew anyone, even among his classmates. Let us see which club has the most attractive girls tomorrow, Wang Dazui exclaimed with enthusiasm. It seemed every dorm had its fair share of lecherous individuals. He needn't speak for his intentions, his expressions spoke volumes. Yet, he only dared to indulge in such thoughts within the confines of the dormitory, transforming into a paragon of virtue the moment he stepped outside. Time swiftly transitioned to the afternoon of the following day. It was the 2nd day of the club recruitment. And remarkably, the computer science major had no classes. The trio wandered through the bustling recruitment area, mesmerized by the dazzling array of club performances. Wang Dochui's eyes were wide with astonishment, particularly at the dance and anime clubs. Without hesitation, he rushed to the side of a cosplayer portraying Asuna and earnestly exclaimed, "Beautiful lady, may I join the anime club?" "Of course. The anime club always welcomes juniors," Kasuna replied with a gentle demeanor, instantly drawing Wang Dochui into a realm of enchantment. Subsequently, within the anime club's space, a group of senior cosplayers began performing a popular dance. Wang Dochui blended in. And though he wasn't dressed in cosplay, his exceptional dancing skills outshone all the members of the anime club. A prodigy. Wang Dochui was nothing short of a genius since the inception of the anime club. Luo Yi and Li Haoyang exchanged bewildered glances at this spectacle. Only they, his roommates, knew that Wang Dochui was no genius, he was merely an otaku and, furthermore, a social butterfly. Li Haoyang made his way to the Fitness Enthusiasts Association. While Luo Yi approached the Literary Society. The recruitment points for the Literary Society and the Magazine Club were adjacent to each other. And as Luo Yi stood in the middle, the recruitment sisters on both sides lit up with excitement. What a strikingly handsome young man. The sisters from the Magazine Club and the Literary Society flanked Luo Yi, eyeing each other as if standing atop two mountains. Prepared for a duel that will astound the world. An invisible pressure enveloped Luo Yi. Should he have come here? Suddenly, both sisters stepped forward simultaneously. Each seizing one of his arms. Junior. Join the Magazine Club. No. Join the Literary Society. Upon hearing each other's voices, they glared at one another, their expressions fierce. And began to argue vehemently. The last junior was snatched away by your Magazine Club, this one belongs to us in the Literary Society. What kind of logic is that? Shouldn't the recruitment be first come, first served? Our Magazine Club is more formidable than your Literary Society, isn't it only natural for him to join us? Our Literary Society is the premier club at Jiangda, you are just an imposter. The surging waves of the Yangtze River push the previous waves away. Though your Magazine Club was established later, it is undeniably more impressive. What did you say? The Magazine Club surpasses the Literary Society. If you disagree, let us settle it. The next issue of the school newspaper will surely have a higher approval rating for our Magazine Club. These two similar clubs fiercely competed for the monthly funding allotted to them by the school, resulting in intense rivalry. Caught in the middle, Luo Yi felt utterly lost. Just then, a figure slowly approached. What are you doing? Upon hearing this voice, the Magazine Club and Literary Society sisters' expressions changed dramatically. And they quickly transformed into compliant little girls. They released Luo Yi's arms, bowed their heads, and spoke softly, as if they were children caught misbehaving. Sister Su. Though they were sophomores, Su Baizhou was already a junior and the president of the student council. She was indeed their superior. During the club recruitment, the competition for new students was strictly prohibited. Apologies, Senior Su, we understand, the two girls replied as they retreated back to their respective clubs. Yet, they were reluctant to relinquish such a dashing junior. Where do you wish to go? Su Baizhou inquired softly, gazing at Luo Yi. I haven't decided yet. I merely came to take a look. As a web fiction author, he intended to explore the literary club first. However, upon his arrival, he was taken aback by the enthusiasm of the two clubs. Senior, are you here to maintain order? Luo Yi asked. No, I am here for club recruitment. Su Baizhou replied nonchalantly. I am the president of the Hanfu Club. With that, she gracefully maneuvered past Luo Yi and made her way to the recruitment point of the Hanfu Club. Cradling a vibrant red Hanfu in her arms, likely a result of her hurried schedule, as she had yet to don it. Chapter 21, Uncommon Affection upon noticing the enchanting senior. Su Baizhou, entering the Hanfu Society, Luo Yi found himself unable to resist the urge to approach the entrance. The seniors from the literature and magazine societies, witnessing this scene, displayed expressions of disappointment. Alas, in the presence of Su Baizhou's captivating allure, their efforts seemed utterly futile, rendering them devoid of any competitive edge. The Hanfu Society was indeed cunning to have Su Baizhou at its helm. However, in the next moment, a similarly beautiful young lady passed by, Tang Enki, the new campus belle. The two seniors' eyes lit up, but before they could react, several tall boys rushed forward. Greetings, I am Ma Baoguo, the president of the Martial Arts Association. I see potential in your extraordinary physique, would you be interested in joining my tutelage? Step aside. What does your Martial Arts Association offer? A boy interjected. Hello. I am Wang Chaoyang, known as the Winter Swimming Pigeon. Join my swimming team and let us revel in the waters together. Disgraceful, utterly disgraceful. I, Qiao Dan, refuse to yield. My basketball team is in need of a manager. Who do you think you are, Qiao Dan? I am Meishi. And my football team seeks a football darling. If you join us, we will elevate you to the heavens. The competitive spirit surrounding the new campus belle was undeniably fierce. The enthusiasm of the boys seemed to rival that of the girls. In their eyes, Tang Enki was a most coveted prize. Nearby, the long-legged lowly Liu Bingxin, although not as striking as Tang Enki, also drew considerable attention. At that moment, a petite girl, slightly over 5 feet tall, passed by and was astonished by the scene before her. She glanced left and right, finally spotting a familiar figure. She dashed over, tapped Luo Yi on the back, placed her hands on her hips, and, resembling a miniature adult, exclaimed in frustration, "Luo Yi, why haven't you responded to my messages?" Upon hearing this, Luo Yi turned around and, upon seeing her, displayed an expression of exasperation. It was Su Xiaojia, his fellow townsfolk, known for her incessant chatter. "What are you doing here?" Luo Yi feigned surprise. "I'm a freshman too. Why shouldn't I be here?" Su Xiaojia retorted indignantly. She then looked around curiously and inquired, "Where's the class monitor?" "You mean the coach? He's at the Fitness Enthusiasts Association." "Wow, I want to go too." With that, Su Xiaojia dashed towards the Fitness Enthusiasts Association, seemingly intrigued by Li Haoyang. However, with the long-legged loli having already captured the coach's attention, it appeared that this little one had little chance. Though Su Xiaojia was undeniably cute, her appeal to the boys was limited, as she resembled a child both in stature and charm. Luo Ye's focus remained on the Hanfu Society, where Su Baizhou had just emerged from a nearby restroom. Adorned in exquisite Hanfu, dressed in a flowing red robe, she appeared as if a celestial being had descended upon the earth, breathtakingly alluring yet entirely untouchable, as though she had stepped out of a painting. Luo Yi silently stood by as the Hanfu Society's performance commenced, with Su Baizhou taking center stage, flanked by 4 senior girls, as they began to dance a traditional style. Elegant, dignified, gentle, yet imbued with a touch of solemnity. However, if it were not for Su Baizhou's presence, the audience for this dance would have been scant. Not everyone possesses the ability to appreciate the beauty of Hanfu and the profound essence of classical dance. Once the performance concluded, Su Baizhou prepared to depart. The welcoming activities were to be managed by the vice president of the Hanfu Society, as she had other matters to attend to. At that moment, Qin Yuan approached, making her way toward Su Baizhou. Noticing her, Luo Yi waved his hand, calling out, "Senior Qin." Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan appeared puzzled, while Su Baizhou's expression subtly changed. The former inquired, "Huh? Were you calling me?" She glanced at Luo Yi, her brow furrowing in recognition. "Oh, I remember now. You're that younger student from the military training who appeared on the confession wall." Just as she finished speaking, Su Baizhou suddenly grasped her hand and hurriedly left. Qin Yuan, taken aback, asked as they walked, "What's going on? Is it the end of the world?" "Indeed, it felt like the end of the world, we must flee." Su Baizhou rarely indulged in such jest, but in her urgency, she found herself echoing Qin Yuan's words. Luo Yi scratched his head, utterly befuddled. What transpired? Why were Senior Su and Senior Qin in such a haste? However, once the two had departed, Luo Yi felt somewhat at ease and less restrained. He approached the recruitment booth of the Hanfu Society and inquired, "Senior, may I join the Hanfu Society?" The vice president, a young man who appeared quite amiable, responded, "Oh, a handsome young lad. Of course, you can." At his words, Luo Yi was momentarily taken aback. Something felt amiss. This individual exuded a rather effeminate demeanor. The way he looked at Luo Yi made the latter take a step back. Yet, thinking of the enchanting senior in this society, he stepped forward, steeling himself, and declared, "I wish to register." "Young lad, just a reminder, if you are here for senior show, it's unnecessary, as she will soon graduate and leave the society," the senior cautioned. Both the student council and various clubs would undergo a transition as second-year students took over. "No, I genuinely admire Hanfu," Luo Yi asserted with conviction. "Is that so?" The senior cast a sly glance at Luo Yi before delicately inscribing his name on the registration list, saying, "Join the group, you'll be notified of the first meeting." All right. Luo Yi registered for the Honfu Society, concluding his day's endeavors. Meanwhile, Tang Enki and Liu Bingxin finally escaped from a throng of boys and arrived at the Honfu Society as well. "How beautiful!" Tang Enki exclaimed. "Indeed, Chi-Chi. Shall we join the Honfu Society?" Liu Bingxin expressed her interest. "The Honfu Society sounds wonderful," they said as they approached the society's entrance. Previously, the senior was sipping tea with an elegant pose, but upon the arrival of two lovely ladies, he furrowed his brow and remarked with a neutral expression, "Ladies, are you interested in joining the Honfu Society?" Tang Enki nodded in response. "Unfortunately, we are at full capacity. Perhaps you may consider returning next year." Hearing this, Liu Bingxin inquired with confusion, "Is it possible for second-year students to join a club?" "Not at all. Isn't that rather unreasonable?" Liu Bingxin frowned in protest. "I sincerely apologize, Junior. Our society has reached its limit due to an overwhelming number of applicants, far exceeding our budget." Faced with such a rejection, Liu Bingxin, despite her frustration, could only depart alongside Tang Enki from the Honfu Society to contemplate other clubs. After their departure, a girl approached the vice president of the Honfu Society and questioned, "Liu Zhonglai, we are indeed at capacity, yet how was that individual named Luoya granted an exception?" Well, Liu Zhonglai revealed an elegant demeanor, recalling the hurried departure of Su Baizhou. He smiled softly, adding, "I believe that Shuzhou Senior holds a special regard for him." Chapter 22, The Arrival of Chicken Soup. I, Wang Dochui of the Anime Club. I, Li Haoyang of the Fitness Enthusiasts Association. I, Luoya of the Honfu Society. In dormitory 515, the three of us solemnly declared our achievements of the day, then turned in unison to look at Shen Qiao, who sat on the bed. Shen Qiao replied, rather speechlessly, "I, an unemployed drifter, Shen Qiao." After this topic concluded, Wang Dochui excitedly exclaimed, "Let us team up for gaming. Come on. Log in." On the third day of the club recruitment, the Honfu Society had ceased its welcoming activities. New members would participate in a gathering. And due to the overwhelming number of participants in the Honfu Society, the event was sure to be quite lively. It was only a matter of time before Lu Zhong would become the new president of the Honfu Society. On Friday evening, Luoya stood at the school gate, waiting for a taxi. The gathering for new members of the Honfu Society was set for Saturday, where members would have the opportunity to become acquainted with one another. Given that it was a gathering for the Honfu Society, wearing Honfu would indeed be more appropriate, so today he intended to purchase a set. Moreover, there were over 300 new members who had joined the Honfu Society's group, which was indeed quite a lot. However, most of these individuals were not attracted by a genuine love for Honfu, but rather simply because Su Baizhou was part of this club. Luoya was no exception. Yet, his distinction lay in the fact that he had come to appreciate Honfu because Su Baizhou adored it. However, the first gathering also had an unspoken rule. Those who did not attend would generally be removed from the group, and ultimately, only a little over 40 people signed up for the event. Luoye. Suddenly, a female voice called from behind him. Turning around, Luoya found himself face to face with Liu Bingjing and Tang Enki. It was Liu Bingjing who had called out to him. Luoya greeted her and inquired, "Lu, aren't you going to work out with the coach today?" At this hour, she had indeed gone to the gym. Liu Bingjing smiled and then glanced at Tang Enki before teasingly addressing Luoya, "You too, aren't you fond of my friend Enki?" "What? Have you changed your heart upon entering university?" Upon hearing this, Luoya looked at Tang Enki. She had not changed, she was just as she had always been. Yet Luoya no longer felt the same way he once did. He smiled softly and replied, "In my youth, I was naive, now I simply aspire to be a good person." Oh. Liu Bingjing and Tang Enki exchanged puzzled glances. However, soon after, Tang Enki chuckled lightly and said, It doesn't really matter, Luoya and I have never been together, and whether he still likes me is entirely his choice. Upon uttering those words, Luoya remained relatively unaffected, leaving Tang Enki momentarily taken aback. For some reason, she felt a strange sensation in her heart. She had promised Luoya that as long as she was accepted into Zhongcheng University, she would be with him. Yet, she had not fulfilled that promise. University was far too exhilarating, filled with many outstanding young men, and upon her arrival, Tang Enki had always felt that she was about to encounter a broader world. Amidst a flurry of blossoms, captivating yet bewildering, one often overlooks the treasures that lie within reach when confronted with the unknown. Upon reflection, it becomes evident that the young man, whose gaze was once filled with admiration for her, has faded from sight. Shortly thereafter, a taxi arrived for Luoya, who opened the door and cheerfully bid farewell to the two ladies. Liu Bingxin waved her hand, and as the taxi disappeared from view, she turned to Tang Enki, sighed, and remarked, "Chichi, I find Luoya quite charming. Why did you never accept his advances?" In response, Tang Enki smiled with a hint of resignation, saying, "I have always believed that I might encounter someone even more remarkable. However, it is only upon arriving here that I realize waiting for a better person may lead to an endless wait. In this life, it is already a rarity to meet someone who genuinely cherishes us." Liu Bingxin, taken aback, exclaimed, "Chichi, how have you suddenly attained such profound understanding?" Tang Enki explained, "I recently read a romantic novel by Luo Yiguo Zhen, and I found myself identifying with the protagonist, which illuminated many truths for me." As she gazed at the vanishing silhouette of the taxi, a subtle smile graced her lips, and she mused, "I wonder what the outcome would be if I pursued him." "What? Chichi, you are the new campus belle, are you considering taking the initiative?" Liu Bingxin inquired. "I'm not sure." Tang Enki hesitated. In matters of the heart, each individual is on a journey of growth. Missed opportunities may evoke regret, but they are not faults. Liu Bingxin chuckled and encouraged, "If you like him, go for it. Just like me with Hao Yang, if it doesn't work out, we can part ways later." "Of Bing Bing. I cannot fully agree with that," Tang Enki replied playfully. The two girls laughed together, sharing a light-hearted moment. Meanwhile, Luoya arrived at a traditional Honfu shop, perusing the selection. The availability of men's Honfu was limited, as the majority of the garments were designed for women. After trying on several outfits and capturing photos to send to his senior, he messaged, "Senior, which one do you find most appealing?" In the faculty apartment, Su Baizhou received the message and attentively examined each photograph before responding, "Not bad. The light blue one is particularly lovely." Luoya replied, "You have a discerning eye. That's the one." He gleefully purchased the Honfu, returning to his dormitory with the new attire, which cost 12.99, an amount substantial for a student. Yet for Luoya, it was inconsequential, as it would be deducted from his earnings. As Su Baizhou viewed the photos Luoya sent, her thoughts turned to the upcoming club gathering. Initially, she had no intention of attending, but now, she took out her phone and sent a message to Lu Jiang, "I will be attending tomorrow's gathering, please remember to account for one more spot." After sending the message, Su Baizhou entered the bathroom, shedding her clothing, and stood before the mirror, contemplating her reflection. Her skin resembled the finest cream, her figure was flawless, and the exquisite contours of her collarbones appeared akin to a work of art, captivating all who beheld them. Beneath those collarbones lay even more breathtaking vistas. She gently caressed her face, reflecting on her recent behavior, and couldn't help but murmur, "Have I become bewitched?" After her bath, Su Baizhou donned her pajamas and reclined on her bed, her expression blank as she gazed at the ceiling. Having resided in this room for nearly a month, it was now infused with Su Baizhou's unique fragrance, though she herself could not perceive it. Before long, her phone chimed with a message from Luo Yi. "Senior, you must have been busy all day. Get some rest early tonight. Good night." During this time, Luo Yi had taken to exchanging good nights and good mornings with Su Baizhou daily, and their relationship had evolved into a more amiable one. They had reached a point where they could greet each other casually when they chanced upon one another at school. Gradually nurturing their bond was akin to progressing through a level in a game, cultivating their feelings and creating a myriad of future memories. Upon reading the message, Su Baizhou replied, "Good night." Naturally, she had work to attend to online that night, a part-time job where she accepted orders. It had been ages since she had fallen asleep before midnight. The earliest she managed was 1 o'clock, and the latest would stretch into the dawn. This night, she persevered until 4 in the morning to complete her tasks, earning a commission of 150 yuan. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the door, causing Su Baizhou to feel a twinge of confusion and her nerves to tighten. Who would be knocking at this hour? It was 4 in the morning, and no one knew she resided here. But in the next moment, her puzzlement was dispelled. "Hello, delivery from Little Yellow Man." Upon hearing this, Su Baizhou made her way to the living room and approached the door, peering through the peephole to confirm that it was indeed a delivery. She replied coolly, "I did not order any takeout. The recipient is Mr. Luo." "Mr. Luo? Luo Yi." Su Baizhou remained cautious and refrained from opening the door, contemplating whether to inquire of Luo Yi. Yet, he had already anticipated her thoughts and sent her a message. "Senior, I see those heavy dark circles under your eyes. You must be burning the midnight oil. I brought you some comforting chicken soup. Your health is paramount." Luo Yi added, "If you've already drifted off, you can heat it up for breakfast upon waking." Su Baizhou paused momentarily upon reading this. She opened the door, gazing at the delivery person as they handed her the chicken soup, her expression momentarily lost in thought. Chapter 23, It turns out to be the senior once again. The weekend has arrived, coinciding with the end of the month at the onset of the new academic term. As September draws to a close, this weekend marks the threshold to a brief interlude. After just 3 more days of classes, a delightful 7-day holiday awaits. Many couples navigating the delicate waters of romance will seize this opportunity to solidify their relationships, embarking on adventures together far from home, where hotel accommodations beckon, an understanding shared among the initiated. Alternatively, some may retreat to their respective abodes, embarking on a fleeting long-distance romance, only to reunite with the fervor of newlyweds after a week apart. Take Li Haoyang, for instance. Today, he dons a new outfit, having arranged a date with Lu Bingxin, and has meticulously planned his confession of affection. Meanwhile, Wang Dochu laments, tears streaming down his face, bemoaning the loss of yet another beautiful woman, lamenting his inability to provide a home for every girl. He claps Li Haoyang on the shoulder and solemnly declares, "Coach, listen to me, take good care of Bingxin. If you dare to treat her poorly, I shall disown you as my son." Li Haoyang, scratching his head and grinning foolishly, inquires, "Brother Chue, do you think I look handsome today?" "Handsome, my foot." Wang Dochui retorts, indignation rising within him. At that moment, Shen Qiao peeks out from the bed and asks, "So, Brother Chue, do you have a chance with the stunning Tang?" "Of course. There must be a chance, you know the charm of your brother," Wang Dochui boasts, thumping his chest with confidence. Yet, Tang Enki remains indifferent to his advances. He had attempted to ask her out this weekend, only to be gracefully rebuffed with the explanation that she already had other plans. Alas! Must the dashing Wang Dochu once again find himself alone with these 2 companions this weekend? Does no one recognize his allure? Suddenly, his expression shifts as he spots Luo Yi, who is slinging a backpack over his shoulder. Unable to resist, he queries, "What are you up to, you rascal? Did you sneak away last weekend only to attempt the same trick again?" "I'm going to the Honfu Society gathering. I've packed my Honfu in my bag since I wasn't sure if it was required for the event," Luo Yi replies. Hearing this, Wang Dochui breathes a sigh of relief. As long as it's not about pursuing girls, he can bear the sting of his own failures. But the triumphs of friends are truly hard to bear. "Coach, if your confession succeeds, you shall be expelled from 515, if it fails, you shall still be my son." Li Haoyang chuckles at Wang Dochu's words before turning to leave the dormitory. Suddenly, Wang Dochu steps forward and exclaims, "Coach." His gaze resembles that of a concerned father watching his son marry into another family. "If you return with anything less than good news, I shall be even more distressed." "How sentimental," Shen Qiao remarks, rolling her eyes. Luo Yi nods in agreement. With Li Haoyang's departure, only the solitary figure of Wang Dochu remains, his silhouette fading into the distance. The wind howls coldly by the Yi River, or a brave soul departs, never to return. Such poetic musings linger in the air. With their plans set for the weekend, after Luo Yi leaves, only Shen Qiao and Wang Dochu remain in the 515 dormitory. One lounges lazily, often succumbing to slumber, while the other, regardless of day or night, immerses himself in gaming, yet, alas, his skills leave much to be desired. After Luo Yi stepped outside, he received a message from Su Baizhou. He changed her contact name to Fairy Senior Sister. "Fairy Senior Sister, my car keys are still with you." Upon this reminder, Luo Yi suddenly recalled the matter, realizing he had nearly forgotten it. Shortly thereafter, Su Baizhou sent another message. "Fairy Senior Sister, come to the teacher's dormitory. I will send you the address for the gathering." Upon reading this message, Luo Yi was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped her intention. The Fairy Senior Sister wanted him to drive her. An exhilarating sense of fulfillment surged within him, akin to a burst of adrenaline, as his once empty heart was flooded with emotion, radiating an aura of joy. He made his way to the teacher's dormitory and arrived at the parking lot, where Su Baizhou was already standing by the car. Dressed in a flowing red hanfu, she stood gracefully beside the incongruous pink chopped chili fish head, exuding an elegant demeanor. Su Baizhou's figure and appearance complemented any attire, and in this particular red hanfu, she resembled a classical beauty stepping out from a painting. She captivated attention like an ancient young lady confined to her home. Noticing Luo Yi in casual wear, Su Baizhou's brow subtly furrowed. "This fellow. Why is he not wearing hanfu?" Luo Yi, aware of her gaze, shyly stammered, I was carrying a backpack." "Ugh. Why does this clumsy mouth start stuttering again?" "Change," Su Baizhou replied nonchalantly. "Huh. Here." Luo Yi glanced around, somewhat incredulous. "It's still early, let's go home to change." "Home?" A look of confusion crossed Luo Yi's face. "Yes," Su Baizhou nodded nonchalantly. She had initially intended to suggest changing at her place, but upon recalling that Gu Mingxian was this junior's brother, she hesitated to say it. It wasn't truly her home, if anything, it belonged to Luo Yi. However, mentioning your home was even more difficult to articulate. Thus, she opted for a more ambiguous phrasing. Yet, it seemed that no matter how she phrased it, misunderstandings were easily born. Luo Yi understood but refrained from jesting about it, his curiosity piqued regarding why the Fairy Senior Sister would directly mention home. He had not yet become so narcissistic as to think that she regarded him as family. His affection for the Fairy Senior Sister did not grant him the liberty to make jokes reserved for couples before they were officially together. At that moment, Luo Yi was unaware that the person who had initially landed him in trouble was Su Baizhou and that she was the tenant of that very apartment. "Follow me," Su Baizhou said, not pondering further. She took a step forward and began to lead the way. Building 5, Unit 4, Room 614. Upon arriving at the doorstep of 614, Luo Yi suddenly felt a flicker of familiarity. When the number 614 was mentioned, he had not reacted much. But standing before the door now, memories began to resurface. "Senior Sister, you." Luo Yi stumbled over his words, while Su Baizhou was also momentarily taken aback. Is he still unaware that he is renting a room in Gu Mingxuan's residence? In the early hours of today, Luo Yi ordered her takeout, and she assumed he was aware. The thought that the junior, before the start of the semester, had been taken to the police station by her made even the Ice Queen reveal a hint of embarrassment. Fortunately, Luo Yi did not inquire further. Both were acutely aware of the unspoken understanding, and neither mentioned the past. An indescribable atmosphere hung in the air, Upon opening the door, Su Baizhou did not enter but gestured inside, saying, "That is my room, the other two are for Professor Gu's belongings, and the last one is reserved for you." "I understand, senior," Luoya replied, his body slightly stiff. As he stepped into the room, Luoya finally realized that this was indeed Gu Mingxuan's house, where he had been unexpectedly arrested by the police, bewildered and proclaiming his innocence, yet no one paid him any heed. He never anticipated that the day before the semester began, it was the fairy senior who had sent him in. Gu Mingxian had actually rented his home to the fairy senior. It turned out that he had already had this encounter with her prior to the start of the semester. Luoya walked into the room his cousin had left for him and began to change into a Honfu. Chapter 24, a Honfu Tea Party. As Luo Yi changed his attire, he suddenly stumbled upon a startling realization. This garment, he was utterly incapable of donning it himself. Just yesterday, it was the shop attendant who assisted him. And his visit to the Honfu Club was solely due to the enchanting senior who belonged to that very society. He had never truly worn such traditional clothing before. And a wave of embarrassment washed over him at the thought of being unable to wear the attire of his ancestors. Especially the sash. This must be the sash, right? Luo Yi timidly opened the door to his room and spoke, "Senior." Before he could finish his sentence, Su Baizhou had already discerned his intention. Unable to wear it? Indeed. Observing the situation, Su Baizhou stepped into the room. Though Luo Yi struggled with the attire, he managed to put it on adequately, ensuring that he did not reveal too much skin. The Honfu was predominantly white, adorned with numerous blue patterns and designs that drew the eye towards the azure hues. With delicate fingers, Su Baizhou assisted Luo Yi in adjusting the garment, occasionally brushing against him. He was too shy to utter a word, his heart racing and breaths becoming somewhat hurried. In truth, Su Baizhou felt a twinge of nervousness as well, yet she masked it effortlessly, rendering her emotions undetectable. Thus, the two remained in silence as they completed Luo Yi's attire. Luo Yi had prepared thoroughly, even acquiring a wig. Once adorned with the wig, his entire demeanor transformed, as if he had become a different person altogether. A refined gentleman. Akin to a cultured scholar, his youthful visage was pristine, with eyes seemingly harboring a myriad of stars. Luo Yi then retrieved a folding fan from his bag, twirling around gracefully before flicking the fan open, striking a pose with a subtle smile. "Miss Su, after you." Su Baizhou paused for a moment, then replied with a stoic expression, "Please." The instant Luo Yi donned the Honfu, he felt that speaking casually would tarnish his image, prompting him to adopt a more dignified demeanor. Su Baizhou, however, did not need to alter her behavior, she was naturally poised. Yet, as they settled into the small pink vehicle, all semblance of grace was nearly obliterated. Two strikingly attractive individuals clad in Honfu occupied the tiny car. As the engine roared to life, Luo Yi cleared his throat and commanded, "Drive." Su Baizhou raised an eyebrow. "Huh? Apologies, I couldn't help myself," he chuckled sheepishly. The vehicle, dubbed the chopped pepper fish head, sped along, swiftly arriving at the gathering venue. The Honfu Club's meeting promised to be extraordinary. This was a tea party, where the offerings were devoid of greasy aromas, emphasizing a light and delicate fare. The attendees, resembling ancient scholars, either engaged in poetic recitations over tea or reveled in merriment with drinks. Naturally, the beverages were all homemade, possessing a low alcohol content that rendered intoxication unlikely. Even those with a low tolerance could partake in tea. At the tea gathering, Lu Jiong sat gracefully on a bench. Although a boy, his demeanor was more elegant than that of many girls. A circle of young women surrounded him, not in a lovesick manner, but rather treating him as an equal. "Oh, my dear juniors, your enthusiasm is overwhelming. I shall now commence roll call." Su Baizhou. The first name mentioned was that of their president. Yet it was absent from the roll call. Lu Zhonglai appeared unfazed. Su Baizhou was often preoccupied and frequently missed club activities, so he promptly bypassed her name and continued with the attendance. Until Luo Yi, There was no reply. Luo Yi. Still, no response. Once the roll was completed, Lu Zhonglai realized that only Su Baizhou and Luo Yi were missing from those who had signed up for the gathering. Soon, his expression altered: confusion, surprise, joy, and excitement. Could it be that our esteemed senior, Baizhou, had finally found romance? With this thought, Lu Zhonglai's face softened with satisfaction. As a fellow companion to the girls, he regretted not being a woman himself. Were he a woman, and possessed the beauty of Su Baizhou, he would surely have throngs of admirers. Upon arriving at the Hanfu Club and beholding Su Baizhou's unparalleled beauty, Lu Zhonglai's initial reaction was not desire, but envy. Such a stunning visage deserved the role of a youthful heroine on campus. However, Su Baizhou had never engaged in romantic affairs. In fact, she scarcely recognized boys. At last, it seemed there was a glimmer of hope. The tea gathering was about to commence, and observing the youths in their Hanfu attire mingling and getting acquainted, Lu Zhonglai felt a wave of contentment wash over him. Suddenly, the chatter subsided. At the entrance of the hall, two figures appeared. One was a gentleman, gracefully wielding a folding fan, with a kind demeanor; the other, a woman clad in red, resembling a bride from an ancient noble family, her expression aloof, yet breathtakingly beautiful. Their presence distinctly contrasted with that of the others, as if they had stepped from another realm. The Hanfu they wore seemed tailored exclusively for them, devoid of any trace of modernity. A wave of astonished gasps swept through the crowd as everyone fixated on the newcomers. Most attendees were fresh faces, predominantly female. And not all were familiar with the aloof campus beauty, Wang Dochui, nor did they recognize Luo Yi. They were simply captivated by the striking beauty before them. Lu Zhonglai rose and declared, "This is someone many juniors have yet to meet. She is our Hanfu Club president, Su Baizhou." Upon hearing Su Baizhou's name, many experienced a moment of clarity. Though they had not met her, they had certainly heard of this name: Jiang University's belle, a prodigy in computer science, and a role model for many. No wonder she was so enchanting; she was indeed Su Baizhou. Yet, a question arose. The rumor suggested that Su Baizhou was as cold as ice, refraining from participating in any recreational activities, and was never seen with any men. So, why was she here at this moment, and what was the significance of the boy by her side? Noticing the peculiar expressions of those around him, Luo Yi slowed his pace, shifting from walking alongside the enchanting senior to trailing behind her, creating the impression that they had merely entered together by chance and were not acquainted. He could not afford to tarnish her image. It must be said that his actions gained the belief of those around him. Consequently, several young ladies approached to make the acquaintance of Luo Yi, for he was undeniably handsome. As the tea gathering commenced, an array of delicacies and tea was served to each table by the waitstaff. In the center of the hall, a traditional ensemble played enchanting melodies. Su Baizhou found herself seated beside Lu Zhonglai, who took a sip of tea and, casting a sidelong glance at her, chuckled softly. "Jojo, you came here with that junior, did you not? He is Professor Gu's brother." Su Baizhou replied with an impassive expression, "Professor Gu, no wonder." Lu Zhonglai continued, "However, even if he is Professor Gu's brother, with your disposition, I doubt you would befriend him just for that reason." He knew Su Baizhou well. Even though Professor Gu was her teacher, she would not extend any special consideration merely due to that connection. Thus, her willingness to engage with Luo Yi must stem from something inherently captivating about him. Chapter 25, Your privacy is mine. During the tea party, two young girls approached Luo Yi, inquiring about his green bubble QR code. Luo Yi ran his fingers through his hair and recalled how Shen Qiao often deflected suitors by claiming to have a girlfriend. He decided to adopt a similar tactic and replied, "I have a girlfriend." Upon hearing this response, each girl who had approached him for the green bubble left, disheartened. Although Su Baizhou had been engrossed in her phone, her peripheral vision remained fixed on Luo Yi. Observing the retreat of the girls, she inexplicably felt a sense of relief, affirming her decision to attend the gathering. Had she not come, would he have ended up adding all those girls, potentially leading to a tangled web of relationships? It must be said, women's imaginations are indeed vivid. Su Baizhou gradually lost herself in a realm of fantasy, envisioning scenarios where Luoya was irresponsible, abandoning many girls. Lu Zhonglai, who stood nearby, was taken aback. When had the Ice Queen ever displayed such an expression? Was she angry, or was it something else? He had rarely witnessed Su Baizhou in a daze, yet now she appeared not only lost in thought but also agitated. What could be the cause of her ire? Once the performance by the traditional music band concluded, they departed, leaving the remaining acts to the members of the Honfu society. Following this, each person was to introduce themselves. While some had even prepared performances, be it singing or dancing, to leave a lasting impression and facilitate quicker acquaintance. In truth, the nature of clubs is such that most individuals spend a year without truly making new friends. However, the atmosphere of the Honfu society was distinctly special. Everyone gathered due to a shared passion for Honfu and traditional culture, resulting in an endless flow of conversation. Soon, it was Luoya's turn to introduce himself. He stood up, feeling suddenly self-conscious as he noticed the crowd's gaze upon him. Instinctively, he glanced at the only person he recognized, Su Baizhou, only to find her looking back at him. In the quiet hall, their eyes met in an unintended exchange. In the next moment, Luoya's face flashed, and he quickly lowered his gaze, while Su Baizhou averted hers slightly, attempting to conceal her own reaction. Lu Zhonglai captured this scene with keen clarity, a silent smile spreading across his face. There was potential here. As the initiator of the gathering, Lu Zhonglai encouraged, "Junior, there's no need to be nervous. Please introduce yourself boldly." "All right, Senior," Luoya replied. Having just completed military training less than a month prior, he stood in his Honfu, adopting a serious posture as he declared, "My name is Luoya. I am a freshman. I enjoy playing video games, singing, and whimsical writing. I am 18 years old, and my birthday is." "All right, next," Su Baizhou interjected abruptly. This was her first spoken word at the gathering, directly interrupting Luoya's introduction. All eyes turned toward her, including Luoya's, who appeared momentarily stunned. The collective thought among the attendees was that Su Baizhou must not favor Luoya, hence her disruption of his self-introduction. Luoyi shared this sentiment. His expression tinged with a hint of dejection as he quietly took a seat. Observing this, Su Baizhou maintained her impassive demeanor, though her mind was anything but tranquil. What had she just been doing? She felt that if Luoyi continued to speak, there would be no privacy left to cherish. And his birthday? She was unaware of it herself, why should others know? Yet, whether or not Luoyi disclosed his birthday to others had little bearing on her. Why did she experience an inexplicable urgency, as if a precious secret were being exposed? It was akin to the anxiety one feels when others spend their money, her own money. Nonetheless, as Su Baizhou pondered these thoughts, she noticed Luoyi, now seated in silence, appearing rather despondent, his demeanor clouded with melancholy, evoking a sense of pity. Lu Jiang, propping his chin on his hand, leaned in and whispered in a tone audible only to Su Baizhou, "Jojo, when you return, you ought to make it up to this junior, you've made him quite upset." Su Baizhou remained silent, at a loss for words. After the gathering concluded, the members of the Honfu club departed for home, yet Luoyi lingered, lost in thought at his seat, looking rather forlorn. Lu Jiang cast a perplexed glance at both Su Baizhou and Luoyi before making his exit. Only the two of them remained, alongside a few waitstaff tidying up the tables in the hotel lobby. Su Baizhou approached and stated coolly, "Let us go." "Oh." Luoyi seemed unsure of what to say but managed to muster a strained smile as he rose from his seat, following Su Baizhou towards the parking lot. The pink chopped chili fish head dish remained as charming as ever. Yet, as Luoyi gazed at Su Baizhou's retreating figure, he felt an insurmountable chasm lay between them. Indeed, she was the Ice Queen, the aloof beauty of the campus. How could he dare to wish for her affections? Perhaps, in the eyes of the fairy-like senior, he was not even a friend, merely an acquaintance, at best a gaming partner. Once in the car, Luo Yi drove back to the faculty dormitory in a silence that hung heavily in the air. In the parking lot, he retrieved the key to the chili fish head dish and handed it to Su Baisho, forcing a smile to mask his sorrow. "Senior, here is your key back." Su Baisho did not take the key but instead inquired, "Your birthday?" "Huh?" Luo Yi displayed a puzzled expression. "Your self-introduction isn't complete yet. When is your birthday?" Su Baisho asked with a serious tone. "The fairy-like senior, she is asking about my birthday. October 6th. October 6th. That is the second to last day of the 7-day holiday. Isn't that approaching soon?" Su Baisho nodded and added, "In future self-introductions, there is no need to reveal everything about yourself." "Oh, okay." Observing Luo Yi's adorably bewildered demeanor, Su Baisho continued. "Is there anything else you wish to introduce about yourself?" Upon hearing this, Luo Yi turned his gaze toward the stunning visage of his senior, the fairy-like sister, and inquired with a hint of perplexity, "But, senior, did you not just mention that a complete self-introduction was unnecessary?" In response, Su Baisho blinked her exquisite eyelashes. Her frosty countenance bore no discernible expression, yet inexplicably, Luo Yi sensed a flicker of amusement. This was an exception. For Su Baisho, uttering such words required immense courage, a feat she had summoned from deep within. After pondering for a moment, Luo Yi continued, "My parents are police officers, then they are my greatest pride." "So, their son is a police officer. No wonder this junior displays a commendable moral compass, politeness, and a demeanor that consistently respects others." Luo Yi glanced at Su Baisho, burying his final self-introduction deep within his heart. "The person I admire is none other than the fairy-like senior. It is you." Chapter 26, The Senior Sister in the Kitchen. "Here, you can hold on to the car keys until I learn how to drive," Su Baisho murmured softly. She then turned around, preparing to leave the parking lot. After taking a couple of steps, she suddenly glanced back at Luo Yi and remarked, "What are you dawdling for? Aren't you going to change your clothes?" If he didn't change, Luo Yi would have to return to school in his traditional Honfu. Should he change at his senior sister's house? Su Baisho offered no response. Realizing the question was unnecessary, Luo Yi tucked the car keys into his bag and followed his senior sister back to Teacher S apartment building number 5, Unit 4, room 614. Upon entering room 614 again, both returned to their respective rooms to change into casual attire. This time, Luo Yi finally had the opportunity to observe the space that Gu Mingshen had left for him. Although he had visited once the day before the semester began, he had merely come in to play a game and hadn't familiarized himself with the surroundings. After changing into casual clothes, Luo Yi surveyed his room. A bed occupied half of the space, accompanied by a wardrobe, a desk, a bay window, and a chair. These fundamental furnishings sufficed for his needs. Raising his gaze, he noticed the air conditioning unit, and a satisfied expression crossed his face. An air conditioner, how delightful. Dormitories lack such luxuries, only offering a buzzing ceiling fan. Opening the door, he found that his enchanting senior sister had donned a long dress and tied on an apron, busily working in the kitchen. Is she cooking? It made sense. The snacks and tea from the tea party were hardly enough to satiate one's hunger, then surely she must be feeling peckish as well. Peeking in, Luo Yi exclaimed, "Senior sister, it smells wonderful." He was astonished that not only was she beautiful and talented, but she was also so adept in the kitchen. She could grace the parlor and command the kitchen with equal finesse. In the kitchen, Su Baisho continued to stir-fry without acknowledging his comment. Luo Yi stepped out of his room and approached her side. Observing the contents of the pot, he realized that there was clearly enough food for two, indicating that she had prepared a meal for both of them. Considering this, he boldly offered, "Senior sister, let me help you." Su Baisho paused momentarily, recalling how Luo Yi had struggled even to grill pork belly during their previous barbecue, and swiftly wielded the spatula to block his approach. "No need." She continued her culinary endeavors. A moment later, she added, "This is a repayment for the takeout you ordered for me earlier today." Upon hearing this, Luo Yi could only watch eagerly from the sidelines. Soon, Su Baizhou had completed 2 dishes and a soup, along with a pot of rice. Although the meal could not be described as lavish, the fact that it was prepared by his enchanting senior sister made Luo Yi feel it was the most exquisite feast he had ever encountered in his life. Indeed, Su Baizhou's culinary skills were remarkable, compared to Luo Yi, who was utterly clueless in this domain. It was as if all the culinary talent points he might have possessed were bestowed upon her. With an expressionless demeanor, yet subtly harboring a glimmer of anticipation, Su Baizhou observed as Luo Yi took a bite of the dish she had prepared. Instantly, Luo Yi's eyes brightened, and he exclaimed with satisfaction, "Delicious." Receiving this affirmation, Su Baizhou felt a wave of relief wash over her, her heart swelling with fulfillment as she too began to eat. The meal was swiftly devoured under Luo Yi's voracious appetite. Rising from the table, he cheerfully declared, "I'll wash the dishes." Without waiting for Su Baizhou's response, he began to clear the table and made his way to the kitchen. This time, it was Su Baizhou who watched Luo Yi busily attending to his task in the kitchen. However, the dishwashing did not last long or moments later. Luo Yi returned to his room, grabbed his bag, and prepared to head back to the dormitory. "Goodbye, senior," he waved, to which Su Baizhou merely nodded in silence. Once Luo Yi departed, Su Baizhou remained seated at the table, gazing at the now empty living room, a hint of perplexity flickering in her eyes. What was this feeling? Why did his absence evoke a sense of emptiness, as if something vital was missing from the house? Despite the fact that he had only been there for a little over an hour. Moreover, their encounters had seemingly become more frequent of late. Shaking her head at this thought, Su Baizhou acknowledged that she might indeed be developing feelings for this junior, yet she resolved to maintain her composure. Yes, she must be poised. Upon exiting Building 5, Unit 4, Luo Yi dialed Gu Mingxuan's number. "Hello. Brother, may I ask if you've rented your place to Senior Su?" Laughter echoed from the other end of the line as Gu Mingxian replied, "What's the matter? Su Baizhou is my student. Is there an issue with me renting my house to her while I'm away?" "No problem, but the dormitory lacks air conditioning. If I'm not in my dorm, where will I stay? Most importantly, the holidays are approaching, lasting a full week. Where will I go?" "Oh, you don't know yet? Little brother. Go and win over Su Baizhou. Whether you can stay there depends on whether you can make her your girlfriend." Hearing this, Luo Yi panicked. "What do you mean by win her over? Senior is not a game character. It's just a metaphor. Don't tell me you don't like her. I know your character all too well." Luo Yi fell silent. "Come on, little brother, good luck. I won't be back for at least 6 months. I hope by then I'll have a nephew." This left Luo Yi in shock. A nephew in 6 months. But the call had already ended, leaving him to sigh helplessly. His parents, both police officers, had been quite busy, which resulted in him being born when they were 32. By that time, Gu Mingxian was already 10 years old. Thus he had essentially been raised by Gu Mingxian, who could easily guess his innermost thoughts. Upon returning to the dormitory, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Wang Dochui, fatigued from his gaming, lay sprawled on his bed, fast asleep, while Shen Qiao sat on her bed, lost in thought. "What's wrong, movie star?" Luo Yi inquired with curiosity. Shen Qiao turned to Luo Yi, revealing a bittersweet smile as he remarked, "There are troubles in every household." Luo Yi pondered over this statement. Recognizing that the burdens weighing on Shen Qiao's mind at school indicated significant issues at home, likely intertwined with Shen Qiao himself. It was often said that male celebrities claimed to have girlfriends, initially perceived as a means to deflect advances from girls seeking contact. However, when questioned by his dormitory mates, he consistently affirmed his relationship status. This prompted Luo Yi's curiosity, leading him to inquire, "Honest answer, do you truly have a girlfriend?" "I do," replied Shen Qiao. The mention of his girlfriend brought a slight softening to his expression, which, while perpetually touched by a hint of joy, now bore a deeper shade of sorrow. He retrieved his phone to show Luo Yi his wallpaper, exclaiming, "This is my girlfriend, Xiaolei. Isn't she beautiful? Absolutely stunning. Luo Yi marveled. No wonder she is the girlfriend of a celebrity. We met in our first year of high school and have been together for 3 years, Shen Qiao continued. Luo Yi's astonishment grew at this revelation, realizing the depth of experience behind Shen Qiao's otherwise mature demeanor. In this fast-paced era, the ability to maintain a lifelong relationship with someone was a rare and profound happiness. Where is she now? Is she studying at a school in Zhongcheng as well? Yes. Shen Qiao responded, his eyes reflecting an enigmatic emotion as he forced a smile and added, she is at Zhongcheng Medical University. Chapter 27, The call from Kazan. That evening, Li Haoyang returned, and upon seeing his beaming smile, Wang Dochui exclaimed in anger, Coach. With such a radiant grin. Have you perhaps stolen my cabbage? Indeed. Li Haoyang's smile was uncontainable as he glanced at the 3 individuals in the dormitory, declaring earnestly, I, Li Haoyang, am the first to become single. Expel 515. Wang Dochui began to chant slogans. Simultaneously, he altered the name of their dormitory group chat, changing it from 515 to dog, everyone, everyone. Incorporating 2 dog emojis alongside 2 little figures, 1 male and 1 female, holding hands. These 4 emojis constituted the new name of the 515 dormitory chat. Wang Dochui draped his arm around Luo Yi's shoulder and lamented, Wild child, what good comes from being single? Let this gaggle of ostentatious romantics see the joy of us single dogs. As he spoke, the sudden frown crossed his brow. He had noticed something unusual about Luo Yi, long hair. Indeed, hair that cascaded down to at least his waist. Recognizing this detail, Wang Dochui's mind raced, conjuring countless female faces. Eventually settling on one distinct image. Goodness, wild child, I wondered where you were all day, turns out you were on a date with Tang Enki. Luo Yi responded. What nonsense. After pondering for a moment, Wang Dochui realized that there was only one person with such long hair who had met Luo Yi within a month of university and could be out with him, Luo Yi's high school classmate, Tang Enki. Coupled with the fact that Tang Enki had declined his invitation for a date today, claiming she was already occupied, Wang Dochui's conviction grew stronger. Oh, wild child. You dare to pursue my brother's woman. So tell me, how far have you progressed? The first half of Wang Dochui's statement feigned indignation, while the latter half revealed his true nature, brimming with curiosity. I didn't go out with Tang Enki, I was with a senior. A senior? Wang Dochui regarded Luo Yi with skepticism. Indeed, a senior. What year? 3rd year. Goodness. Wang Dochui exclaimed incredulously, a 3rd year senior. Wild child, I must advise you. Those still chasing after first-year fresh meat typically struggle to find partners among their peers. Tread carefully, lest you fall prey to a hungry tiger. At this remark, visions of Su Baizhou's ethereal beauty flickered in Luo Yi's mind. A senior goddess unable to find a partner. What a farce. Luo Yi's temper flared. The admirers of the senior could form a line stretching to the moon. Not a chance. Wang Dochui smirked, then winked playfully, unless you show me a picture. Absolutely not. I haven't even gotten together with the senior yet, showing you a photo would tarnish her reputation. Not at all, it's just a photograph. Wild child. Do you two possess your own little secrets? A father is truly heartbroken. However, Wang Dochui did not insist on obtaining a photograph. Noticing that Luo Yi was reluctant, he chose to abandon the topic. By the way, the holiday is approaching, what are your plans? This inquiry was primarily directed at Luo Yi, as the other 3 were all locals and would be returning home. Only Luo Yi's hometown was in the capital city, over 1,000 kilometers away from Zhongcheng, making a trip home rather time-consuming. I'm not sure, Luo Yi replied hesitantly. If I don't go home, I suppose I will spend my time typing in the dormitory. He was uncertain about his plans, thinking it unreasonable to spend the entire day writing. Perhaps he would take the opportunity to explore Zhongcheng. After all, The picturesque landscapes of the Jongnen water town were countless, then he could not confine himself solely to the vicinity of Jeong University. Anyway, if you end up staying alone, remember to inform us of anything, Wang Dochui advised. Li Haoyang nodded in agreement, saying, Brother Luoya, if you need anything, just call. My home is in Zhongcheng, very close. Shen Qiao, who was sitting on the bed, added, although my home is not in Zhongcheng, I will be visiting my girlfriend at the medical university. Let me know if you need anything. Feeling deeply touched by his roommate's concern, Luoya was overwhelmed with gratitude. At that moment, Wang Dochui flashed a charming smile and remarked, no need to be so moved, as your father figure, it is only natural for me to care about you. Both Li Haoyang and Shen Qiao nodded in agreement, expressing their endorsement. Luoya felt a headache coming on. It was only Saturday, and the holiday would not commence until Wednesday of the following week. So there was no need for haste. 4 days later, after bidding farewell to his last roommate, Luoya gazed at the empty dormitory, experiencing a wave of loneliness. How dull. With his roommates absent, the dormitory was so quiet that he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to it. Even playing games had lost its charm. Today, they only had one class in the morning, and after that it felt as if they were already on holiday. Shen Qiao had accompanied Luoya for lunch before leaving the campus. Not only was the dormitory quiet, but the entire male dormitory building felt eerily deserted. Even speaking in the hallway echoed. How frightening. What if there were monsters at night? As a web novelist, Luoya was never short of imagination. If monsters truly existed, that would be terrifying. He would need a comforting embrace from a senior fairy. With this thought, Luoya opened the messaging app and sent a message to the senior fairy. Luoya, are you going home too? The reply did not come immediately. Likely because she was busy with something. At that moment, Gu Mingxuan's call came through. Upon answering, Luoya heard his cousin's voice on the other end. Hey, little brother. Your aunt is asking if you're coming home for the holiday. She wants to cook a few dishes. Upon hearing the mention of cooking, Luoya's expression changed, as if recalling an unpleasant memory. He quickly replied, no. That's not necessary. Auntie is usually so busy, I wouldn't want to trouble her. I'm doing quite well in Zhongcheng. I see. Your aunt will probably be disappointed, then. Are you really not going back? Gu Mingxuan's tone was somewhat peculiar, clearly finding amusement in Luoya's predicament. Beautiful individuals often harbor a touch of cunning within their hearts. Gu Mingxian, much like Shen Qiao, is filled with mischief, while the enchanting senior sister stands apart. I shall not respond, Luo Yi declared resolutely. What a pity. However, the reason for my call is not this matter. My dear brother, your beloved is bound to return home. Do not fault me for not reminding you, or you ought to pay her more attention in the days to come. Upon hearing news related to the enchanting senior sister, Luo Yi adopted a serious demeanor and inquired what has happened to her. There are quite a few rumors circulating about her family. Yet, knowing you as I do, even without my prompting, you would likely act accordingly. In a distant land, Gu Mingxian ended the call. Nearby, a handsome man approached and asked, is that your brother? Indeed, though it seems unnecessary. With Xiao Ye's nature, I doubt anyone is better suited to care for others. Due to the loss of his parents, Luo Yi had been raised in their household, which fostered a maturity beyond his years among his peers. At that moment, a woman, seemingly colder than Konji, appeared beside them. She was breathtakingly beautiful and statuesque, an international superstar. The top diva of the entertainment industry in Xia Kingdom, Riai Wenjun. Is she your sister-in-law? Have you finally decided to bring Qingyu back to the country? The man inquired. Yes, Qingyu is not suited to grow up in this country. Wenjun and I have decided to bring her back to Xia Kingdom, he replied. Ai Wenjun, who had been a leading star by the time she graduated from university, chose to give birth abroad to conceal her pregnancy from the public eye, alongside her husband, Yi Mingjie. Gu Mingxian glanced at the little girl who was hiding behind Ai Wenjun, casting furtive glances at him with a hint of trepidation on her face. Noticing this, Gu Mingxian offered a gentle smile and softly asked, "Little Qinyu, do you have a dream?" I want to become a top diva like my mother." The little girl mustered her courage to reply. Upon hearing her words, Gu Mingxian smiled, "That day will surely come." Chapter 28, Decision. Although today is a holiday, tomorrow marks the beginning of a 7-day mini-vacation. It was already 4 in the afternoon when Luo Yi completed the content he intended to update for the day in his dormitory. He glanced at his phone and noticed a message waiting for him. However, it was not from Su Baisho, but rather from Tang Enki. She inquired whether he intended to return home, mentioning that if he did, she would also go back, providing companionship along the way. In his previous state, Luo Yi would have undoubtedly felt a surge of excitement and readily agreed. Yet, at this moment, his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of the enchanting senior and some peculiar remarks made by Gu Mingxian, leading him to politely decline. In addition to Tang Enki, Su Zayaja also messaged Luo Yi. Though they were not high school classmates, both hailed from the capital, making a potential trip home quite convenient. She too asked if he planned to return. Despite her incessant chatter, Luo Yi felt a twinge of sympathy for her. It appeared that Su Zayaja harbored feelings for Li Haoyang, unaware that the coach had already been captured by Lu Bingxin. Luo Yi found himself at a loss as to how to convey this news to her. This young girl had ventured from the capital to a place thousands of miles away for her studies, and due to her loquacious nature, she often found herself overlooked by others. On the first day of school, burdened with heavy luggage and caught in the rain, she fortuitously encountered Li Haoyang, mistaking him for an upperclassman welcoming new students. It was only during the class meeting before military training that she discovered he was, in fact, her classmate. As Li Haoyang was the class monitor and Su Zayaja was a mischievous girl who frequently sought his assistance, it was only natural that she developed affections for the dependable class leader. Alas, he had already been claimed by the long-legged loli. What a tragic fate. Luo Yi similarly informed Su Zayaja that he would not be returning home. He then stepped out of the dormitory, intending to wander about. As he left the school grounds, his phone chimed once more. Upon checking, he realized that the enchanting senior had finally responded. "Enchanted senior, I don't really want to go home." Upon seeing this, Luo Yi pondered for a moment before typing a reply, "If you don't want to go, then don't." Su Baisho fell silent for a while before responding, "My mother is unwell." Reading this message, Luo Yi finally comprehended the reason behind the senior's frequent returns home during holidays. It was no wonder she spent her nights working online in a computer-related job to earn money. Before long, Su Baisho sent a few more messages. "Enchanted senior, I have purchased a ticket, I will leave tomorrow." "Enchanted senior, after I depart, you may stay in the faculty apartment." Luo Yi contemplated these messages thoughtfully. Gu Mingxian had mentioned over the phone that the senior faced much gossip from her relatives, which explained her reluctance to return home. Each visit must subject her to the unwarranted scrutiny of friends and family. Surely, returning home would be a source of great distress for her. With this thought in mind, Luo Yi sent her a simple acknowledgement and quietly began searching online for tickets to the enchanting senior's hometown. The senior's home is located near Jiangcheng, in a city known as Hangzhou, which is part of the picturesque Jiangnan water towns, merely a couple of 100 kilometers away. A high-speed train journey would take approximately an hour. Upon arriving in Hangzhou, Luo Yi found himself at a loss regarding the whereabouts of his enchanting senior's residence. And he could not directly inquire about it. They had only known each other for a month, and their relationship had yet to reach the level where they shared such personal details. Nevertheless, the thought that his senior might feel disheartened stirred an unsettling anxiety within him. Regardless of the circumstances, remaining in Jiangcheng was not an option. Inaction would leave him powerless to assist her should any misfortune befall her. As for other matters, he would deal with them upon reaching Hangzhou. If his senior were in a somber mood, he would be there to offer his company at the earliest opportunity. Conversely, If she encountered no troubles, that would indeed be splendid. Were Shen Qiao present, she might deride him as a lovesick fool. Yet, there is no fault in harboring deep affection. Without the courage to risk everything, how could one ever encounter that rare and genuine love? At the very least, after taking such a leap, even if the outcome is less than desirable, one can hold their head high, knowing they honored their feelings. In the future, when recalling this moment, there would be no regret or sorrow, for they had exerted their utmost effort. With determination set, Luoya purchased a train ticket for that evening and returned to his dormitory. After packing a few changes of clothes, he made his way to the school gate to catch a taxi to the train station. While waiting for the cab, he unexpectedly encountered Lu Bingxin and Tang Enqi. The two girls were in the midst of their own preparations. Lu Bingxin was carrying luggage as if she were heading home, while Tang Enqi held only a small bag, evidently assisting Lu Bingxin. Upon spotting Luoya, Tang Enqi inquired with a hint of confusion, "Luoya, didn't you say you weren't going home?" To which Luoya replied, "I'm heading to Hangzhou for a couple of days." Before Tang Enqi could respond, Lu Bingxin interjected, "Hangzhou, indeed, has seen remarkable growth in recent years. I hope to visit with Haoyang someday." Tang Enqi playfully nudged her, pouting, "I told you not to flaunt your relationship. Oh, come now. You are no different. Weren't you out with that handsome senior last weekend?" Tang Enqi retorted, "He kept pestering me, I didn't want to go. But he actually waited outside the girls' dormitory for me, it was infuriating." As she spoke, Tang Enqi glanced at Luoya, noting his unperturbed expression in response to her words. For reasons unknown, a sense of melancholy washed over her, as if something that once belonged to her had been irrevocably lost. Yet, what right did she have to feel this way? With a bittersweet smile, she said, "Luoya, I wish you a wonderful time. And I wish you happiness as well," he replied. As Luoya settled into the taxi, heading towards the train station, Lu Bingxin quietly asked, "Chichi, do you truly not have feelings for that handsome senior? He has invited me numerous times, yet I am reluctant to acquiesce. Just last Saturday, he lingered by the entrance of the girls' dormitory. And with you urging me to give him a chance, I eventually relented and went out with him. However, I felt no spark whatsoever." It was only when another young man appeared that Tang Enqi realized her youth had been anchored to the visage of a sunny boy. The boy had always remained in her shadow, never straying far. Yet, she had never turned back to glance at him. One day, however, she did look back, only to find that the boy had vanished. In that moment, she comprehended that she had missed a person of great significance. There are myriad ways to discern whether something holds importance in one's life, but the most straightforward method is through loss. It was upon arriving in Zhongcheng that she understood the courage it takes for a young man to accompany her to an unfamiliar city. From the moment Luoya enrolled at Zhejiang University for her sake, it signified that he would remain there for at least 4 years. Yet, she, who had brought Luoya to Zhejiang University, abandoned him in this place. Beauty, however, does not descend into oblivion due to her forsakement. Beauty will be discovered, embraced, possessed, and cherished by others. Chapter 29. This photograph is truly white compared to airplanes. Luoya has a preference for high-speed trains and regular trains. Airplanes feel too constricted, and being wedged into a tiny seat for hours on end is stifling. Of course, first class is an exception, but the cost is exponentially higher. Although he could afford it, Luoya prefers not to squander such a sum merely for transportation. The high-speed train hurtles down the tracks, with the surrounding scenery rapidly receding, lakes, viaducts, tunnels, and mountains whiz past. The travel time is not lengthy, yet Luoya has not dined during the journey, and by the time he disembarks, he feels utterly famished. While he is unsure how other authors approach their craft, he personally enjoys exploring various places and witnessing diverse landscapes, believing that it enriches his storytelling. This visit to Hangzhou, even if he can only wander through the city, is enough to satisfy him. However, Hangzhou is renowned for a rather infamous title. It is dubbed a culinary desert. Luoya entered a restaurant, eager to savor the local specialty, West Lake vinegar fish. Upon seeing Luoya order this dish, the waitress cast him a peculiar glance and quietly remarked, "Handsome. Is this your first visit to Hongzhou?" "Yes, I just arrived," Luoya replied, noticing her expression with curiosity. "Is there something wrong?" "Nothing at all. Just one order of Westlake vinegar fish," she said, offering him a sympathetic look before departing. When she returned, she bore a plate of fish. Luoya eyed the dish on the table, finding it visually appealing, and took a tentative bite. At that moment, the frown creased his brow. Although he is no culinary expert, he found the fish exceedingly unpalatable. As if that were not enough, it was exorbitantly priced, 200 yuan for a single fish. Observing the lifeless expression of the fish on his plate, Luoyi let out a sigh and prodded its eye with his chopsticks, lamenting, "Dear fish. I presume you never imagined that after your demise, you would be transformed into such an unpalatable dish." Adhering to his principle of not letting anything go to waste, Luoyi grimaced as he finished the meal before proceeding to the front desk to settle the bill. Noticing his somewhat handsome yet nervy demeanor, the front desk attendant suggested, "Young man, if this is your first visit to Hongzhou, you might want to explore the street vendors, try the blue porridge and pulled noodles. Or perhaps just settle for some food from Sha County." Upon hearing this, Luoyi nodded earnestly. This advice was indeed invaluable. After leaving the establishment, he planned to casually find a hotel to spend the night. Once he secured a room, Luoyi reclined on the bed and glanced at his phone. Opening the chat interface for his enchanting senior, intending to inquire about her current activities. Meanwhile, Su Baizhou had just finished bathing in the faculty dormitory. She had already booked her ticket home and would be taking the bus early the next morning, thus she had no intention of staying up late. Yet, if it weren't for her mother being at home, she would have little desire to return. The relationship between her parents was strained. Her mother's health deteriorating and requiring care, while her father had never tended to her mother's needs. To have given birth to someone as exquisite as Su Baizhou, her mother must have once been a stunning beauty herself. Consequently, her father often harbored doubts about his wife, at times resorting to verbal and physical abuse. When Su Baizhou was young, her mother resigned from her job solely due to a suitor's interest in her. Once suspicion arises, it becomes a relentless cycle. To prove her innocence, Su Baizhou's mother chose to resign, yet this act only fueled her husband's discontent, leading him to believe she was guilty. As her mother's health continued to decline and her beauty faded, her father's indifference grew. Later, upon graduating high school, when Su Baizhou was slandered by admirers, her father remained silent, uttering a statement that left her in disbelief: "You are just like your mother, always flirting with men." Biting her lip, the thought of returning home filled Su Baizhou with anxiety. Lying on her bed, she glanced at her phone, seemingly awaiting something. At that moment, the message notification chimed. "What are you doing?" Su Baizhou stared at the ceiling and then snapped a photo of the empty ceiling and a lamp that resembled the sun, sending it in reply. Upon seeing this, Luoyi was taken aback. The image depicted the ceiling and a lamp reminiscent of sunlight. He could easily envision the enchanting senior lying in bed, her hands raised with the phone, gazing at the screen before capturing such a photograph. Although the image was somewhat absurd, conversing with someone you adore often carries an air of absurdity. If one must struggle to find topics of conversation, it merely signifies a lack of mutual interest. In contrast, when two individuals genuinely hold affection for one another, they both ponder how to engage with each other, making even a seemingly meaningless photograph a bridge for connection. Luoyi, Senior, I presume your arm is weary from holding your phone. At this moment, you lie on your side on the bed, with your left leg draped over your right. As soon as this message was sent, Su Baizhou happened to turn over on her bed, mirroring the very position described, her left leg resting upon her right. Following these movements, the notification chimed, and Su Baizhou beheld the message from Luoyi. She paused momentarily, astonished to discover that her posture perfectly aligned with Luoyi's words. Subsequently, she flipped to face the opposite side, placing her right leg atop her left. Fairy Senior, you guessed incorrectly. After sending this message, she captured a photograph of her legs and sent it to Luoyi as proof of his error. The moment the image was dispatched, Luoyi's phone displayed a pair of strikingly bright, elongated legs. Su Baiju's skin was impeccably smooth. And having just emerged from a warm shower, her fair legs became a captivating treasure, impossible for any man to avert his gaze. Moreover, Su Baiju sported shorts today. Being at home, she paid little heed to her attire, revealing nearly the entirety of her long legs. However, the next instant, the photograph was retracted. Lying on her bed, Su Baiju's originally aloof expression turned a deep shade of crimson. How on earth had she, in a moment of folly, sent Luoyi a picture of her legs? Her intention was merely to prove him wrong, without any further contemplation. Just a fleeting second had passed, surely he hadn't seen it. Su Baiju mused, silently hoping he had missed the photograph. Yet, the thought that he might not have seen it sparked an inexplicable sense of regret within her. For 21 years, she had safeguarded her flawless figure, a treasure known only to herself. Even when venturing outdoors, Su Baiju favored long pants or skirts, the shortest reaching just above her knees, revealing only a glimpse of her calves. She recognized her beauty but shunned the attention it attracted, thus avoiding clothing that accentuated her physique. Noticing Luoyi's silence, anxiety crept in, prompting her to send another message. "Fairy Senior, what are you up to?" With this message, Luoyi finally reacted, hastily replying, "I didn't see anything." Such excessive denial only served as affirmation for Su Baiju. She was certain he must have seen it. Contemplating this, she tossed and turned on her bed, her head shifting from left to right, unable to settle. Their conversation flowed seamlessly, one topic leading to another, as if an endless stream. Unbeknownst to her, Su Baiju's mood transformed into one of tranquility, the earlier discomfort dissipating into thin air. She was reluctant to return home, burdened by the judgmental gazes of many. Each recollection of her post-graduation high school days, when she was the subject of scorn, cast a heavy pall over her heart. Chapter 30, The Culinary Desert. Unbeknownst to him, the clock had struck 11:30, heralding the approach of a new day. After exchanging goodnights, Luoyi perused the chat history and was astonished to find that he had exchanged several hundred messages with his senior throughout the evening. Gazing at these messages, a profound sense of contentment enveloped him for reasons he could not quite fathom. Soon, he succumbed to slumber. Initially, during his 7-day break, Luoyi had intended to increase the updates for his novel, as everyone else was on holiday and would relish the opportunity to immerse themselves in a good read. However, his thoughts were now entirely consumed by the enchanting senior, leaving little room for literary pursuits. Nonetheless, he resolved to maintain at least the minimal word count for his updates. For someone like Luoyi, who had been single for 18 years, producing 4,000 to 6,000 words was a mere trifle. The following morning, he awoke in his hotel suite, eyes opening to a world of confusion as he began his morning routine. Staring into the mirror, he found himself grappling with existential questions. Where am I? What am I to do? I am in Hangzhou, as that is where his senior's home is located. After completing his morning rituals, Luoyi decided to explore some of the city's renowned attractions. While Hangzhou was not particularly large and offered a limited array of activities, it was indeed a captivating place. The city was teeming with internet celebrities, and on its famous pedestrian streets, one could hardly walk a few steps without encountering someone live streaming with a phone on a tripod. Consequently, the city was abundant with strikingly attractive individuals. After enjoying a hearty breakfast, Luoyi prepared to begin his writing for the day. His plan was to write in the morning and explore the sights in the afternoon. However, the first order of business upon waking was to send a good morning message to his senior. Su Baiju promptly replied with an image of a high-speed train window, indicating that she was already en route home. Luoyi chose not to meet her at the train station, finding it inappropriate to cling to a female acquaintance, even one he admired, especially since she was unaware of his presence in Hangzhou. He believed it sufficient to be available when she needed him. This led him to ponder what delicacies he might indulge in within this culinary desert. He began searching online for gastronomic delights in Hangzhou and ultimately settled upon a dish he had never heard of, Longjing hot pot. Intriguing indeed. Were there options for Kola hot pot? Or perhaps Baijiu hot pot? By midday, Luoya had completed his writing for the day and made his way to the hot pot restaurant featuring Longjing tea. Meanwhile, Su Baizhou had arrived home. Approximately 15 kilometers from the heart of Hangzhou, she found herself at a charming yet unpretentious residential complex. Navigating her way home with familiarity, she hesitated briefly before inserting her key into the lock. However, she soon found herself bewildered, for the key refused to unlock her door. Confused, she dialed her mother's number, but the call went unanswered. Had her family changed the locks? At that moment, the neighbor across the hall, an elderly lady, heard the commotion outside. She opened the door and, upon seeing Su Baizhou, her face softened with kindness as she gently smiled and said, "Ah, is it you, Zhao Zhao? Would you like to come in and visit Grandma?" Grandma Lu had a warm disposition and had watched Su Baizhou grow up, making her feel a deep affection for the elderly woman. Su Baizhou entered Grandma Lu's home. Despite it being a holiday, Grandma Lu's children were not present, only her granddaughter, around 4 years old, was in a room munching on snacks. Su Baizhou settled onto the sofa as Grandma Lu poured her a cup of tea and then remarked, "Zhao Zhao, it seems your parents' relationship has deteriorated further. Last month, after you started school, your father returned home late at night after drinking, while your mother, who has been unwell, didn't hear the knocking on the door. He ended up kicking it open. Tell me, why must we live like this when we are family?" Upon hearing these words, a look of concern crossed Su Baizhou's face, and she couldn't help but inquire, "Grandma Lu, what about my mother?" Grandma Lu glanced at her and sighed, her gaze turning to one of pity. She spoke softly, "After your father kicked open the door, he woke your mother. If I hadn't heard the noise and intervened, he would have turned violent. The next day, your uncle took your mother away. It seems there are talks of divorce." At this revelation, Su Baizhou's expression showed no surprise. Divorce? She believed her mother should have parted ways with that man long ago. However, her mother's poor health made her hesitate, fearing a solitary life post-divorce. Thus, she had endured until now, waiting until Su Baizhou graduated to have the time to care for her. Yet, she didn't wish to burden her daughter, so she had persevered. But now, her resilience was waning. Su Baizhou sat in a daze on the sofa, grappling with the weight of her circumstances. Upon returning home, she was confronted with so many issues. And now, even her own house felt inaccessible. Suddenly, there was a ruckus outside. Grandma Lu peered through the peephole and discovered a man, thoroughly intoxicated, sitting at the door and banging on it. It was her father. Now, he spent his days inebriated, and with Su Baizhou's mother absent, he often forgot his keys. "Open the door, you wretched woman!" Su Changqing shouted, pounding on the door with fists and feet. Hearing the insults directed at her mother, Su Baizhou leapt from the sofa, swiftly opened the door, seized the man's arm, and delivered a sharp blow to his face with her other hand. "Mind your tongue," Su Baizhou said, her gaze icy. Su Changqing cupped his face, the alcohol momentarily fading from his mind. He glared at the girl before him, his expression contorting with rage. "Bastard child. You are just like your mother, a disgrace." Behind him, Grandma Lu retorted angrily, "Is this how you speak to your own daughter? How I raise her is none of your concern." With that, Su Changqing swung his arm and struck Su Baizhou across the face. The sound echoed sharply. Upon that exquisite visage, a distinct imprint of a hand emerged. Su Baizhou's gaze dimmed, losing the last vestige of hope she held for her father. When did this man transform into such a figure? Was it due to her mother's beauty? Were all her mother's admirers far superior to him? Was it because he had achieved nothing in his life, while her mother could have led a life of affluence with merely a slight compromise of dignity? Yet, her mother had never relinquished her dignity. As Su Changqing, having struck his own daughter, fully regained consciousness from his drunken stupor, he gazed upon his palm with a flicker of regret. "Jojo, I That's enough, Su Baisho interjected, her tone devoid of warmth. She cast a grateful glance at Grandma Lu behind her, then turned and departed without uttering another word. She harbored no desire to exchange even a single sentence with this failed father. After leaving the community, Su Baisho seated herself on the steps at the entrance. As she observed the place where she had grown up, a sense of alienation washed over her. For reasons unknown, she now felt an overwhelming urge to return to school. To reunite with a certain someone within its halls. Chapter 31, You Are My Fortunate Charm. How dreadful. Help. I am utterly exasperated. What on earth is this peculiar taste? The Longjing hot pot has elicited a torrent of expletives from Luoye. With a face full of disdain, he departed from the hot pot establishment, opting to heed the suggestion of the waitress from yesterday and seek out Lancehao noodles. Speaking of which, at this hour, the senior should have arrived home by now, right? Luoye retrieved his phone and sent a message to his enchanting senior. Luoye, have you reached home, senior? Before long, a notification chimed, and her reply came almost instantaneously. Senior, not yet. Seeing this, Luoye pondered, it is already noon, surely, she cannot still be on the high-speed train. Luoye, have you eaten, senior? Senior, no. Luoye, what would you like to eat? Your devoted junior can order takeout for you. Senior, I don't feel like eating. Luoye, is your appetite poor, senior? Senior, I don't know. Luoye was momentarily taken aback. Although each of her replies was tinged with indifference, they were all prompt. This contradiction puzzled him. If she wished to ignore him, she could simply refrain from responding. Yet, she did reply, albeit coldly. Could it be that she was subtly hinting at her discontent? He recalled the words of Gu Mingshen before the holiday, and this prompted him to draft another message. Luoye, your home is in Hangzhou, right? Are there any interesting places there? Senior, none. Luoye, senior, do you not have any memorable spots? If I visit Hangzhou, I would be at a loss for places to explore. Su Baizhou saw this message and began to contemplate earnestly. Sitting at the entrance of her community. Her face bore signs of weariness, yet her mind wandered over the attractions of Hangzhou. Although it was her hometown, she found herself momentarily at a loss for answers. Just then, Luoye sent another message. Luoye, Hangzhou actually has an observatory. Luoye, do you enjoy stargazing, senior? Upon reading this, Su Baizhou looked up in a daze. Then, she lowered her head, her expression one of confusion. Surely, she must be losing her mind. It was daytime, where could there be stars? Her thoughts were led astray by Luoye's messages, and upon the mention of stars, she instinctively glanced upwards. Suddenly, Luoye sent another message. Luoye, senior. You have been deceived by a scoundrel, there is no observatory in Hangzhou. Upon reading this, Su Baizhou could not suppress a chuckle. Luoye, but Hangzhou has Lingyin Temple. Is it the same Lingyin Temple associated with Jigong? Su Baizhou affirmed with a simple yes. Those two words lifted Luoye's spirits. For it seemed that the senior was no longer as aloof as she had been initially. This indicated that perhaps her mood had improved somewhat. Luoye, would you like to go and seek a fortune? Perhaps misfortunes will simply drift away. Mentioning the fortune-seeking, Luoye had originally planned to do so himself. He intended to inquire about matters of love. Nonetheless, given that it is a brief 7-day holiday, the number of visitors to Lingyin Temple is likely to be exceedingly high. Upon receiving a message from Luoye, Su Baizhou's expression turned fierce. The content of this junior's message felt as though it were meant to placate a child. Humph. Su Baizhou tapped on Luoye's avatar on her phone screen and muttered softly, knock some sense into you. However, she had yet to try divination. Did such practices truly yield results? She wished for her mother's health and happiness. Just moments ago, her mother had replied, mentioning that she was in their rural hometown with her uncle, suggesting that Su Baizhou visit if she had the time. There was no rush, but before heading home, Su Baizhou decided to pay a visit to Lingyin Temple to request a safety talisman for her mother. although she understood that this was merely superstition. The sentiment behind it held greater significance. With this thought in mind, Su Baizhou stood up. Unbeknownst to her, her mood had shifted. She no longer felt sorrowful. As if she had forgotten the recent unpleasantness, though the imprint of a slap still lingered on her face, yet she no longer felt the pain. Just as she was about to leave, she spotted a familiar face. A rather ordinary-looking girl, dragging a suitcase, was approaching the community. She was Su Baizhou's childhood friend. And they had been classmates until high school, where they could have been the best of friends. However, when Su Baizhou was slandered upon graduating, she had believed her friend would stand by her. Yet, she had underestimated human nature and had never truly understood this childhood companion. Upon seeing Su Baizhou, the girl noticeably faltered. Subsequently, they passed each other like strangers. Su Baizhou glanced back but chose not to dwell on the matter. It no longer mattered whether she believed in herself, for they had grown up together and she understood her own truth, knowing she was wronged. Even so, her friend had opted for betrayal. The city where Su Baizhou had grown up felt utterly alien, as if every corner was shrouded in grey. She gathered her belongings, preparing to visit Lingyin Temple for divination. Meanwhile, Luoya had already arrived at Lingyin Temple. He snapped a photo and shared it in the dormitory group chat, inquiring if the others needed any talismans. Wang Dochui, what the hell, you brat, you went to Hangzhou. Impressive. Li Haoyang, may Buddha bless us. Shen Qiao, you crack me up, coach. Amit Ba. The three roommates were like lively jesters. The dormitory group chat was usually quiet, but once someone spoke, it erupted like firecrackers. Lingyin Temple was nestled within a scenic area, surrounded by several vast tea mountains. Luoya took a few photographs to prove his visit. The area was teeming with people. And even before reaching the temple, the crowding had already begun. Although it was afternoon, it seemed likely that they would have to wait until evening to request a talisman. At that moment, Luoya received a private message from Shen Qiao, who asked him to procure a safety talisman. Luoya readily agreed. Although he was uncertain why a male celebrity would require such a thing, as a father, he felt it was his duty to oblige his son's request. After standing in line for 3 hours, Luoya finally had the opportunity to pay his respects and offer incense. Aside from seeking assistance for Shen Qiao, he himself made 3 wishes here. First, he hoped for his parents to be reincarnated as humans, living a joyful life. Second, he wished for world peace. Third, he desired for the fairy-like senior sister to become the happiest girl in the world. Initially, he contemplated requesting a romantic fate but ultimately decided against it, realizing that such matters should not be sought from the divine but rather pursued by oneself. As he departed from Lingyin Temple, it was already 6 in the evening. And the temple had closed its gates, allowing exit but not entry. Truly, being a sacred place of Buddhism, its schedule was strictly adhered to. Luoyi stepped beyond the threshold, preparing to leave. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he spotted a familiar figure. Not far away, a remarkably beautiful girl sat quietly on the steps at the entrance, her suitcase beside her, her expression somewhat dazed. Su Baizhou had arrived late. She had stood in line for quite a while, but by the time it was her turn, the temple had ceased to receive visitors. What was the purpose of her long wait? Was it fate that she could not obtain this fortune? Reflecting on it, not being able to obtain it was also a form of outcome. Su Baizhou silently gazed at the ground, appearing as though she had lost her spirit. In that moment, she lacked the aura of a cold goddess, she was merely a fragile girl. Suddenly, the figure stood before her. Amit Ba. A somewhat familiar voice reached her ears. Su Baizhou looked up to see a handsome, sunny boy, his hands clasped together, smiling as he addressed her. What troubles you, dear benefactor? May I lend an ear to your concerns? Upon seeing this face, a wave of emotion surged within her. And Su Baizhou found herself at a loss for words to describe this feeling. Tears threatened to spill from her eyes, which she struggled to hold back. Despite the many questions swirling in her mind, what mattered most was that her visit today had not been in vain. She had received the finest fortune in the world. Chapter 32, The Senior's Face. What brings you here? Su Baizhou inquired. Just came to have some fun, Luo Yi replied, handing her a cup of milk tea. He had spotted the enchanting senior and took a moment to fetch the beverage before returning. Noticing the clear imprint of a slap on her face, Luo Yi felt a pang in his heart, though he refrained from asking any questions. It was evident that something unpleasant had transpired. If she wished to speak of it, she would do so in her own time, and he would not pry. Accepting the milk tea, Su Baizhou stood up and stated, "This place is no longer accommodating guests." "Indeed," Luo Yi responded, glancing around, only to be interrupted by the growl of his stomach. Having eaten little since the previous night, he felt the pangs of hunger once again after a meager lunch of blue porridge and noodles. Upon hearing the sound of his stomach, Su Baizhou picked up her suitcase and softly suggested, "Let us go find something to eat." However, due to the holiday rush and the location of Lingyin Temple atop a mountain, the taxis and buses descending were overwhelmingly crowded. The pair opted to walk down, embarking on a rather long journey. Luo Yi took the suitcase from Su Baizhou's grasp, assisting her as they began their descent. After approximately half an hour, they had moved beyond the peak of pedestrian traffic, yet neither suggested hailing a taxi. During this time, they walked in silence, side by side. It was only when they passed a convenience store that Luo Yi halted. At the entrance of the store stood a sausage grill, the tantalizing aroma wafting through the air. Luo Yi, feeling quite hungry, caught Su Baizhou's gaze. Unlike him, she had not eaten all day. Instinctively swallowing, she looked at him and offered, "If you want some, I can buy two." "Too little," Luo Yi waved dismissively, purchasing 6 sausages instead, placing them in a bag. He handed one to the senior, thinking she would require less, leaving 5 for himself. Watching the sausage in her hand, Su Baizhou began to eat. By the time she had finished her fast, only one remained in Luo Yi's bag. "That's mine, give it to me," she said, extending her hand with a serious expression. For reasons unknown, Luo Yi found this alluring side of the senior rather charming. It was a delightful contrast, reminiscent of a celestial being descending to the earth to cook. Such a side of her was undeniably captivating. Somewhere along the way, the once seemingly unattainable senior had become a familiar presence, even walking side by side with him, transforming what was once extraordinary into the mundane. Having consumed several sausages, Luo Yi's hunger had subsided somewhat. Checking the time, he realized it was already past 7. The sky had completely darkened, and after walking for a while longer, they arrived at the lakeside. This was the most renowned spot in Hangzhou, the very West Lake from which the dish West Lake vinegar fish derived its name. Surrounding them were numerous couples, hand in hand, leisurely strolling in the serene ambience. The lake is exquisite, with the majestic mountains housing Lingyin Temple visible across its shimmering surface, adorned with structures reminiscent of temples that radiate a beautiful glow. Luo Yi exclaimed in astonishment at how far we have come. "I never anticipated our journey would be this lengthy." In the past, he would have already complained of fatigue, yet with the enchanting senior beside him, he felt as though the path was endless and wished to continue walking indefinitely. As Luo Yi reveled in the picturesque scenery by the lakeside, Su Baizhou pulled out her phone to hail a taxi, destined for the bus station. She had just purchased 2 tickets to return to her countryside home, 40 kilometers away. And it was the perfect time to acquire a night ticket. By the time Luo Yi regained his senses, the taxi had already pulled up to the curb. Upon entering the vehicle, Luo Yi inquired curiously, "Where are we headed, senior?" "To the bus station." "Oh. Are we returning to Jiangcheng?" he asked. "No." Su Baizhou gazed out the window, slightly opening it. The wind slipped through the crack, lifting her long hair and carrying an intoxicating fragrance that wafted over to Luo Yi. The alluring scent quickened his heartbeat as he admired the stunning profile of his senior, and he hesitated before asking, "Then, where are we going?" "To my home." Su Baizhou was aware that Luo Yi had no accommodation in Hangzhou, so he would have to accompany her to her mother's residence. Upon hearing this, Luo Yi lowered his head, a twinge of anxiety rising within him. His luggage remained at the hotel, but it was merely a few articles of clothing. He could do without them. After all, clothes were far less significant than being with the senior. The taxi arrived at the bus station, and the two found their bus for the night journey. The vehicle was sparsely populated, enveloped in a tranquil silence, punctuated only by the distant chirping of crickets in the surrounding grass. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow upon Su Baijiu's face, her delicate features breathtaking from any angle. Seated inside, Su Baijiu rested her chin on her hand against the window, her gaze serenely fixed outside, while Luo Yi occupied himself by looking at his phone. In moments of boredom, he would check the freshman group chat, where a few ostentatious posts often appeared. Currently, a self-proclaimed rich second-generation individual had shared a photo of a sports car, lamenting, "Had I known, I wouldn't have driven. I didn't expect parking at school to be such a hassle." This prompted several responses of disbelief in the chat. To his surprise, this affluent individual tagged Tang Enki in the group. "Tang Enki, what do you think of my car? Isn't it handsome?" Tang Enki dared not respond. Although this person might genuinely be wealthy, this was school, where reputation outweighed monetary wealth. A direct reply would make her seem materialistic. Of course, outside of school, most would prioritize wealth over reputation, yet it is undeniable that the academic environment is one of the few places where superficial equality is maintained. Suddenly, as the bus jolted, Su Baijiu inadvertently leaned closer, her soft form pressing against Luo Yi's shoulder. His expression shifted, and he found himself engulfed in a wave of anxiety unlike any he had ever experienced. "Senior," Luo Yi murmured in a hushed tone. However, the person beside him offered no reply. He turned slightly to glimpse the icy goddess beside him, only to discover that she had fallen asleep. No wonder she had seemed so serene, he had assumed she was merely admiring the scenery, gazing at his enchanting senior in her current repose. Luo Yi felt an overwhelming stir within him, his eyes fixated on her delicate features, unable to divert his gaze. "Senior, you are truly beautiful." Despite her outwardly formidable demeanor, she was, in essence, the delicate girl with intricate thoughts who needed care. At that moment, the imprint of a hand on Su Baijiu's face had vanished. Luo Yi instinctively reached out to touch her exquisite visage. He had never before caressed a girl's face, and now he merely used his fingertip to gently prod. "So soft," he mused. "Are all girls' faces like cotton?" Unbeknownst to him, Su Baijiu's eyebrows subtly twitched, yet her eyes remained closed. Chapter 33, The Gaze from Uncle. "We have arrived, we have arrived." The bus announcement echoed twice, followed by the driver's call. Luo Yi turned to his side to glance at Su Baijiu. For the past 2.5 hours, Su Baijiu had been resting her head on Luo Yi's shoulder. Initially, it was uncertain whether she was genuinely asleep or merely pretending. However, it was clear now that she had succumbed to true slumber, evidenced by a glistening droplet adorning her lips. To his surprise, the senior had drooled. "Senior, wake up," Luo Yi gently nudged her arm. Her beautiful eyes fluttered open, momentarily dazed. The first sight that greeted her was the youthful, handsome face of Luo Yi. Su Baijiu was momentarily taken aback, captivated by the sight before her. The ethereal aura typically surrounding her had dissipated, revealing a charming girl instead. This adorably dazed expression was utterly enchanting to Luo Yi. It was a revelation that even the celestial senior could exhibit such vulnerability. Yet, at that moment, a droplet of transparent liquid lingered at the corner of her mouth. As their gazes locked, Luo Yi broke the silence, hastily retrieving a tissue from his pocket to wipe the corner of her lips. Finally, Su Baijiu fully awakened. She had indeed fallen into a deep sleep, and the embarrassing realization of having drooled washed over her like a wave. A noticeable blush crept onto the ice goddess's cheeks as she reached for Luo Yi's hand, snatching the tissue from him. "Thank you," she murmured softly, resuming her usual demeanor. The two stood and disembarked from the bus. They found themselves in a rural town, approximately 5 to 6 kilometers from Su Baijiu's mother's residence. With the clock nearing 10 in the evening, the town offered no other buses or taxis. Su Baijo pulled out her phone, intending to call her uncle for a ride. After the call ended, Luo Yi felt a surge of anxiety. Her uncle. And her mother too? He had sworn that he was merely visiting Hongzhou for leisure. Although his purpose was connected to the senior, he never truly anticipated meeting her, let alone encountering her family. However, fate had conspired to bring them together. And he was unprepared for the unfolding events. Noticing the young man's apprehensive expression, Su Baijo reassured him they are quite easy to get along with. In response, Luo Yi wore a somewhat pained expression and chuckled, "Senior, is it truly acceptable for you to bring me home? After all, I am a boy. If I don't take you back, where will you stay?" Su Baijo's brow furrowed as she spoke. Indeed, she had forgotten about the option of a hotel. She could have arranged for Luo Yi to stay there. However, it was now too late to suggest that, and while the town had some inns, their conditions were hardly suitable for hosting someone like Luo Yi. Moreover, the vehicle to pick her up had already arrived. Su Baijo glanced to the roadside where an electric tricycle stood, and a strikingly handsome middle-aged man was scanning the area. Upon spotting Su Baijo, his face lit up. And he waved. "Let us go." Su Baijo took a step forward, and Luo Yi had no choice but to follow suit. The middle-aged man, initially filled with joy, felt his expression darken upon noticing that a boy was trailing behind his sweet and charming niece. Once they boarded the electric tricycle, the man turned the handle, and the vehicle took off, speeding away from the town towards a nearby village. Su Baijo's mother is named Fan Xinya, while her uncle is called Fan Jian. "Have you had dinner, Fan Fan?" Fan Jian inquired. "I had a little," Su Baijo replied softly, then explained to Luo Yi, "When I was born, my uncle named me Su Bai Fan, but my mother opposed it. Eventually, I was called Baijo, and Fan Fan became my nickname." This was a detail even Qin Yuan was unaware of, only her friend from medical school knew about it. Upon hearing this, Luo Yi chuckled. "Bai Fan sounds lovely as well, primarily, it's because the senior sister is beautiful, so any name would sound melodious." This remark earned the approval of Fan Jian. "Kid, I won't say much else, but I appreciate your taste." Before long, the tricycle halted in the courtyard. This was Fan Jian's home. Su Baijo's grandparents had already passed away. Additionally, Fan Jian's son, who is Su Baijo's cousin, was working elsewhere, so only Fan Jian and his wife, along with Su Baijo's mother, resided here. A beautiful woman who appeared to be in her 30s, yet with half of her hair already streaked with grey, emerged with joy, exclaiming, "Fan Fan is back." She is Su Baijo's mother, Fan Xinya, now 41, but looking as youthful as someone in their 30s. Luo Yi marveled inwardly, acknowledging that such beauty must be inherited from a woman who gave birth to a fairy-like senior sister. Fan Xinya noticed the boy standing beside Su Baijo. She paused for a moment, but upon seeing Luo Yi's bashful demeanor, her expression brightened with surprise. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, "Fan Fan, who is this?" "This is Luo Yi, a friend from Zhongqing who accompanied me back," Su Baijo replied with a neutral expression. "Friend." The two syllables filled Luo Yi's heart with elation. He had been acknowledged by the senior sister, he was now her friend. Fan Xinya smiled, realizing that her daughter had never referred to anyone as a friend before. Clearly, Fan Fan held a special regard for him. "Come in quickly, I've prepared dinner for you," she urged, coughing lightly, revealing that her health was not at its best. Once inside the room, Luo Yi stood before the table, gazing at the sumptuous dinner laid out before him, his eyes nearly sparkling with delight. It was evident that the culinary skills of the fairy-like senior sister were taught by her mother. The meal appeared utterly delectable. Fan Jian's gaze remained fixed on Luo Yi. In their family, there was only this precious girl, and he was eager to discern what sort of individual could earn a place by Fan Fan's side. As he watched, Su Baijo furrowed her brow and remarked, "Stop staring and eat." Fan Jian chuckled awkwardly. In the Fan family, the men have traditionally held little status. He heeded the words of his mother and sister in his youth, listened to his wife as he matured, and now finds himself yielding to the whims of his niece. Fortunately, he has a son, which affords him a modicum of standing. However, as he gazed at Luo Yi, Fan Jian suddenly wore a mischievous smile. Perhaps his status could ascend even further. Yet, to become the boyfriend of Fan Fan, he would need the endorsement of this uncle. Luo Yi began to eat with fervor, his expressions brimming with excitement, nearly on the verge of tears. The wild delicacies of the mountains evoked flavors distinct from the urban experience. Observing Luo Yi's hearty appetite, Fan Xinya could not help but smile. It was a testament to her culinary skills. Moreover, the child appeared somewhat nervy, unable to conceal his emotions, openly expressing his delight when encountering delectable dishes. Most notably, he merely sampled a few bites of the most exquisite dishes, casting longing glances before moving on to other offerings. Clearly, he was saving the best for others. But for whom? Fan Xinya turned her gaze toward Su Baizhou, only to be momentarily taken aback. She noticed Su Baizhou also watching Luo Yi, and the expression on his face. Fan Xinya could hardly suppress a smile. She had once thought her daughter would remain single for a lifetime. Chapter 34, The restroom. That evening, Luo Yi arrived at a room. Fan Jian remarked, "This is my son's room, it has been vacant since he went to work. You may sleep here." "Thank you, uncle," Luo Yi responded politely. However, Fan Jian furrowed his brow. "Uncle? Who are you calling uncle?" He turned to glance at the adjacent room where Fan Xinya and Su Baizhou resided. The courtyard comprised 3 rooms, his and his wife's, his son's, and 1 empty room. After bringing Fan Xinya back from Hangcheng, she had taken up residence in the empty room. Originally, if Su Baizhou had returned, she would have occupied Luo Yi's room, but with Luo Yi present, Su Baizhou would have to share a bed with her mother. The restroom was situated outside in the courtyard, necessitating a trip outdoors for such needs. Luo Yi found himself somewhat unaccustomed to this arrangement. Nevertheless, he understood the necessity of adapting to local customs. Yet, Fan Jian did not leave. He plopped down at the edge of Luo Yi's bed, his expression serious as he inquired, "Young man, what is it about my daughter that has caught your eye?" Upon hearing this, Luo Yi adopted a solemn demeanor. Before his uncle, he dared not conceal anything. Having come to his senior's residence, he knew that denying any affection for her would likely result in being promptly expelled from the house. This thought made him exceedingly anxious, causing him to overlook the formality of titles. "I don't know," Luo Yi replied with fervor. Then, observing Fan Jian's fierce expression, he recoiled slightly and added earnestly, "I can't quite articulate it, but my senior is truly exceptional. I find myself drawn to anything related to her." Fan Jian nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, his daughter was remarkable. However, her marriage was far from happy, and as an uncle, he felt it was his duty to be stringent regarding his niece's significant life decisions. "Young man, what do your parents do?" "Huh. My aunt and uncle run a company that develops gaming software." "Who asked about your aunt?" "I inquired about your parents." Fan Jian's gaze bore into Luo Yi with a fierce intensity. His evasive answer was unacceptable, and he was swiftly losing points. "Parents? I have none." Luo Yi stated this matter-of-factly, revealing that he had grown accustomed to life without them. "What?" Fan Jian's brow furrowed in confusion as he regarded Luo Yi. "I have no parents, they sacrificed themselves when I was too young to remember." Fan Jian was momentarily taken aback by the young man's calm demeanor. With those words, Luo Yi had succeeded in instilling a profound sense of guilt within him. The revelation struck Fan Jian like a sharp needle, causing him considerable anguish. As a father himself, he could easily envision a child growing up alone, devoid of parental love. But no, he thought resolutely. He could not allow himself to soften. The precedent set by Fan Xinya's unfortunate circumstances loomed large. Despite Luo Yi's pitiable situation, he remained an outsider. And Fan Jian needed to consider Su Baizhou's well-being above all else. His niece is exceptionally talented. It is said that she has secured a place for postgraduate studies at Jian University, and soon the Fan family will celebrate their first graduate. Moreover, she possesses beauty, which raises the standards set by Fan Jian for her future suitor. Gaining the approval of her parents is not something that can be achieved through mere pleas for sympathy. Furthermore, it is not that he harbors prejudice against children without parents, rather, growing up in a challenging environment often results in a temperament that diverges significantly from others, leading to misunderstandings. While he can empathize with others, he cannot jeopardize his own kin. Wait a moment, did that young man speak of sacrifice rather than death? What does that mean? The word sacrifice he mentioned. Fan Jian inquired in silence. Upon hearing this, Luo Yi recalled the words of his aunt. His parents did not abandon him intentionally, they were, in fact, the ones who loved him the most in the world. However, their roles dictated that they could not remain by his side, ultimately sacrificing their lives in the pursuit of justice. Listening to this tale, Fan Jian was overcome with emotion. Dreadful criminals. He slammed his fist onto the bed, then embraced Luo Yi, solemnly declaring, "Child, from this moment forth, I shall be your uncle, your family." Luo Yi responded, "You are rather sentimental." He gained Fan Jian's acknowledgement, yet it bore little significance. In the hierarchy of this household, Fan Jian ranked only slightly above his son. Even less esteemed than the old yellow dog in the yard. This yellow dog, having been raised for nearly a decade, was fierce and far more useful than Fan Jian. After Fan Jian departed, Luo Yi reclined on the bed, gazing at the somewhat rough ceiling. Although this place lacked the urban clamor, it evoked a sense of warmth. He began to reminisce about the day's events, his thoughts quickly crystallizing on the image of the senior girl leaning against his shoulder on the bus. With this memory, Luo Yi rolled back and forth on the bed, filled with excitement, unable to calm himself. Fortunately, he had completed the updates for his novel earlier that morning, otherwise he would have had to disappoint his readers today. Late at night, Luo Yi was awakened by the urge to relieve himself. In a state of drowsiness, he sat up, wearing a bewildered expression. The bathroom, where is the bathroom? Slipping on his slippers, Luo Yi opened the door to the room and stepped into the yard. The rural night, devoid of moonlight, could be described as pitch black. At that moment, Luo Yi could see nothing at all. He wandered around the yard, searching for the location of the bathroom. Soon, he stumbled upon a small dark room. Unable to locate a light switch, he resorted to using his phone's flashlight. Observing the conditions within the small space and inhaling the pungent odor in the air, Luo Yi confirmed that this was indeed the bathroom. After attending to his needs, he switched off the flashlight and exited the restroom. At that moment, a figure entered, and they collided unexpectedly. Su Baizhou let out a cry of pain. Upon hearing the voice of her senior, Luo Yi reacted swiftly, stepping forward to wrap his arms around Su Baizhou's waist. Just as he intended to show off, his foot unexpectedly slipped, and he fell. Yet, before hitting the ground, he managed to pull Su Baizhou in front of him, becoming her cushion. "Are you all right, senior?" Luo Yi inquired. "I'm fine," Su Baizhou replied, her tone devoid of emotion as she gazed at the youth pressed closely against her. However, in the dark of night, Luo Yi could not see the blush that had crept onto her cheeks. The darkness enveloped them, rendering everything invisible save for the faint glimmer in their eyes. Instinctively, they locked eyes, neither daring to speak. Su Baizhou's body felt delicate, and it was only in this close proximity that Luo Yi realized how perfectly shaped she was. He could distinctly feel the pressure of two soft forms pressed against his chest, rendering him almost immobile. As he held her, a singular thought consumed Luo Yi's mind, sheer bliss. "Have you had enough of holding me?" Although Su Baizhou did not resist, she feared that if this continued, she might faint. For reasons unknown, her face was burning, and her consciousness was beginning to blur. Chapter 35. The fairy senior sister knows how to bargain. Early the next morning, Fan Jian treated everyone to breakfast. For less than 5 yuan per person, one could feast to their heart's content. Such prices are enviable in the city. Fan Jian owned a house in the urban area, but had returned to the village solely to handle matters concerning his sister. Meanwhile, Su Baijiu's aunt, who happens to be his wife, remained in the city for work. As they sat around the table, an awkward atmosphere enveloped them. Luo Yi and Su Baijiu found themselves unconsciously recalling the events of the previous night, avoiding each other's gaze. Their relationship seemed to have plummeted to an icy low, yet there was no palpable tension in the air. Fan Jian struggled to articulate it. But Fan Xinya immediately grasped the situation. This was not a matter of discord but rather a pivotal moment in their relationship. If these two young souls could navigate through this phase, their bond would undoubtedly deepen. With a gentle smile, Fan Xinya handed Luo Yi an egg, remarking, "Xiao Yi, you appear a bit under the weather. Be sure to replenish your protein." "Thank you, Auntie," Luo Yi replied politely. The toll of his nightly vigils was evident in his lack of vitality. Continuing, Fan Xinya added, "Xiao Yi, since you and our Fan attend the same school, please look after her. This girl has an irregular schedule. Though you are both young, it is wise to consider the future." "Of course, Auntie. I will make sure to remind the senior sister regularly," Luo Yi assured her. Fan Xinya's health had never been robust. She was a workaholic in her youth. A formidable woman who garnered much admiration in her professional sphere, which often led to her husband's discontent. Not everyone appreciates a strong woman. Nor do they favor someone who outshines them. After breakfast, Fan Jian called out to Luo Yi and Su Baijiu as he mounted his electric tricycle. Sitting behind him, Luo Yi inquired, "Uncle, where are we headed?" Upon hearing the term uncle, Su Baijiu glanced at Luo Yi but chose to remain silent. Fan Jian responded, "Yesterday, Fan mentioned you lacked clean clothes, so today, I'm taking you to the town to purchase a couple of outfits." Surprised that Fan Jian also referred to himself as uncle, Su Baijiu contemplated when these two had reached such an understanding. Just yesterday, Fan Jian had been rather stern with Luo Yi. Now, their relationship seemed to have warmed unexpectedly. Before long, the tricycle halted in the town. Today was particularly special. It was market day. The marketplace was teeming with crowds. And a glance around revealed few extravagantly dressed individuals. Instead, most were modestly attired. The air was filled with a cacophony of haggling, with some patrons even resorting to heated exchanges with vendors in their quest for better prices. Su Baijiu observed this scene with an expression of calm indifference. Clad in a simple white long-sleeve top and loose black trousers, she wore no makeup, her hair styled in a casual bun at the nape of her neck, exuding an air of understated elegance. At that moment, Fan Jian received a phone call from Fan Xinya. Uncertain of the conversation that transpired over the phone, Fan Jian's expression abruptly shifted as he turned his gaze towards Luo Yi and Su Baijiu. He then began to mutter to himself loudly, exclaiming, "Ah, there are matters at home that require my return. Very well, I shall leave at once." Without allowing Luo Yi and Su Baijiu a moment to react, Fan Jian mounted his electric tricycle and instructed, "Bai Fan, please purchase 2 sets of clothing for Xiao Yi and take her for a stroll. Once you are done, give me a call, and I shall come to collect you." No sooner had he spoken than the tricycle roared to life, akin to a motorcycle, executing a dramatic 360-degree turn before vanishing from sight, leaving Luo Yi and Su Baijiu staring blankly at the spot it had just occupied. Senior. Luo Yi cast a glance at Su Baijiu's profile, his mind once again replaying the events of the previous night. He lowered his head, too bashful to meet her eyes. Su Baijiu turned and said coolly, "Let us go." With Su Baijiu leading the way, Luo Yi followed closely behind, his curiosity causing him to glance around. Nearby, a woman approached him, enthusiastically stating, "Young man, would you like to try a freshly cut big head cap?" "No. Thank you," Luo Yi politely declined. However, the cacophony of voices surrounding him instilled a sense of unease. "Clearance sale. Everything for just 9 yuan. Snails. Fried snails. Young man, would you like a portion? Bargain prices on watermelons. If it's not sweet, you don't pay." The fervor of the surrounding crowd overwhelmed Luo Yi, prompting him to instinctively retreat closer to Su Baijiu, seeking her proximity as a refuge from the exuberant vendors. Noticing Luo Yi's discomfort, a slight smile played at the corners of Su Baizhou's mouth, as if she were on the verge of laughter. She softly inquired, "What color do you prefer?" By this time, the duo had arrived at a street bustling with clothing vendors. The array of garments dazzled Luo Yi, nearly overwhelming his senses. The prices were astonishingly low. A pair of pants beside him was marked at merely 99 yuan for 3. Isn't that practically giving them away? "Anything will do. What does the senior like?" he replied. In response, Su Baizhou advanced towards one of the vendors. It was then that Luo Yi noticed her sleeves had been rolled up, evoking an impression of someone ready to engage in a spirited negotiation. Pointing to a pink top priced at 300 yuan, Su Baizhou boldly declared, "How about 50? Will you sell it for that?" Luo Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. Dropping it by that much? 6-fold reduction. Surely, she won't be met with hostility. The vendor's expression shifted, evidently taken aback by this young girl's audacity in bargaining. 50? Young lady, that doesn't even cover the cost. How about this, 260, and it's yours? At most 80, and if that is not acceptable, I shall take my leave, Su Baizhou responded, turning to walk away. Wait, how about 150? 120? 100? Based on the mechanics of haggling, Luo Yi sensed that Su Baizhou might indeed reconsider her stance. Bargaining from 300 to 100 was already a remarkable feat, yet Su Baizhou remained resolute. The vendor gritted his teeth and exclaimed, 80 it is. Luo Yi's mouth fell agape, his astonishment palpable. Senior sister, that is impressive, he thought, silently giving her a thumbs up. He then followed her around, engaging in further negotiations. In the end, Su Baizhou purchased 2 sets of clothing for him, totaling less than 300 yuan. Though the garments were not particularly stylish, they suited Luo Yi perfectly. Moreover, they bore the charm of being a gift from Su Baizhou, adorned with the radiance of a senior sister. Subsequently, the two strolled through various stalls, acquiring a plethora of snacks. Today, Su Baizhou intended to showcase her culinary skills. Having observed how much joy Luo Yi derived from the meal prepared by Fan Xinya the previous day, Su Baizhou felt a twinge of competitiveness. Thus, she procured a fish and a chicken. With a fish in one hand and a chicken in the other, Luo Yi stood beside the ethereal senior sister, waiting outside the market for her uncle to arrive. Both the fish and the chicken were still alive. Luo Yi inquired, "Are we going to slaughter them at home?" "Indeed. I shall personally send them off to reincarnation." Upon hearing these words, Luo Yi paused in surprise, then burst into laughter. The awkwardness between him and the senior sister seemed to have dissipated. Furthermore, wandering through the market together fostered a sense of familiarity akin to that of an old married couple. Chapter 36, The King of Ultraman Fan Jian, with a playful grin, welcomed Luo Yi and Su Baizhou back home. Today's lunch was a delightful creation by Su Baizhou and Luo Yi, with Su Baizhou cooking while Luo Yi assisted by chopping vegetables. One exquisite dish after another was presented by Luo Yi from the kitchen. Fan Xinya and Fan Jian watched this scene, feeling that such days were indeed wonderful. After placing a dish on the table, Luo Yi said, "Aunt, uncle, if you are hungry, please feel free to eat. I will go help my senior in the kitchen." "Thank you for your hard work, Xiaoye." Fan Xinya increasingly found favor in this boy and felt immense satisfaction with him. Upon returning to the kitchen, Fan Xinya remarked, "This child truly adores our Fan Fan." It was evident. Suddenly, Fan Jian fell silent and quietly asked, "Sister, do you know about his family?" Fan Xinya glanced at him and shook her head, saying, "In our Fan family, we never consider family background when marrying off our daughters. Brother, as long as the other party is affluent, our Fan Fan is more than worthy. Even if the other party is poor, our Fan Fan would never disdain him." "No, sister." Fan Jian whispered something in Fan Xinya's ear. Her expression shifted, revealing surprise followed by deep regret. "So that's how it is. When Luoyi emerged from the kitchen once more, Fan Xinya's gaze softened towards him, as if he were her own son. At that moment, the phone rang. Fan Xinya picked up her phone and frowned upon seeing the caller ID. Fan Jian snatched the phone away and answered the call angrily. "How dare you call my sister?" On the other end, the voice of Su Baizhou's father, Su Changqing, came through. "Xinya, is Zhuozhuo with you?" "Fan Fan is my niece, her presence here is none of your concern," Fan Jian retorted, barely containing his fury. Before he could escalate his anger further, Su Baizhou, wearing an apron, stepped out and took the phone, saying firmly, "If you divorce my mother, I will stay with her." She then hung up and returned to the kitchen with an expression of calm. Fan Jian and Fan Xinya sat in stunned silence, exchanging glances, unsure of what to say. Shortly thereafter, Luoyi brought plate after plate of dishes to the table. This was the fruit of his and the senior's labor, although he had not contributed significantly. He felt a deep sense of satisfaction at the sight of the bountiful lunch. After lunch, their neighbor asked Fan Jian for help in harvesting corn. And with his warm-hearted nature, he readily agreed, taking Luoyi along. For Luoyi, this was a remarkable experience, allowing him to appreciate the hard work of the farmers. October had arrived, marking the transition from the end of summer to the onset of autumn, yet the air remained warm. The sun hung high in the sky, causing sweat to pour down Luoyi's brow as he labored in the fields, his humble demeanor endearing him to the neighbors. Ultimately, he received a remuneration of 200 yuan. In stark contrast to the monthly earnings nearing tens of thousands, this modest sum of cash became an object of his fondness. With 2 red bills tucked in his pocket, Luoyi rode his small tricycle, accompanied by Fan Jian, on their journey home. Over the past few days, he had thoroughly acquainted himself with the other villagers, even becoming the beloved king among the village children. His prowess in games like Chicken Dinner and Honor of Kings had swiftly captivated elementary school students within several kilometers. To them, possessing the titles of Invincible War God and Honorary King was akin to legendary status. Moreover, Luoyi's gaming account had been funded, boasting a coveted golden skin for his vehicle that left the children envious. However, all joyful moments must come to an end. The 7-day holiday had already reached its 5th day, and Su Baizhou and Luoyi were set to return to Zhongcheng. At the village entrance, the two sat in Fan Jian's electric tricycle, trailed by a throng of small children. One chubby child wept, exclaiming, "King of the Ultraman, I await your return." Upon hearing this, Su Baizhou instinctively glanced at the young man beside her. Luoyi's expression turned awkward. "I, Ultraman's father, also await your return." "I, Digger, await you too." The other children chimed in, their eyes sparkling with hope. A girl shouted, "Brother Luoyi, when I grow up, I want to marry you." At this, Su Baizhou's countenance darkened. Luoyi trembled, sensing an aura of menace nearby that left him unsettled. When he turned to identify the source of the tension, he found Su Baizhou gazing expressionlessly elsewhere, as if unfazed. Fan Xinya cheerfully remarked, "Fan Fan, it's going to get cold soon. Buy a few more clothes to avoid catching a cold." "Yes, Mom, you take care of yourself too." Perhaps parental concern is often simple, as they are unable to assist with their children's studies or careers, so they can only remind them to stay warm and eat well. "Mom, divorce him." "I will stand by you," Su Baizhou stated earnestly. "I know. After I recuperate at home for a while, I will return and discuss this matter with him." After a brief conversation between mother and daughter, Fan Jian, seated at the front of the vehicle, turned and said, "Sister, don't worry, these 2 children are quite sensible. Our Fan Fan has little to look after her." Upon hearing this, the group of elementary students covered their mouths in astonishment, their expressions turning mischievous as they gazed at Luoyi and Su Baizhou. Su Baizhou shot a fierce glare at Fan Jian, who sheepishly scratched his head and smiled awkwardly before starting the tricycle. "Let us go." The tricycle remained as exaggerated as ever. An electric vehicle that somehow emitted the impression of belching exhaust fumes, leaving a cloud of dust in its wake. Upon arriving at the station, The two boarded the train back to Zhongcheng, when Su Baizhou and Luo Yi seemed to revert to their previous demeanor from school. They settled into their respective seats, enveloped in silence. Luo Yi glanced at Su Baizhou, offering consolation. "Senior, don't be disheartened. When the bad things don't leave, the good things won't come either. I am not upset." Indeed, Su Baizhou was not troubled. In her heart, she believed her mother should have divorced that man long ago. Thus, she felt nothing but joy for her mother now. "Why does the senior have such a stern expression?" Luo Yi inquired. Upon hearing this, Su Baizhou cast a sidelong glance at him and replied nonchalantly, "Haven't I always been like this? It was merely that in recent days she had presented herself as the dutiful daughter before her mother, and now, reverting to her former demeanor, Luo Yi found it somewhat disconcerting. The senior's expression was frigid, and Luo Yi, captivated by her profile, found himself entranced. Initially, Su Baizhou managed to feign ignorance, but as Luo Yi continued to gaze, she sensed her heart rate becoming irregular. As she turned her head to question him about his staring, she was suddenly taken aback. In that fleeting moment, her eyes met Luo Yi's. His eyes were strikingly beautiful, exuding a pure and untainted essence. It seemed as if they had never been sullied by the mundane world. Through them, one could glimpse the thoughts of their owner. Such was Luo Yi's nature, unabashedly revealing himself before the ethereal senior. He softly spoke, "Senior, you need not wear yourself out in my presence." Chapter 37, Show Your Worth in Zhongcheng, at Zhongcheng University, Building 5, Unit 4, Room 614. Su Baizhou opened the door and entered with Luo Yi. Su Baizhou gestured towards the vacant room and remarked, "You may stay there, but only for today, tomorrow, and the day after." Upon hearing this, Luo Yi curiously inquired, "What happens when the holiday ends?" "That will depend on your performance over these 3 days," Su Baizhou replied, turning back with a gentle smile. This smile momentarily startled Luo Yi, evoking a sense of warmth within him. He noticed that ever since he had spoken that line to the fairy-like senior in the car, she no longer appeared so aloof. However, when she mentioned performance, Luo Yi's expression grew serious, and he became resolute. He must present himself as the perfect gentleman over the next 3 days, or risk being expelled from the house by the senior. Seeing his earnest demeanor, Su Baizhou found it somewhat amusing, akin to a mischievous child striving to earn a teacher's coveted star by feigning compliance. "Tonight's dinner, you should purchase the ingredients," Su Baizhou suddenly stated. "I should buy them?" Luo Yi asked, somewhat perplexed. "Yes, you buy whatever you wish to eat, and I will prepare it when you return," she clarified. Understanding her intent, Luo Yi gave an okay sign and exited the living room, gently closing the door behind him. As Su Baizhou settled onto the sofa, resting her chin in contemplation, she pondered, "Are they cohabiting? No, this can only be considered as sharing a rental. Should they establish some sort of agreement like in novels? No. He can only stay for 3 days, it would be impolite to extend his stay beyond the holiday. Yet, this is her cousin's home, and she is merely renting a room. Should she really insist he leave?" Su Baizhou's expression was fraught with conflict. At that moment, her phone rang. She picked it up and answered, hearing a female voice on the other end. "Jojo, why haven't you contacted me during the break? Are you coming to hang out with me these next few days?" "Not this time," Su Baizhou declined. "I have matters to attend to." "You have matters? What could possibly be more important at Zhong University than me?" The voice on the line questioned skeptically. This was Licia, Su Baizhou's close friend, currently an intern at Zhongcheng Medical University, and also a classmate from high school, middle school, and even elementary school, where they had shared a desk. Their bond had always been strong. "Right now, of course you are my priority, but tomorrow I have something to attend to. Let's meet the day after." Su Baizhou's heart raced as she nearly let slip her secret. Tomorrow, October 6th, was Luo Yi's birthday, a detail she remembered vividly. On the other end of the line, Licia said suspiciously, "What do you mean I'm your priority now?" Am I not your priority later? Jojo, I feel like you've suddenly changed. I haven't changed, she replied. Su Baijiu's tone remained as frigid as ever, a demeanor familiar to Licia. Yet, the latter sensed an incongruity. From all the unknown changes, a singular conclusion could be drawn. Licia's gaze sharpened as she spoke into the phone with a steady voice, Jojo. If someone you know well suddenly seems like a different person, do you understand why? I don't know, nor do I wish to, Su Baijiu replied blandly. There is but one truth: what can induce such rapid change is love. Beep, beep, beep. The moment the word love escaped, Su Baijiu hung up the phone. How tedious. How could she possibly be in love? She was merely assisting Professor Gu by looking after his younger brother. Looking after her brother. Luoyi. Why, at the mention of love, did her thoughts drift to Luoyi? Lost in contemplation, Su Baijiu realized that her mind was now filled with the visage of a young man. Perhaps she did harbor some affection for Luoyi. But affection does not equate to love. Even if she truly loved him, that did not necessitate being together. Indeed, that was the case. On the television, an animated show was airing where a young man unleashed a skill while proclaiming, "You already possess the path to death." Su Baijiu furrowed her brows and switched to the next channel. In the second program, a character on screen exclaimed, "Stubborn as a dead duck." At this, Su Baijiu stood up, fixating on the character, and declared earnestly, "I do not." Still denying it? You are clearly in love with him, the character asserted with certainty. Su Baijiu shook her head and switched to the third channel. However, as she continued watching, she found the dramas overly dull and decided to turn off the television. Sitting on the sofa, she lingered in thought for a moment before frowning. Why hasn't he returned yet? Glancing at the time, she realized that only 10 minutes had passed since Luoyi had left. Why did time seem to crawl? Meanwhile, Luoyi had arrived at the market. Today was his senior's turn to cook, so he needed to carefully select the ingredients for dinner. King crab on sale, 588 per pound, what a bargain. At this, Luoyi approached the seafood vendor and said, "I'll take a king crab." All right. This young man has a promising future. Able to afford king crab at such a young age. Do you have a girlfriend? No. Luoyi answered with conviction, then lowered his head to murmur, "However, I do have someone I like." What a pity. I was just going to introduce my son to you, the seafood vendor responded, shaking her head with a look of regret. Ha, you really are a jokester, boss. Luoyi chuckled, scratching his head, though a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. What son? I must have misheard. Before long, a king crab was expertly prepared and placed in a box, which Luoyi took in hand. Then, should he buy a chicken? Perhaps a leg of lamb? Some beef would be delightful. He decided to purchase some beef as well. 2 more large lobsters, one for him and one for the senior. What else should I purchase? The family housing building. Su Baijiu gazed at the numerous bags cluttering the table, though his expression remained impassive. It was evident that a wave of unease washed over Luoyi. She remarked coolly, "It appears you are not only inept in culinary skills but also lack a basic understanding of ingredients." Luoyi lowered his head, resembling a child who had erred. However, with such an abundance, it should suffice to prepare a myriad of dishes. The corners of Su Baijiu's mouth curled slightly as she ventured into the kitchen, tying on an apron. Luoyi had anticipated a reprimand from the senior, yet was surprised when it was merely brushed aside. Suddenly, Su Baijiu emerged from the kitchen, wielding a kitchen knife, her gaze fixed on Luoyi with an intimidating intensity. She stated flatly, "Next time, refrain from purchasing such extravagant items. I can create delectable dishes even with inexpensive ingredients." Chapter 38, Breakfast. I understand, senior, Luoyi said earnestly. He then busied himself chopping vegetables and storing unnecessary items in the refrigerator, only to discover that it was already overflowing. One might think he was preparing for a festive celebration at home. Eager to impress, he had purchased more than he needed. It became evident to him that pursuing a romantic interest cannot be rushed. One must remain grounded and maintain a calm demeanor. When would he confess his feelings to the senior? Luo Yi began to ponder this seriously. Junior. Su Baizhou called from the kitchen, half her body peeking out with a spoon in hand. Come help me. Coming, senior. Luo Yi's train of thought was abruptly interrupted as he hurried into the kitchen. Before long, a dinner was prepared. Given that there were only two of them, Su Baizhou had not cooked much. However, she had devised a plan for the large assortment of ingredients Luo Yi had bought. She intended to prepare bento boxes, ensuring that the meat and seafood would not spoil quickly, preserving them for Luo Yi to take back to share with his roommates when classes resumed in a couple of days. Otherwise, they would never finish the fresh ingredients, which would perish in just a day or two. After dinner, Su Baizhou settled on the sofa to watch television while Luo Yi washed the dishes in the kitchen. Once finished, he joined her on the sofa. They sat at opposite ends, both fixated on the screen, though their thoughts were far from the show. After a while, Su Baizhou broke the silence, asking, "Is your family quite wealthy?" Taken aback by the question, Luo Yi realized that she must have been referring to the ingredients from dinner. He scratched his head and replied, "I have a part-time job, so I've earned a bit." Su Baizhou did not press further nor inquire about the nature of his job. She simply said, "Next time, you don't need to buy such expensive things." "I understand, senior." Before long, night fell, and Su Baizhou stood up. "Time for bed, ma'am." They each retreated to their respective rooms. In Luo Yi's room, despite the absence of a blanket, the early October weather was mild enough not to feel cold without one. He took out his phone and began typing in his room. Meanwhile, Su Baizhou was engaged in her own computer-related part-time work. 2 hours later, having written 4,000 words, Luo Yi stretched and glanced at the time, 12:30 a.m. He stealthily opened his door, peering into the darkened living room. The light in the bathroom was on, and a graceful silhouette was showering inside. Luo Yi quietly closed the door, his heart racing. Why was the senior bathing at this hour? He was aware that the enchanting senior had an irregular sleep schedule, but he had not anticipated that she would be showering so late into the night. Reflecting on the situation, it is evident that during the presence of Luo Yi in the living room, Su Baizhou could not have possibly taken a shower. She only ventured out to wash when she believed Luo Yi had succumbed to slumber. However, Luo Yi was indeed awake, then without his computer at hand. He resorted to typing on his phone, making not a sound. The room was enveloped in silence, save for the gentle sound of running water echoing from the bathroom. Seated in his chair, Luo Yi absently scrolled through short videos. Within the freshman group chat, a wealthy heir was still vying for attention, sharing photographs of his luxurious car while inquiring about parking. Among his 5 messages, one was directed at Tang Enki, revealing a distinct interest in the freshman belle. This affluent heir, named Gao Yaming, is considered one of the 3 prominent figures among the newcomers. The other 2 are Shen Qiao, renowned for his striking looks, and Tang Enki, the celebrated campus beauty, whose reputation precedes her. While there are other wealthy students in the school, none flaunt their affluence quite like he does. Observing the ostentatious exchanges in the freshman group chat had become a pastime for Luo Yi. Before long, the sound of water ceased. Su Baizhou emerged from the bathroom dressed in her pajamas and returned to her room. The light in the master bedroom remained on, indicating that the enchanting senior was still occupied with her work. Luo Yi stealthily exited his room to visit the restroom. The air in the bathroom was thick with a familiar fragrance, one he recognized as the senior's signature scent. After a brief visit, he returned to his room. Despite sharing the same roof, Luo Yi opted to message the senior, "Sleep early, senior." Upon receiving the message, Su Baizhou glanced at her phone, her gaze momentarily distant. She turned her attention back to her computer, realizing she had only completed 70% of her part-time task, knowing that to finish it entirely would require at least another hour. Ordinarily, during the holiday, she would not be this busy, but with commitments looming for the following day, she found herself burning the midnight oil. At 2 in the morning, Su Baizhou stretched and prepared for bed. Seeing that the light in the enchanting senior's room had finally extinguished, Luo Yi climbed into bed, closed his eyes, and drifted into sleep. The following day, at 8 o'clock, Luo Yi awoke. He dressed and prepared to wash up. Upon exiting his room, he was taken aback to find a neatly arranged breakfast spread on the table, a steamer basket of soup dumplings, 2 fried dough sticks, 2 cups of soybean milk, and 2 tea eggs. Su Baizhou was seated at the table, awaiting Luo Yi's awakening. As he entered the bathroom, he suddenly realized he had no toothpaste, nor even a towel, and thus returned to sit in front of the enchanting senior. Noticing Luo Yi's lack of energy, Su Baizhou remarked, "Do you always look this way?" "Not really." After staying up late, waking up early leaves one feeling quite drowsy, Luo Yi replied with a yawn, promptly devouring a soup dumpling. After consuming one, he curiously inquired, "Senior, when did you purchase breakfast?" Before him sat Su Baizhou, clad in loose black attire, her dark hair slightly damp, as if she had just completed a vigorous workout. This ethereal senior, whom Luo Yi had encountered before, reminded him of that day on the playground, during the morning run when she had returned with breakfast. Su Baizhou rested her chin on her hand, her gaze fixed intently on Luo Yi, seemingly awaiting something. Feeling the weight of her stare, Luo Yi lowered his head and began to eat silently. For reasons unknown, Su Baizhou derived great pleasure from watching Luo Yi eat. In those moments, he appeared adorably engrossed, his entire focus devoted to the meal before him. Meanwhile, Luo Yi's thoughts were occupied with a resolve to follow in the senior's footsteps, committing to a daily morning run to maintain his health as he aged. Of course, it was not solely the desire to run alongside the enchanting senior that spurred his determination. Chapter 39, Auntie. After finishing breakfast, Su Baizhou rose from the table and returned to her bedroom, gathering her belongings as if preparing for a shopping excursion. "I'll be back shortly," she remarked before departing. Uncertain of her intentions, Luo Yi returned to his room, continuing his writing. Whether he was crafting prose or contemplating his next words, he was indeed a diligent and capable writer. In the narrative of his novel, the male protagonist relinquished his long-held affection for the secondary female character, fostering an increasingly intimate bond with the primary female lead. The comment section erupted in applause, exclaiming their delight. Luo Yi began to envision the forthcoming plot developments, where the protagonist would fall for the heroine, who in turn would gradually reciprocate his feelings. It was quite a marvel that a solitary 18-year-old was penning a romance novel. Soon, he completed his morning writing tasks and settled into his chair, ready to peruse short videos. However, an uneasy feeling lingered, as if he had forgotten something of great significance. What could it be? He pondered deeply. Just then, his phone rang, announcing a video call from his aunt. Flustered, he hastily answered the call. On the screen appeared a regal woman, her features exquisite, adorned with expensive earrings and a necklace, her attire exuding luxury. Though time had left its marks upon her face, Chen Xiaoman, who diligently maintained her skin weekly, still radiated charm. "Ah, is that our little Luo Yi?" she exclaimed, her words shattering her poised image. With the visage of a high society lady, she spoke in a playful tone, her affection reminiscent of a girl encountering a kitten. Luo Yi felt a wave of frustration wash over him, yet he found it impossible to be angry. In this household, no one dared to express ire towards his aunt. Chen Xiaoman had once embodied the persona of a refined young lady. To put it kindly, she possessed a certain green tea charm. In her husband's words, she was not merely a green tea, but his beloved sister. Consequently, he was utterly captivated by her, often left in a daze, and whenever she shed tears, both Luo Yi and Gu Mingxian would inevitably face his wrath. Thus, she was revered within the household, cherished like a precious gem, despite her advancing years. Noticing Luo Yi's expression, Chen Xiaoman feigned sorrow, murmuring softly, "Little Luo Yi, it's been a month since you last saw your aunt. And you haven't even called." It truly makes me so sad. I've been quite busy, haha. How have you been, aunt? Not well. She replied with a shake of her head, a frown marring her features. I have only one little nephew, and for the past month, I've been worrying about whether you're doing well at school, whether you're eating properly. That scoundrel Gu Mingxian had the audacity to go abroad right when you started school. It's infuriating. Gu Mingxian, am I not your only son? As he observed his aunt talking to herself incessantly, Luo Yi couldn't help but smile wryly and asked, Aunt, what is the matter that you called? What? Little Yi, can I only call you when I have something important? Your words truly break Auntie's heart, sob. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Luo Yi's forehead. He forced a tender smile and gently replied, Aunt, that is not it at all. I think about you every day. You can call me anytime. The reason Gu Mingxian remarked that Luo Yi was attentive to girls stemmed from this very sentiment. Offhand, Luo Yi received more affection from the Gu family than even Gu Mingxian, which in turn placed a greater burden upon him. This pressure was derived from Chen Xiaoman. If you say it like that, Auntie will be delighted. Chen Xiaoman's face instantly brightened. Her gloomy disposition transformed as if the sorrowful person just moments ago was a mere figment. Little Yi, today is your birthday, and since you haven't returned home, your Uncle Gu and I have been pondering what gift to bestow upon you. Hearing this warmed Luo Yi's heart, and he smiled softly, saying, Aunt, you and Uncle Gu raising me is already the greatest gift. That won't do. My beloved nephew cannot celebrate his birthday without a present. Uncle Gu, transfer 50% of your company shares to Little Yi. At this, Luo Yi's lips twitched. In the video, his uncle-in-law, Gu Ranch, emerged with a pained smile, exclaiming, Dear, even though I'm a board member, I don't possess 50% of the shares myself. I don't care, find a way, she insisted. Why aren't you taking action? You don't love me anymore. Sob, Uncle Gu, you don't love me anymore, sob. Chen Xiaoman's tears flowed like little pearls, then Gu Ranch, in a flurry, knelt down to comfort his wife. Even after nearly 50 years of marriage, they behaved like young lovers, which made Luo Yi unable to bear watching. Seizing the opportunity while the couple was engrossed in their affection, Luo Yi exchanged a glance with his uncle-in-law and promptly ended the call. Though Gu Ranch's company wasn't classified as a top-tier conglomerate in the capital, it ranked among the nation's elite in game production. Apart from the companies behind the popular titles PUBG and Honor of Kings, no one could contest Gu's second-place standing. The company's shares were predominantly held by Gu Ranch and Gu Mingxian, who together controlled 55%, thus possessing the primary voting rights. Luo Yi held none. It was evident to any discerning observer that Luo Yi's temperament was ill-suited for corporate management or leadership roles. Should he assume a leadership position, the entire company might be sold while he would still find himself counting the proceeds. Thus, all he needed to do was grow up carefree. Devoid of any ambition in that realm, Chen Xiaoman's earlier remarks were merely jest. Furthermore, given Luo Yi's character, he was not fit to hold nominal shares without engaging in company affairs, as he would easily be exploited. A youth of not yet 20 would be ill-equipped to contend with a cadre of seasoned shareholders in their 40s and 50s. However, Gu Mingxian is different. He has been groomed by Gu Rancheng as the heir to the company since childhood, resulting in an exceptionally impressive background, as if adorned with the halo of a protagonist. In contrast, Luo Yi has grown up carefree. Having already lost his parents, both Chen Xiaoman and Gu Rancheng wish to impose no pressure on him, hoping only that he follows his own desires and pursues what he truly wishes to do. After concluding the video call, Luo Yi realized he had forgotten something significant. Today marks his birthday. Yet, he finds himself in Jiangcheng during a brief 7-day holiday, with his roommates absent. It seems that this milestone of turning 19 will be spent in solitude. But that is not entirely accurate. He still has his esteemed readers. At the end of today's update, Luo Yi penned a heartfelt message, "Wish me a happy birthday." Soon, the comments section was filled with well wishes from his readers. Although this group can be quite critical of the storyline, at times even resorting to harsh words, they reveal their gentle side during moments like these. Truly, they are a delightful bunch of readers. Chapter 40, Little Tears. After leaving the family housing complex, Su Baizhou arrived at Zhongcheng Medical University, where she met her dear friend Licia. Dressed in a white top and denim trousers, Licia possessed a naturally stunning visage that could easily grace social media. She was tall and slender, though her bosom was rather unremarkable. With her legs crossed, she sat in a CAF near the affiliated hospital of Zhongcheng Medical University. Upon seeing Su Baizhou take a seat across from her, she smiled gently and inquired, "Jojo, we only have this one day off as doctors. And I've chosen to spend it with you. What is it that you need to discuss?" In response, Su Baizhou replied coolly, "You are still just an intern. Aren't you? The kind that runs errands." Licia shrugged nonchalantly, "Being a doctor isn't as simple as it seems. Without a few years of experience, I can't perform surgeries." Without further ado, Su Baizhou cut to the chase. "Sia, what do you usually give your boyfriend for his birthday?" "Boyfriend? Which one are you referring to?" Licia asked, her brow furrowing in confusion. "Li. What was his name?" Su Baizhou probed tentatively. "That one is over," Licia stated flatly. Then suddenly realizing something, her expression shifted, and she stared at Su Baizhou in shock. "What did you say? Giving a birthday gift to a boyfriend? Who are you talking about? Since when do you have a boyfriend?" Seeing the intensity of her friend's reaction, Su Baizhou maintained a calm demeanor, having already prepared her explanation. She cleared her throat lightly and said, "It's merely a male friend, and I'm just inquiring on behalf of a friend." Licia's lips twitched. It was evident that this was a flimsy excuse. "Which friend are you helping? I recall you only have one friend at Zhejiang University." "Indeed, it's Qin Yuan," Su Baizhou replied without a hint of embarrassment. Licia looked utterly speechless. However, she had no intention of exposing Su Baizhou's ruse. Instead, a mischievous expression crossed her face as she regarded Su Baizhou with a teasing glance, pondering aloud, "So, Yuan has a crush on someone, huh? If she wishes to give him a gift, she must first ascertain what he likes. What does Luo Yi enjoy?" The image of Luo Yi flashed through Su Baizhou's mind. What does Luo Yi like? She found herself at a loss. Their acquaintance was still quite new. Barely a month, and truly getting to know one another had only transpired in recent days. "Foolish Jojo," Licia stifled her laughter. "I can only guess that the boy is fond of Yuan. If she were to present herself as a gift, wouldn't that be the ultimate birthday surprise?" As soon as the words left her lips, the fleeting image appeared in Su Baizhou's mind, only to vanish almost instantly. A blush crept onto her cheeks. Yet she maintained her composure as she replied, "As expected of a romance expert who has dated a dozen boys, but Yuan is still an innocent maiden." "Hey! How can you say that? Although I've had many relationships, they were all online. I'm still an innocent maiden too." Yet, seeing Su Baizhou's flushed face while she tried to act serious filled Licia with uncontainable joy. "The iceberg goddess, you are in trouble, you have fallen in love. Su Baizhou, today is your turn." Licia coughed lightly, then stated, "Jojo, since you have sincerely inquired, I shall graciously enlighten you. When it comes to dealing with men, the most crucial factor is not what you present, but the sentiment behind it. Thus, the question arises, what kind of sentiment can pique a man's interest and make his birthday truly extraordinary? The answer lies in a sense of exclusivity. You must present him, or no, it is one who must present him, the gift that only he can receive, one that no one else can obtain. This is the essence of special sentiment." After listening to this, Su Baizhou fell into contemplation. She then slightly raised her brow and, with a cold demeanor, remarked, "Isn't this just suggesting that one give herself to him? Qin Yuan, Achio, oh dear, Jojo, why can't you grasp the concept? A unique feeling is not limited to just this one approach. Come, let us stroll through the mall to select a gift." Without waiting for Su Baizhou to respond, Licia had already taken her hand, and the two departed the CAF, heading towards a nearby shopping center. As soon as they left, Luo Yi appeared at the entrance of the Zhongcheng Medical University-affiliated hospital. He had intended to deliver the talisman for peace that he requested for Shen Qiao, as he had nothing else to do today. However, why was the address provided by Shen Qiao the Zhongcheng Medical University-affiliated hospital? With confusion, Luo Yi entered, following the address to a patient room. Inside, Shen Qiao was giving a massage to a girl. The girl was exceptionally beautiful. Shen Qiao had shown him her photograph, and she resembled the image remarkably. The only difference was that the girl in the photo was optimistic and cheerful, while the one before him lay motionless in a hospital gown. Upon seeing Luo Yi, Shen Qiao smiled faintly and waved him in. Luo Yi stepped into the room, glanced at the girl on the bed, then turned to Shen Qiao, questioning, "Brother Shen, who is this?" "This is Xiao Lei, my girlfriend." In a vegetative state. After handing over the talisman to Shen Qiao, Luo Yi seated himself in the hospital's activity area, observing the various patients around him. It turned out that a male celebrity truly had a girlfriend. Her name was Xiao Lei. Shen Qiao explained that she was prone to tears, hence the nickname Xiao Lei, along with various others like Little Pearl and Crybaby. After graduating from high school, Xiao Lei went on a trip with her family, only to be involved in a car accident. Although her parents perished instantly, they managed to shield their daughter, leaving her in a vegetative state, now bereft of her parents. All medical expenses were being borne by Shen Qiao's family, and even then, the chances of her awakening were exceedingly slim. Consequently, Shen Qiao's relationship with his family had grown increasingly strained, leading to recent arguments. He felt no obligation to remain by Xiao Lei's side, nor to cover all her expenses. Yet, during their high school years, they had maintained a distance in pursuit of higher education. Although they were a couple, to outsiders, they appeared no different from ordinary friends. The two had originally made a pact to gain admission to a university in Zhongcheng, to dream together of a future filled with beauty. To become a typical couple and make amends for the regrets of high school, sharing meals, going on dates, and traveling together. Like birds freed from a cage. They had yet to behold the vast world when the hunter set his sights upon them. When calamity befell Xiao Lei, it was also the moment when Shen Qiao loved her the most. As a novelist, Luo Yi possessed a profound sense of empathy. He had fully immersed himself in Shen Qiao's emotions. If he were Shen Qiao, how could he possibly accept the notion of watching his beloved girl languish as a mere shell of her former self? Heaven had bestowed upon Shen Qiao an extraordinary charm, enabling him to effortlessly attract love. It had also granted him unwavering principles and then gifted him a girl whom he cherished deeply. Ultimately, it took her away. Oh, cruel fate, do you not pause to contemplate the magnitude of your actions? Chapter 41, The Coach's Identity as a Fish. Luo Yi's mood was somewhat dismal. After leaving the hospital, he wandered aimlessly for a couple of rounds before deciding to return to the dormitory. Upon entering, he discovered that Su Baizhou had yet to come back. He settled onto the sofa and turned on the television, becoming engrossed in a show. As time passed, his position shifted from sitting to lying down, and he soon drifted into slumber. When he awoke, it was already afternoon, and Su Baizhou was still absent. Today was a holiday, and he couldn't fathom what his senior sister had been up to all day. Glancing at his phone, he sent a message to Su Baizhou. Luo Yi, senior sister, when will you be back? Hungry emoji. As always, her reply was instantaneous. Fairy senior sister, in the evening. Haven't you had lunch yet? Luo Yi, I accidentally overslept. Fairy senior sister, you can heat up the leftovers in the fridge, you know how to do that, right? Luo Yi, of course. After concluding the conversation, Luo Yi opened the refrigerator and retrieved one of the boxed meals prepared by his senior sister for him. These were leftovers from yesterday, as they had been unable to finish their meal, so they were packed away for him to enjoy later in the semester. Luo Yi then proceeded to the kitchen, took out the steamer, added water, placed the steaming tray on top, and turned on the gas. He was capable of heating the food. but was uncertain about the duration required. After a quick search online, he began timing. When the time was up, Luo Yi lifted the lid of the pot and gazed at the delectable food within, his expression turning greedy. Truly, the meals prepared by Fairy Senior Sister were delightful. Even the leftovers exuded an enticing aroma. As he reached out to retrieve the tray, a rush of steam enveloped his hand the moment it made contact with the dish. Reflexively, he withdrew his arm, though his fingers were slightly scalded. With a resigned sigh, Luo Yi muttered, "Those who do not cook lack kitchen wisdom." However, this minor injury was inconsequential, it would heal in due time. Luo Yi found a cloth and successfully removed the tray. After finishing his meal, he washed the bowl and tidied up the house meticulously. He then headed downstairs to purchase a towel, preparing to take a shower. Lacking his toiletries at home, he had refrained from bathing yesterday. Upon entering the bathroom, Luo Yi turned on the shower and began bathing. As he washed, he suddenly noticed two peculiar garments hanging on the wall beside him. One was white with delicate lace patterns, appearing both simple and pure. Such attire could surely not belong to a male. The other was triangular in shape. Surely, only girls would wear such things. Luo Yi's face flashed crimson, and he averted his gaze, too shy to look further. These garments had been hung by his senior sister after her shower last night, awaiting a wash when she had the time. In other words, these were her unwashed intimate apparel. Memories flooded back to him of that collision at the country restroom door with his senior sister. The soft sensation of her touch, had she been wearing one of these at that moment. With this thought, Luo Yi's spirits soared, his eyes sparkling with newfound enthusiasm. At this moment, Luo Yi's heart was filled with desire, as if the objects hanging on the wall were akin to Pandora's box, enticing him towards crime. Yet, Luo Yi was a man of integrity. He simply turned his head and transformed the hot water into cool water. Refreshingly cool, his heart soared. His feelings, much like the chilled water, extinguished the fervor of his good friend. After his shower, Luo Yi sat on the sofa, yet his thoughts had already soared into the heavens. Before long, he sensed his friend's enthusiasm rekindling, and in a fit of frustration, he exclaimed, "What a disappointment. If you have the capability, go convince the senior to be your girlfriend, and then you'll have everything." Luo Yi stood up and retreated to his room. He performed push-ups, 1, 2, 3, 4. But it was futile. He dashed outside, running laps around the school playground. Exercising. 18 years of singlehood, no, today marked the 19th year. Having never experienced a romantic relationship, Luo Yi's mind had become somewhat muddled. Today was the 6th day of a 7-day holiday, and students had begun returning to school in dribs and drabs. After completing 5 laps, he decided to stop, fatigued. However, compared to earlier, he had made progress, having improved by 2 laps. As the sky gradually darkened, dusk approached. Luo Yi sat on the playground, regaining his strength. Suddenly, his gaze fixed upon the roadside outside the playground. There, a boy and a girl walked side by side. The boy was unfamiliar to Luo Yi, but the girl looked remarkably familiar. Was that not the long-legged lowly Liu Bingxin? He observed Liu Bingxin laughing and chatting with the boy, although they maintained a respectful distance and displayed no intimate gestures. They appeared to share a strong bond, much like her interactions with Li Haoyang before they began dating. Although Luo Yi was a single dog, as a romance novelist, he was a master of theory. While he had never experienced love himself, he understood it all too well. Rising from the playground, Luo Yi resolved to investigate further. Stealthily, he followed the pair until they reached the entrance of the girls' dormitory. At this distance, he could hear their conversation. Liu Bingxin laughed, saying, "Thank you, senior, for picking me up from the airport and carrying my luggage. I truly appreciate it. How about I treat you to dinner this weekend?" The boy smiled gently, his expression handsome and warm, replying, "No need to be so polite, Junior. How about I take you out for dinner tonight instead?" Upon hearing this, Liu Bingxin displayed a hesitant expression, pondering, "Tonight, well, She did not finish her thought, leaving the boy an opportunity to inquire further. As expected, he asked kindly. Is there something you have to do tonight, Junior? I can help. It's nothing much, Liu Bingxin replied softly, looking at the boy. It's just that I haven't finished the assignment the teacher assigned last week, and class is in 2 days. I thought it was something serious. This small matter is nothing, I can handle it. Isn't this inappropriate? It's perfectly fine. Leave it to me. So, Junior, let's meet at the school gate tonight. It's a deal. Not far away, Luoyi displayed an expression of astonishment upon hearing those words. What level is this? Even the senior before him was being led by Liu Bingxin, assisting her with assignments and treating her to meals. All the while smiling as if he had struck an incredible bargain. It is no wonder that the coach was utterly captivated with his limited emotional intelligence. He was completely at the mercy of Liu Bingxin. This cannot continue, I must not allow the coach to stray down the wrong path. This younger sister Bingxin is truly a master of the art of tea, and the fish swimming around her are not limited to just Li Haoyang. Luoyi opened a private chat with Li Haoyang. Just as he was about to speak, a message popped up on his phone. Senior Fairy, where are you? The senior has returned? Luoyi exited the chat with Li Haoyang and hastily sent a message to the senior. Luoyi, I'm here. After sending it, he left the entrance of the girls' dormitory and scampered towards the family apartment complex. Chapter 42, Birthday. Luoyi opened the door. The living room was enveloped in silence. Yet the light in the senior sister's room was aglow. Just as Luoyi was about to switch on the lights, the door to the senior sister's room swung open. At the very moment the door creaked, the light in Su Baizhou's room extinguished. The living room was now cloaked in darkness. And all Luoyi could discern was a shadowy figure lingering at the threshold of the fairy-like senior sister's room. Senior sister? Luoyi inquired, his voice laced with curiosity. Su Baizhou stepped forward, and the sound of her high heels echoed through the living room. High heels? Why was the senior sister wearing them? Su Baizhou approached the table, pulling out a newly purchased lighter from her pocket. The flicker of the lighter ignited the table with a warm glow, illuminating a row of candles that blazed atop a cake. Luoyi was momentarily taken aback. He walked to the table, his expression reflecting a sense of bewilderment. Senior sister. This is your birthday cake, Su Baizhou replied, handing him a birthday hat with a gentle tone. Put it on and make a wish. Upon hearing this, Luoyi sat down, glancing at the birthday hat before looking back at the fairy-like senior sister seated before him. Although her expression was subdued, her eyes were intently fixed on him. In that moment, Luoyi felt that Su Baizhou was more beautiful than ever. Previously, he merely regarded her as exceptionally attractive. But now, she embodied beauty itself. There is an aura that accompanies affection. The moment one begins to cherish another, physical beauty becomes secondary to the depth of feeling. Just as Su Baizhou appeared to Luoyi in that instant. The flickering candlelight was dim, barely enough to illuminate the table and allow them to see each other's faces clearly. Luoyi placed the birthday hat atop his head, gazing at the candles. He closed his eyes and began, I wish. Once spoken, wishes lose their magic, Su Baizhou softly reminded him. Yet, Luoyi had no intention of voicing it aloud. After uttering the words I wish, he silently expressed his desire within his heart, I hope the fairy-like senior sister likes me too. He then blew out the candles, opening his eyes once more. The living room was once again shrouded in darkness, and only Su Baizhou's voice echoed in his ears. What did you wish for? She asked. Luoyi replied, Senior sister. If I say it out loud, it won't come true. Indeed, he had just reminded her of this very notion. Now, he found himself in the role of the reminder. She was curious about Luoyi's wish. Although she remained unaware of its content, she hoped that the wish of this junior would come to fruition. She wished for those who brought her joy to experience happiness in return. Suddenly, the lights flickered back to life. Su Baizhou turned towards Luoyi. who stood by the switch, her expression faltering as if she had not yet comprehended the situation. Why did this fellow suddenly decide to turn on the living room lights? Senior sister, what's wrong? Luo Yi asked, his brow furrowed in confusion. Why did he sense something amiss with her demeanor? Her expression seemed somewhat unnatural. Nothing, she replied. Su Baizhou rose to her feet, her body feeling somewhat stiff as she made her way toward her room. The sound of high heels echoed once more, capturing Luo Yi's attention, and his eyes widened in astonishment. Senior, what is this? Before him stood Su Baizhou, clad in a black spaghetti strap mini dress, revealing her smooth, fair arms. For someone like Su Baizhou, who typically donned short sleeves, even a spaghetti strap was a source of slight embarrassment. The dress fell just above her knees, yet it did little to conceal her long, exquisite legs. Complemented by the high heels, her legs resembled a work of art. Pale and straight, making it impossible to look away. Simply breathtaking, utterly perfect. The sight of the ethereal senior in a spaghetti strap dress was likely unparalleled at Jiang University. Turning her back, Su Baizhou's cheeks flushed as she softly inquired, "Is it pretty?" "Why yes, it's beautiful." Upon hearing this, Su Baizhou exhaled in relief. Licia had not deceived her, it truly worked. She had been hesitant to wear this ensemble, but Licia had insisted on dragging her to the mall, purchasing the entire outfit and even compelling Su Baizhou to try it on in the fitting room. Gazing at her own reflection, she looked utterly enchanting. To the point that even Licia, the girl herself, felt a wave of temptation, let alone Luo Yi, the boy. The stark contrast of the icy goddess embracing a pure allure was simply unmatched. Under Licia's persistent urging, Su Baizhou had acquiesced to buying the outfit. However, she was now feeling quite flustered. After casting a quick glance at Luo Yi, she hurried back to her room to change into her pajamas. Her pajamas were modest, featuring a light blue ice silk short-sleeve top and long pants adorned with a small rabbit motif. In her hand, she also held a gift prepared for Luo Yi. To her surprise, it was a keyboard. A pink one, nonetheless. Su Baizhou stated lightly, "I heard from Professor Gu that you type on your keyboard every day at home. So I got this for you." At her words, Luo Yi's lips twitched. He was typing to write, after all. Yet, as it was a gift from the enchanting senior, he graciously accepted it with satisfaction. Little did he know that from the moment he received the pink keyboard, his niece would soon forge a profound affection for it in the near future. The night passed in silence. The following day, Luo Yi awoke. It was the day for Jiang University's return to campus, and that evening, their class was scheduled for roll call. This also meant he would reunite with his 3 dorm mates. Today, he had risen early to join the ethereal senior for morning exercises. In the living room, Su Baizhou had changed into her usual black running attire and was about to step outside when she heard a commotion behind her. Noticing Luo Yi's lackluster demeanor, Su Baizhou asked, "Are you okay?" Those 3 words struck a chord with Luo Yi. "Of course, I am." Without further ado, Su Baizhou exited the living room, and Luo Yi followed suit as the two made their way to the adjacent Jiang University, commencing their morning run on the playground in the early light. At this moment, the sun had yet to rise, but the sky was already illuminated. Not far away, an elderly couple was practicing Tai Chi. The 2 seniors, a man and a woman, appeared to be a married couple. Upon noticing Su Baizhou, the elderly man greeted her with a nod, to which she responded with a polite inclination of her head. Luo Yi, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Who is that person?" "He is the Vice Dean of Jiang University, my mentor," Su Baizhou replied. "The Vice Dean of Jiang University? How impressive." "Wait, what does mentor mean?" It was known that the senior fairies teacher is Gu Mingxian. Hence, Gu Mingxuan's teacher would be the senior fairies mentor. After grasping this concept, Luo Yi cast another glance at the elderly man. Therefore, the Vice Dean of Jiang University is not merely a teacher to Luo Yi. He is also a figure of seniority. Chapter 43, The eccentric Wang Dochi. After completing their morning run, Luo Yi accompanied Su Baizhou for breakfast. This time, Luoya was present. So they dined directly at the breakfast shop. The proprietress was well acquainted with Su Baizhou, who frequented the establishment after his morning jogs, seldom opting for the cafeteria. Upon noticing the young man accompanying Su, the proprietress smiled knowingly but chose to remain silent. Once their meal concluded, the two returned to the faculty dormitory. Luoya sat silently on the sofa, aware that he was likely to be expelled from his home. Meanwhile, Su Baizhou emerged from her room dressed in casual attire, stating, "The student council is undergoing a transition. I have been quite busy lately." "Transition?" Luoya inquired. "Yes, as we are in our senior year preparing for internships. There are numerous responsibilities for us third-year students to manage, which will be handed down to the second years." At this, Luoya recalled that his senior was indeed in her third year. In less than a year, she would embark on her internship, while he would still be in his second year. He pondered what their relationship might be like by then. As he observed Su Baizhou preparing to leave, he asked, "How have I been performing these past few days, senior?" Su Baizhou paused, momentarily forgetting about the inquiry. However, seeing Luoya's serious yet slightly anxious expression, she felt a sudden desire to tease him. "Guess. The Ice Queen," she stated expressionlessly, leaving Luoya perplexed by her cryptic words. Yet, as the ethereal senior departed, Luoya could only let out a sigh. He glanced around, particularly at the kitchen, before retreating to his room. He packed his belongings, took a lunchbox from the refrigerator, and placed the pink keyboard gifted by the senior into his bag before heading to the door. Casting a final glance at the apartment, Luoya resolved to return with confidence in the future. After leaving, he returned to his dormitory. Room 515 was, as always, devoid of inhabitants. Much like at the beginning of the semester, he was the first to arrive. Following his arrival, Li Haoyang entered, making him the second to arrive. Upon seeing his coach, Luoya remembered he had something important to discuss. "Coach, I need to save it for later. Brother Luoya, Chen is looking for me," Li Haoyang interrupted, hastily dropping his belongings before rushing out. As the class monitor, it was customary for him to attend to such matters, especially with the attendance roll call later. Due to his responsibilities, Li Haoyang was often the busiest among their group, balancing fitness, class duties, and a romantic relationship. However, the latter was likely to falter soon. Luoya resolved to confer with his other roommates about the matter and find an opportunity for a serious discussion in the dormitory. Despite their usual playful banter, they would never hesitate to support one another in critical times, especially Wang Dochui. Before long, Wang Dochui burst into the room, backpack slung over his shoulder. "Ha ha ha, boys. I missed you all." A figure resembling a monkey dashed in and plopped down onto a chair. Noticing that only Luo Yu was present in the dormitory, Wang Dochui, puzzled, inquired, "Hey, Yi, didn't the coach say in the group that he had arrived? Where is he?" "He's busy," Luo Yi replied, his expression turning serious as he gazed at Wang Dochui. "Brother Chue, I need to discuss something with you." "Something?" Wang Dochui looked at Luo Ye's pink shirt and the pink keyboard on the table, his face suddenly expressing shock as he exclaimed, "Holy crap, Yi. Are you in a relationship?" "Luo Yi." The carefully cultivated mood was abruptly shattered by Wang Dochui. How could one maintain seriousness when conversing with this person? "No, it's something else." After relaying what he had witnessed, Wang Dochui's eyes widened, and he accused Luo Yi, "You rascal. Don't slander the beautiful Bingxin in front of me. Although she is now the coach's girlfriend, I must admit she has become even more alluring. By the way, don't tell the coach, or I fear he might retaliate." Upon hearing this, Luo Yi grew anxious. "What a sycophant, you don't believe your brother." "All right, Yi. I can see that Bingxin might not be as perfect as she seems, but you must understand that the coach has low emotional intelligence. Without experiencing such matters, how can he possibly grow?" Wang Dochui suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, leaving Luo Yi feeling disconcerted. "Can you stop being so dramatic, flipping between excitement and calmness? Brother Dochui is right. Shen Qiao entered, maintaining her usual composed demeanor as she remarked, "If we don't teach the coach a lesson, there will be more second and third predatory women approaching him. Should we do nothing then?" Luo Yi asked. Shen Qiao pondered for a moment before responding. "Just tell him the truth. As for how he thinks and acts, that is for him to decide." Both Luo Yi and Wang Dochui nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Wang Dochui lunged at Luo Yi, wrapping his arm around his shoulder with a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Yi, don't change the subject. What else with your soft pink outfit? Ha! This fabric is rather cheap. Didn't you go to Hongzhou? Why did you have time to come back to the village? What did you say? This outfit is cheap." Luo Yi became agitated, immediately engaging in a playful scuffle with Wang Dochui. Their tussle was light-hearted. Yet Shen Qiao found it amusing. Seizing the moment, she swiftly approached and pulled down Wang Dochui's pants. "Who ambushed me?" Wang Dochui spun around. Shen Qiao smirked and quietly remarked, "Little bird." Upon hearing this, Wang Dochui's face flashed with embarrassment and anger as he hastily pulled up his pants, shouting, "I'll kill you." Shen Qiao remained unfazed. However, his expression soon changed. To Luo Yi's astonishment, Wang Dochui had pinned Shen Qiao onto the bed. Since they were both fully clothed, Wang Dochui was merely teasing Shen Qiao. "Wang Dochui, you are unbelievable." Even Shen Qiao could not help but curse, his face reflecting utter disbelief. "What a pervert," Luo Yi lamented. "Wild brat, and you too." Wang Dochui glanced over, causing Luo Yi to shiver, his skin crawling. "Luo Yi, teach him a lesson," Shen Qiao urged. "I am truly sorry, Brother Chui." Wang Dochui endured a thorough beating from the two. Soon, it was time for roll call as they returned to school. The trio straightened their clothes. The dormitory was in utter disarray, and their appearances suggested a conflict of considerable intensity had transpired. They exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter. "Let's go sign in." "Let us go." After the skirmish, the three resumed their camaraderie, strolling towards the classroom as if nothing had occurred. Chapter 44, The Delectable Boxed Meal. The roll call begins. Li Haoyang stands at the podium. In the middle of the first row sits Luo Yi, Shen Qiao, and Wang Dochui, exchanging glances with Li Haoyang. Su Shaojia. Present. Luo Yi. Present. As the roll call progresses, Li Haoyang's gaze sweeps across the first row, where he finds the trio making comical faces at him. Their whimsical antics nearly provoke a laugh from him, yet he acknowledges the seriousness of the task at hand, stifling his amusement under the scrutiny of his roommates. Zhang San. Present. Li Si. At this, Li Si curiously lifts his head, perplexed by Li Haoyang's overt mockery of his name. Is it not a tad excessive to ridicule so brazenly? Once the roll call concludes, everyone disperses, some to dinner, others back to their dorms. Li Haoyang reunites with Luo Yi and the others, and noting their furrowed brows. "What else with that expression?" he inquires, a hint of confusion in his voice. Lowering his gaze to his phone, he adds, "Let us go eat." Hearing this, Shen Qiao asks, "Why aren't you dining with your girlfriend today? She mentioned she had something to attend to." "Whatever." Upon hearing this, Luo Yi and Shen Qiao exchange knowing glances, their understanding palpable. Wang Dochui, draping an arm around Li Haoyang's shoulder, empathizes. A true man knows when to yield and when to stand firm. "Come, I'll treat you to beef noodles. Extra scallions and cilantro." At that moment, Luo Yi suddenly remembers the numerous boxed meals he has yet to devour. He swiftly punches Wang Dochui's arm, exclaiming, "Let us head back to the dorm. I have something delicious." "Ah, quite the catch, aren't you, Yi?" Wang Dochui retorts, shoving Li Haoyang aside to embrace Luo Yi's shoulder. As if anyone could instantaneously become his bosom buddy. Upon returning to the dorm and spotting the appetizing boxed meals on the table, Wang Dochui exclaims in astonishment. "Is this a boxed meal? I do believe it was a feast fit for emperors." Shen Qiao, equally taken aback, glances at Luo Yi with a smirk. "Luo Yi, This doesn't seem like something a restaurant would produce, and you haven't returned home. Pray tell, who prepared this for you? Under the gaze of his 3 roommates, Luo Yi takes a step back. A senior did. The mention of a senior instantly enlightens Shen Qiao. He realizes who it is. Didn't he expect things to progress so swiftly? Unbeknownst to Wang Dochui, he looks at Li Haoyang, scratching his head, another senior, Coach, are you aware? I vaguely recall seeing a girl near Luo Yi during morning runs, but I couldn't discern her identity. Li Haoyang recalls that day when Lu Bingxin mentioned a girl accompanying Luo Yi, yet he hadn't seen her. Wang Dochui's gaze turns inquisitive as he fixates on Luo Yi. Who is she, really? So mysterious. I thought it might be Tang Enki, the school beauty. And your high school classmate. Tang Enki. Upon hearing that familiar name again, Luo Yi shook his head and remarked, I indeed liked her in high school. But my feelings have since faded. Hey, wild boy, we all know that you came to Jeongda for her. Without her, you wouldn't even know us. Came the teasing response. At these words, Luo Yi's expression faltered. Had it not been for Tang Enki, would he have ever encountered the enchanting senior sister? It was uncertain. As Su Baizhou was a student of Gu Mingshen, and they might not have crossed paths in the future, which was a matter of chance with low probability. Therefore, he felt a sense of gratitude towards Tang Enki for solidifying his choice to attend Jeongda. After all, he would not have come here simply because his cousin was studying in the same place. His initial intention was to attend a school where no one knew him, allowing him to focus solely on his writing. Noticing Luo Yi's silence, Wang Dochui exclaimed, You don't actually still have feelings for Tang Enki, do you? I must tell you. Enki is mine. Get lost. You claim this and that as yours every day. If you have the guts, go pursue them, Luo Yi retorted disdainfully. However, it was apparent to all that the ostentatious rich second-generation student among the freshmen was fervently pursuing Tang Enki. Was his name Gao Yamin? A member of the basketball team, robust and handsome, he was indeed a wealthy heir. Aside from his somewhat arrogant demeanor, he was nearly the epitome of a perfect gentleman. In comparison, Wang Dochui felt overshadowed. Luo Yi silently mourned for Wang Dochui for 3 seconds. Currently, the nature of Luo Yi's relationship with Su Baizhou was unknown to anyone at Jeongda. Even Shen Qiao merely thought they were acquaintances, unaware of the actual status of their bond. Luo Yi planned to quietly amass his success, intending to astonish everyone in the near future. The group shared takeout in their dormitory. It was worth noting that these meals were crafted by Su Baizhou herself, far beyond the reach of ordinary mortals to savor easily. Upon taking his first bite, even Li Haoyang, who had stringent standards for ingredients, was pleasantly surprised and gave a thumbs up. Within 10 minutes, the takeout boxes were completely emptied. And the group slumped over their chairs and tables, displaying expressions of satiation. Luo Yi discreetly captured a photo of them and sent it to the enchanting senior sister. Luo Yi, image, Luo Yi, success. Upon viewing the photos, Su Baizhou smiled subtly and replied, No big deal. At that moment, Su Baizhou was seated in a classroom, interviewing freshmen eager to join the student council. The recruitment for the council would soon be followed by a transition of leadership. Both tasks would be completed within the week. Observing the stunning girl in a white dress before her, Su Baizhou calmly inquired, What motivates you to join the student council? Upon hearing the question, the girl stole a glance at Su Baizhou, feeling overwhelmed by the senior sister's formidable presence, which radiated an aura akin to that of an ice queen. The surrounding students were also captivated by the sight of the two. On stage stood the campus belle of Jeongda, the ice goddess, the paragon of brilliance. While in the audience was the fresh-faced campus beauty in a white dress, exuding innocence and charm, who held the potential to become the new campus belle after Su Baizhou's graduation. The dialogue between the two stunning women captivated everyone's attention, leaving the other interviewers unable to interject. I aspire to be like you, Tang Enki courageously declared, yearning to emulate Su Baizhou, the formidable president of the student council and an exceptionally talented scholar at Jeong University. Is that so? Su Baizhou replied, her expression impassive as she cast a casual glance at the girl before her. You may leave now, you will be notified later regarding your acceptance. With that single remark, Tang Enki found herself silenced, her carefully prepared words lodged in her throat. Su Baizhou harbored no fondness for her. In the gaze of this freshman, she discerned a desire steeped in ambition. Such individuals are perpetually discontent, relentlessly striving to ascend to enviable heights. Within the confines of the university, her aim is the presidency of the student council, while beyond its walls, she aspires to the role of general manager or even president. She will never find satisfaction seeking to claim all that is beautiful for herself. However, she possesses a remarkable ability to conceal her true intentions, presenting herself to those around her as a naive girl devoid of desires. Yet, she is still too green, too transparent for Su Baizhou to overlook her essence. For Su Baizhou is an even more formidable presence. Chapter 45 The Disheartened Coach. I can't believe it. After hearing the tales recounted by his 3 roommates, Li Haoyang wore an expression of disbelief. How could the stunning Bingxin possibly be a sea queen? Indeed, it's hard to fathom. Wang Dochi smirked with a mischievous glint in his eye as he cast a glance at Shen Qiao, suggesting to Li Haoyang, do you remember the last time we were at the mall? Bingxin mentioned bringing Shen Qiao along next time. Why not have a male celebrity test the waters? Li Haoyang turned his gaze toward Shen Qiao, falling into contemplative silence. He then retrieved his phone and messaged Lu Bingxin, inquiring if she would like to stroll around the playground later. The response was a simple, I'm feeling tired. Li Haoyang followed up, adding, Shen Qiao will be joining us. Before long, Lu Bingxin replied, stating that Tang Enki was interested and that they were already preparing to head out. Upon reading this message, Li Haoyang glanced at Luo Yi and asked, Brother Luo, do you know Tang Enki? Do you think she might be interested in Brother Shen Qiao? Luo Yi pondered for a moment before responding, perhaps, but she wouldn't express it so overtly, so it's likely just Lu Bingxin's own notion. With a determined resolve, Li Haoyang declared, let us go. The 4 of them donned their most stylish attire, akin to a fashion show, then set off towards the playground. As evening descended upon the playground, numerous club activities filled the air, singing, dancing, and various games, while many boys and girls jogged in circles, shedding excess weight. Some students showcased their handcrafted art, setting up stalls to earn a living. Dressed in striking black outfits and sunglasses, the quartet strolled side by side, creating a striking spectacle on the playground. How handsome! Absolutely breathtaking. My goodness, is this the new campus heartthrob? A group of girls rushed over, surrounding Shen Qiao and swiftly whisking him away, leaving only Luo Yi and the other 2 standing alone. Watching their friend basking in the limelight like a star surrounded by admirers, their expressions a mixture of bemusement. A male celebrity, indeed, wherever he went, he remained the focal point. The trio removed their sunglasses, realizing without their star companion, they resembled blind men. While Luo Yi was undeniably handsome, he lacked the awe-inspiring charm of Shen Qiao, whose visage was striking enough to capture immediate attention in a crowd. Li Haoyang, a muscular figure, exuded an air of security in his sunglasses, while Wang Dochi came across as distinctly unsavory. Before long, 2 familiar figures approached the playground, long-legged beauty Lu Bingxin and freshman campus flower Tang Enki. Their arrival drew countless gazes, particularly from the boys jogging nearby, who all seemed to quicken their pace. However, unexpectedly, the male companion accompanied Tang Enki and Lu Bingxin. This young man, Gao Yaming, was quite renowned among the new students, a wealthy second-generation heir flaunting his affluence in the freshman group. A local from Zhongcheng, he owned a villa in the city center and was known for his candidness and abundance of wealth. Now, the 3 prominent figures of the newcomers had gathered: Shen Qiao, Tang Enki, and Gao Yaming. In contrast, Luo Yi and his friends felt like mere small fry, entirely inconspicuous amidst the throng. Li Haoyang waved at Lu Bingxin, who approached with a puzzled expression. Haoyang, where's Shen Qiao? She inquired. Over there. Li Haoyang gestured to a nearby spot where Shen Qiao was surrounded by 7 or 8 girls, all clamoring for green bubbles. Tang Enki, beside Gao Yaming, observed the trio without uttering a word, his gaze fixated on Tang Enki. No wonder he is the campus heartthrob, he is quite popular, Lu Bingxin remarked. A sense of unease stirred within Li Haoyang. The words spoken by Luo Yi in their dormitory echoed in his mind, making his girlfriend seem exceedingly unfamiliar. Although their relationship had only blossomed a month prior, he found himself questioning whether he genuinely liked Lu Bingxin. She was undeniably beautiful, with an enviable figure. And given that he had never experienced love before, he felt ill-equipped to navigate such emotions. How could he possibly resist the affection of a stunning girl who expressed her fondness for him? Yet, despite this, a twinge of discomfort lingered in his heart. After all, Lu Bingxin was his first love. Haoyang, what's wrong? Lu Bingxin asked curiously. Nothing much, he replied, his spirits low. With a sigh, he turned to Wang Dochui and Luo Yi, stating, I'm heading back to sleep. The two watched the despondent figure of their coach, enveloped in silence. What does he mean by that? Lu Bingxin furrowed her brow. Perhaps he is just in a bad mood, Tang Enki suggested. Luo Yi and Wang Dochui exchanged knowing glances but chose not to divulge anything to Lu Bingxin. Not far away, Shen Qiao finally extricated himself from the throng and approached the group, wearing an irritated expression. We all came together, and you didn't even help me, he exclaimed. Isn't being popular a good thing? Wang Dochui retorted. Upon noticing the two girls nearby, Shen Qiao's demeanor shifted to one of indifference. And he became notably more courteous. Shen Qiao, allow me to introduce myself, I'm Lu Bingxin, and this is Tang Enki. Lu Bingxin extended her hand. I'm Shen Qiao, he replied, shaking Lu Bingxin's hand politely but without lingering contact. While others were often compelled to caress her delicate, smooth hand, Shen Qiao merely brushed against it before swiftly withdrawing. Observing this, Lu Bingxin appeared increasingly intrigued by Shen Qiao. With Li Haoyang absent, she felt emboldened to express herself more freely. However, before she could utter a word, Shen Qiao had already turned and departed with Luo Yi, leaving Wang Dochui alone. Although he would have relished the opportunity to stroll the playground with the two beautiful girls, he unhesitatingly chose his roommate over them. Once the occupants of Dorm 515 had left, Tang Enki voiced her confusion. Bingxin, isn't Li Haoyang your boyfriend? Why are you still interested in Shen Qiao? Is it not normal to admire handsome boys? Although my current boyfriend is Haoyang, that may not necessarily be the case in the future, she replied. Upon hearing these words, Tang Enki found herself at a loss for words and momentarily unsure of how to respond. Behind her, Gao Yaming widened his eyes and could only utter a simple exclamation of astonishment. After a brief pause, Tang Enki sighed, resignedly stating, Bingxin, you truly live a carefree life. Chichi, in this era, to genuinely love someone can lead to devastating losses. A nostalgic expression crossed Lu Bingxin's face. Li Haoyang was not her first boyfriend. She had once deeply loved another young man, only to have her affections toyed with. Since that time, love had become, in her eyes, one of the most inexpensive commodities. Chichi, may I treat you to a meal? Gao Yaming suddenly interjected. So late. Tang Enki hesitated. Yet, the thought of indulging in a meal tempted her. Especially considering that Gao Yaming's treat consisted of delicacies that most could not afford. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening. And today marked the 7th day of the short holiday, although they had returned to school to sign in, the academic year had not truly commenced. And thus there were no curfews. Why not relish a complimentary feast? Lu Bingxin grasped Tang Enki's hand, and the two walked ahead, with Gao Yaming playfully trailing behind. Chapter 46, The Contrast Game of the Fairy Senior. Upon returning to the dormitory, Li Haoyang enveloped himself in his blanket, remaining silent. The sorrow between individuals is seldom shared. Although room 515 is not expansive, the malevolence of human nature is displayed in stark clarity. While Li Haoyang was engulfed in sadness, Wang Dochui was absolutely elated. With a mischievous expression, he stood at Li Haoyang's bedside, swaying his hips, and muttered to himself, "Another single lady has joined the fray, my harem expands." His laughter echoed. "Brothers, let us get hyped." Wang Dochui's exuberance stood in stark contrast to Li Haoyang's melancholy, leaving Luo Yi and Shen Qiao speechless at the scene. Suddenly, a message notification chimed from Luo Yi's phone. It was from Fairy Senior, Chicken. Quick to respond, Luo Yi replied, "Eating." This was their secret code for gaming. And the message from Su Baizhou likely stemmed from her sharing the information with her roommate, Qin Senior. After a long day's work, Su Baizhou invited Luo Yi to play. Both were highly skilled gamers. Not only was Luo Yi the top-ranked player across multiple seasons, but Su Baizhou was also renowned as a formidable female sharpshooter. Although neither were streamers nor professional gamers, they were indeed exceptional in their gaming prowess. Even when matched against professional players or streamers, they could hold their own, with the outcome remaining uncertain. They preferred not to match with random teammates, opting instead for duo matches in a 4-player setting. Once they entered the matchmaking interface, Luo Yi donned his headphones. Since his relationship with Fairy Senior had flourished, she had become open to voice communication during their games. Yet, for reasons unknown, Qin Senior had recently fallen silent, no longer initiating conversations with him. Had she perhaps grown upset? It was understandable. After befriending Fairy Senior, he had neglected to reach out to Qin Senior, treating her as merely a conduit to Fairy Senior. He resolved to find Qin Yuan one day and express his gratitude in person. "Let us go," Su Baizhou said nonchalantly. "All right." The game commenced, leading them into the parachuting phase. They dove into the most populated area of the map, engaging in a frenzied battle. "Hey, you sly dog. Are you secretly gaming without us?" Wang Dochui exclaimed, peering at Luo Yi's phone screen with wide eyes. "Are you still bringing girls along?" Su Baizhou was utilizing Qin Yuan's account. Since she had claimed her own account as Qin Yuan's, she had no choice but to assume her friend's gaming identity. The usernames for both Qin Yuan's PUBG and Honor of Kings accounts were identical. "I, bear, you, do as you please." Wang Dochui's excitement surged as he exclaimed, "Count me in, I want to bring girls too." Given that Su Baizhou was playing under Qin Yuan's account, Luo Yi perceived her gaming skills as rather lacking. The statistics of her account resembled those of a novice, perhaps even inferior to that of an elementary student. Luo Yi could toss a handful of rice on the screen, and the chickens would perform better than her gameplay. Under this premise, when confronted with the formidable Wang Dochui, Luo Yi felt an overwhelming sense of pressure and decisively declined his request. However, upon entering the game, Luo Yi discovered that the reality was quite different. The enchanting senior not only possessed striking beauty but also displayed exceptional gaming skills, rivaling those of Senior Qin. It was only natural to assume that since Senior Qin and the enchanting senior shared a dormitory, they would frequently engage in gaming together, leading to similar levels of proficiency. Yet, Luo Yi found himself puzzled by the account's historical data and performance, which seemed rather subpar. As he lost himself in thought, a grenade landed at his feet, detonating with a resounding explosion. By the time he regained his focus, his character lay sprawled on the ground, awaiting rescue. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Luo Yi's face. This was his first encounter playing the game with the enchanting senior, having previously only dabbled in a few rounds of a different game. Despite his superiority in the latter, he never expected to falter in his area of expertise. Before long, Su Baizhou arrived, eliminating foes and reviving Luo Yi. Eager to assert himself, Luo Yi quickly declared, "Senior, allow me to take charge this round." With newfound determination, he transformed into a fearsome force, driving Su Baizhou across the island map, wreaking havoc wherever they ventured. With Senior Qin's account ranked at a mere platinum level, Luo Yi found himself in what could be described as the lowest tier of competitive play. After concluding the match, Wang Dochui finally seized the opportunity to interject, expressing confusion. "Luo Yi, is this the senior you've been so enamored with?" At this, Luo Yi nodded instinctively and replied, "Yes. However, As soon as the words left his mouth, he abruptly realized the implications and hurriedly muted his microphone. Panic ensued. What if the senior had overheard him? Meanwhile, in the teacher's dormitory, upon hearing the phrase "so enamored," Su Baisho paused momentarily, then chuckled and typed, "Are you coming back for more?" Absolutely. Luoya would never turn down the chance to game with the enchanting senior. Elsewhere, in the girls' dormitory, Tang Enki logged into the game and noticed Luoya online. Her gaze shifting with interest. She recalled Luoya's impressive gaming skills from high school, where they had played together. She was aware of his gaming partner, known as I Love Hot Pot, but that was merely an online acquaintance, with their true identity remaining a mystery. However, upon checking Luoya's team information, Tang Enki was taken aback to find that the individual currently playing alongside him was identified as, "I am Xiongda, you do as you please." This was evidently a female username, and notably, it suggested a girl with confidence in her physique. Contemplating this, Tang Enki clicked on Luoya's invitation message. "Shall we play together next round? The other party has declined your invitation request." Tang Enki was momentarily stunned. A refusal. This was the first time she had encountered such words since knowing Luoya. Was he truly rejecting her for the girl he was currently playing with? Her brows furrowed slightly in contemplation. Luoya's indifference towards her is something she can accept, yet she cannot bear the thought of him being enamored with another. She may relinquish her possessions, but she will not allow anyone else to take what belongs to her. Especially since she harbors feelings for Luoya and has not entirely given up on him, she is merely in a state of contemplation. She is curious to discover who it is that has captured Luoya's affection. Meanwhile, her phone incessantly buzzes with messages from Gao Yaming. This Gao Yaming, buoyed by his family's wealth, carries an air of arrogance that Tang Enki finds unappealing. Furthermore, his persistent harassment only amplifies her disdain. In comparison, Luoya, despite his less affluent background, far surpasses him in every other regard. In their dormitory, Liu Bingxin is absent. After dining with Gao Yaming, she has wandered off with another senior, but third-year student named Shuai Kuan, who had previously pursued Tang Enki but, upon realizing his efforts were in vain, has now turned his attention to Liu Bingxin. While university life can be delightful, it inevitably attracts its share of unsavory characters. Chapter 47, The Daily Essentials of Su Baizhou. In Dormitory 515, Wang Dochui and Shen Qiao joined the ranks, while Li Haoyang remained in a gloomy disposition, sulking under the covers. Luo Yi and Su Baizhou, in a tandem display of prowess, unleashed a frenzy of chaos. The following morning, with no classes to attend, Luo Yi sprang from his slumber with remarkable swiftness, hastily preparing himself. He glanced at Li Haoyang's window, only to discover that this fellow had cocooned himself beneath his blanket. The coach who previously led the morning runs had seemingly succumbed to lethargy. Without uttering a word, Luo Yi made his way to the playground. Upon arrival, he surveyed the surroundings, yet the ethereal senior sister was nowhere in sight. How peculiar, had she not come today? Just then, the melodic voice of Su Baizhou floated from behind him. "What are you doing?" Turning around, he beheld the enchanting figure of the senior sister, donned in her customary loose black attire, adorned with a black cap that secured her ponytail at the back. It appeared that it was not that she had not arrived, but rather that she had yet to make her entrance. "Senior sister, what a coincidence. Are you here for a morning run as well?" Luo Yi remarked with an innocent expression. "Yes, it is quite a coincidence," Su Baizhou replied, approaching his side. "Aren't you going to start? This time, I want to let you take the lead." "No need for that," Luo Yi retorted, waving his hand dismissively. "Just follow your usual pace, senior sister." During their inaugural morning run, Su Baizhou had accompanied Luo Yi for merely 3 laps. This time, however, he was determined to impress her. They began to jog side by side on the track. "Don't you have classes?" Su Baizhou inquired softly as they ran. "I have one in the morning and another in the afternoon." "What about you?" "I only have 6 classes a week." Upon hearing this, Luo Yi's expression turned envious. Third year sounds wonderful, so few classes. By the way, has the student council's reshuffling concluded? Luo Yi suddenly asked. Not yet, Su Baizhou replied with a neutral expression. She was not particularly fond of conversing while running, yet she found herself unable to remain silent when the junior beside her sought answers. As the conversation progressed, she realized that it was not the act of chatting during a run that she despised, rather, it was the absence of anyone to share the experience with. Especially when it was Luo Yi, she found herself enjoying the dialogue amidst their exercise. In no time, the duo had completed 3 laps. During their first morning run, Luo Yi had been utterly breathless by this point, nearly on the verge of panting excessively. However, after approximately half a month, he was merely a tad out of breath. It wasn't that he couldn't run, he had simply been out of practice for too long, making the abrupt exertion a bit overwhelming. After finishing 6 laps, Luo Yi collapsed onto the grass of the playground, sweat cascading down his brow. With autumn on the horizon, the air was turning crisp, particularly in the early hours. A cool breeze swept over Luo Yi, causing him to shiver. Observing this, Su Baizhou retrieved a towel from her bag and handed it to him. Thank you, senior sister, Luo Yi said, accepting the towel and beginning to wipe his brow. The towel bore a unique fragrance that was distinctly Su Baizhou's. A scent he had also encountered in the family dormitory's bathroom. So, is this the towel that the senior often uses? I'm giving it to you. Remember to bring it for your morning run next time, otherwise, you might catch a cold. What about the senior? I'll go buy a new one. After saying this, Su Baizhou turned to leave. Noticing Luo Yi still sitting dazed on the playground, she turned back and softly asked, Aren't you going to eat, Junior? Eat, eat, eat. Luo Yi exclaimed, springing to his feet in one grand leap. However, the suddenness of his movement caused him to momentarily lose his balance, and he nearly toppled over. Those in the know understand that after exercising, suddenly rising from the ground can induce a dizzy spell. Nevertheless, Luo Yi quickly steadied himself, clearing his throat and casually saying, Senior, let us go. Seeing the comical expression he had just displayed, Su Baizhou couldn't help but smile slightly, then continued her stride. The two walked side by side along the path of the school. This scene was something Luo Yi had never dared to imagine just a while ago. Su Baizhou also never envisioned that one day she would walk alongside a boy to the cafeteria within the school. The time was 10 minutes past 8. And the first class was scheduled for 8:30. Many hurried students could already be seen making their way to class. And there were quite a few people having breakfast in the cafeteria. This time, Su Baizhou headed to the third cafeteria, located right next to the girls' dormitory. As she entered the cafeteria, Luo Yi slowed his pace, trailing a few meters behind her. He feared that others might misinterpret their relationship. Su Baizhou walked ahead. And few knew of her morning running habit, making it even rarer for anyone to recognize her. After all, she was dressed in loose black clothing obscuring her figure. And wore a baseball cap. Unless one were to look directly at her face, but those who regularly have breakfast in college are generally quite disciplined. Who would be idle enough to scrutinize someone else's face that early in the morning? Hypothetically speaking, Su Baizhou didn't particularly care about being recognized. When she glanced back, she found Luo Yi trailing behind her at a distance of 4 or 5 meters. What's the matter? She asked softly. Senior. There are too many people, I have social anxiety. Luo Yi sheepishly scratched his head. You have social anxiety? Su Baizhou replied with an incredulous expression. She found an empty seat and propped her chin on her hand, staring at Luo Yi. He stood before the table, initially puzzled, but soon realized. Oh. The senior wanted him to go buy breakfast. Luo Yi recalled the breakfast the fairy-like senior had bought back at the staff building. That must be her daily breakfast staple. Details, indeed, are what matter. Feeling rather clever, Luo Yi thought himself quite the little rascal. He dashed to the counter and purchased 2 eggs, 2 fried dough sticks, and 2 hand-grabbed pancakes, then returned to the table. Looking at the items on the table, Su Baizhou frowned. Are you sure what you bought is the same as what you had at the staff building? However, seeing the eager expression on Luo Yi's face, she couldn't bring herself to burst his bubble, merely saying, "All right, let us stick to this standard from now on." From that moment on, Su Baizhou's breakfast transformed. She no longer limited herself to just a few items. It is not particularly remarkable, the reason lies simply in her struggle with indecision. Each morning, she finds herself at a loss regarding what to have for breakfast, prompting her to settle on a fixed choice, which she orders daily. Yet now, her breakfast has taken on a new standard: whatever Luo Yi chooses, she will eat. Is this the essence of a life devoid of contemplation? Su Baizhou begins to grasp why so many people enter romantic relationships. With someone to care for her, there is no need for constant deliberation when faced with challenges. She is not obliged to resolve them alone, but can confidently seek assistance from her partner. As she gazes at the young man before her, Su Baizhou feels her heart race unexpectedly. Initially, she could maintain her aloof demeanor in his presence, exuding an aura that discouraged closeness. However, Luo Yi radiates warmth akin to a small sun, making it impossible for her to remain indifferent or to wear her usual cold expression. After their meal, Su Baizhou prepares to return to her dormitory to visit the solitary elder, Qin Yuan. Likewise, Luo Yi heads back to his dorm. Even though he has no classes during the first period, he must attend the second class at 10:20, just under 2 hours away. He hopes to catch up on some much-needed sleep. Luo Yi accompanies Su Baizhou to the entrance of the girls' dormitory. Standing on the steps as he watches the figure of the enchanting senior gradually fade from view, suddenly, the voice calls out from beside him. "Luo Yi." He turns to look but sees no one. "I'm down here." A petite girl stands at the bottom of the steps, bouncing on her toes and waving her arms in an effort to catch his attention. Chapter 48, The Confidence of Tang Enki Su Shaojia. Observing the petite and charming girl, Luo Yi exclaimed in astonishment, "What are you up to?" "Humph. As if you need to ask," she retorted playfully. "I saw you emerge from the cafeteria with a beautiful girl. So, who is she?" Luo Yi was taken aback, struggling to recall when he had become so familiar with Su Shaojia. However, she was quite the chatterbox, and with no one else in the girls' dormitory to converse with. She often roamed the campus, eager to engage with anyone she recognized. Though she always appeared lively and adorable, she was often alone, readily striking up conversations with acquaintances. "She's a senior of mine." "Oh, a senior. You aren't actually pursuing her, are you?" Su Shaojia's teasing expression made Luo Yi's face flash with embarrassment, prompting him to nod in reluctant affirmation. "Who would have thought? You're such an innocent little thing. By the way, why isn't the class monitor with you?" I recall he usually goes for morning runs as well. Upon hearing this, Luo Yi glanced at Su Shaojia, astonished. "You know that? You must have put in quite the effort to find out." "Of course. He is the man my esteemed Su Jia has taken a fancy to." Luo Yi felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. "The man you fancy has already been treated poorly by another girl and is on the verge of a breakup. Yet you remain blissfully unaware. However, if Li Haoyang is indeed breaking up, it could spell opportunity for Su Shaojia." Luo Yi held a favorable view of this fellow townsman, a kind, lively, and endearingly petite girl. Rumor has it that she is small in stature yet assertive, and her academic prowess rivals that of anyone else. Moreover, judging by Su Shaojia's demeanor, she might very well be a little heiress. Quite unlike those who are merely well-bred, she could genuinely be wealthy. "Brother Haoyang has probably been feeling a bit down lately," Luo Yi remarked earnestly. "What?" Su Shaojia's expression turned serious as she furrowed her adorable brows. "What happened?" "He is about to break up." "Is that so? That is indeed rather sad." "Wait, what? You said what?" Su Shaojia's face transformed with a spectrum of emotions. "What?" Luo Yi echoed her incredulously. "No, that is not what I meant. You are killing me with laughter." In disbelief, Su Shaojia oscillated between shock and amusement, momentarily at a loss for words to convey her emotions. Soon. She regained her composure, though still slightly astonished. She inquired, when did he start dating? Just before the 7-day holiday. He went on a break and is already nearing a breakup. At this, Su Shaojiao burst into laughter. He encountered a heartbreaker, haha. Luo Yi, perplexed, questioned. Aren't you supposed to be upset? The person you like is with someone else. You said he is about to break up, didn't you? But it's still hilarious. He started dating when I wasn't paying attention and is already on the verge of being dumped. Serves him right for not choosing my esteemed Sujia. As he gazed at the petite girl before him, Luo Yi began to question the very essence of life itself. What a perplexing structure this young fellow possesses, he truly cannot fathom it. At this moment, 2 girls emerged from the female dormitory. Seemingly having just risen to partake in a meal. It was none other than Tang Enqi and Liu Bingxin. Upon noticing Luo Yi, Liu Bingxin casually greeted him. While Tang Enqi's gaze was fixated on Su Zayaja. Good morning, Luo Yi and Zayaja, Tang Enqi politely acknowledged. Oh, good morning. Su Zayaja responded with a face full of disdain. She harbored an aversion towards Liu Bingxin and an even greater distaste for Tang Enqi. Both Tang Enqi and Luo Yi hailed from her hometown in the capital, leading her to initially add Tang Enqi to her contacts. However, after a brief exchange, she discerned that Tang Enqi was quite insincere. In her eyes, a pure and innocent campus beauty ought to embody the essence of youthful laughter. Noticing the unmasked contempt in Su Zayaja's expression, a flicker of irritation surfaced in Tang Enqi's eyes, though it was quickly concealed. Liu Bingxin then taunted, Miss Su. Do you comprehend why you lack friends? If you don't temper your haughty disposition, you might find yourself friendless throughout your 4 years of university. No need for your concern. If the friends I acquire are of your ilk, I would rather traverse this university alone, Su Zayaja retorted, displaying a proud demeanor. Her face adorned with a hint of satisfaction, while casting a sly glance at Luo Yi as if to say, aren't I charming? Luo Yi could only manage a wry smile. This little one, completely oblivious to the fact that Liu Bingxin is Li Haoyang's girlfriend, should brace herself. Let's see who can withstand her temperament. With that, Liu Bingxin strode away, her long legs carrying her out of sight. Tang Enqi then glanced at Luo Yi and gently inquired, Luo Yi, were you gaming with her yesterday? I'm quite flexible with my choices. She cast a cursory glance at Su Zayaja's almost flat chest, nearly convinced that this name indeed belonged to her. After all, one often yearns for what they lack. What? Luo Yi responded, his expression one of confusion. Su Zayaja placed her hands on her hips, indignantly exclaiming, what are you asking? Aren't you meddling in matters that don't concern you? Surely, the legendary new campus beauty isn't harboring a secret affection for our little Luo Yi? Luo Yi remained silent. Finding himself at a loss for words amidst the quarrel between the girls, the scene that left him utterly speechless. However, what sort of moniker is little Luo Yi? Who is considered little here? Tang Enqi furrowed her brow, realizing she was no match for this petite adversary. Turning to Luo Yi, she asked, Luo Yi, would you care to join me for a meal? She had secretly admired Luo Yi throughout high school, and even though he had developed feelings for another, she remained confident in her ability to lure him back to her side effortlessly. After all, she possessed both the allure and the prowess in all of Zhejiang University. Her beauty was second only to one. Yet, Luo Yi shook his head, declining, I have already eaten. Tang Enqi was taken aback. Once more, she faced rejection. Since the moment she arrived at Zhejiang University, Luo Yi had consistently turned her down. A person can only perfectly conceal their innermost character when the winds of fortune blow favorably. However, once faced with adversity, their true nature will inevitably be revealed. Classmate Luoya, in the presence of Tang Enqi, bore a smile upon her exquisite visage, which was truly a sight to behold, and her smile had the power to stir one's heart. Upon their next encounter, her disposition dictated that she would not linger excessively after being rebuffed. She had always believed that Luoya's change in attitude towards her post-university stemmed from her failure to adhere to their agreement and her subsequent relationship with him. She confessed that initially, she harbored hopes for university life, anticipating the arrival of a perfect counterpart. However, she soon realized that while there were individuals in university who surpassed Luoya in excellence, none possessed his genuine simplicity. At the very least, among those who approached her due to her looks, none could rival Luoya's character. Upon recognizing this reality, Tang Enki discovered her genuine affection for the youth she once knew in high school. Now, even if that youth no longer held feelings for her, what of it? Throughout her life, she had always been the center of attention, her academic achievements consistently placing her at the top, and she had been the belle of her high school. Not a single boy in her vicinity had been indifferent to her charm. A mere hint of affection from her would leave them utterly captivated, and Luoya was no exception. His rejection stemmed from disappointment, yet she believed that by reigniting hope within him, her allure would render her irresistible. Throughout Jeong University, aside from the formidable student council president, the so-called ice goddess Su Baisho, she would not concede to anyone. Chapter 49, Brothers, Strike Him. As Tang Enki departed, Su Xiaojia curled her lip and could not help but inquire, Xiao Luoya, do you know this White Lotus? White Lotus. Luoya glanced at Su Xiaojia, puzzled. Was the term referring to Tang Enki? Although his affections for her had waned, he was uncertain if she truly embodied the essence of a white lotus. However, her classification held no significance for Luoya in the present moment. Surely, you do not harbor feelings for this white lotus, do you? Not anymore, I once did. Luoya confessed candidly. Su Xiaojia shot him a glance filled with exasperation and sighed, your honesty may lead to deception. At her remark, Luoya chuckled and replied, my aunt has said the same, which is why I became a novelist. As long as I avoid interpersonal interactions, I shall not be deceived. Su Xiaojia. By the way, what were we discussing? Yes, the class monitor. Is he still upset? Perhaps we should invite him out for dinner tonight. Observing the petite girl's sudden timidity, Luoya hesitated, that might not be appropriate, he hasn't broken up yet. What? Not yet broken up? All right. You mentioned it was imminent. Which scoundrel is toying with the class monitor's emotions? Su Xiaojia's small frame displayed an expression of indignation. And Luoya pointed towards the direction of the third cafeteria. That one, the girl who just passed by, Lu Bingxin. What? Su Xiaojia exclaimed in shock. It should be noted that she was roommates with both Lu Bingxin and Tang Enki. Consequently, her lack of rapport with these two left her devoid of friends. As the majority of college life unfolds within the dormitory, rendering one's social circle largely dorm-centric. So it is this little harlot. Upon hearing this, Luoya exhibited a look of disbelief. What scandalous remarks are you uttering? Oh, I forgot there is also a male involved. Su Xiaojia's eyes, resembling those of a dead fish, fixed on Luoya as she spoke in a flat tone, do inform me once they have separated. Upon discovering that Li Haoyang's girlfriend was Lu Bingxin, Su Xiaojia appeared utterly bereft of spirit. One must admit the swiftness of this fellow's emotional transitions was rather alarming, one moment in tears, the next in laughter. If the coach were to be involved with such a person, the days ahead might lack tranquility. Su Xiaojia departed for the cafeteria. After purchasing a bottle of energy drink from a nearby supermarket, Luoya returned to the dormitory, intending to rest for a while before attending class. The atmosphere in room 515 was remarkably tranquil. With no classes scheduled for the first period, the majority opted to indulge in slumber. And if the morning was free of lessons, many would sleep until noon. Were it not for the senior sister's penchant for morning runs, Luoya would have been among the majority. He bought breakfast for the entire dormitory, and upon returning, he gazed at the sleeping faces of his roommates. A peculiar sense of fulfillment swelling within him. It felt akin to a devoted father watching over his still slumbering children, instilling a profound sense of accomplishment. Clearing his throat, he prepared to rouse his roommates for breakfast. Suddenly, before him stood a panda, its gaze locked with Luoya's. Startled, Luoya focused his eyes. only to discover that it was not a panda but Li Haoyang. "Coach, are you still alive?" he inquired, astonished. Li Haoyang's eyes were vacant. Dark circles under them as if painted with a brush, deep and stark. "Huh?" Li Haoyang gazed at Luoya with a lackluster expression, muttering in confusion, "Am I still alive? I am asking you. I don't know." Is this the result of overwhelming sorrow, causing his mind to stall? Witnessing Li Haoyang's state, Luoya was reminded of the day he received his acceptance letter from Jiang University after graduating high school. Gaining admission meant he could be with Tang Enki. And he had eagerly shared the news. Yet, Tang Enki did not respond. No reply came on the first day, nor the second. Throughout the entire summer, silence reigned. Initially, he too felt, like Li Haoyang, that life had lost its vigor, and the effort to enter university seemed futile. Nevertheless, life ultimately must be lived for oneself. One cannot remain cloaked in shadows indefinitely. Luoya patted Li Haoyang's shoulder, solely suggesting, "Coach, shall we have a drink tonight? In Dorm 515. The drinking prowess was predominantly held by Shen Qiao and Luoya, while Wang Dochui and Li Haoyang contributed minimally. Still, Luoya extended the invitation to his coach. Upon hearing the mention of drinking, a spark of vitality flickered in Li Haoyang's eyes, as if he had found a semblance of purpose. Sorrow is not inherently frightening. What is truly daunting is the prospect of enduring it alone. Fortunately, the coach and his father were still present. This evening, an extra study session was added for the situation and policy class, as the administrative teacher was on leave the following day. After the second class of the afternoon, the class monitor announced this tidbit, prompting a chorus of lamentations from the students. As the class leader, Li Haoyang had spent the day in slumber, having pulled an all-nighter. During this time, Liu Bingxin had visited him, but upon finding him unresponsive, she had no choice but to depart. To this day, no one had informed Liu Bingxin of the reasons behind Li Haoyang's sudden transformation. Yet, this was of little consequence. For a senior who had been closely associating with Liu Bingxin in recent days appeared at their classroom door after class. He was a third-year senior, Shuai Kuan. Initially, he had pursued Tang Enki, loitering at the entrance of the girls' dormitory to secure a date with her. Now, he had shifted his focus, employing the same strategy at the entrance of Liu Bingxin's classroom. True to his name, Shuai Kuan was remarkably handsome, boasting a third of Shen Qiao's looks. Dressed in overalls with a center-parted hairstyle, Luoya had seen this individual and recounted the details to his three roommates. Instantly, the atmosphere in Dorm 515 shifted. Li Haoyang awoke like a lion from slumber, Shen Qiao's gaze sharpened, exuding an air of aloof charm, and even Wang Dochui resembled a grinning teddy bear. Before long, most of the class had dispersed, leaving only the four from Dorm 515, along with Tang Enki and Liu Bingxin. As Shuai Kuan noticed the sparse attendance in the classroom, he boldly strode in, heading directly towards Liu Bingxin. The latter's expression flickered with a hint of panic. She had not anticipated that this senior would exhibit such audacity, daring to linger at the threshold of her classroom. After all, her boyfriend was still present. "Bingxin, would you care to join me for dinner?" Shuai Kuan inquired, taking a seat beside Liu Bingxin and displaying a radiant smile. Liu Bingxin shook her head, although she was no paragon of virtue. She was not brazen enough to accept the invitation of a suitor in front of her boyfriend. Yet, she was reluctant for Shuai Kuan to discover her relationship status. Just as she prepared to decline, the resounding thud echoed through the room as Li Haoyang rose, slamming his palm against the table. The definition of his muscular arms was strikingly apparent, rendering him particularly intimidating. Upon witnessing this, Luo Yi, Wang Dochui, and Shen Qiao also stood up. "Dinner my foot. Brothers. Let's teach him a lesson." With that, the four surged forward, dragging Shuai Kuan into the blind spot of the camera, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Chapter 50. The humble monk Tang Xuanye, Tang Enki and Liu Bingxin stood behind, utterly astonished. They had never anticipated witnessing such an event within the confines of their university. In a swift moment, Liu Bingxin regained her composure and directed a frosty gaze towards Li Haoyang, her voice laced with disappointment. Haoyang, you have truly let me down. Engaging in a brawl at university can lead to severe consequences, including potential disciplinary action. Any prospects for commendations, scholarships, or accolades will surely vanish. If you injure Shuai Kuan, you might even find yourself in legal trouble. At the very least, your position as class monitor will be forfeited. Liu Bingxin's affection for him stemmed from his role as class monitor, coupled with his earnest and ambitious nature, which hinted at future success. After all, the role of a class monitor in university differs significantly from that in high school. It is a position closely aligned with the counselor, ensuring that any favorable opportunities during the 4 years of university would be preferentially bestowed upon him. At that moment, Li Haoyang was consumed by fury. Upon hearing a sound, he turned ready to unleash his fists. Coach, please, calm down. Brother, be vigilant, you are about to strike a woman. Luo Yi and Wang Dachui grasped his arms, exerting all their strength to restrain him. Gradually, Li Haoyang began to regain his senses. Although he was a muscular fitness enthusiast, this marked his first encounter with violence. Ice Heart. Li Haoyang found himself at a loss, lowering his gaze before the striking girl, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. Expelled. Shuai Kuan sprawled on the ground, bruised and battered, pointed accusingly at the four before him, his voice rife with indignation. You will all face consequences. I am a cadre of the student council, and I shall inform the teachers at once. With that, Shuai Kuan rose, weeping and dabbing at his tears as he fled the classroom. Wang Dachui spat derisively at his retreating figure. What a pathetic wimp. Shen Qiao, maintaining a calm demeanor, remarked, Coach, we stand together in this, fear not. Indeed. Luo Yi chimed in. With his loyal companions affirming their solidarity, Li Haoyang felt his resolve strengthen. If he faltered now, it would only serve to disappoint his brothers. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Liu Bingxin, his expression grave. This look momentarily caught Liu Bingxin off guard. Although their acquaintance was brief, she had never witnessed such a serious countenance upon him. Liu Bingxin, let us part ways. Her expression morphed into one of disbelief. After scrutinizing Li Haoyang's earnest demeanor once more, she inquired, You intend to break up with me simply because I have been associating with a senior? Have you lost your mind? I am not mad, we must part. With those words, Li Haoyang strode purposefully out of the classroom. Luo Yi, Wang Dachui, and Shen Qiao followed suit, striding confidently without a glance back at Liu Bingxin and her companion. Once outside the academic building, Li Haoyang proposed. Shall we indulge in some drinks, brothers? Absolutely, we must. Luo Yi replied enthusiastically. But we have evening classes. Li Haoyang hesitated, mindful of his responsibilities as class monitor. A university life devoid of skipped classes is imperfect, Shen Qiao remarked with a smile. This statement awakened Li Haoyang, who clapped his hands in agreement, exclaiming, as expected of a male celebrity, such wise words. Come on, it's just evening self-study, what's the big deal if our class monitor leads the way in skipping? Li Haoyang appeared to grow more cheerful, and with his personality unshackled, his vivacity surged to a new level, even bordering on exuberance. Resembling a whimsical character akin to Wang Dachui. There are numerous experiences that foster a young man's growth, then love is certainly one of them. Although Li Haoyang's relationship lasted less than half a month, it was indeed his first love. Meanwhile, Shuai Kuan stormed into the school's office, only to find Su Baizhou alone. Where's the teacher? He inquired, puzzled. The teacher is away for lunch, do you have something to discuss? Su Baizhou was reviewing the student council interview list and had borrowed the office for that purpose. Upon seeing Shuai Kuan's face swollen like a pig's head, Su Baizhou frowned and asked, Did you get beat up? Despite her aversion to him, she was serious when it came to matters of school discipline. Yes. A few freshmen assaulted me. This year's newcomers are utterly unruly, they must be expelled. As she heard this, Su Baizhou's expression gradually turned frosty. From Shuai Kuan's words, it was evident that it was not merely a few freshmen involved, but several. Who did it? This matter is serious, I will address it with the utmost seriousness, Su Baizhou stated. They are from the computer science department, one of them is that notorious freshman heartthrob. They all reside in the same dormitory and ganged up on me. Shuai Kuan retorted angrily. Freshman heartthrob? Su Baizhou's expression became peculiar. She vaguely recalled that Xin Yuan had shown her a photograph of the freshman heartthrob, in which Luo Yi was present. Could this incident possibly be connected to Luo Yi? Turning her gaze back to Shuai Kuan, Su Baizhou remarked. The freshmen have only been in school for a little over a month. As a senior and a member of the student council, you should exhibit a degree of magnanimity. In my opinion, this matter should be let go. Upon hearing this, Shuai Kuan's eyes widened in disbelief. What had he just heard? The usually decisive and stern student council president was actually shielding the freshman, who had just proclaimed that it must be dealt with seriously. He stepped forward, pointing to the bruises on his face and said, Su Baizhou, look at what I've been reduced to. Su Baizhou did not glance his way instead. She fixed her gaze elsewhere and replied coolly, you're a boy, a few minor injuries shouldn't pose a significant issue. It's easy for you to say that. You aren't the one who got beaten, Shuai Kuan retorted, exasperated. Hearing this, Su Baizhou frowned and asked, what did you say? Noticing her expression, Shuai Kuan wilted, feeling somewhat anxious as he stammered, nothing at all. He dared not confront Su Baizhou, renowned as a talented woman and campus beauty at Jiang University. If he provoked her, his standing at the university would be in jeopardy. Since President Su has said so, I shall concede this point, but at the very least, there should be a school-wide announcement and a verbal reprimand, right? As the words left his lips, Shuai Kuan realized that Su Baizhou had already returned to her seat, engrossed in her tasks once more, as though she had not heard his previous remarks at all. Frustrated, he bit his lip, in the presence of Su Baizhou. He felt utterly powerless and could only depart the office in resignation. Upon witnessing his exit, Su Baizhou retrieved her phone and sent a message to Luo Yi. Su Baizhou, what are you doing? Before long, Luo Yi replied. Luo Yi, I am the monk Tang Xuanye, hailing from the great Tang dynasty, on a quest to the west for sacred scriptures. Luo Yi, allow me to introduce my second disciple, Bajie. Luo Yi, image, Wang Dochui holding a beer bottle as a makeshift nine-toothed rake. Upon reading these messages, a flicker of exasperation crossed Su Baizhou's otherwise stoic visage. This junior had gone out drinking again. However, he was rather endearing. Chapter 51, Marrying the King of the Daughter Kingdom. With a visage imbued with intoxication, Luo Yi responded to the messages from his fairy senior. No. He was not Luo Yi, he was the little white dragon from the waves, or rather, he was Tang Xuanye. Master brother, Wang Dochui stated with a serious demeanor, the monster has been captured by our master. At this, Luo Yi cleared his throat and replied solemnly, Beji, call me master. The monster has seized our master brother. Wang Dochui pointed towards Li Haoyang, who, at that moment, was holding a bottle of liquor, taking sips alternately as if he were flanked by two beautiful maidens. Ha ha ha. What is Lu Bingxin or wine sister? I still prefer you both, ha 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 ha. Li Haoyang planted kisses on both bottles, his gaze filled with ambiguous delight. Upon witnessing this, Luo Yi's expression sharpened, he extended a finger, stamped his foot, and called out. Vixen, spare my master brother. Master brother, our master has come to rescue you. The trio was enacting a lively drama, leaving Shen Qiao utterly bewildered. He could not comprehend the banter among them. Nevertheless, he opted to pull out his phone and quietly record the amusing spectacle. They had been drinking for an hour and a half. Luo Yi had polished off a case while he himself had consumed two. Wang Dochui and Li Haoyang each managed 2 bottles. Particularly, Li Haoyang still had not finished the 2 bottles he had been nursing for over an hour. Before long, reminiscent of their first gathering in the dormitory, Shen Qiao found himself with an arm around both Li Haoyang and Wang Dochui, while Luo Yi trailed behind them. Upon arriving at the campus gates, Luo Yi gazed at the 4 characters spelling out Zhongcheng University, the look of confusion crossing his face. This is the Western Paradise. Yes, I have come to seek the scriptures. Shen Qiao turned to look at Luo Yi, who seemed lost in thought. Just as he was about to call out to him, he noticed a graceful silhouette approaching from a distance. Taken aback by the sight, Shen Qiao's lips curled upwards. And without further ado, he escorted his companions back to the dormitory, leaving Luo Yi standing there. Luo Yi stared vacantly at the security guard at the school entrance. Blushing as he inquired, Amitabha, I am here to seek the scriptures, could you kindly open the gate? The security guard, unable to suppress his laughter, was thoroughly amused, exclaiming, You must be tipsy, I've seen many drunken antics, but never one who believes himself to be Tang Seng. Indeed, I am the monk Tang Xuanye. Enough. The security guard waved his hand, chuckling heartily at the young man's antics. Hurry inside, if the school authorities catch sight of you, you'll surely face their ire. School authorities? Are you referring to Tathagata or Guanyin? Luo Yi stood trembling before the facial recognition system at the entrance. The electronic gate had long since opened. Yet he hesitated to step through. Just then, the girl approached and stood beside him. Seeing her, the security guard promptly remarked, it's student Su. You, hurry inside. It would be quite embarrassing to be seen in this state before the campus bell. We are acquainted, Su Baijiu replied softly. Upon hearing those words, the security guard was momentarily taken aback. The enchanting voice of the fairy senior sister caused Luo Yi to turn his head in confusion. As he beheld the captivating visage of the girl before him, his face gradually flushed, and he lowered his gaze. I am but a monk. And I cannot remain in the kingdom of women. Oh. Su Baijiu observed the charming young man with intrigue and inquired, Who do you see me as? The queen of the kingdom of women. Upon hearing this, the glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Su Baijiu's eyes. The queen of the kingdom of women. Not only hailed as the most beautiful woman in Journey to the West, but also a paragon of exquisite beauty. Most importantly, she was the figure who stirred Tang Seng's deepest desires. Had his resolve been any weaker, he would have succumbed to the allure of the kingdom of women. This is not the Western Paradise, this is the kingdom of women. Come, let us return home. With that, Su Baijiu stepped into the school. Watching the fairy senior sister's retreating figure, Luo Yi stood frozen, his expression fraught with conflict. He was meant to seek enlightenment, As he gazed, Luo Yi found himself entranced by the silhouette of the fairy senior sister and promptly followed after her. Su Baijiu turned back to glance at Luo Yi and softly asked, no longer seeking enlightenment. And no longer. Luo Yi swayed side to side like a penguin as he trailed behind Su Baijiu. If you are not seeking enlightenment, why follow me? A mischievous thought surged within Su Baijiu. To marry you. Luo Yi chuckled sheepishly. Not going to be a monk anymore? Not anymore. This exchange elicited a suppressed laugh from Su Baijiu, though with no one else around, Luo Yi could not see her expression, and she soon burst into laughter. One could only wonder if this junior would remember the events of today. Su Baijiu led Luo Yi to the family residence. Upon entering, Luo Yi plopped down onto the sofa, wearing a blissful, silly grin. From the kitchen, Su Baijiu prepared a pot of hangover soup and placed it on the table. What is this? What purpose does it serve? Luo Yi peered curiously at the soup. This is lotus seed soup made with the beads of the golden cicada. Upon hearing this, Luo Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. My beads? Yes. Will you eat it? If not, I shall pour it out. I will eat. Luo Yi dutifully drank the hangover soup. Then, casting a cautious glance at the queen of the kingdom of women beside him, he tentatively asked, My lady, when shall we marry? Marry? Su Baijiu tilted her face to regard him, a teasing smile playing on her lips. Have you perhaps misunderstood the sequence? One must marry before one can be called my lady, is that the crux of the matter? Su Baijiu felt a stirring within her. She realized her previous response might have been misplaced. Shouldn't she have countered his statement? Why was her instinct to adjust the order instead? I understand now. First my lady, then my child, Su Baijo. Do you wish to hear what you are saying? Suddenly, Luo Ye's mind drifted into a daze. And his head gently rested against Su Baijo's shoulder. Su Baijo's complexion shifted, her heartbeat quickening with unexpected intensity. What was happening? Why had this junior suddenly drawn so close? Before she could react, a pair of arms encircled her waist, holding her firmly. At that moment, her face flashed crimson, and her expression betrayed unmistakable panic. Yet, her instinct was not to push Luo Yi away. Instead, she remained seated on the sofa, her body stiffening with trepidation, too fearful to move. When had she ever been in such close proximity to a boy? The last time had been at the entrance of the restroom back home, a situation beyond her control. But what about now? Turning her head, she glanced at Luo Yi, who, having held her close, had succumbed to slumber against her. For reasons unknown. A wave of relief washed over Su Baijo. Observing him as he slept, she began to scrutinize his features more intently. Upon closer inspection, she realized he was rather handsome. Moreover, she found herself surprisingly unbothered by their physical closeness. Gently, Su Baijo assisted Luo Yi to his own room. Once she laid him on the bed, she slowly retreated from the room. At the moment she closed the door, she cast one final glance at Luo Yi, who, turning over in bed, mumbled softly, "Fairy Senior. I like you, he. The faint murmur reached Su Baijo's ears just as she shut the door and returned to her own room. That night, beneath the same roof, one lay in peaceful slumber while the other remained wide awake, lost in thought. Chapter 52. You are all that occupies my mind in the dead of night. Luo Yi was roused from his slumber by an urgent need to relieve himself. In a daze, he stumbled into the bathroom. Upon exiting, a flicker of confusion crossed his face. Where am I? He had regained some awareness, yet was not fully alert. A throbbing headache plagued him, and his body felt achy and sore, a testament to the aftereffects of indulgence in alcohol. He shook his head. A wave of drowsiness washing over him, and collapsed onto the living room floor, sprawled out in a deep slumber. Despite the hardness of the floor, he slept soundly. At 7:30 the following morning, Su Baijo emerged from her room in her pajamas, ready to freshen up, only to discover a figure lying by the bathroom door. She approached and gently nudged Luo Yi with her foot. He merely rolled over and continued to sleep. Observing this, Su Baijo's lovely brows furrowed slightly. And she crouched down to take a flurry of photographs of his sleeping face. After snapping dozens of shots, she selected the most unflattering one and sent it to Gu Mingxian. Before long, a surprised expression appeared in his reply, followed by the question, "My dear disciple, what mischief has my little brother committed to be relegated to sleeping on the floor? Honestly, the squabbles of young couples seem rather unnecessary." Su Baijo wore a speechless expression, regretting her decision to share the photograph with Gu Mingxian. She had anticipated that, as an elder brother, Professor Gu would chastise Luo Yi for his drunken behavior. To her surprise, it seemed the brothers were united in their mischief, focusing on entirely different aspects of the situation. It appeared that the task of reprimanding him would fall to her. However, what authority did she possess to do so? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, suddenly, the sound of Luo Ye's phone alarm echoed from his room. "Get up. If you don't rise now, you'll miss the senior's morning run. Get up. If you don't get up." By the time the alarm blared for the third time, Luo Yi jolted awake, sitting up abruptly as if resurrected from the dead, startling Su Baijo. She stumbled back, inadvertently landing on the floor, feeling a sharp pang in her backside. "Oh no. I'm going to be late for the morning run," Luo Yi exclaimed, standing up and preparing to change his clothes, only to realize he was not in his dormitory. Bewildered, he scanned his surroundings and spotted the fairy-like senior sitting on the ground, propping herself up with her hands, gazing at him in astonishment. "Hey, senior. Why are you sitting on the floor?" he queried. Su Baijo remained silent. Luo Yi extended his hand, attempting to help the senior to her feet. After a moment of hesitation, she placed her hand on his. Once she was upright, Luo Yi asked, "Senior, did I not return to my dormitory last night?" "No." Su Baizhou replied nonchalantly. "Your roommate left you at the school gate, and you followed me here." Upon hearing her words, a look of embarrassment spread across Luo Yi's face. It seemed he had blacked out, with no recollection of the events. How humiliating it was to have been seen in such a state by the senior. His image was irrevocably tarnished. He stole a glance at the face of the enchanting senior and tentatively inquired, "Senior, I haven't done anything out of line, have I?" "No," came the response, and with that, Luo Yi breathed a sigh of relief. That was good, truly good. Yet, in the next moment, Su Baizhou raised an eyebrow and coldly remarked, "You merely spent yesterday calling out the name of the king of the Daughter Kingdom. And then you were clamoring to marry her." Upon hearing this, Luo Yi's expression shifted dramatically, his knees buckling as if he might collapse. "Senior, I swear by the heavens, I don't even know who the king of the Daughter Kingdom is, my heart only holds." As he faltered, Su Baizhou stepped forward, her tone almost interrogative. "Only what?" Under her formidable presence, Luo Yi suddenly wilted. However, he was a man and could not perpetually display weakness in front of her. Thus, in a moment of paradox, spurred by her questioning, Luo Yi mustered the greatest courage of his life, fixing his gaze upon Su Baizhou's visage and earnestly declared, "Only you." Su Baizhou was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing with an uncontrollable warmth. Although she had overheard Luo Yi's murmurs in his sleep the previous night, the sensation now, in his conscious state, was altogether different. She turned away, wishing to conceal the blush that had crept onto her face. Observing this, Luo Yi found a semblance of calm. He watched her retreating figure. Yet, Su Baizhou remained silent, and the atmosphere grew palpably awkward. After a brief silence, Luo Yi became anxious once more, scratching the back of his head. He chuckled, "Senior, haha, I was just joking. I'll take my leave." He bolted from the room, forgetting to close the door behind him. By the time Su Baizhou turned back, the flush on her face had subsided somewhat, although her heart still raced. Thankfully, Luo Yi had left. Had he lingered, she truly would not have known how to proceed. Not only Luo Yi was flustered, Su Baizhou felt a similar trepidation. This occasion was unlike any prior. Throughout her life, she had been the recipient of countless confessions. Yet this moment felt uniquely profound. In the past, her instinctive reaction to such declarations had always been rejection. However, though this instance could not be classified as a confession, it left her feeling bewildered. Su Baizhou placed her hand over her heart, acutely aware of its erratic rhythm, and inhaled deeply. Though she had never experienced it before, she understood that this was the prelude to love. For this reason, she resolved to take it with utmost seriousness. If love were to grace her life, she wished for it to be a singular experience, one that would either last a lifetime or lead to solitude. Thus, dear Junior, pursuing a senior like her would certainly be a formidable challenge. Luo Yi reached the entrance of the staff building, glancing back with a heart full of trepidation. Alcohol had led him astray, and he vowed never to touch it again. After today's impulsive utterances, he pondered how he might navigate the aftermath. Would the senior have already deleted him? Luo Yi took out his phone, opened the Green Bubble app, and initiated a transfer to Su Baizhou. Midway through the transaction, upon noticing the character in the recipient's name, he sighed in relief. He had not been deleted. That was a comfort. Yet, how should he engage in conversation with the enchanting senior from now on? It was hasty of him. He should not have uttered those words. However, to advance their relationship, such steps were unavoidable. They had an early class today, and having already skipped one, missing another would surely lead to significant repercussions. His absence was of little consequence to him, but for Li Haoyang, the class monitor, skipping 2 classes without prior notice would have considerable consequences for him. As Luo Yi set forth, he heard a sound behind him. The senior emerged from the corridor, brushing past him in silence, watching her pass without a word. He dismissed his earlier thoughts and called out, "Senior, allow me to treat you to breakfast." Su Baisho halted, glanced back at Luo Yi, and without uttering a word, nodded in agreement. Chapter 53, Class Representative Luo Yi. Today, Luo Yi did not partake in his morning run. Instead, he accompanied his senior to the cafeteria for breakfast. Sitting opposite the ethereal senior, he lowered his gaze, uncertain of how to engage with her. Su Baisho, her demeanor composed, observed the anxious young man before her and, with a tone of cool detachment, inquired, "Did you get into a fight yesterday?" Upon hearing her words, Luo Yi looked up in surprise, asking, "Senior, how did you know? Why was there a fight?" Su Baisho did not directly reprimand him but first sought to understand the circumstances. Luo Yi explained. "He was pursuing a girl who already has a boyfriend, my roommate. I felt he deserved a beating." At this, Su Baisho nodded in acknowledgement. His reasoning was sound. He had acted justly. However, she cautioned, engaging in fights is inappropriate. You must learn to be more prudent in the future to avoid further complications. I understand. Luo Yi replied solemnly and nodding earnestly. He made a slicing motion across his throat and declared, "Next time, I will ensure he cannot speak again." Su Baisho was momentarily rendered speechless. "I merely meant for you to consider the consequences before resorting to violence, yet you concluded with that. You will grasp it eventually." After finishing their breakfast, Luo Yi checked the time and realized that there were merely 2 minutes left before class. His expression turned frantic as he rose from the table hastily, exclaiming, "Senior, class is about to start, I must leave now." With that, he dashed out. At the entrance of the cafeteria, a soft-spoken girl entered just as Luo Yi rushed out, resulting in a collision that sent her tumbling to the ground. "I'm so sorry, classmate. Are you all right?" "Oh. Qin Shuejie, I truly apologize, I have class, but I promise to treat you to a meal another day." Luo Yi helped the dazed Qin Yuan to her feet and offered a few more apologies before sprinting towards his classroom. Qin Yuan, aside from a sore backside, was momentarily baffled by the incident. When she regained her composure, the young man who had knocked her over had already disappeared. Frowning with irritation, she muttered, "What kind of person collides with someone and then acts as if we are well acquainted, promising to treat me to a meal? Such empty promises." Entering the cafeteria, Qin Yuan purchased breakfast and sought out Su Baisho, taking a seat across from her. As roommates, she was well acquainted with Su Baisho's habits and knew she would likely be at the cafeteria at this hour. Yet, even Su Baisho expressed surprise, saying, "When you actually woke up to have breakfast, who do you look down upon?" "I, Qin Yuan, have decided to abandon my lethargy and study diligently, striving for improvement every day." Qin Yuan displayed a spirited expression, but after a moment's hesitation, Su Baisho replied, "There is no time left, we are already in our 3rd year. You want to be able to acquire more knowledge." "What?" Qin Yuan gasped, her mouth agape, realizing the harshness of reality. However, she quickly composed herself and countered, "That is fine, I can pursue graduate studies." "You want to get in," Su Baisho stated bluntly. Qin Yuan had spent her 3 years in college merely coasting along, having witnessed the entire saga. Upon hearing these words, Qin Yuan displayed a dejected expression and lamented, "Alas, my entrepreneurial journey has barely begun and already it has met with untimely demise." Returning to the matter at hand, she added, "Jojo, with your sharp tongue, I sincerely hope you won't cause your future boyfriend to question his existence." "That won't happen," Su Baisho replied nonchalantly. "Won't it? How could that be? With your..." "What? What did you say?" "You said it won't happen." Qin Yuan seemed to have stumbled upon a monumental secret, her entire demeanor transformed by shock. She scrutinized Su Baisho's face, recalling the latter's series of unusual behaviors, leading her to boldly conjecture, there must be something amiss. "Jojo, your eagerness to move into the teacher's dormitory, could it be connected to a man? Are you hiding a man in the teacher's dormitory?" In response, Su Baisho, maintaining a stoic expression, sipped her soy milk. She neither nodded nor shook her head, instead casually remarked, "Guess." "Oh no, not this again." Qin Yuan was on the verge of a breakdown. For the past few days, Su Baizhou had been using her gaming account. And she was well aware that her good roommate had been gaming with the same individual. However, she was oblivious to the identity of this person, and after all, it was merely a game. Gender was a FAOD. If Su Baizhou insisted that the player Falling Leaves Return to Roots was a girl merely masquerading as a boy, there was little she could do. "Jojo, you are quite peculiar. Tell me the truth, you don't find any boys at school appealing? Have you entered into an online romance?" Upon hearing this, Su Baizhou fell silent. She remained quiet, somewhat exasperated by Qin Yuan's fanciful thoughts. Yet, Qin Yuan interpreted her silence differently, exclaiming, "Indeed, you have entered into an online romance. No, this won't do. You've never been in a relationship, and being so beautiful, when you eventually meet the person in real life, they will surely harbor ill intentions." As she spoke, Qin Yuan volunteered, "I shall supervise you. I must discover who has employed sweet words to lead my Jojo into romance." "I am not in a relationship," Su Baizhou stated flatly. "Denial is but an affirmation, Jojo." "Do not deceive me," Qin Yuan insisted. Meanwhile, on the other side, 3 minutes after the class bell had rung, Luo Yi finally arrived at the classroom door. In the last row, Wang Dochui and Shen Qiao exchanged knowing glances. Luo Yi did not notice them and awkwardly said, "Professor, I apologize for my tardiness." Upon witnessing this, Wang Dochui and Shen Qiao's faces exhibited expressions of exasperation. The professor, appearing somewhat aged, furrowed his brow and inquired, "Tardy? Class monitor, did you not just state that no one was late?" Li Haoyang stood up, awkwardly explaining, "Professor. During roll call, Luo Yi was in the restroom." Realization dawned on Luo Yi, and he promptly replied, "Yes, teacher, I had a stomachache and was in the restroom." "Very well, find a seat and attend the class." "Sure thing." Luo Yi settled down next to Shen Qiao and Wang Dochui. At that moment, he recognized the professor currently lecturing. Wasn't this his former mentor? Vice Dean Jiang, Professor Li Ping, is not only Gu Mingxuan's mentor but also the esteemed teacher of the enchanting senior sister. Now, if he is indeed a student of the teacher, does that not place him on the same academic tier as Gu Mingxian, surpassing even the senior sister? A sense of pride swelled within Luo Yi. However, he could at best be considered a student of Li Ping, not a disciple. Only those like Gu Mingxian, who successfully gained admission to the graduate program, could be regarded as legitimate prot.gs. The last student to arrive, please respond to this question. Professor Li Ping directed his gaze towards Luo Yi. He recognized this young man from their previous encounter on the playground, where he had witnessed him jogging alongside Su Baizhou during morning exercises. Consequently, throughout this class, Professor Li Ping only acknowledged him, and whenever a question arose, Luo Yi was invariably the first to be called upon. Ultimately, Professor Li Ping committed Luo Yi's name to memory and appointed him as the representative for the class. Chapter 54, The Transition Conference. Upon returning to the dormitory, Luo Yi acquired a new title within room 515, the class representative. "Hey, you are now our academic role model, class rep," Wang Dochui remarked, his tone laced with mockery as he lounged in his chair. "What else with that expression, Brother Chue? Are you not pleased that I've become the class representative?" Luo Yi inquired, perplexed. "Humph, among our 4 dorm mates, one is a class monitor, another a class representative, and yet another the campus heartthrob, while I'm left without any title," Wang Dochui lamented, a hint of dejection in his voice. "Don't be down, Brother Chue. You are still the dorm leader of 515. At these words, Wang Dochui's spirits lifted instantly. He sprang to his feet, hands on his hips, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. "Indeed, I am the esteemed leader of 515. Sons, though the mountains are high and the birds may soar, never forget that I am the patriarch of this dormitory. Get lost." You rascal, I know you are up to no good, came the playful retort. Hee. Wang Dochui chuckled mischievously before turning to Luo Yi. Hey, wild boy, the new season of Chicken has launched, take me to the pinnacle of glory. Not now, Luo Yi replied. Already reclining on his bed, tablet in hand, logging into the game. He had arranged to team up with his senior sister to conquer the highest rank in duo queues. The invincible god of war, leaving no room for his roommates. Go ahead, they'll handle it, with a historical peak rank of Crown 2. A feat achieved alongside his enchanting senior sister. As the new season commenced, Luo Yi intended to elevate their rank to unprecedented heights. However, he was uncertain of his senior sister's availability, given that the student council had recently welcomed new members and was in the midst of a leadership transition. There were 3 candidates for the new student council president, which should make the selection straightforward. Ready? Let us go. The familiar banter resumed. Although the initial ranks of the season were not particularly high, the competition was fierce. For Luo Yi, despite the challenges, the difficulty was manageable. Nevertheless, to gain ranks, one must be wary of numerous lacking players and even a fair share of cheaters at the season's onset. Caution was imperative when encountering such players. If they did, they could only consider themselves unfortunate. Thus, the duo resolved to pursue their ranks in duo queues, both starting from lowly beginnings, Luo Yi at Platinum and Su Baisho at Bronze. Starting anew promised a more engaging experience. After a while, Su Baisho abruptly announced that she had matters to attend to and hastily logged off. It was now 3 in the afternoon. Luo Yi had only classes in the morning, leaving him with ample free time. His senior sister was likely attending the student council's transition meeting, and after today, she would relinquish her role as president. Yet her responsibilities were far from over. The new student council members would soon face the autumn sports meet at Jian University, marking their first significant task. Thus, even though Su Baisho would no longer be president, she would still partake in the event to oversee and assist the new officers, offering guidance to ensure they completed their inaugural assignment successfully. Luo Yi rose from his bed, donned his attire, and exited the dormitory. He purchased 2 cups of milk tea at the school gate and made his way to the venue for the student council transition. Since he expressed ambiguous sentiments towards the senior sister this morning, he must now take responsibility. He is determined to pursue the enchanting senior. The venue for the student council's transition is vast, even reminiscent of a stage. Su Baisho, clad in formal attire, serves as the host today, accompanied by a male counterpart. Wang Jishu, who is the vice president of the student council, also in formal dress. The duo, 1 male and 1 female, stands upon the stage. Su Baisho shines like a star at a freshman gala, evoking an elusive sense of distance among those who gaze upon her. However, Luo Yi no longer feels this way. He has blended into the background, crouching in a secluded corner, unnoticed. As Su Baisho recites her speech, she suddenly spots a familiar figure crouched in the dim recesses behind her, causing her to pause slightly. Upon concluding her speech, she announces the new student council president, Lu Zhonglai, who also happens to be the president of the Hongfu Society at Jian University. A wave of applause fills the room as Su Baisho hands the microphone to Lu Zhonglai and steps off the stage. She finds a female classmate, conversing with her about something, after which the classmate glances in Luo Yi's direction. Su Baisho stands nearby, her gaze fixed on Lu Zhonglai, who is delivering his speech. She has her responsibilities, and with many eyes upon her, including several teachers seated in the front row, she cannot move about freely. The classmate approaches Luo Yi. This way, please. There are seats available over there. Hearing this, Luo Yi responds in confusion, oh. No need, I'll wait for my friend to come out. No trouble at all. Come on, handsome. President Su sent me to bring you over. It's tiring to crouch, come and sit. With the enthusiastic invitation from the senior, Luo Yi made his way to the back row and took a seat. This area is designated for new student council members. And those surrounding Luo Yi are all first-year students who have joined the council. Luo Yi. A familiar voice calls out. And Luoya turns to discover that the person beside him is Tang Enki. It's you. Have you joined the student council? Yes, Tang Enki replies with a slight smile. Noticing the 2 cups of milk tea on the table before Luoya. So, you, too, have joined the student council. A wave of joy surges within her. Her impression of Luoya is still colored by his efforts to help her gain admission to Jeong University. If Luoya could go to such lengths for her, why wouldn't he join the student council for her sake? Luoya remains unchanged, still the same person willing to act selflessly for her. Who wouldn't be moved by such a Luoya? Why had she not realized this before? Glancing at Luoya beside her, Tang Enki softly murmurs, Luoya. Shoo, Luoya hushes, signaling her to remain silent as the enchanting senior sister has begun her address, and he intends to listen intently. At once, Tang Enki falls silent. Her expression one of surprise and bewilderment. Subsequently, she turned her gaze to the stage, her eyes lingering on Su Baizhou, the glimmer of admiration evident in her expression. In a hushed tone, she inquired, "Do you know who she is, Luoya?" "Indeed," came the reply. Tang Enki smiled, "That's true. I reckon there isn't a single male student at Jeonda who isn't aware of her. I aspire to become someone like her in the future." The president of the university's student council, in essence, is not much different once one enters society. No one pays heed to whether you were part of a student council during your university years, nor do they care whether you held the title of president. However, Su Baizhou is a different case altogether. Although she is still a student, she has already carved a notable reputation within the computing industry of Zhongcheng. Mentored by the esteemed Professor Gu Mingshen, and coming from the traditional lineage of Liping, which is known for its unbroken transmission of knowledge, Su Baizhou naturally attracts considerable attention. The fact that she also holds the position of student council president further underscores her multifaceted capabilities, marking her as a versatile talent. For her, it is merely an embellishment to her already illustrious profile. Thus, the role of student council president for Su Baizhou stands in stark contrast to that of others. Chapter 55, holding the senior's hand. The student council election ceremony was in full swing, and Luoya's gaze remained fixed on Su Baizhou. Clad in formal attire, the ethereal senior exuded an undeniable beauty. However, Su Baizhou could sense his eyes upon her, making her feel somewhat uneasy on stage. While she did not mind being watched, after all, so many people were present, Luoya's attention elicited a peculiar sensation within her. The occasion was solemn, prompting Su Baizhou to apply some lipstick, a rarity for her as she typically eschewed makeup. It was not that she was indifferent to her appearance. She simply felt it was inconsequential. To her, makeup did not enhance her beauty but merely offered a different style. As another speech concluded, Su Baizhou stepped down from the stage, instinctively pulling out her phone to check her reflection and ensure her lipstick had not smudged. After reapplying the lipstick from her pocket, she adopted a serious expression, determined to maintain her image under the scrutiny of so many eyes. Although she had never faltered in such settings before, this time felt different. An undercurrent of anxiety tinged her demeanor. Once more, she glanced at Luoyi and noticed 2 cups of milk tea on his table. How thoughtful of him. The moment she acknowledged his gaze, Luoyi's mood brightened. Beside him, Tang Enki remarked, "Luoyi, I know Senior Su. You see, she was just looking at me." She beamed with pride, convinced that her impression during the interview had left a mark on Su Baizhou. After all, as the new student beauty, she would soon be the campus belle once Su Baizhou graduated, making it entirely plausible for the senior to remember her. "You know her?" Luoyi exclaimed, surprised by Tang Enki's claim. "Yes, I was the one Su interviewed," Tang Enki replied, her tone laced with pride. "Oh, I see," Luoyi exhaled, relieved. He had initially assumed that Tang Enki was a close friend of the ethereal senior, which would have left him feeling awkward, especially considering that any shared acquaintances might divulge his past indiscretions. As time passed, over half an hour had elapsed. Tang Enki instinctively reached for one of the cups of milk tea in front of Luoyi. Alarmed, he widened his eyes. "Wait, what is going on?" Why are you reaching for that? Tang Enki paused, surprised by his reaction. Meanwhile, Su Baisho, who was still on stage reading her script, noticed the exchange. Her brow furrowing as her speech became slightly stilted. While others might not have detected the shift, Luo Yi did. The ethereal senior was evidently displeased. Hastily, Luo Yi interjected. Tang Enki, that's for someone else. At his words, Tang Enki stopped abruptly. Who is it for? She inquired, furrowing her brow. For her, he replied. Luo Yi cast a glance at Su Baisho, a subtle gesture that did not escape her notice. For reasons unknown, the sudden surge of anger that had overwhelmed her began to dissipate. Tang Enki looked up at the stage, exhaling a sigh of relief, then remarked, "Stop joking, Luo Yi. Do you even know who that is? Are you just randomly picking someone to mess with? If you don't want to give it, then don't." I understand. I do know. Luo Yi replied. You know? That's Su Baisho, who since her arrival at Jiang University has remained scandal-free. Besides her studies and work, she has never had any private interactions with boys. Even the remarkable vice president of the student council, Wen Jishu, cannot catch her eye. Don't tell me this milk tea is for her. Tang Enki was incredulous, believing that Luo Yi was merely attempting to deceive her. I genuinely bought it for her. I like her, and I wish to pursue her, Luo Yi confessed candidly. Upon hearing this, Tang Enki laughed. She had expected Luo Yi to be self-aware. After all, during the summer break, she had set him aside, and he had not pressed her further. Even upon their return to school, he had not questioned her about their previous agreement. Therefore, she held a favorable impression of him. Luo Yi's affection for her stemmed from her own excellence, and his decision to abandon her after rejection was a sign of his self-awareness. Yet now, he audaciously claimed to have feelings for the talented girl from Jiang University. Noticing the mockery in Tang Enki's gaze, Luo Yi felt a sense of unfamiliarity. Perhaps she had always been this way, externally gentle yet internally proud. In the past, his admiration had cast a glow over her flaws, filtering them from his view. Very well, you no longer have feelings for me. Whom you choose to like is your prerogative, I have no right to interfere. I wish you success, Tang Enki said, turning her attention to her phone. Dismissing Luo Yi entirely. She even suspected that Luo Yi had intentionally placed 2 cups of milk tea before her, claiming they were for Su Baisho, solely to provoke her. Their conversation ceased, and Luo Yi turned his focus to the enchanting figure of the senior on stage. Soon, the lengthy transition meeting concluded. At this moment, Su Baisho officially stepped down from her role as president of the student council, and once the postgraduate entrance exams commenced, she would directly become Professor Gu's graduate student. As the crowd began to disperse, Tang Enki glanced at Luo Yi and said, "Aren't you supposed to be delivering milk tea to Su Baisho? Good luck to her." Luo Yi was nothing more than a childish liar trying to irritate her. She departed, and at the entrance, Gao Yaming awaited her. Observing this, Luo Yi felt a pang of nostalgia. Tang Enki remained unchanged, her charm drawing other boys to her like moths to a flame. But he was content with his senior. Shortly after, Su Baisho concluded her tasks and began walking toward Luo Yi. His expression brightened, but in an instant, his smile faltered. Following the enchanting senior was a persistent shadow, Wen Jishu, the vice president of the student council, who was also from the same cohort as Su Baisho. Though not as dazzling as Su Baisho, he is equally exceptional, regarded by all as an exemplary student of both character and intellect. Initially, some even fancied a pairing between him and Su Baisho, a coldly decisive student council president and a gentle, considerate vice president. However, after an entire year, Su Baisho remained disinterested in him, and the pairing faded into obscurity. Yet, Wen Jishu, tall and handsome with a gentle disposition, attracted countless admirers. Remaining single throughout his 3 years of university, indicating that he still harbored feelings for Su Baisho. Contemplating this, Luo Yi's eyes turned into those of a dead fish. His jealousy unabashedly evident. In addition to Wen Zhishu, Su Baizhou was accompanied by the senior who had previously helped Luo Yi find a seat. She was also a member of the student council. Her name was Yang Xing, who shared a relatively close relationship with Su Baizhou. She waved at Luo Yi, her lively and adorable personality shining through. Su Baizhou approached Luo Yi, turning to the two behind her, saying, "You may leave first. Zhou, shall we have dinner together tonight? I'll invite the other members of the student council for a farewell meal. I want to be joining." Su Baizhou replied with a frown, eager for the two to depart. "Zhou, after working together for so long, even if we leave the student council, we are still friends, right?" Wen Zhishu insisted. "Not friends," Su Baizhou replied coldly. "We are not in the same major, and there will be no further interaction. How can we be friends?" Zhou. Seeing that Wen Zhishu was about to speak again, Luo Yi stepped forward and grasped Su Baizhou's hand. Yang Xing covered her mouth, her face a picture of astonishment, as if she had just witnessed an unexpected revelation. Were it anyone else daring to act so toward Su Baizhou, she would have long since lost her temper. Yet, at this crucial moment, Luo Yi was unfaltering. He held the hand of the enchanting senior, casting a serious glance at Wen Zhishu before turning to leave. The entire sequence of actions was executed with an undeniable flair. Watching this unfold, Wen Zhishu was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, Luo Yi returned, retrieving the milk tea left on the table. Then returned to the side of the enchanting senior. He once more clasped Su Baizhou's hand and departed with a flourish. Chapter 56, A Reward. Holding Su Baizhou's delicate hand in one and 2 cups of milk tea in the other, Luo Yi exited the venue of the election meeting. He guided the enchanting senior to the entrance of the building. Observing the frosty demeanor of the senior beside him, Luo Yi's heart tightened, prompting him to release her hand and step back a couple of paces, feeling somewhat anxious. "Senior, I noticed that the boy was becoming a bit too forward," he remarked. "I understand, it's the classic hero saving the beauty," Su Baizhou replied nonchalantly. "Exactly," Luo Yi silently affirmed. Despite the senior's somewhat aloof expression, the warmth and softness of her hand lingered in his memory. "Senior, I bought some milk tea," Luo Yi offered her a cup, then added, "Now that the student council duties are concluded, I heard you are preparing for graduate school. Will you be quite free afterward?" Contemplating his words, Su Baizhou responded, "Well, I might be busy after graduation." Luo Yi wore a pensive expression. He yearned to pursue the senior while not wanting to intrude on her time. So he resolved to strive hard before she became preoccupied. Taking a sip of her milk tea, Su Baizhou glanced at the label and inquired, "Half sugar?" "Yes," Luo Yi affirmed. He recalled that during their last encounter, the senior drank her unsweetened coffee without hesitation, indicating her preference for less sweetness. The milk tea was slightly sweet, yet not overwhelmingly so. "Next time, I don't want taro balls. I prefer my drinks and food separate. I dislike having solid items in my beverages." Luo Yi's expression turned perplexed. "No taro balls in the milk tea, just plain milk tea." "Wait, the emphasis is on next time. There would be a next time?" His heart soared with joy. Then, seemingly struck by a thought, he exclaimed, "Senior, the sports meet is approaching, and I plan to sign up for the 3,000-meter race." Upon hearing this, Su Baizhou shot him a skeptical glance, her eyes brimming with doubt. "A long-distance run? 3,000 meters. That equates to 7 laps around the track. Could someone who struggles to jog 6 laps manage such a demanding event?" At times, Su Baizhou's expressions conveyed her thoughts without the need for words. After all, she had a limited range of expressions, and Luo Yi had memorized their meanings. Interestingly, as he grew closer to her, he noticed her expressions becoming more varied. Although she maintained an air of aloofness, Luo Yi felt an exhilarating sense of exploration, akin to an unconventional nurturing journey. "Senior, the sports meet is in half a month. Just watch, I will certainly not come in last," Luo Yi declared. Initially intending to say he would come in first but lacking the confidence to assert such a lofty goal. However, he felt assured that he would not finish last. Is that so? Su Baijiu replied without much reaction. Speaking of the sports meet, she realized she had never participated during her 3 years of university. If she skipped it in her junior year, she would have no opportunity in her senior year. Su Baijiu pondered whether she should sign up for a few events in this year's sports meet. Beside her, Luo Yi remarked, "Senior, what reward would I receive if I don't come in last?" Upon hearing this, Su Baijiu paused, her expression slightly hesitant as she turned to Luo Yi and quietly inquired, "Where did you find that information?" As soon as the words left her lips, Luo Yi froze. Oh no, he had been discovered. He had searched online for ways to pursue girls and stumbled upon various methods. One suggestion was to set goals and offer rewards, a rather cliche approach. Yet, for Luo Yi, who had never experienced romance, it seemed like an excellent and innovative strategy, though he was unsure who had conceived it. Unfortunately, it had been seen through by the enchanting senior. He realized he had underestimated her intelligence. Observing the young man's conflicted demeanor, Su Baijiu contemplated for a moment and softly mused, "Coming in last, but if you could place in the top 3, that would be acceptable." At her words, Luo Yi's expression brightened instantly. "Senior, I adore you." However, achieving a top 3 finish was indeed a daunting challenge for him. Each athletics club participating in the long-distance event comprised more than just 3 members. For Luo Yi to secure a top 3 position meant he would need to reach the level of the Jiang University athletics team within half a month. Although only the club president was a national-level athlete, the others were all enthusiasts, and anyone who enjoyed such pursuits typically possessed above-average physical capabilities. As for Luo Yi, a self-proclaimed homebody who spent his days typing away in his dormitory, aspiring to reach their level seemed rather unrealistic. Yet, if rewards were easily attainable, what would be the purpose of striving for them? The more arduous the journey, the deeper the significance of crossing the finish line. He was determined to prove his seriousness in matters of the heart to the senior. Luo Yi was already preparing to schedule special training sessions with the coach, who, despite being a fitness enthusiast, surely had valuable insights on long-distance running. Watching Luo Yi, who resembled a little hamster deep in thought, Su Baijiu found his earnestness amusing. This junior clearly had no idea how to pursue a girl. But did it really matter? The possibility of a relationship was never predicated solely on unilateral effort and endeavor. "Shall we go?" Su Baijiu asked. "Huh? What did you say, senior?" Luo Yi's thoughts returned to the present as he gazed at the enchanting senior, grappling with his confusion. "Did you say to go somewhere? Where are we headed, senior?" At this, Su Baijiu fell silent for a moment before softly responding, "You heard me. Why ask what I said?" She found this aspect of human behavior rather amusing, how, at times, even when someone clearly hears what was said, their immediate reflex is to ask, "What?" Scratching the back of his head and chuckling, Luo Yi replied, "I didn't register it at first, but now that I have, right, senior, where are we going?" "Someone wishes to meet you," Su Baijiu stated, turning to walk towards the school gates, with Luo Yi following her in a state of perplexity. Upon arriving at a nearby CF, Luo Yi spotted a familiar figure seated there. "Senior Qin?" Upon hearing the voice, Qin Yuan turned to Luo Yi, her expression instantly transforming into one of surprise. "It's you. The reckless lad who bumped into me that morning." "Indeed, it's me, Senior Qin," Luo Yi acknowledged candidly. Although he and Qin Yuan were clearly not on the same wavelength. Su Baijiu, sitting beside Qin Yuan, remarked nonchalantly, "Wan, this is Professor Gu's younger brother." "Oh. So it is you," Qin Yuan said, her arms crossed, her gaze toward Luo Yi laced with a hint of scrutiny. "I truly apologize for this morning, Senior Qin. I had intended to invite you for a meal, but I could never find the opportunity." "Couldn't you find the opportunity?" Qin Yuan replied with a smirk. "I suspect you were captivated by some enchanting beauty instead." At her words, Luo Yi's face flashed. "What is your name? Which major are you in?" Qin Yuan inquired. "Huh?" Luo Yi exhibited a look of confusion. Shouldn't Senior Chin already know this? Ahem. Su Baizhou cleared his throat softly. Instantly, Qin Yuan regained her composure. Right. I nearly forgot. Jojo mentioned that I should act as if we are quite familiar. What I meant to ask is, are you planning to take the postgraduate entrance exam? Which major are you considering? I don't know, I'm only a freshman. Well, the postgraduate exam is quite significant. My advice is... Qin Yuan began to speak earnestly. The conversation between the two was remarkably awkward, as their words seemed out of sync, leaving Su Baizhou feeling quite embarrassed. Chapter 57, The only shortcut is perseverance. After Luo Yi departed, Qin Yuan turned her gaze, fixating intently on Su Baizhou, as if she were observing a stranger. Jojo, this junior clearly harbors feelings for you. With an expression devoid of emotion, Su Baizhou replied calmly. I assent it's true that many people like me. This is different. Qin Yuan exclaimed with fervor. Among all those who admire you, only this junior has not been distanced by you. That is because he is Professor Gu's younger brother, and Professor Gu entrusted me with his care, Su Baizhou explained, her demeanor remaining unperturbed. This rationale was sound, leaving no room for doubt. Furrowing her brows, Qin Yuan could not help but inquire, moreover. Why do you want me to pretend to be quite familiar with him? Because he is rather shy, and I fear your enthusiasm might intimidate him. Qin Yuan responded with a pause. In any case, allowing Luo Yi to meet Qin Yuan in advance is crucial, to avoid a scenario where they unexpectedly encounter one another, resulting in Qin Yuan revealing everything like a naive fool. Jojo, tell me the truth. How could you treat his brother with such special consideration merely because of Professor Gu? You are not that kind of person. Speak. Do you also have feelings for this junior? Qin Yuan gazed earnestly at Su Baizhou. The latter remained silent, her lips moving slightly as she slowly uttered two words that sent Qin Yuan into despair. Guess. Jojo, I shall bite you to death. Upon returning to the dormitory, Luo Yi immediately made his way to the playground. Flanking him on either side were Li Haoyang and Wang Dachui. The trio stood at the starting point of the field, striking poses that exuded an air of sophistication, as if they were poised to engage in a climactic battle atop a mountain. Their collective demeanor was so impressive that passers-by could not help but mutter derogatory remarks about their pretentiousness. In a grave tone, Li Haoyang addressed Luo Yi, Brother Luo. Considering the time frame of half a month, aiming for a top 3 finish in the long-distance run is somewhat unrealistic. You must take a shortcut. What shortcut? Luo Yi inquired earnestly. To complete a long-distance run successfully means you have already triumphed, so, Brother Luo, begin running. The shortcut in long-distance running is perseverance. As he spoke, Li Haoyang turned his attention to Wang Dachui behind Luo Yi, questioning, what are you doing here? Wherever there is excitement, there shall be the presence of Wang Dachui, he retorted, flashing a provocative expression at Li Haoyang. Coach, it's merely long-distance running. I don't believe you can outpace me. Fitness is one matter, and long-distance running is another. The two cannot be conflated. Wang Dachui had been dubbed the bolt of his community since childhood, earning the nickname Rabbit from classmates during elementary school for his incredible speed. In high school, he would rush to the cafeteria after class to serve food to his goddess, leading all the other hungry students, earning him the title of the ultimate admirer. Dachui, I have no intention of competing with you. I am here solely for Brother Luo, Li Haoyang stated, shaking his head. Coach, are you perhaps afraid? Wang Dachui's expression oozed disdain. The two locked eyes, and an electric tension crackled in the air between them. In the midst of peculiar gazes surrounding him, Luo Yi, somewhat at a loss for words, remarked, you two should cease this charade. Everyone else is looking at you as if you were fools. Upon hearing this, Wang Dachui and Li Haoyang instantly averted their eyes. Their faces flashed with embarrassment. They had unwittingly immersed themselves too deeply into the act. Brother Luo Yi, there's no point in further discussion, let us commence. All right. Mentally counting to 3, Luo Yi was just about to sprint when, unexpectedly, Li Haoyang and Wang Dochui, for reasons unbeknownst to them, launched into a rapid dash. By the time Luo Yi realized what was happening, the two had already sprinted several dozen meters ahead. "What on earth, are you both out of your minds?" Seeing this, Luo Yi did not hesitate. Disregarding the long-distance run, he accelerated with all his might in pursuit of the duo. Although running alone on the playground might seem embarrassing, with 3 participants, it transformed into sheer joy. Though the playground was sparsely populated, there were still a few dozen spectators scattered about. The trio raced with the fervor of individuals heartbroken. Li Haoyang led the charge, running as if his life depended on it. Not far off, a petite figure observed him. Her eyes filled with tender concern. Su Shaojia had been watching from a discreet spot unnoticed by the coach, yet he had never perceived her presence. However, as they were all sprinting, their pace slowed after completing 1 lap. By the 2nd lap, they were already gasping for breath. By the 3rd lap, their bodies felt numb. At this point, the duo's speed paled in comparison to Luo Yi, who was diligently training for endurance. Exhausted as if he had been exposed to the scorching summer sun for 8 hours. Yet, Luo Yi continued to run. Lap after lap, drenched in sweat. He showed no signs of stopping. Wang Dochui and Li Haoyang sat on the playground, panting, when they noticed Luo Yi still in motion. "Coach, how many laps has the wild boy completed?" Wang Dochui inquired. 6 laps, I suppose, Li Haoyang replied, a hint of admiration in his voice. After all, these 6 laps were not akin to his usual morning runs. During the 1st lap, Luo Yi had sprinted alongside them, nearly exhausting his stamina. Remarkably, he had persevered for another 5 laps. It seemed Luo Yi had taken to heart Li Haoyang's earlier words, the only shortcut to long-distance running is persistence. Only by continuously pushing one's limits can one truly cultivate endurance. Suddenly, a charming little girl approached Li Haoyang and playfully asked, "Class monitor, would you like a bottle of sports drink?" Upon hearing her voice, Wang Dochui's eyes widened in surprise. Recognizing Su Shaojia, he exclaimed, "Girl, who are you? This is a university, how did a middle school student get in here?" "You're the middle schooler, your whole family are middle schoolers," Su Shaojia retorted angrily. Li Haoyang gazed at the sports drink in front of him, lost in thought, then shook his head. "Sports drink again, I shall never touch it in my lifetime." It was precisely because of a sports drink that he had met Lu Bingxin. Noticing Li Haoyang's refusal, Su Shaojia glanced at the bottle of Wanshui Mountain mineral water in her other hand. That was intended for Luo Yi, but since Li Haoyang declined, she felt compelled to offer it to him instead. After all, she is acquainted with Luo Yi. If the purchase was solely for Li Haoyang, it would indeed seem rather deliberate. Meanwhile, Wang Dochui, upon spotting 2 bottles of water, mistakenly assumed that the other bottle was intended for him. He immediately extended his hand and said, "Su Demsha, this bottle must be mine, right?" As they are classmates, he remembered the name of this petite girl. And his earlier remark was merely in jest. "Who are you?" "This bottle is for Luo Yi," she replied. Upon hearing this, Wang Dochui was taken aback, exclaiming, "What? We are all training for long-distance running, why am I the only one left out?" Su Shaojia then inquired, "So, who are you?" Observing her utterly perplexed expression, which seemed genuine rather than feigned, Wang Dochui truly felt at his wits' end. "We are indeed classmates. Am I, Wang Dochui, truly so devoid of charm with women?" Chapter 58, The Matchmaker Qin Yuan. Ultimately, Luo Yi completed 10 laps before he began to rest. Su Shaojia, watching him approach, lay on the ground and curiously inquired, "Is there some event happening? Why are you all suddenly running?" "It's the sports meet, which is in about 10 days, Li Haoyang replied. "A sports meet?" Upon hearing this, Su Shaojia asked, "Why was I not informed? As the class monitor, I usually have the inside scoop and will notify everyone in the class group shortly." "Oh, I see," Su Shaojia nodded in understanding. It was reasonable that the class monitor would be privy to such information, allowing her dormitory mates to be aware as well. Class monitor, which events are you participating in? Su Shaojia further questioned. I won't be participating, I have worked hard to build my muscles. And I certainly do not wish to jeopardize them. As he spoke, Li Haoyang affectionately caressed his bicep. Su Shaojia looked utterly speechless. Even feeling the urge to scold Li Haoyang, yet she struggled to maintain her ladylike demeanor. Observing this, Luo Yi noted that she was exerting considerable effort to contain herself. He was well aware of Su Shaojia's unfiltered nature, her straightforward personality compelled her to voice her thoughts. And her strong sense of justice made it difficult for her to refrain from commenting on the coach. By the way, Brother Luo Yi. The coach turned to him and said, make sure you are prepared when you wake up tomorrow morning. What? Luo Yi expressed his confusion. You'll find out when you wake up. For someone unaccustomed to exercise, sudden vigorous activity would likely result in soreness the next morning. As for Luo Yi's previous 6 laps of morning running, they could hardly be considered genuine exercise, they were merely a means of physical conditioning. Oh! What the hell? Wang Dochui suddenly shouted. Li Haoyang, Luo Yi, and Su Shaojia turned to look, with Su Shaojia frowning. What are you barking like a dog for? Cheng Liao has officially announced. Wang Dochui pointed at a post on his phone screen. Upon seeing the image of a man and a woman, Luo Yi asked. Who are they? Li Haoyang replied, Cheng Liao, the class monitor from the neighboring class. When did you start trying to woo her? Humph. After being labeled a sycophant throughout high school, I am determined to reinvent myself in college and become a warrior. Everyone was taken aback. Could it be that you are truly a genius? Upon hearing this, Su Shaojia felt speechless. She realized that being with the boys from Dom 515 often led to witnessing some rather absurd occurrences. Though she felt she could not fully integrate into their circle. It was evident that the boys' dormitory exuded a certain joy. All right, I need to make a trip to the office. You all head back fast. Li Haoyang clapped his hands and stood up, preparing to leave. Since the breakup, the coach's demeanor seemed to have shifted. He had gradually transformed from his previously honest and straightforward self into someone more assertive. Luo Yi had also rested enough by this point, standing up and asking. What time is it? It's dinner time, wild boy. Let's go eat. Let's go. The two individuals shared a deep understanding upon the mention of a meal. Luo Yi and Wang Dochui set off without hesitation. Su Shaojia stood there momentarily stunned. Wait for me. She called out, trailing behind them. If she did not keep pace, she would be alone, something she had always been. Alone in attending classes, alone in dining, and in the dormitory, no one spoke to her. She lacked common ground with the others. Wang Dochui, alongside Luo Yi, made his way towards the dining hall, motivated by the desire to feast his eyes upon the female students. Luo Yi, however, dismissed his intentions with disdain. Inside the dining hall, Wang Dochui's gaze wandered, searching for potential distractions. Suddenly, a graceful young woman passed by. Causing him to lower his head in shyness, his cheeks flushed. Observing this, Luo Yi expressed his frustration. Brother Chue, you are truly disappointing. You boast more than anyone else. Yet the moment a girl appears, you are the first to blush. I can't help it. Wang Dochui retorted. Despite having eyed countless girls, I remain an innocent young man who has never been in a relationship. Su Shaojia grimaced at his words. After their meal, Luo Yi and Wang Dochui returned to the dormitory, carrying takeout for their coach and Shen Qiao. Meanwhile, Su Baisho and Qin Yuan exited a CAF and made their way to a nearby noodle shop. They casually ordered a bowl of noodles and immersed themselves in their phones. At the entrance, a handsome young man strolled by, and upon spotting Su Baisho, he broke into a smile and entered. Jojo, who are you? He called out, addressing her in a familiar tone. Qin Yuan, upon hearing his voice, flared up, turning to reveal a look of disdain. Upon recognizing the newcomer, her expression hardened further. It was Wan Jishu, a hypocritical figure she held in contempt. He had spent 3 years in university without a romantic relationship, all the while professing his affection for Su Baizhou, yet he behaved like a central air conditioner, welcoming all without discernment, painting himself as innocent. Qin Yuan had personally investigated Wen Zhishu, having once shipped the two of them as a couple, even believing they might end up together. As Su Baizhou's loyal protector and the leader of the Ice Goddess support group, she had discreetly looked into Wen Zhishu. It was worth noting that Qin Yuan was also quite beautiful, known as a prominent beauty at Zhejiang University, and was even regarded as a goddess by Wang Doqi upon her arrival. Moreover, Wen Zhishu was unaware that Qin Yuan was Su Baizhou's roommate, so he treated her with undue enthusiasm. She was certain that Wen Zhishu was merely a warm presence to everyone, indiscriminately friendly. Su Baizhou glanced up at Wen Zhishu and remarked coolly, "What a coincidence to see you here in such a large school." Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan immediately grasped the situation and questioned, "Are you following Zhou?" Su Baizhou had just attended a meeting and, after leaving the CAF, had come straight to this noodle shop. If Wen Zhishu had been following Su Baizhou since their departure, he would certainly be aware of her presence at that location. Confronted with the truth, Wen Zhishu, somewhat begrudgingly, inquired, "What does that newcomer possess that I lack?" He had harbored feelings for Su Baizhou for 3 years, yet had never laid a finger on her attire, while the newcomer had audaciously grasped her hand upon their initial meeting. A sense of indignation consumed him. He stepped outside to observe, only to discover that Su Baizhou had accepted the newcomer's milk tea and was engaging in conversation with him. It is noteworthy that despite knowing Su Baizhou for 3 years, their exchanges had been strictly professional, with all personal matters being rebuffed by her. "What makes you superior?" Qin Yuan scoffed. Though unfamiliar with Luo Yi, she could ascertain that he, in certain respects, had already eclipsed Wen Zhishu. For instance, Wen Zhishu's affection was common knowledge throughout the school, whereas Luo Yi's feelings had only recently come to her attention, and that was through her own deduction. "Let me enlighten you, his affection is tender and cautious, as if wary of imposing on Zhuozhua. Even if he and Zhuozhua do not end up together, he will earn the respect of all. In contrast, your declaration of love is merely an attempt to broadcast that Zhuozhua is already in your grasp. What gives you the right to feel possessive? Zhuozhua harbors no affection for you whatsoever. What are you pretending to be, a heartbroken romantic? You have remained single throughout your university years. To whom are you attempting to prove your devotion? Do you consider yourself remarkable? You have made your supposed depth of feeling known to the entire school. Do you believe that this will move Zhuozhua? Or have you already been moved to tears by your own self-pity?" At this juncture, Qin Yuan spoke with great severity. "Wen Zhishu, your affection is self-serving. You merely view Zhuozhua as the campus belle. Should she become your girlfriend, it would afford you immense satisfaction and a sense of accomplishment. Thus, perhaps you may surpass Luo Yi in certain respects, yet in matters of the heart, he surpasses you 1,000-fold. He possesses sincerity that you lack." Chapter 59. The matchmaker Su Xiaojia. Wen Zhishu had departed, leaving Qin Yuan feeling too embarrassed to remain. Su Baizhou gazed at her in surprise and remarked, "Wen, I didn't expect you to possess such knowledge." "Of course," she replied confidently. "I am a renowned master of relationships." "Is that so?" Su Baizhou questioned skeptically. After all, Qin Yuan could at best be considered a theoretical expert. Her extensive reading of romance novels did not equate to practical experience, which remained as blank as Su Baizhou's. Otherwise, she would not have been so easily misled by Su Baizhou. Yet, today's events had caused Su Baizhou to reevaluate her perspective on Qin Yuan. It was evident that she would not have divulged so much to Wen Zhishu, nor did she relish engaging in lengthy discussions with those she deemed irrelevant. Instead, Qin Yuan had taken on the role of a mouthpiece. Moreover, Su Baizhou felt a twinge of agreement with the praise Qin Yuan had just bestowed upon Luo Yi. Not long after, the proprietor emerged from the kitchen, carrying 2 bowls of noodles. While enjoying her meal, Qin Yuan inquired, "If you truly have feelings for the junior, I could act as a matchmaker." At this suggestion, Su Baizhou displayed a peculiar expression. Little did Qin Yuan know that she had already unwittingly assumed the role of a matchmaker. "No need," Su Baizhou replied nonchalantly. After finishing their meal, Su Baizhou appeared contemplative, as if lost in thought. Now in her third year, she had few classes and no responsibilities in the student council, while others prepared for their postgraduate exams. She had already secured a recommendation for further studies. She realized that she would have ample free time, yet upon reflection, the forthcoming days seemed rather too idle. Following their meal, Su Baizhou escorted Qin Yuan to the faculty dormitory. Presently, only Qin Yuan occupied their shared room, leading to her occasional visits to Su Baizhou out of boredom. Aware that Luo Yu was Gu Mingxuan's younger brother, she was not surprised to find some of his belongings there. However, she was astonished by Su Baizhou, given her character. If she had known that Luo Yi could reside there, she would have immediately sought to terminate the lease. At the beginning of the semester, Su Baizhou had mentioned this situation, but Gu Mingxian had stated that whether Luo Yi could stay depended on her willingness, which led her to refrain from pursuing the matter further. Now it seemed that Su Baizhou had tacitly approved of this arrangement. Qin Yuan felt as though she hardly recognized Su Baizhou anymore. "Jojo, I cannot believe you are living under the same roof as a man, it truly astonishes me." In response, Su Baizhou dismissed the concern, saying, "It's merely cohabitation, isn't it quite common for men and women to share living spaces nowadays?" While cohabitation was indeed not an unusual occurrence, the fact remained that she was Su Baizhou. "If I may say so, you must have feelings for him, which allows you to tolerate his presence." Upon hearing this, Su Baizhou chose not to respond. Perhaps, deep down, she had already acquiesced to the notion. However, while affection may exist, being together necessitates readiness, otherwise, the outcome may prove less than satisfactory. After all, being in love is not merely about having affection. It requires more than that. Affection is but a fleeting emotion, destined to fade away, a reality that most cannot evade. Today, Qin Yuan spent the night in the teacher's dormitory. The following morning, she opened her eyes in a state of confusion, gazing at Su Baizhou, who was already awake. Rubbing her eyes, she inquired, "Are you going for a morning run again?" "Yes. Jojo, I must say, rather than running every morning. You might as well get to bed earlier, you only slept at 2 in the morning yesterday." "You sleep as you wish." Su Baizhou then proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up before heading out to the track for her morning jog. However, today, Luo Yi was absent from the field. Since Luo Yi had joined the morning running routine, this marked the first time he was not present at this hour. It was no small feat for someone unaccustomed to morning runs to maintain such a discipline for her sake. Su Baizhou would not reproach him for this. It was his choice, after all. Yet, running alone felt somewhat monotonous. But she had always been accustomed to solitude. When did she begin to cherish the company of another? At that moment, a message from Luo Yi arrived on Su Baizhou's phone. "Luo Yi, Senior, I overslept today, ha." In response, Su Baizhou simply replied with an mm. Meanwhile, in the boys' dormitory 515, Luo Yi sat on his bed, looking as though he were on the brink of death. His face contorted in pain as he watched Li Haoyang prepare to head to the track. Every part of him ached, his legs, his arms, his back, everywhere hurt. Li Haoyang chuckled. "That's normal, it will get better in a few days. Coach, help me up, I want to go to the track." Luo Yi attempted to rise from his bed, but even the slightest movement sent waves of discomfort through his body. Had he known, he would have taken it easier yesterday. "It's fine. You can wait until you recover to train. There's no need to push through the pain." Li Haoyang donned a sports bag and left the dormitory. Luo Yi remained on the bed, feeling his strength wane. He could certainly inform his senior that he was unwell, but how did his discomfort concern her? Should he let her know he was training himself for a reward? Such trivial matters, he wished to spare her from worrying about. And he certainly did not want to burden her. As Li Haoyang arrived at the track, he coincidentally crossed paths with Su Baizhou, who was just leaving. Su Baizhou turned to glance at the boy's retreating figure. She recalled that he was Luo Yi's roommate. Senior. Suddenly, the girl's voice called out. Su Baizhou turned and saw a petite girl gazing at her. Wow, Senior, you are so beautiful. Su Xiaojia exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. Su Baizhou recognized her outfit. It was the same one she wore when Luo Yi escorted her back to the girls' dormitory. Today, she had secretly come to accompany Li Haoyang and happened to see Su Baizhou, prompting her to greet her. Her curiosity was purely innocent. She wondered what kind of girl could capture Luo Yi's affection, only to find her so strikingly beautiful. And you are? Su Baizhou asked, her expression composed. I am a friend of Luo Yi, but please do not misunderstand, senior sister, we simply hail from the same place, and I have an affection for his roommate. With that, Su Xiaojia cast a sidelong glance at Li Haoyang, who was currently warming up. Su Baizhou instantly grasped the situation. Are you here to accompany him? Yes. But this fool never seems to notice my presence, Su Xiaojia replied, glancing around in search of Luo Yi, only to realize his absence. Indeed, Luo Yi is not here. Li Haoyang was right, after strenuous exercise, one is bound to feel so the next day. Upon hearing this, Su Baizhou raised an eyebrow. Strenuous exercise? Yes. Yesterday Luo Yi ran a full 10 laps around the playground for the sports event. How dedicated he is. Su Xiaojia laughed before inquiring, senior sister. Are you going to have a meal? Shall we go together? Li Haoyang will probably take half an hour to finish running. And I would rather not stand idly by. Su Baizhou thought to herself, is this young girl always so familiar? Chapter 60, Selection. Luo Yi rested only for the morning. By evening, he returned to the playground, running even more than he had the previous day. Each small breakthrough was necessary for him to progress in the shortest time possible. Although he felt exhausted and his body ached, he managed to complete an extra lap compared to yesterday. After finishing, he glanced at the time and realized it was already 4:30, approaching 5 o'clock. Seated on the podium of the playground, Luo Yi observed the men and women strolling below. Many couples walked hand in hand, and he couldn't help but wonder when he might stroll here with Senior Fairy. Not far away, the sound of a gunshot drew his attention. A crowd had gathered at the starting point, and as the shot rang out, 6 individuals sprinted down the track. Among them, he recognized a familiar figure, the current president of the student council, Lu Zhonglai, head of the Hongfu Club. Though Lu usually exhibited a rather effeminate demeanor, he appeared quite dashing when at work. Approaching, Luo Yi inquired, President, what is happening here? Oh, it's Junior Luo Yi. Lu Zhonglai replied. This is the selection for athletics. The sports meet is organized by departments, and each department selects participants to represent them. Luo Yi was taken aback. There is a selection process. Noticing Luo Yi's astonished expression, Lu Zhonglai smiled slightly. Yes, indeed. Have you signed up for an event? I registered for the 3,000 meters. Luo Yi confessed, his face clouded with concern. If each department's athletes were chosen through selection, would he truly qualify? The thought of not even passing the selection made him anxious. Long-distance running is different, Lu Zhonglai reassured him. While athletics is organized by department, there is no limit on the number of participants for long-distance events. This can be considered an unwritten rule. The school offers everyone the opportunity to challenge themselves. With this, Luo Yi finally felt a sense of relief. Otherwise, if the selection were happening at this very moment, he would be doomed before even beginning. By the way, Junior Luo Yi, the sports meet is held alongside a fun sports event. If you are interested, you can participate in some of those activities. A fun sports event? Luo Yi asked, puzzled. Have you seen boys and girls go forward? Lu Zhonglai inquired. I have. It's similar to that, non-traditional sports. Leaning in closer, Lu Zhonglai whispered. There are many paired events in the fun sports event, you should consider signing up. Luo Yi's interest was piqued. He wanted to participate. He needed to think of a way to invite the senior, though it would be challenging. Nonetheless, he was eager to try. Moreover, the fun sports event was particularly intriguing as it required special props and unique rules, meaning there was essentially no way to practice in advance. It would all come down to on-the-spot performance, promising high entertainment value and immense fun. Luo Yi observed the selection process on the playground, where numerous sports enthusiasts and members of the athletics club had gathered, imparting a wealth of knowledge to him. Although Li Haoyang specialized in fitness, he remained an outsider in the realm of athletics. Standing beside Lu Zhonglai was Meng Chao, the current president of the athletics club. Though not particularly tall, he possessed a slender physique, with well-defined muscles on his arms and legs that were clearly visible. However, in terms of sheer muscle, the coach still held the upper hand. Luo Yi found himself next to Meng Chao. Is this the national-level athlete? He doesn't appear particularly special. Yet, his reputation was formidable. He was reputed to be the fastest university athlete in the entire Jiang city, ranking among the top 8 in the province. He had also signed up for the sprints. And for him, this selection was merely a formality. As the starting gun fired, a new round of selections commenced. Meng Chao bolted forward like lightning, creating an insurmountable gap between him and the second-place runner. The disparity was unmistakable, almost poetic in its clarity. Both Meng Chao and Lu Zhonglai were in their second year of university and, as presidents of different clubs, they were naturally acquainted. After the race, Lu Zhonglai nodded appreciatively, stating, "Old Meng is still impressive. Hey, old Lu, why don't you sign up too?" Meng Chao jested. "Forget it, I lack athletic talent," Lu Zhonglai chuckled. Suddenly, a short-haired girl in athletic wear appeared before Lu Zhonglai. Her complexion was not fair, perhaps even slightly dark, yet her eyes sparkled with brightness. "President Lu, when does the selection for the girls begin?" Upon hearing this, Lu Zhonglai glanced at Meng Chao, who replied, "This is Yu Chuyu, a newcomer to our athletics club. She's quite talented." Lu Zhonglai nodded, responding, "Let the girls begin." Among the participants in the girls' selection were individuals Luo Yi recognized, including Tang Enki and Lu Bixing. He even spotted Shuai Kuan and Gao Yaming standing to the side, watching the soon-to-be competitors, Lu Bixing and Tang Enki. As the girls' selection commenced, Luo Yi lost interest. Several beautiful girls donned tight athletic outfits, showcasing their long, slender legs. Luo Yi, already emotionally invested in someone, found it difficult to appreciate such sights. Just as he prepared to leave, Lu Zhonglai called out to him, "Luo Yi, are you leaving already?" Hearing this, Luo Yi turned back, puzzled. "President, is there something else?" Seeing Luo Yi's confused expression, Lu Zhonglai replied mysteriously, "Just wait, you might be in for a surprise." Luo Yi displayed a look of bewilderment. But since it was the president's suggestion, he chose to stay. Soon, a voice echoed across the playground, eliciting gasps from the crowd. "Is it really her? Why is she here?" The illustrious talent of Jiang University, the aloof campus beauty, Su Baizhou. She was no longer the student council president. Why had she appeared on the playground? In the final round of the girls' selection, Tang Enki and Lu Bixing stood poised on the track. Subsequently, to the astonishment of all present, Su Baizhou also positioned herself at the starting line. Luo Yi finally comprehended why Lu Zhonglai had urged him to remain. The enchanting senior, the fairy-like figure, had indeed registered for this athletic event. The familiar sound of the starting gun resonated. Su Baizhou's movements were impeccably precise, then coupled with her stunning beauty, she captivated nearly everyone's attention. Even the freshman campus belle, Tang Enki, appeared overshadowed by her radiance. With determined strides, she surged to the forefront. However, Yu Chuyu from the athletics club currently held the lead, leaving all competitors trailing behind. Su Baizhou closely followed, her daily morning training at the university granting her a slight edge in physical fitness over the others. As this round concluded, the selection process for the day also reached its conclusion. The selection would span 3 days, with opportunities to register today and tomorrow. Ultimately, rankings would be determined based on comprehensive results, selecting representatives for various events from each department. After the conclusion, Lu Jonglai promptly approached Su Baizhou, offering a greeting. In truth, he had assumed the mantle of her successor, having taken over the roles of Student Council President and head of the Hongfu Society from her. Chapter 61, Sipping the Senior's Milk Tea. Upon noticing Luo Yi behind Lu Jonglai, Su Baizhou feigned ignorance and merely inclined her head slightly in acknowledgement of Lu. The latter was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Had there been a conflict? Lu Jonglai glanced back at Luo Yi, then turned his gaze to Su Baizhou, inquiring, Su, would you be interested in participating in the fun sports competition? Perhaps a 3-legged race. I'm not interested, Su Baizhou replied curtly, turning on her heel and departing. Observing her retreating figure, Lu Jonglai paused before turning to Luo Yi. Did you upset her? Oh. Luo Yi responded, bewildered. Observing his confusion, Lu Jonglai couldn't help but chuckle. You've never been in a relationship, have you? Upsetting a girl isn't the end of the world, conflicts are inevitable between couples. What truly matters is the reason behind the anger and one's attitude when facing it. Upon hearing this, Luo Yi glanced at Lu Jonglai and nodded solemnly. He looked back at the enchanting senior silhouette before hastening to follow her. Luo Yi, Lu Jonglai called after him, seemingly wanting to offer further advice. However, after a moment's hesitation, he chose to remain silent. In matters of the heart, personal experience is the only true teacher. External advice often addresses symptoms rather than the root causes. Lu Jonglai merely intended to convey that to win over a lioness, one must exhibit greater strength. Yet, despite the multitude of thoughts swirling in his mind, he could only muster 2 words, keep going. While he believed he understood Su Baizhou, he recognized that each individual's approach to romance is unique, and what might work for one may not necessarily apply to another. Ultimately, it hinges on the person pursuing her. He held a firm belief in Luo Yi's potential. After all, the very fact that Su Baizhou had shown any sign of displeasure indicated that she indeed held a place for Luo Yi in her heart. It was noteworthy that among the many suitors vying for Su Baizhou's affection, none had managed to elicit even the slightest emotional response from her. Su Baizhou and Luo Yi left the playground in tandem. Tang Enki, having observed this exchange, watched their figures depart. Beside her, Gao Yaming approached with a bottle of water, cheerfully offering, Chichi, feeling tired. Shall we grab a bite to eat soon? No, thank you, Tang Enki declined, feeling an inexplicable heaviness in her heart. Could it be that Luo Yi's affections were truly directed at Su Baizhou? Yet, Su Baizhou was the aloof campus belle, devoid of any rumors. Liu Bingxin took Tang Enki's hand, smiling as she said, come on, let's go eat. Gao Yaming's treating. At this, Tang Enki glanced at Liu Bingxin, then at Gao Yaming, before ultimately nodding in agreement. The trio of notable newcomers had seen Gao Yaming's reputation shift from that of a showy rich kid to a wealthy sycophant. Day in and day out, he clung to Tang Enki, persistently seeking her attention, leaving one to wonder about his motivations. A wealthy heir. Yet he was resolute in pursuing Tang Enki. Meanwhile, Su Baizhou had left the school grounds and arrived at the entrance of the staff dormitory. She was aware that Luo Yi was trailing her, acting rather furtively, akin to a thief. Su Baizhou found this somewhat amusing. In truth, she bore no resentment towards Luo Yi. However, that morning he had fabricated an excuse, claiming he was late for school when in fact he had missed class due to muscle soreness. She struggled to articulate her feelings. Yet she felt compelled to give Luo Yi a slight reprimand to convey that dishonesty was unacceptable. To put it simply, it was a fleeting whim of a girl, arising suddenly and inexplicably. Su Baizhou had never felt this way before, perhaps it was the recent monotony that heightened her emotional sensitivity. Standing at the entrance of Unit 4 in Building 5, Su Baizhou noticed Luo Yi lingering motionless approximately 20 meters behind her. He made no effort to conceal himself, resembling a couple in a petty quarrel. Suddenly, A message from Luoya pinged on Su Baiju's phone. "Senior, have you eaten yet?" Surprised, she paused for a moment. Luoya was right behind her, yet he hesitated to approach her directly. "Fairy Senior, no, I haven't." "Luoya, would you like to grab a bite together?" Upon reading this message, Su Baiju turned around to face Luoya, who was looking down, but with newfound courage, he scampered over to her side. Observing his bashful demeanor, Su Baiju calmly instructed. "Go upstairs, sweep the floor, and then mop it again. I'll wait for you here." At her words, Luoya lifted his head, momentarily taken aback, before a determined expression spread across his face. "Senior, you truly have an eye for talent. I was born to do housework, but handle the dormitory's cleanliness." With that, he hurried into the unit, swiftly tidying room 614. Half an hour later, when he descended, he found the ground floor devoid of the fairy senior's presence. Looking around, he approached the trash can, peering inside and murmuring, "Not here either. Where could she have gone? What are you doing?" Su Baiju's voice came from behind him. Turning, Luoya not only saw the senior he had been thinking about but also noticed the 2 cups of milk tea she held. Aware of Luoya's gaze, Su Baiju remarked, her expression neutral, "You took too long, I was thirsty and bought a cup." "A cup? There are clearly 2 here. What about the other one?" Luoya asked, feigning ignorance. "The second one was half price, it would be a shame not to buy it. I intend to give it to the neighbor." At her words, Luoya's cheerful expression faltered. "Neighbor? Who is this neighbor? Are you close with them?" "Let us go," Su Baiju said, turning away. Perplexed, Luoya questioned, "Senior, isn't that for the neighbor?" Su Baiju paused, turning back to fix her gaze on him. She remained silent, but her look seemed to convey a multitude of thoughts. Luoya felt as if the fairy senior was regarding him as if he were a fool. Yet, he considered himself quite clever. "Wait, neighbor. The enchanting senior. Is she not merely my neighbor?" With this thought in mind, Luoyi took a step forward and seized the milk tea from Su Baiju's hands, taking a hearty sip. Indeed, the ethereal senior had purchased it for him. She had even thoughtfully inserted the straw, revealing a gentle side beneath her usual icy demeanor. However, Luoya's gaze soon shifted to the other hand of the enchanting senior, which held an unopened cup of milk tea. Moreover, there was a subtle, unexpected expression mingling with her usual aloofness. What could this mean? Could it be that? Luoyi glanced at the straw in his milk tea. The enchanting senior had a peculiar habit when drinking milk tea, she liked to bite the straw. At that moment, the straw in Luoya's cup was noticeably deflated, clearly indicating it had been bitten. Chapter 62, The Master of Outlining and Unfailing Accuracy across from Jiang University, at Zhongcheng Beef Noodles. Su Baiju frequents this establishment for its exquisite noodles. Seated at the table, Luoya's gaze lingers on the milk tea before him. The mere thought that this was once enjoyed by his senior sister stirs a flicker of excitement within him. Thankfully, she regarded it merely as a coincidence and did not place any significance upon it. Yet, even if she had, what difference would it make? The die is cast, and the outcome remains immutable. Luoyi seemed to discover a new realm of contemplation, but he swiftly dismissed the notion from his mind. Such thoughts, akin to an unwarranted advance, are perilous and should be avoided. Observing his ethereal senior sister, he inquired, "What event have you signed up for?" "The women's 800 meters, 60 meters, and 3000 meters, she replied succinctly. Her words, a mere 15 characters, left an indelible impression on Luoyi. The first 2 events seemed manageable, but the last one, the women's 3000 meters. He could scarcely envision his graceful senior sister participating in such a rigorous event, yet, with her commitment, he felt compelled to exert greater effort himself. "Senior sister, would you be interested in the fun sports meet?" he asked. "The fun sports meet?" Su Baiju pondered deeply. Having served as the student council president for quite some time, she was well aware of what the event entailed. Indeed, the fun sports meet was the most vibrant and popular aspect of each athletic gathering, thus piquing her interest. Luo the essence of the event lay in interaction, which posed a challenge for someone like her who had few friends. Noticing her hesitation, Luo's heart fluttered with hope. There was potential. Senior sister. The prizes for the fun sports meet are quite intriguing. For instance, there is a paired event where the prize is a medal inscribed with most harmonious duo. Upon hearing this, Su Baizhou cast a glance at Luo Yi, silently questioning his thoughts. Yet she neither accepted nor declined immediately. Instead, she lowered her head to savor her noodles. Once finished, she rose from her seat. In the past, Su Baizhou would have returned to her dormitory to study or engage in computer-related work, except for classes and meals. Now, however, she stood at the entrance of the noodle shop, gazing at the school gate in the distance. Would returning now be too premature? It was a rare outing. Perhaps she should linger a while longer. Su Baizhou never proactively invited Luo Yi to accompany her, yet she understood that his silence would compel him to follow her unbidden. Indeed, after leaving the noodle shop, Luo Yi trailed behind her like a devoted shadow. As they walked, he gradually maneuvered from behind her to walk alongside her. To pursue a girl, one must first demonstrate perseverance. To put it graciously, it is determination; to put it bluntly, it is an audacious persistence. As long as one possesses enough boldness, they may well become good friends. Jiang University is situated in the heart of Jiang City, surrounded by numerous entertaining locations. Less than 2 kilometers from the campus lies a grand shopping mall, and on its basement level resides the most vibrant food court in the area. Naturally, the two individuals who had just finished their meal were not headed there. Each floor of the mall boasts a row of claw machines, which were the true target of Su Baizhou. As a distinguished talent from Jiang University, Su Baizhou had never bowed her head to anyone. Yet she found herself yielding to the allure of the claw machine. During her freshman year, she and Qin Yuan visited this place and immediately took notice of the claw machines, prompting them to engage in an attempt to win. After half an hour of futile effort, they left empty-handed. Subsequently, whenever Su Baizhou found a moment of solitude, she would clandestinely return, even employing physics formulas in her endeavors. But to no avail. Eventually, her interest waned, and she ceased to spare the machines a glance as she passed by. However, was she truly uninterested? That was hardly conceivable. People often linger on the things they strive for yet fail to obtain. Thus, Su Baizhou returned once more. The icy goddess stood before the claw machine. Her previously aloof demeanor now betraying a glimmer of anticipation, akin to that of a challenger. Observing this, Luo Yi inquired, "Senior, do you enjoy playing with claw machines?" Su Baizhou remained silent, her gaze intensely focused, her expression serious as she scrutinized the mechanical arm within the machine. It was evident that she was calculating angles in her mind. In the next moment, Su Baizhou pressed the button. The mechanical arm descended, seizing the head of a doll behind the glass. It was lifted, the doll displaying a mocking smile. Among the assortment of expressive dolls within the machine, the one Su Baizhou managed to grasp was ironically the one adorned with a derisive expression. Under her hopeful gaze, the doll fell, landing on the edge of the exit. She paused momentarily, but it was of little consequence. She had purchased 20 tokens, with 2 tokens granting one attempt, affording her a total of 10 chances. Luo Yi stood behind her, observing keenly. With each opportunity, Su Baizhou approached with utmost seriousness, deliberating for an extended period and exerting considerable effort, yet every attempt proved fruitless. Soon enough, all her chances had been exhausted, leaving her momentarily stunned. However, her expression soon returned to normal. It was fine; if she could not win, so be it. After all, she had never successfully grasped a doll in her life, which was quite normal. Claw machines were merely a form of intelligence tax. A game where only the house benefits, and winning was not a matter of skill. At least, that was how Su Baizhou perceived it. Did one not notice that the doll she could have easily captured had fallen midway? The mechanical arm was limp, swaying back and forth, intentionally preventing success. Indeed. It was not her fault, but rather a flaw in the machine. Suddenly, the sound of a cascade of coins reached Su Baijiu's ears. She turned to see Luo Yi had also purchased 20 tokens. This is just an intelligence tax, Su Baijiu remarked nonchalantly. What? Holding a coin with a hint of perplexity. Luo Yi glanced at the claw machine before Su Baijiu and chuckled, Senior, I have yet to try my hand at capturing a toy. Whether it be a tax on intelligence or not, I shall give it a go. As a young man who typically played with his peers, he had encountered claw machines before, yet had never engaged with one. Su Baijiu stepped aside to grant him space, and soon, Luo Yi inserted 2 coins into the machine. In the next moment, he pressed the button with determination. Su Baijiu stood beside him, her expression devoid of emotion as she observed the scene unfold. His approach seemed rather haphazard. How could he possibly secure a prize in such a manner? Suddenly, the machine erupted with a delightful melody. Luo Yi retrieved a doll from the prize chute, beaming at Su Baijiu as he exclaimed, Senior, I am indeed fortunate. Su Baijiu remained silent. The doll he had won wore a cheerful expression, radiating a charm akin to Luo Yi himself. He eagerly resumed his attempts. To Su Baijiu's astonishment, Luo Yi managed to capture an array of dolls, each adorned with various expressions, from the claw machine. Out of 10 attempts, he succeeded 7 times. The 3 unsuccessful attempts were deliberate. He merely maneuvered the mechanical claw to position the dolls in more accessible spots, ensuring his next attempt would yield success. Chapter 63, The First Doll in Life. This is quite unreasonable. A clear skepticism appeared on Su Baijiu's face. Despite the fact that Luo Yi casually grabbed each time, how could he consistently succeed? Meanwhile, she approached the task with utmost seriousness, meticulously studying angles. Yet she failed every single time. She had always believed that claw machines were merely attacks on intelligence, the contrivance for extracting money, but today, Luo Yi's performance completely dispelled that notion. So where exactly did the problem lie? Have you really never played before? Su Baijiu inquired. Not at all. I had only seen them before, but never played, Luo Yi replied, cradling a total of 7 dolls, each bearing a distinct expression, nearly overwhelmed by their presence. At that moment, school had just let out, and the mall was bustling with children who gazed enviously at Luo Yi. Their astonishment was not directed at his claw machine prowess, but rather at the sheer number of dolls he possessed. They too yearned for dolls. Yet their parents forbade them from playing. Observing the expressions of the children, Luo Yi gently placed the dolls on the ground and said, Let me see if there are enough dolls to share. At this, the children's faces lit up with joy as they formed a little line, each receiving a doll from Luo Yi. After claiming their prizes, they politely bowed, sweetly thanking him with heartfelt thank you, Big Brother. Luo Yi was utterly captivated by the chorus of Big Brother and effortlessly mingled with the children he had just met. 20 tokens cost merely 20 yuan. A trifling sum for Luo Yi. However, for these elementary school students, such money was a treasure they might never possess unless bestowed by their parents. Without parental consent, they would never have the opportunity to play the claw machine. Adults often deemed that if the dolls in the machine were ungraspable, it was a waste of money. They reasoned that purchasing directly was preferable to playing. Witnessing this scene, Su Baijiu recalled how the junior had quickly become the favorite among the village children during their time together. This fellow truly was beloved by the little ones. Before long, all the dolls in Luo Yi's hands had been claimed, except for one little girl who remained empty-handed. She gazed at Luo Yi with a forlorn expression, yet still spoke politely, Big Brother, it's okay, I'll go find my mom now. Wait a moment, Luo Yi replied, gently ruffling the girl's hair. How about I help you get your doll, okay? He glanced over at Su Baijiu. The little girl turned her gaze in that direction as well. Su Baijiu was momentarily taken aback, a flutter of nervousness coursing through her. All right. The prospect of receiving a doll visibly delighted the girl. Luo Yi purchased another 20 tokens. Not out of desire for excess, but because the minimum purchase was 20. Handing the tokens to Su Baisho, he said, "Senior, I leave it to you." Upon hearing this, Su Baisho hesitated momentarily before nodding in agreement. She gazed at the charming visage of the little girl and, with a gentle tone, inquired, "Which one do you desire?" The little girl scrutinized the older sister before her with earnestness. The beauty of Su Baisho was such that even children would find it breathtaking. However, the little girl did not respond immediately. Instead, she glanced at Luo Yi and asked, "Are you and the elder sister a couple?" Upon hearing this, Luo Yi felt a sudden rush of panic and hastily replied, "Not yet." He leaned closer to the little girl's ear and whispered, "But the elder brother has feelings for the elder sister." "Oh!" the little girl exclaimed in surprise. She turned her attention to another claw machine and studied Su Baisho intently. "That rabbit hat." The little girl pointed at the white rabbit plush within the machine. It was an adorable hat adorned with a smiling bunny expression, featuring small switches on either side that would make the ears move when pulled. Su Baisho approached the claw machine, took a deep breath, and prepared to give it a try. Yet, contrary to her hopes, her first attempt ended in failure. The second, the third, the fourth, and the ninth attempts all met the same fate. Even Su Baisho began to feel a sense of grievance. Was she destined to be thwarted by the claw machine? With only one chance remaining, the little girl's expression remained undaunted as she tugged at Luo Yi's shirt, signaling him to crouch down. Luo Yi, puzzled, complied and saw the little girl whispering in his ear, "Big brother, could you help the sister?" At her words, Luo Yi turned to look at Su Baisho. The fairy-like senior seemed to be losing her spirits. He stood up and moved to stand behind her. At that moment, Su Baisho had just inserted her last 2 tokens into the machine, one hand gripping the joystick while the other hovered over the button. Her expression was tense as she focused intently on the mechanical claw within the machine. Suddenly, a pair of hands encircled her waist, resting gently on the backs of her hands. Su Baisho froze momentarily, instinctively turning her head. In that fleeting moment, her nose accidentally brushed against the side of Luo Yi's face. He stood behind her, his head hovering near her shoulder. To any observer, they appeared as a couple, as if Luo Yi were embracing Su Baisho from behind. "Senior, look ahead," Luo Yi said softly, with her mind momentarily blank. Su Baisho instinctively obeyed his words and turned her head back. "Senior, catching a plush toy requires skill, and this skill cannot be easily articulated. Therefore, I will teach you step by step." Luo Yi grasped Su Baisho's hands and maneuvered the joystick. The ability to seize the toy relied on intuition, at times. That instinct was more crucial than mere angles, as was the case now. The words echoed in Su Baisho's ears. "Intuition is more significant than angles." Her heart raced with an accelerating rhythm, affirming this notion. If she felt no inclination, then regardless of the perspective, she would never allow a young man to draw so near, nor would he touch her hands. As the melody from the claw machine filled the air, a white bunny ear tumbled out. She had succeeded. A distinct joy spread across Su Baisho's face, reminiscent of the smiling face on the bunny ear hat. Although aided by Luo Yi, this was indeed the first doll she had ever won in her life. Luo Yi stepped back, clapping his hands as one might to encourage a child, exclaiming, "You are amazing, senior." Su Baisho retrieved the doll from the prize slot, glancing back at the little girl who had just been there, only to find that she had already wandered off. Not far away, the girl's mother held her hand, preparing to take her home. As they departed, the little girl's face radiated a sense of fulfillment and achievement. Though she had not won a doll, she had accomplished something far more significant: she had helped someone. For a child, the satisfaction of the heart far outweighs material possessions. Luo Yi waved goodbye to the little girl's retreating figure. The girl waved back. Then, Luo Yi turned his gaze to the white bunny hat in Su Baisho's hands and then to her countenance. Reflecting on the little girl's earlier choice of this particular claw machine, Luo Yi seemed to grasp a deeper understanding and remarked, "Senior, Don't you think this hat suits you perfectly? An expressionless ice goddess paired with an adorably cheerful bunny ear hat. It appeared that the little girl had never intended to win the doll, rather, she hoped for the senior to don the hat. She wished for the hat's smile to be mirrored on the lovely senior's face. Luo Yi shared that hope as well. Chapter 64. Watching a movie. Su Baisho donned a pair of white rabbit ears. This whimsical accessory suited her remarkably well, as if it had been custom-made for her. Although her expression remained aloof, the aura of distance she typically exuded was softened by the playful hat. On the 5th floor of the shopping mall lay the cinema. Luo Yi glanced at the time, having just finished dinner. It was only 7 o'clock. He inquired, "Senior, shall we watch a movie?" Su Baisho looked at Luo Yi and replied nonchalantly, "Not interested." As she spoke, her fingers played with the strings of the hat, making the rabbit ears sway adorably. Luo Yi felt his heart melt. The enchanting demeanor of his senior was undeniably captivating. "Are you really not going to watch it?" Luo Yi walked alongside his enchanting senior, finding a movie ticket information on his phone. The film, celebrated as a premier foreign sci-fi masterpiece, had received rave reviews, and he thought she might appreciate such a genre. However, given that the film had been released for a week, the audience was sparse, it was likely that the theater would be nearly empty. "Not interested," Su Baisho reiterated. Yet, she cast a glance at Luo Yi's phone screen. The sci-fi film failed to pique her interest, but one horror movie caught her attention with its terrifying cover. "This one looks intriguing." Upon hearing this, Luo Yi checked his phone and realized that the film she referred to was indeed a horror film from another country. It was well known that such films often faced fewer restrictions abroad, making them feel more authentic. Luo Yi gulped nervously. A horror movie. He felt a twinge of fear, as the immersive nature of the narrative could be quite intense. However, since it was screening in a cinema, he reasoned that any objectionable content had likely been edited out. Resolute, he purchased 2 tickets. "Then let us watch this one," he declared, striding towards the elevator. Su Baisho smiled behind him. Although she initially had no intention of watching a film and generally lacked interest in them, the title of this horror movie, The Disappearing Senior, intrigued her. She was curious to see Luo Yi's reactions to a horror film, especially since he did not seem particularly courageous. Settled in the massage chairs of the 5th floor cinema, Luo Yi indulged in a large bag of popcorn and 2 cups of cola. After a brief wait, the film commenced. They sat in the 3rd row, with a young couple seated in front of them. The film was indeed frightening, but since the protagonist was a junior and the ghost was a senior, Luo Yi felt a strong connection to the story. He found himself unafraid. After all, the ghost was his senior, what was there to fear? She was beautiful and kind to him, and he would welcome her even as a ghost. As a novelist, his imagination and capacity for immersion were extraordinary. Although he harbored a slight apprehension towards horror films, the mere thought of the enchanting senior's visage being intertwined with the narrative rendered his trepidation insignificant. The petite ghost, surprisingly captivating, seemed to resonate deeply within his heart. Throughout the film, Su Baisho's focus remained unwaveringly on Luo Yi, keenly observing his reactions. To her dismay, each time the ghost made her appearance, a look of astonishment graced Luo Yi's countenance. In the moments devoid of the ghost, his gaze was filled with an unmistakable anticipation, as if he eagerly awaited her emergence. Su Baisho cast a glance at the ghost portrayed in the film, grotesque and fearsome, her visage mad and incomplete. It was unexpected that Luo Yi possessed such fortitude. Suddenly, a jarring scene erupted on the screen, startling the girl seated in front, who gasped and instinctively clung tightly to her boyfriend. Su Baisho was left speechless, as was Luo Yi. Before long, the narrative took a turn. The ghost was revealed to have been a virtuous soul wronged by a nefarious individual, transforming into a vengeful spirit. The plot was predictably kitsch. Yet Luo Yi appeared profoundly moved, seemingly wishing to champion the ghost's cause. "The senior is truly pitiable," he lamented. Su Baisho glanced at him in surprise. Fully aware that the senior he referred to was merely a character in the film, yet his words felt oddly personal, as if he were addressing her directly. Grasping a handful of popcorn, Su Baizhou noticed Luo Yi extending his hand as well. Their fingers brushed, and both froze momentarily. It was a well-worn trope, yet effective every time. Luo Yi turned to meet Su Baizhou's gaze, casually grabbing a handful of popcorn and beginning to eat. Though he was internally a bundle of nerves. The cinema's illumination emanated solely from the grand screen, and in the enveloping darkness, Su Baizhou's eyes sparkled beautifully. The soft glow from the screen caressed her face, rendering her as ethereal as a beauty under the moonlight. Coupled with the simplest of physical contact. How could Luo Yi not be captivated? It is often said that the period of ambiguity between a man and a woman is the most intoxicating. Could this be the ambiguous phase he shared with the senior? For Su Baizhou, merely being close to him and enjoying their moments alone was already a form of intimacy. The notion of watching a film together, accompanied by hand-holding, would sound unbelievable to anyone from Jiang University. When Luo Yi sought advice on how to win a girl's heart, the wise oracle of the internet advised him that toward the film's climax, he should take her hand. Stealing a glance at the enchanting senior, he noted her rapt attention on the film. Originally focused on Luo Yi's expressions. Su Baizhou quickly redirected her gaze to the screen upon noticing him turn. The enchanting senior is so engrossed in the movie, Luo Yi mused. The oracle advised that during a girl's immersion in a film, one should subtly take her hand. If she does not resist, it signals a promising future. Should she refuse, however, it would be a harbinger of impending disappointment. Yet, Luo Yi had overlooked one crucial factor. What film were they watching? Luo Yi glanced at the delicate hand of the fairy senior with his peripheral vision, then swiftly took action. Securing her hand as if he were in the midst of a claw machine game. However, this time the sensation was distinctly different. While the claw machine was meant for the senior to grasp the toy, this moment was purely about holding hands. Upon sensing Luo Yi's gesture, Su Baizhou did not resist. She merely appeared momentarily stunned, and then the moment passed without further developments. This junior truly lacked finesse in pursuing a girl. The tactics he employed were all too familiar and could easily be described as painfully outdated. Yet, despite his clumsy and bold conduct, she found herself unable to muster the will to resist him. Perhaps it was best to let it slide this time and simply enjoy the movie. Not long after, the film concluded. Luo Yi still held the fairy senior's hand, her touch was soft and warm, creating an addictive urge to maintain that connection indefinitely. However, as the credits rolled, they stood up to leave the cinema, and their intertwined hands instinctively loosened. In the restroom, Luo Yi had been holding it for quite some time and finally felt the sweet relief. He regretted purchasing that soda, having consumed so much liquid. Although he could have excused himself during the film, that would have meant relinquishing the fairy senior's hand, so he endured. Now, with the film finally over, it must be said that it was rather lacking. Almost all the exciting moments had been cut, leaving many scenes shrouded in confusion. Luo Yi only managed to engage with the film by imagining himself alongside the senior, while Su Baizhou had not absorbed a single moment of it. Chapter 65. Drawing ever closer, the two walked in tandem towards the school. Jiang University lay just 2 kilometers away, not an insurmountable distance, yet not particularly close for a stroll. Remarkably, both had independently chosen to walk. As dusk descended, the streets teemed with vehicles, for Jiang City was a bustling metropolis and the nightlife was just commencing. They ambled side by side, their pace leisurely, akin to that of a casual promenade. Initially, they maintained a distance of a full body length, but as they continued, that gap dwindled to merely a fist's width, their bodies occasionally brushing against one another with each gentle sway. They resembled a couple. The only distinction being the absence of intertwining hands or affectionate embraces. Beside them, Su Baizhou sported adorable rabbit ears, if one disregarded her face. The fairy-like senior appeared utterly charming. However, gazing upon her visage, Luo Yi could only conclude that she was even more enchanting. Observing her profile, he remarked, "Senior, you are truly beautiful. The moonlight tonight is exquisite." Just like you, Fairy Senior. Su Baizhou offered no verbal response, merely casting him a fleeting glance. Being complimented, especially by someone she admired, elicited a distinctly different sensation. A flicker of joy stirred within her heart, though it remained unexpressed on her countenance. She was well aware of her beauty, but hearing it from Luo Yi made her feel that this junior had a way with words. Instead of replying, she playfully tugged at the strings of her bunny ears, which bobbed gently, mirroring her current mood. This was her first time catching a plush toy. A shared victory with Luo Yi. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of Jian University. Su Baizhou paused momentarily. The 2-kilometer trek had not felt lengthy, rather. Time seemed to fly by in the company of this junior. The back entrance of the faculty dormitory lay within the university grounds, making their journey fortuitously aligned. As they entered the campus, their steps unconsciously slowed. Within the university, there existed a small grove, an area Luo Yi had never explored. Yet he had heard tales of its allure. These stories were imparted by Wang Dochui, who seemed to possess an uncanny awareness of campus gossip. They passed by the grove, which was indeed picturesque, yet they merely strolled by without lingering. Upon reaching the back door of the faculty building, Luo Yi realized that he would soon part ways with the senior. Although they had seen each other just the day prior, an inexplicable sense of reluctance enveloped him this evening. Watching Su Baizhou's silhouette, he waved and called out, "Senior, see you tomorrow." Su Baizhou turned to him, her expression neutral as she replied, "Goodbye." With that, she pivoted and began to walk away. After taking a few steps, she suddenly turned back, stating in a measured tone, "I might consider participating in the fun sports meet." Luo Yi was momentarily taken aback, then a look of delight illuminated his face. As he watched Su Baizhou's figure recede, he stood still, akin to a stone yearning for its beloved, waiting until she completely vanished from view. A voice resonated from behind, prompting Luo Yi to turn around, only to discover that the speaker was none other than Gao Yaming. Wasn't he this fellow a staunch admirer of Tang Enki? What could possibly bring him here alone? "What are you doing?" Gao Yaming couldn't help but inquire. "Nothing much." "And you?" Luo Yi reciprocated with a question. Given Gao Yaming's affection for Tang Enki, Luo Yi felt as though he was gazing upon a reflection of his former self. "I just dropped Enki off at her dorm and was about to head out," Gao Yaming replied. After all, he was a wealthy heir, not residing in the dormitory. And his personality did not lend itself well to communal living. Intrigued, Luo Yi glanced at him and asked, "How do you feel about that?" He was well aware of the emotions tied to liking Tang Enki. Her expressiveness could only be described as exquisite, with a charming demeanor and striking beauty. She was the first love and cherished memory for many during high school. Even when Gao Yaming pursued her, she turned him down, though Lu Bingxin continually played matchmaker, resulting in their current friendship. "I feel wonderful," Gao Yaming smiled, adding, "I've heard her mention you are high school classmates, and you like her." "I no longer have feelings for her," Luo Yi replied. "I know whether you like her or not, it's still evident. However, it seems she harbors some reluctance towards you, is that so?" Luo Yi shook his head. "She doesn't have feelings for anyone, she only loves herself." Upon hearing this, Gao Yaming sighed, resignedly stating, "I understand, but she is the only woman among many I've encountered who isn't after my wealth." The contrast with Lu Bingxin is glaring. Luo Yi cast a surprised glance at Gao Yaming. Although he was often labeled as a brainless rich heir, was he truly devoid of intellect? In the realm of love, perhaps everyone begins in the same manner. He was merely pursuing his own affection. Standing beside Luo Yi, Gao Yaming hesitated for a moment before asking, "If she were to pursue you, what would your choice be?" "As I said, she only loves herself. So she wouldn't humble herself to pursue me. Who knows what the future holds? I mean, if she were to realize her feelings for you." Then Gao Yaming paused, gazing intently at Luo Yi. The latter found himself envisioning that scenario. If Tang Enki were to confess her feelings one day, no, that thought was impossible to entertain. His mind was filled with thoughts of the enchanting senior. Shaking his head, Luo Yi declared that day will never come if it did. I suspect someone would be quite jealous. He recalled the indifferent expression on the enchanting senior's face when he held her hand and remembered the sharp gaze Tang Enki had cast upon her when she picked up the milk tea he had bought for the enchanting senior during the last student council meeting. Luo Yi sensed that the moment for his own confession was drawing near. In response, Gao Yaming was momentarily taken aback before he remarked, "That is satisfactory. As for what comes next, it will depend on me. Do you truly have feelings for her?" Luo Yi inquired, puzzled. "Well, perhaps," Gao Yaming replied. "She is the most extraordinary person I have encountered. As long as she remains single, I shall steadfastly wait for her. Call me a sycophant if you will. Let others gossip, isn't it the nature of life to grow gradually?" Gao Yaming cast a glance at Luo Yi. They exchanged a knowing smile. Although they were not intimately acquainted, it seemed that Gao Yaming was not as he was rumored to be. He departed from the place. While Luo Yi held high hopes for him, Tang Enki, despite her seemingly affable demeanor, possessed a deeply proud heart. She was not someone who could be swayed by the passage of time. After Gao Yaming left, Luo Yi returned to the dormitory. Upon entering, he found his roommates waiting eagerly. The gaming session in the dormitory could not commence without him. "Hey, wild kid, why are you back so late? Let me tell you. The dorm next door is challenging us, and you are the hope of our entire dorm." "What? Someone dares to provoke us? Let's show them." Luo Yi feigned indignation. At that moment, the message from a senior popped up on his phone. "Fairy Senior, get to bed early." Upon reading this message, the expression on Luo Yi's face vanished, replaced by a smile akin to one enjoying honey. Witnessing this, Wang Dachui exclaimed, "Goodness, wild kid, what kind of expression is that? You look as cheerful as a blooming chrysanthemum." Chapter 66, The Basketball Girl in Dormitory 517. The residents frequently engaged in basketball matches with Dormitory 515, and over time, the two dorms evolved into rivals. Whether on the court or in gaming, they consistently vied for supremacy. During the 4v4 matches in PUBG, they competed not only for victory but also for bragging rights. However, with Luo Yi in the mix, no surprises were to be expected in this contest. It was a best-of-5 series. As the first round commenced, Luo Yi charged forward, executing an impressive 1-against-4 maneuver, decisively overwhelming the opposition. In the second round, the adversaries attempted to outsmart him, launching grenades in unison. Yet, Luo Yi's grenade skills were even more formidable. A double explosion followed by a Molotov cocktail to block their path, then a flashbang, and finally a hail of bullets led to a swift victory. For the third round, prioritizing the gaming experience, Luo Yi refrained from intervention. Wang Dazue and his two companions surged forward, engaging in a spirited exchange with their opponents. Akin to a match between a dragon and phoenix, the clash of fledgling talents. Remarkably, they emerged victorious, having played alongside Luo Yi for an extended period. Their skills had undoubtedly improved, surpassing those of the average players. They had triumphed in the PUBG competition. Next up was basketball. Should they win both contests, Dormitory 515 would earn the highest accolades among the boys. "You are impressive." The 8 of them congregated on the playground, ready to showcase their basketball prowess. The residents of Dormitory 517 were typically exuberant, and neither group was particularly professional. Luo Yi belonged to the computer science department, while the neighboring dorm housed students from the film academy, majoring in photography. Among them was a hefty fellow named Lu Guangfu, whose personality mirrored that of Wang Dazue. And they quickly bonded. On the basketball court, Lu Guangfu attempted a slam dunk but failed miserably, leaping only a mere 20 centimeters. He was swiftly thwarted by Shen Qiao, who knocked the ball away, allowing Wang Dazue to dart in like a rabbit, seize the ball, and make a 3-step layup, scoring effortlessly. Lu Guangfu displayed a look of frustration. Beside him stood a tall, lanky figure, towering at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, who remarked, "Do you even realize your own height? What did you say?" retorted Lu Guangfu. Just because you're tall doesn't mean you can defend against anyone. You're as thin as a bamboo pole. The two began to banter. They were a comical duo, one tall and slender, the other short and stout. Reminiscent of a pair of inept characters from an anime. The taller one, named Wang Kai, was older and a veteran. The basketball match continued, with Luo Yi playing steadily, while Shen Qiao shone in his element. Handsome and skilled, he was the quintessential heartthrob of the university. Despite the waning daylight, passing girls couldn't help but pause to admire him. Who is that? He's so handsome. Don't you know? He is quite famous among the freshmen. I believe his name is Shen Qiao, from the computer science department. The computer science heartthrob? Oh my goodness, I'm in love. A multitude of female spectators has gathered nearby, causing every male player on the basketball court to exhibit an exuberant energy, as if each match were a matter of life and death. At this moment, a short-haired girl clad in a jersey and sneakers approached the court, shyly inquiring if any teams were lacking players. When she arrived at Luo Yi's game, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity upon noticing her. Soon, he recalled her identity, Yu Qiuyu, the freshman from the athletics club, an athletic girl. He remembered her because she had once run ahead of the senior girl, the fairy sister. Could you take my place? I need to rest for a bit, Luo Yi said. Really? Thank you. Yu Qiuyu's face brightened noticeably. Girls who enjoy playing basketball are a rarity. She often struggles to find companions to play with, resulting in her solitary visits to the court, where she must ask each team one by one for a chance to join. However, due to her unremarkable appearance and slightly tanned skin, she is typically overlooked. Consequently, she often finds herself merely watching from the sidelines, occasionally shooting hoops when the court is empty. Yu Qiuyu did not know Luo Yi, but she thought he seemed quite amiable. As Luo Yi left the court, he intended to take advantage of the moment to jog a few laps around the playground, seizing every opportunity to enhance his fitness. Observing his departure, Wang Dochui and his companions exchanged puzzled glances. Wait, who are you? Wang Dochui asked, intrigued by the newcomer who appeared to be a friend of Luo Yi's. Would you like to play with us? Yu Qiuyu inquired, her demeanor reflecting a contrast, outgoing among friends yet shy in unfamiliar company. Her previous boldness on the playground was buoyed by the presence of friends, but now, alone, she felt a bit bashful. All right, just don't hold us back, Wang Dochui responded nonchalantly. However, to everyone's astonishment, Yu Qiuyu exhibited remarkable athletic prowess. Despite lacking physical advantages, her agility shone through, and as a member of the athletics club, her stamina surpassed that of most boys. After several matches, while Wang Dochui and Shen Qiao were left panting, she remained spirited and enthusiastic. During halftime, Wang Dochui ventured to a nearby vending machine to procure several bottles of energy drinks, distributing them among the group. Turning to Yu Qiuyu, he exclaimed, "You played quite well. What is your connection to Luo Yi?" Pardon? Yu Qiuyu responded, perplexed. The guy you replaced, he clarified. Oh, I don't know him, she replied. You don't know him? Correct. After taking a couple of sips from her energy drink, Yu Qiuyu asked, could I get a green bubble added? I'll cover the cost. What? Wang Dochui's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you just say? I said I'd pay for the drink, Yu Qiuyu stated, slightly taken aback. No, the first part. Wang Dochui gulped, as if he were experiencing auditory hallucinations. At this, Yu Qiuyu tilted her head, pondering, and tentatively suggested, add a green bubble. Indeed, ha ha ha, add. Wang Dochui was utterly exhilarated. This was the first time in his life that a girl had asked him for a green bubble. Yu Qiuyu furrowed her brow as she regarded him, pondering whether he might be some kind of weirdo. Yet, lacking familiarity, she felt it inappropriate to accept something from him without reciprocating. So she resolved to exchange contact information to reimburse him for the water. At this critical moment, having shared contact details meant they would become friends on the court, allowing them to connect effortlessly whenever the desire to play arose. Consequently, Yu Choyu would no longer need to inquire repeatedly each day at the court. After transferring the money for the water to Wang Dochui, she proceeded to practice her shooting, while Shen Qiao and Li Haoyang prepared to return home for a shower and rest. Wang Dochui followed suit, ready to depart as well. Noticing this, Shen Qiao turned back and remarked, "Are you really going to leave the girl all alone here?" Upon hearing this, Wang Dochui glanced at the court. The occupants of dormitory 517 had just vacated the premises. With only 20 minutes remaining before the lights would dim, the expansive court appeared rather desolate. "All right. You all head back fast, I shall wait for her to finish before I leave." Chapter 67, More water in the rice. Luo Yi was the last to return to the dormitory, drenched in sweat. After taking a quick shower, he hurriedly lay down on his bed to rest. During this period, his fellow classmates in 515 had witnessed his dedication to improving his physical fitness. Although the reasons behind his determination remained unclear, it was evident that Luo Yi was earnest in his pursuit of achieving a commendable position in the 3,000-meter race. Despite his increasing responsibilities, he continued to update his novel diligently. Perhaps it was due to his acquaintance with the enchanting senior that his protagonist's relationship had blossomed within his narrative, yielding an abundance of sweetness and garnering an ever-growing number of accolades. The novel had even begun to exhibit signs of being adapted into a comic, with recent discussions initiated by the editor regarding this prospect. Under the pen name Falling Leaves Return to Roots, he had evolved from a nascent author to one of the rising stars, ranking prominently among the new authors for the month of October. His romantic novel, titled Youth Continues, tells the story of a young man who, having set aside his first love, encounters a reserved senior in university, and together they cultivate a more splendid youth. This work had ascended to the pinnacle of the campus romance genre. As for his identity as a novelist, besides himself, no one else was privy to this information. He had never met his editor in person, and although Gu Mingshen was aware of his daily keyboard clattering and his endeavor in writing, he remained oblivious to the specifics of the stories being crafted. Likewise, his roommates had not been informed, as he preferred to maintain a low profile, feeling that boasting would be somewhat distasteful. However, should any of his roommates inquire, he would oblige with an explanation. Indeed, his roommates were aware of his nightly writing habits, yet remained unaware of the content, particularly Wang Dashu, who had been requesting Luo Yi to pen an adult-themed story for quite some time. Naturally, Luo Yi was elated to see his work flourishing. Every novelist dreams of having their creations seen by a broader audience, whether through adaptations into comics, animations, or even television dramas, each of which would be a cause for celebration. As he lay on his bed, he had just received a message from his editor. His novel was set to be adapted into a comic. However, as a newcomer, the artist assigned to the adaptation was also an emerging talent. Yet her artistic skills were beyond question. She possessed a mastery of computer graphics along with a profound artistic foundation, making the adaptation process straightforward as it merely required adherence to the novel's storyline. This artist went by the pen name More Water in the Rice. It was rumored that she had only recently signed a contract with Tomato and, upon signing, expressed her desire to adapt Youth Continues. Thus, she reached out through Luo Yi's editor to discuss the adaptation. However, it appeared that this new comic artist had a somewhat difficult personality and was rather reclusive. She refused to share personal contact information and insisted that all communication be conducted solely on the Tomato platform. Luo Yi wholeheartedly agreed to this arrangement. The features possessed by chat software are fully embodied in the Tomato novel platform, which serves as a sufficient tool for exploring manga adaptations. With this in mind, Luo Yi acquiesced to the request for a manga adaptation, expressing complete trust in the budding manga artist. He then bid goodnight to his senior and hastily drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, in the teacher's dormitory, Qin Yuan lay on Su Baiju's bed, dressed in her pajamas. Noticing a peculiar expression on Su Baiju's face, she inquired, "Jojo, what is the matter? Why do I sense a hint of joy?" "Oh, Is that so? Su Baijiu replied nonchalantly. Indeed, she was quite elated, having experienced a myriad of events throughout the day. Qin Yuan's gaze fell upon an image on Su Baijiu's computer. It appeared to be a cover, beautifully crafted, featuring a stunning girl and a rather handsome boy, one aloof, the other shy. Qin Yuan's eyes fixated on the image. A sense of familiarity washing over her. The image was a draft cover for the manga adaptation of Youth Continues. Upon hearing this revelation, Qin Yuan's eyes widened in shock. What? She exclaimed, leaping from the bed to scrutinize the computer screen. Jojo, didn't I recommend this book to you last week? Yes, Su Baijiu confirmed. Although she generally enjoyed reading novels, she seldom explored online literature. After finishing Sherlock Holmes, she found herself in a literary drought. It was then that Qin Yuan suggested Youth Continues, confidently asserting that anyone who encountered the book would be irresistibly drawn to the idea of romance. Skeptical yet intrigued, Su Baijiu decided to read it. The first half of the book was heart-wrenching, depicting the male protagonist's unrequited love as he silently observed his white moonlight from the shadows. However, upon meeting the senior later in the story, it felt as though a door to a new world had swung open, dissipating all previous frustrations and igniting her affection for the book. Upon noticing fellow readers in the comments section imploring the author for a manga adaptation, Su Baijiu felt compelled to take on this endeavor herself. Being a prodigy in the computer science field, she possessed top-notch expertise in various domains, including drawing. Even creating simple animations posed no challenge for her. Most of her nightly part-time work consisted of such small animations. Consequently, she submitted an application to Tomato, aspiring to become a contracted manga artist and undertake the adaptation of this novel. Since she was already engaged in part-time work every evening, she figured it would be more beneficial to seek a stable and consistent position. Becoming a manga artist seemed like an excellent choice, particularly since the novel was currently quite popular, ensuring a lucrative outcome. For Su Baijiu, this also represented a challenging opportunity, as the content of the book had particularly resonated with her, fostering a strong sense of identification. Within the narrative, certain elements evoke a sense of familiarity. Jojo, isn't it somewhat beneath your talents for a gifted artist to engage in comic drawing? Inquired Qin Yuan from the side. After all, while possessing artistic skills may enhance one's capabilities in the realm of computer science, the absence of such skills does not significantly detract from one's proficiency. Su Baijiu, a prodigy from the computer science department, excels primarily in her field. Her artistic talent merely serves as an ancillary skill. This endeavor is but a side pursuit, and there is nothing inherently objectionable about being a manga artist. Lacking the boundless imagination often associated with such a profession, Su Baijiu finds herself adapting the narratives of others. As she gazed at the draft cover before her, she resumed her work using digital drawing software. The mouse in her hand moved with the grace of a pencil, skillfully delineating the contours of the characters. Artistic creation demands focus and time, however, for Su Baijiu, it poses no challenge. This is largely due to the fact that the characters she is illustrating have tangible references, one being herself, and the other. Chapter 68, Senior Sister's Guidance. Nearly a week has passed since the premiere of the first episode of the comic adaptation of Youth Still Continues. The initial episode has garnered immense admiration from readers, and even Luo Yi expressed his satisfaction. The only downside was that the renowned artist, who goes by the name of Rice with Extra Water, condensed the opening scenes featuring the male protagonist and his beloved to a mere single line. Consequently, the comic has been stripped down to only the sweet narratives. The character designs are exquisitely crafted, striking a chord deep within Luo Yi's heart. This budding artist possesses remarkable talent, rendering the images of the male and female leads almost identical to Luo Yi's imagination. Throughout this past week, Luo Yi dedicated himself to daily exercise each morning and evening, significantly enhancing his physical condition compared to before. What once felt insurmountable has now become achievable. Regardless of whether he secures a place in the sports meet, Luo Yi knows he will gain something valuable from the experience. After the morning classes concluded, He returned to his dormitory, opened his laptop, and found himself staring at a plethora of incomprehensible symbols on the screen. "Brother Hammer, I need your help," Luo Yi said with a serious expression. "What is it, wild child?" "I'm here for you," Wang Dazhuo replied, peering curiously over Luo Yi's shoulder at the screen. "Isn't this the assignment that teacher Wang just assigned?" "Indeed," Luo Yi said, ruffling his hair, feeling utterly incapable of completing the task. During high school, his grades were merely mediocre. It was only because Tang Enki mentioned that they would be together if he got into Jian University that he was motivated to strive for improvement. Out of a perfect score of 750, he miraculously raised his average from 480 to 590, a feat his high school homeroom teacher still recounts to current seniors. Nevertheless, he barely managed to meet the admission threshold for Jian University, almost missing out entirely. Thus, the computer science courses pose a genuine challenge for him. "You can't do this?" Wang Dazhuo scrutinized the screen intently. As locals testing for their home province's university, the cutoff scores were slightly higher than those from other provinces, which meant that both of his classmates had slightly better scores than Luo Yi. However, now that they are in university, all are treated equally. Wang Dazhuo shook his head, grinned broadly, and candidly admitted, "I can't do it either." In the dormitory, Li Haoyang busied himself with his duties as class monitor, attending to the myriad of affairs that required his attention. Meanwhile, Shen Qiao seemed to have vanished, leaving Luo Yi to sigh in exasperation at the difficulty of the assignment. "Wait a moment, the enchanting senior sister is a prodigy in the computer science department, perhaps I should seek her assistance." With this thought, Luo Yi closed his laptop, stored it in his bag, and left the dormitory. Wang Dazhuo gazed around the empty room, a look of solitude crossing his face. Everyone seemed preoccupied with their own affairs. They were either busy with class responsibilities or mysteriously disappearing only to return with satisfied smiles. Previously, Shen Qiao would nap in the dormitory during breaks, but lately, he had taken to going out whenever he had free time, leaving Luo Yi wondering about his whereabouts. Only Wang Dazhuo remained, spending most of his time in the dormitory, with little to occupy his days aside from attending classes and meals. No one truly comprehended him, he was engulfed in an overwhelming solitude. Wang Dazhuo sat at his desk, launching a parachuting simulator game. Meanwhile, Luo Yi had arrived at the door of the teacher's apartment, room 614. He knocked gently and called out, "Senior, are you home?" Before long, a voice as cool as jade drifted from within, "Come in." Luo Yi produced a key and stepped inside. At that moment, Su Baizhou emerged from her room and settled onto the sofa, lightly inquiring, "What brings you here?" "I can't solve my assignment." Luo Yi positioned himself beside Su Baizhou, placing his laptop on the table and opening his work. Upon glancing at Luo Yi's screen, Su Baizhou was momentarily taken aback before remarking, "Isn't this a fundamental course for freshmen?" Upon hearing the term fundamental, Luo Yi's expression shifted. Does that mean this is the simplest category? He truly lacked any aptitude for coding, and enrolling in the computer science department was not his desire. In truth, he had no particular major in mind. He simply believed that as long as he attended Jian University, he could study anything. However, would the illustrious senior look down upon him if he could not grasp even the most basic concepts? After all, the senior was a prodigy in computer science. Soon, Su Baizhou began to scrutinize the material earnestly, stating, "These are all foundational theoretical concepts that do not require much thought. Your inability to comprehend them stems from a lack of fundamental theoretical knowledge." As she spoke, she rose, clad in adorable pink slippers, and returned to her room. Luo Yi had never ventured into the realm of the esteemed senior's chambers. Moments later, Su Baizhou reappeared, holding a book titled Fundamentals of Computer Science. Upon seeing the title, an unsettling feeling surged within Luo Yi. The sixth section of the first chapter pertains to your assignment. At this, Luo Yi opened the book to take a look. A minute later, his brow furrowed, and a grave expression settled upon his face. He could not understand, could not grasp, truly incomprehensible. He recognized the words, could read them in sequence, yet they failed to convey any meaning to him. It was akin to reading an untranslated classical text or being presented with a sentence in English right after learning the alphabet. He was utterly lost. Noticing his struggle, Su Baizhou frowned and remarked, if you cannot even understand this, it indicates that you have not been paying attention in class. Upon hearing these words, Luo Yi bowed his head like a chastised child, reminiscent of an elementary student reprimanded by a teacher. The senior was right. He had not been attentive in class at all. During lectures, he found it futile to listen, as he could not comprehend anything, thus he chose to tune out. His mind was consumed by the plots of novels, which occasionally drew inspiration from reality. Yet real life did not unfold daily in a manner that could be woven into a narrative. Most of the time, he had to conjure the stories himself. With Su Baizhou's words resonating in his mind, Luo Yi felt too intimidated to speak. However, this matter cannot be taken lightly. Su Baizhou stated solemnly, if this continues, you will fail your major courses. Upon hearing this, Luo Yi glanced at Su Baizhou, puzzled. Aren't the final exams in college quite simple? Indeed, they are rather straightforward. Su Baizhou replied with a stern expression, but if you receive the exam paper and cannot answer a single question, the likelihood of failing is exceedingly high. With a shift in tone, Su Baizhou continued, your brother entrusted me with your care. If you were to fail, it would reflect poorly on me. Henceforth, I shall assist you with your major courses. Upon hearing this, Luo Yi's expression brightened. Senior, you are my savior. Yet, in the next moment, Su Baizhou set forth a condition, the foundation of your knowledge must be firmly established. You are to memorize 20 pages of fundamental theory from this book every day. And I will check your progress daily. From now on, if you do not complete your memorization, you shall not leave. Observing the stern demeanor of the enchanting senior, Luo Yi's countenance darkened. What? Are you unwilling? Of course not. I am most eager to learn, senior. Luo Yi's heart wept inwardly. Nevertheless, it is of no consequence. One must find joy amidst hardship, for this is merely the price of residing in a realm of tenderness. Chapter 69, Making Soup for Senior Sister. Luo Yi arrived at noon, and now it was nearly 2 in the afternoon. He sat on the sofa with a furrowed brow, wishing he could consume the book before him. While he struggled to comprehend the sentences, he could decipher the words, and even if he did not grasp their meanings, he could memorize them through sheer repetition. Although university knowledge does not demand rote memorization, achieving proficiency in one's field necessitates mastering the subject matter, making memorization an essential endeavor. Luo Yi possessed a commendable ability to memorize. He had managed to excel in high school, improving his scores by 100 points in just 6 months through relentless cramming. While others spent their break socializing or playing sports, he dedicated his time to studying, even multitasking during meals. The same pattern persisted now, as he glanced at the text, then lifted his gaze to recite it silently. Occasionally, he displayed a look of bewilderment, as if lost in thought. Yet, moments later, he would shake his head and return to his memorization. When he found himself unable to recall certain information, he would frown and concentrate intently on what he had forgotten. Su Baizhou, seated at the dining table, observed this scene with a serious expression. Watching the earnestness of the junior was somewhat amusing. However, it appeared that Luo Yi had not eaten since his arrival, and she herself had not dined yet either. Rising, Su Baizhou made her way to the kitchen and prepared a fried rice dish using leftover rice. After completing the cooking, she frowned slightly, placing a hand on her stomach as if in pain. After a moment's discomfort, she felt better and served herself a bowl, beginning to eat quietly. Though it was merely fried rice, the enticing aroma caught Luo Yi's attention, and he regarded it with a longing expression. Do you wish to eat? Su Baizhou silently inquired with a glance at him. He nodded in response. How much have you memorized? 10 pages, Luo Yi replied. In less than 2 hours. Memorizing 10 pages was quite standard. Nonetheless, Su Baijo remarked, "You may eat once you have finished memorizing." Upon hearing this, Luo Yi lowered his head, patting his stomach in a gesture of consolation. "Dear stomach, it's not that I don't want to feed you, but my brain is lacking." With his focus returned to the book, the prospect of a meal compelled him to continue his memorization. Soon, Su Baijo had finished her bowl of rice and headed back into the kitchen. The junior, having studied for so long, must surely be hungry as well. Not wishing to tease him further, she decided to serve him a bowl. The fried rice was at the perfect temperature, neither too hot nor too cold, and there were plenty of eggs left, as she had only consumed a small portion. Carrying the bowl back to the living room, Su Baijo placed the fried rice on the table and said softly, "You can eat now." "Luo Yi, zizi." Su Baijo. Seeing no response from him, she turned her gaze to the sofa, only to discover that his head had drooped, his face buried in the book. This junior had fallen asleep again. Why use again? She recalled their first outing, where he had also dozed off during afternoon tea. Su Baijo approached gently, patting Luoya's shoulder. Upon realizing he remained asleep, she lightly touched the top of his head. As her hand made contact, an inexplicable sensation washed over her. She placed her palm on Luoya's crown and began to stroke it slowly. Just then, Luoya stirred, prompting Su Baijo to step back a couple of paces. Upon lifting his gaze, he met the stern visage of his senior, and immediately exclaimed, "Senior, don't worry, I'll memorize it soon." "There's no need to." Su Baijo replied softly, inwardly relieved. "I must continue," Luoya insisted stubbornly, gripping his book and focusing intently on the text before him. Wait. Where did the material he had just memorized go? Luoya frantically searched his mind for the content he had just committed to memory, only to find that not a single word lingered. "Darn it, I forgot everything." After just a brief nap, his expression shifted to one of dismay. Observing his plight, Su Baijo felt a pang of sympathy. After a moment of hesitation, she suggested, "Let us have a meal first. What you've just learned is easily forgotten. To truly grasp the knowledge, one must revisit it repeatedly for it to leave a lasting impression. A second review will be significantly easier." Luoya made his way to the dining table, indulging in the egg fried rice prepared by his senior. This serving had more eggs than rice, yet Luoya preferred the rice, recalling that his senior's nickname was Fan Rice. After finishing, he would wash the dishes. Su Baijo felt a twinge of discomfort in her abdomen. Having uttered this, she retreated to her room and closed the door. "I understand, Senior." Luoya quickly finished his egg fried rice and headed to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Afterward, he excused himself to the restroom. Upon seeing the contents of the trash can, Luoya's expression froze in realization. He finally understood why his senior had retreated to her room. It was that time of the month. Even a celestial being like her could not escape the monthly tribulations faced by every woman. However, the fact that she had to return to her room indicated she was in considerable pain. This thought filled Luoya with concern. He began searching online for remedies to alleviate discomfort. Drink brown sugar water, stay hydrated, ibuprofen, heat packs, a boyfriend's gentle massage her. What? Upon reading the last suggestion, Luoya's eyes widened in disbelief. The idea of massaging his senior's abdomen was utterly out of the question. Nevertheless, he could certainly prepare some brown sugar water. Glancing into the refrigerator, he found no brown sugar and decided to go downstairs to purchase some. Hearing the door close, Su Baijo opened her room and peeked into the living room. He left. She emerged from her room, her gait slightly limping. Her erratic schedule and the demands of her student council presidency rendered her monthly visits exceedingly unpredictable and painfully uncomfortable. She reclined on the living room sofa, surveying the emptiness around her. In the silence of the living room, Su Baijo found herself gripped by excruciating stomach pains. To alleviate the stillness, she turned on the television, seeking a semblance of liveliness in her surroundings. After becoming acquainted with the junior, she unexpectedly realized her growing solitude. No, it was during his absence that the feeling struck her. Once a self-sufficient and formidable woman, she now found herself yearning for companionship during her moments of discomfort. Yet, the junior had departed, leaving her in solitude before she had even finished her studies. Recently, she had encountered numerous videos discussing romance, which claimed that nurturing a careless boy into maturity was an arduous task. Even with immense effort, one might not reap the rewards at the end of such a journey. Putting on the rabbit hat she had won from a claw machine, she felt a slight sense of solace. After resting for a while, the sound of the door opening broke the stillness. Su Baizhou turned to see Luo Yi entering, burdened with numerous bags. Upon noticing his senior lying on the sofa, pale and alone, watching television, Luo Yi felt a surge of concern. "Senior, wait a moment, I'll prepare something for you," he exclaimed. His shopping had taken longer than anticipated due to the abundance of items he had procured. Alongside brown sugar, he had bought red dates, ginger, longan, and a type of black sugar he had never heard of before. Upon hearing of menstrual pain, the shopkeeper had recommended the black sugar, and without a second thought, Luo Yi had purchased it. Additionally, he had bought half a black chicken and all the necessary ingredients to make chicken soup. Though he lacked culinary skills, he was determined to learn. Chapter 70, Feeding the Senior with My Own Hands. Upon entering, Luo Yi hurried to boil water. The moment he stepped through the door, Su Baizhou's rabbit ears, which had been drooping, perked up instantly. She sat up from the sofa, determined to maintain her aloof senior demeanor. Once the water reached a boil, Luo Yi added brown sugar, red dates, then ginger, continuing to simmer the mixture for a while. He peeked his head out from the kitchen, stealthily watching Su Baizhou, and said, "Senior, I'll have it ready shortly." With that, he returned to the kitchen, while simultaneously searching on his phone for the method to prepare black bone chicken soup. Since the soup required several hours to simmer, Luo Yi needed to prepare it in advance, intending to serve it as dinner for the senior that evening. Though he had heard that the effects of these remedies might not be immediate, he knew he had to take some action. Once the brown sugar water was ready, Luo Yi took a sip. It was rather bland. Oh no, he had added too little brown sugar, and the flavor of ginger overwhelmed it. He added a bit more brown sugar and took another sip, nodding in satisfaction. Hearing that one could boil an egg in brown sugar water, he cracked an egg into the mixture, curious about the flavor it would impart. As the egg cooked, an idea struck him. He broke the egg into tiny pieces and stirred them into the concoction, allowing it to be consumed along with the sweetened liquid. Finally, he poured this deluxe version of brown sugar water into a large bowl and placed it on the coffee table in front of Su Baizhou. "Would you like to try some?" he asked, gazing at her with anticipation. Su Baizhou remained silent, her expression somewhat dazed as she stared at the extravagant brown sugar water before her. "Oh dear, how could I forget to bring a spoon?" Luo Yi exclaimed, jumping up and rushing back into the kitchen, only to return swiftly with a metal spoon. However, the ethereal senior remained motionless, as if entranced. Luo Yi paused, chastising himself inwardly. How could she drink it when it was so hot? He dashed back to the kitchen, retrieved a small bowl, and poured some of the concoction from the large bowl into it. He then took a small spoonful and gently blew on it. Seating himself beside Su Baizhou, he brought the spoon to her lips, holding the small bowl beneath it to catch any spills. At that moment, Su Baizhou glanced at the spoon by her mouth, realizing it was too late to refuse. What had she been daydreaming about? Faced with Luo Yi's eager gaze, she found it hard to decline and slightly parted her lips, taking a tentative sip. To be honest, the brew was mediocre. There was too much brown sugar, making it overly sweet, and the ginger was so scant that it was virtually non-existent, while the red dates had disintegrated completely. However, the egg was a noteworthy addition. Su Baizhou was not fond of consuming drinks with solid ingredients, often avoiding bubble tea or taro balls, as she feared choking on them without chewing. Yet, the egg in the brown sugar water had been transformed into tiny bits, allowing it to be easily swallowed along with the sweet liquid. Even so, The taste remained rather unsatisfactory. One could even assert that this was the most unpalatable brown sugar water that Su Baizhou had ever encountered in her life. If such a simple concoction could be prepared in this manner, perhaps Luo Yi possessed a certain genius in some respects. However, without granting Su Baizhou further time for contemplation, Luo Yi extended his arm and offered her a second spoonful. Observing the brown sugar water at her lips, Su Baizhou hesitated for but a moment before once again parting her lips and consuming the contents of the spoon. It was indeed unpleasant. Yet, an inexplicable urge to continue drinking surged within her. Though it was the most distasteful, it had also become a flavor she could remember, persistently drawing her in, compelling her to sip until the bowl was empty. Thus, Luo Yi gradually encouraged the fairy-like senior to finish the entire bowl. "How are you feeling, senior?" Luo Yi inquired with concern. Su Baizhou nodded gently. To be honest, she had momentarily forgotten about her stomachache, her focus entirely absorbed by the brown sugar water before her. "Shall I pour you some more?" Luo Yi asked. In response, Su Baizhou remained silent, instead taking the small bowl from Luo Yi's hands, serving herself some more, and began to drink again. Luo Yi had prepared about 3 small bowls in total, which Su Baizhou swiftly polished off, adorned with bunny ears. She sat cross-legged on the sofa, her petite feet occasionally wiggling, adorably pink and utterly charming, although the senior's expression retained a hint of coldness. Her subtle movements were undeniably endearing. Luo Yi, of course, did not focus on the fairy senior's delicate feet. After all, he was not a warden. Noticing that the senior seemed to be doing well, he retreated to the kitchen to prepare a black-boned chicken soup. Truth be told, he lacked confidence in his soup-making abilities, especially when it came to something that would require several hours of simmering. Nevertheless, the senior was still in pain, and he was determined to conquer this seemingly trivial chicken soup today. Luo Yi opened his phone and pulled up a cooking app. Wearing a more serious expression than he would in class, he meticulously followed each step from the very beginning, reading every word multiple times and diligently adhering to the instructions. Finding the text insufficient, he even searched for video tutorials. Eventually, he discovered that the video explanations were monotonous and offered no unique methods. Thus, he resorted to his final trump card, seeking help from a reader group. It is well known that the readers in this group not only possessed striking appearances but were also exceptionally skilled, brimming with talent. Surely, a mere black-boned chicken soup would be a trivial matter. After creating the chat, Luo Yi had never spoken using his author account. He had only observed discreetly under a pseudonym, occasionally engaging in banter with some fans. This time, however, he boldly posed a profound question using his author account in the group chat. "Fallen leaves return to roots. Dear readers, does anyone know how to prepare black-boned chicken soup?" Upon hearing the once silent group leader suddenly speak, the reader group erupted in excitement. "I am a superstar, no way. Is this for real?" The author themselves. "Scoundrel Mu Yu, indeed, it's true. Incredible, in my lifetime, I never thought I would see the author surface. Adorable Ishue, what chicken soup? Is the author making soup? Is the author cooking for their wife?" The discussions within the group are as varied as the names of its members, each uniquely peculiar. One participant, under the moniker "Returning Leaves to Their Roots," declared, "I am but a university student, what do I know of wives? However, I have prepared a nourishing soup for a young lady. I seek assistance, urgently, and I thank you, dear benefactors." Ultimately, the fellow reader, known as Warm-Hearted Gentleman, privately messaged Luo Yi, guiding him step by step in the art of soup making. Truly, he lived up to his name, possessing a wealth of knowledge. After placing the lid on the pot, Luo Yi needed only to wait for 2.5 hours before his creation would be ready. He glanced at the clock. Having arrived at noon, he had spent his time memorizing notes until nearly 2 o'clock. He then ventured out to procure ingredients, returned to prepare brown sugar water, and began learning to simmer the soup. Now, the time read 3:20. Although there were no classes during the first period of the afternoon, Luo Yi had a class scheduled for the second period at 3:30, leaving him with merely 10 minutes. Exiting the kitchen, he called out, "Senior. I have prepared the soup, please wait for my return." Chapter 71, when the aloof school bell becomes proud in the final second before the class bell rang. Luo Yi dashed into the classroom, promptly seating himself beside Wang Dochui. In days gone by, such tardiness would have been his norm, however. With his lofty aspiration of placing among the top 3 in the 3,000-meter run now firmly in mind, he would not allow something as trivial as arriving late to class to hinder him. This particular lesson was advanced mathematics. Fortunately, as long as it wasn't Professor Li Ping's class, Luo Yi felt no anxiety. After all, he served as the class representative for Professor Li and was invariably the first to be called upon during roll call. The issues pertaining to the computer science major, however, often left him at a loss. "Where have you been, Yezi?" Wang Dochui inquired, a puzzled expression adorning his face. Beside them, Shen Qiao regarded him with a knowing smile that suggested she was privy to all his secrets. With an air of mystery, Luo Yi replied, "A secret not to be divulged." "Curse it, you've grown bold enough to keep things from your old man," Wang Dochui teased, pinching Luo Yi's leg. The latter winced, gasping in surprise, then couldn't resist asking, "Who taught you such a sissy move?" "He, a secret not to be divulged," Wang Dochui retorted, playfully ruffling his hair until it fell perfectly into a middle parting. In that moment, Luo Yi understood that his friend was indeed a complete rascal. "Let us grab a meal after class and then hit the basketball court," Wang Dochui suggested with a grin. Luo Yi cast a glance at him, confirming that this rascal was still thinking about basketball even now. He shook his head in refusal, saying, "I have matters to attend to." "Another matter, I must say. Ever since military training concluded, you've been awfully secretive. In this unfamiliar Jiangcheng, what on earth are you sneaking around doing?" Wang Dochui had been curious about this for quite some time. In response, Luo Yi replied solemnly, "I am engaged in something significant. It is preferable that fewer people are aware of it until it is completed." With that, he turned his focus back to the lecture. After class, amidst Wang Dochui's bewildered gaze, Luo Yi hurriedly made his way toward the faculty dormitory. Upon entering, he immediately spotted Su Baisho seated on the sofa, adorning adorable rabbit ears while snacking on potato chips. What? The enchanting senior is indulging in snacks? This simply cannot be. Luo Yi strode over, snatching the chips from her surprised hands. "Senior." He feigned an angry expression. Su Baisho was taken aback, her previously aloof demeanor now replaced with evident disbelief. "When did the junior become so assertive?" "This you can afford to eat a little less," she murmured, her expression unreadable as she gazed at Luo Yi. Then, she tentatively extended her arm, seemingly wishing to reclaim her chips. Yet, halfway through, she hesitated, concerned about her image, leaving her hand suspended in the air. Noticing this, Luo Yi retrieved a single chip from the bag and placed it delicately in her hovering hand. "Just one chip." Having spoken, Luo Yi walked into the kitchen with a bag of chips to check on the soup. Before entering, he indulged in a chip, which immediately darkened Su Baisho's expression. "You want to share with me, yet you still eat one," she huffed, her rabbit ears twitching in silent protest. At that moment, Su Baisho, simmering with frustration, resembled a small radish buried in the earth, seemingly impossible to extract. Once inside the kitchen, Luo Yi lifted the pot lid, and a wave of enticing aroma engulfed him, eliciting an excited expression. "So fragrant. It's almost ready." However, only an hour and a half had passed out of the 2.5 hours required. He would have to wait another hour for completion. With that thought, Luo Yi finished the entire bag of chips before emerging from the kitchen. Upon seeing him return empty-handed, Su Baisho inquired coolly, "Where are the chips?" "I finished them," Luo Yi replied nonchalantly, taking a seat beside her, feigning ignorance of the matter. "You owe me," Su Baisho stated flatly, her once twitching ears now flailing wildly. Her hands gripped the strings of her hat, moving rapidly up and down. Luo Yi glanced at the frenzied little rabbit beside him, her ears nearly brushing against his face. I want bubble tea, she said again, her tone still indifferent. Truth be told, she was aware that indulging in so many snacks during her visit to relatives was not advisable, yet she relished provoking a concerned reaction from Luo Yi. Senior, Luo Yi said earnestly, gazing at her with patience, once your pain subsides, I'll buy you bubble tea every day. Humph, Su Baizhou replied with a subtle huff. Then turned her attention away from him. The two settled into watching a television drama, where a couple ran through the rain, embraced, and kissed. The scene was undeniably awkward. Yet the kiss was genuine. Luo Yi instinctively swallowed hard, averting his gaze, feeling a hint of embarrassment. Meanwhile, Su Baizhou, hidden beneath her rabbit hat, kept her head down, peering up intently at the screen. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks as her heart raced in response to the unfolding scene, her mind wandering into vivid imaginings. For an hour, neither spoke. Soon, Luo Yi's phone alarm blared. Get up. If you don't hurry, you'll miss the morning run with your senior. Su Baizhou remained silent. Panic visibly spread across Luo Yi's face as he jumped up, exclaiming, the soup is ready. I'll bring it out. He silenced the alarm and hurried back to the kitchen, berating himself for forgetting to change the ringtone. Observing his flustered figure, a faint smile tugged at Su Baizhou's lips. The ringtone of this junior had remained unchanged, she had heard it before when Luo Yi had drunkenly slept on the living room floor. She was somewhat taken aback to find that preparing a soup would involve a timer. Shortly thereafter, Luo Yi emerged, carrying a pot of black-boned chicken soup. He held the pot with a cloth, yet one of his hands bore the marks of a burn. Sitting at the dining table, Luo Yi tossed the cloth onto the surface. And upon noticing the burn on his finger, Su Baizhou deduced what had transpired in the kitchen moments earlier. This lad must have directly grasped the pot with his bare hand before resorting to the cloth. Senior, the soup is ready, we can have dinner now. Su Baizhou remained silent, rising from the sofa and retreating to her room, where she retrieved a small first aid kit. Her best friend was a doctor, so it was only natural for her to have a small kit at home. Finding the topical ointment, she returned to Luo Yi and softly instructed, extend your hand. Oh. Realizing what the senior intended, Luo Yi obediently extended his hand. Su Baizhou grasped his hand and crouched down to apply the medication, murmuring softly, such clumsiness. At her words, Luo Yi paused, then gazed at the ethereal beauty of his senior, unable to restrain himself from exclaiming, Senior, you are truly beautiful. Su Baizhou momentarily halted her actions. A hint of shyness coloring her cheeks, though it was quickly masked. TCH. You certainly know how to flatter. Chapter 72. Only the senior says it's delicious. The area where Luo Yi was burned was bandaged by Su Baizhou, complete with a delicately tied bow. He gazed at his meticulously wrapped hand and could not help but exclaim, Senior, I only burned one finger. Is there a problem? Su Baizhou replied with an expressionless gaze. No, Senior, you did a splendid job. I will seek your help again next time. Upon hearing this, Su Baizhou nodded in approval. She appreciated his words, she enjoyed conversation. Tonight's dinner was prepared by Luo Yi. It is noteworthy that even his closest aunt at home never received such treatment. He had never cooked at home before, and on the rare occasions he did, his culinary disasters were met with unabashed ridicule from his aunt and cousin. Thus, Luo Yi had long since abandoned the idea of cooking. However, this chicken soup marked the most earnest effort he had ever put into cooking. Su Baizhou ladled a bowl and, under Luo Yi's eager gaze, took her first sip of the broth. Luo Yi's eyes widened in anticipation, fearing that the senior might frown. Yet, the goddess of a senior took a second sip, then a third. Before long, the entire bowl of chicken soup was consumed. Luo Yi's eyes sparkled with admiration, gazing at Su Baizhou as if she were a savior, or rather, an unparalleled hero. The emotions reflected in his gaze could only be described as magnificent, leaving Su Baizhou feeling somewhat bashful. Is it delicious, senior? He inquired. After a brief moment of hesitation, Su Baizhou offered her professional assessment. The flavor is rather unremarkable. As soon as the words left her lips, Luoye's exaggerated expression froze in place. And it had. He took a sip himself. Indeed, the taste was somewhat bland. While it did possess the flavor of chicken soup, it could hardly be deemed a culinary delight. If his aunt were to taste such a dish, she might well say, "My dear nephew, this is quite good, but please refrain from making it again." He had devoted a meticulous 2.5 hours to cooking, even consulting the culinary experts in his book club, yet it seemed his efforts were in vain. It appeared that he truly lacked any talent in the kitchen. However, with a slight change in tone, Su Baizhou added nonchalantly, "It's actually quite good." Her contradictory statement was a rarity, yet only Su Baizhou could render such an opinion. Luo Yi looked at her, shaking his head. "There's no need to comfort me, Senior. I'll just order takeout and dispose of this." "No, that would be wasteful. I'll take it back for my roommate." He picked up the chicken soup, preparing to leave, when Su Baizhou frowned and commanded, "Put it down." "Huh?" Luo Yi hesitated before obediently placing the chicken soup back on the table. "I'm hungry, I will make do with it." With that, Su Baizhou resumed drinking. This act deeply touched Luo Yi. "Senior. To endure such an unpalatable dish just to comfort me, how moving." From this moment on, he vowed never to cook again. The next time his senior visited relatives, he would order takeout instead. One must never let the elder sister suffer any injustice. Throughout the day, Luoya remained in the faculty apartment, keeping the elder sister company as they lounged on the sofa, engrossed in television. As evening fell, after bidding farewell to her as she returned to her room, Luoya prepared to head back to the dormitory. It was not that he wished to avoid staying in the faculty apartment, rather, the student dormitory enforced a curfew at 10:30 in the evening, permitting him to reside there only during holidays. Standing at the threshold of the elder sister's room, he called out, "Sister, do get to bed early. I shall bring you breakfast in the morning." With that, Luoya hastily made his way towards the dormitory, having first boiled water for her. Upon reaching the boys' dormitory, Luoya informed the dormitory supervisor of his return and then ascended to room 515. At that moment, Wang Dochui lay on his bed, looking as if he were on the verge of collapse, his eyes vacant and his demeanor lethargic. Although he seemed inclined to sleep, slumber evaded him. Luoya had thought he had returned quite late, yet to his surprise, he found only Wang Dochui in the room. "Where are the others, Brother Hama? The star and the coach?" Wang Dochui, with a bored expression, replied, "The coach was called away by the counselor and hasn't returned. As for Shen Qiao, I have no idea, he has probably taken up a part-time job." A part-time job? The male star had resorted to such measures. It was only the second month of their freshman year, and they had only just begun to establish themselves within the school, shedding their status as newcomers. Was Shen Qiao already taking on a part-time job? Luoya recalled the scene he had witnessed earlier in the hospital. Shen Qiao's girlfriend was in a vegetative state, and that terrible accident had also claimed her parents. Now, she was a burden that no one wished to shoulder, and the medical expenses were mounting. She remained in the hospital, accruing costs daily, and it was Shen Qiao who had been pleading with his parents to cover her bills. However, it seemed that a quarrel before the 7-day holiday had stemmed from this very issue. Now, with Shen Qiao resorting to part-time work, did it imply that his family had ceased to support his girlfriend's medical expenses? From the parents' perspective, it was not entirely unreasonable, after all. Shen Qiao's girlfriend was not a formal daughter-in-law, merely an acquaintance. Naturally, they would prefer Shen Qiao to seek companionship elsewhere. Luoya returned to his bed, while Wang Dochui stared vacantly at the ceiling. Boredom weighed heavily upon him. He, Wang Dochui, had fallen to the state of being alone in the dormitory. Before long, Li Haoyang returned. Shortly thereafter, Shen Qiao sent a message in their dormitory group chat, stating that the main entrance had been locked and urging them to ask the dormitory supervisor to let them in. Luoya rose from his bed and dashed down from the 5th floor to the ground level, knocking on the dormitory supervisor's window. "Auntie, could you please open the door? My roommate is outside." The supervisor, roused from her slumber, opened the window with ire, pointing to her watch and demanding, "What time is it? Do you have any sense of time? It's 12:10. Can you not keep track of time? I'm so sorry. It's an urgent matter that has brought me here at this hour. Please don't be angry, I will certainly speak to him properly when I return." Humph. This is the last time, she grumbled, though despite her anger, she proceeded to unlock the door. Outside the door, Shen Qiao appeared visibly fatigued. Upon seeing Luo Yi, he offered a faint smile and said, "Thank you." "No need for thanks, just ensure you rest well when you return," Luo Yi replied. Witnessing Shen Qiao's striking demeanor, even the lingering grievances of Auntie vanished, and she even went so far as to remove Shen Qiao's dormitory charges, showing him no difficulty. Upon returning to his dormitory, Shen Qiao lay down on his bed and succumbed to slumber. The following morning, both Luo Yi and Li Haoyang awoke simultaneously. Apart from the arduous Monday classes, the remaining 4 days were not fully scheduled, leaving them with ample free time. However, they did have early classes today, with 1 session in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. Wang Dochui and Shen Qiao remained in deep sleep. After completing their morning routines, Luo Yi and Li Haoyang headed to the playground together. Chapter 73. Of course, it's me. During this morning's jog, the enchanting senior did not appear. Naturally, her absence was expected, given that she had relatives visiting. After finishing his run, Luo Yi ventured to the dining hall to procure breakfast, subsequently delivering it to the senior's residence. Upon opening the door to apartment 614, he called out softly, "Senior." Receiving no response, he cautiously stepped inside. Presuming she was still in slumber, he placed the breakfast on the table, glanced at the time, and realizing that class was imminent, hurried towards the classroom. It was already Wednesday, and the opening ceremony of the sports meet was just a week away. Time was of the essence. Luo Yi seized every moment to enhance his physical fitness. Although he understood that, within a mere fortnight, even a miracle might not yield significant change, he was determined to give it his all. The senior had already promised him a reward, what reason did he have not to strive diligently? As soon as his afternoon classes concluded, Luo Yi sprinted to the playground. At that moment, the track and field club were engaged in their regular training. With the sports meet approaching, numerous participants were practicing on the track. Luo Yi, having consistently arrived at the same hour for his runs, had become a familiar face even to the track and field club members. In fact, due to his acquaintance with Yu Qiuyu, he was invited to join their training sessions. The club president, Meng Chao, admired Luo Yi's perseverance, even though he considered Luo Yi's athletic talent to be rather scant. Now, invited by the track and field club, Luo Yi ran alongside them. However, for the club, running served merely as a warm-up, while for Luo Yi, it represented the pinnacle of his efforts. There remained a significant disparity between ordinary individuals and these ardent athletes, not to mention professional competitors. This gap could only be bridged through relentless training complemented by innate talent. After their run, Yu Qiuyu squatted before Luo Yi and inquired, "Classmate, you are striving so hard, have you set a goal for yourself?" "Indeed," Luo Yi replied. "I promised someone I would secure a top 3 finish in the 3000 meters. Upon hearing this, Yu Qiuyu's expression shifted to one of astonishment. She regarded Luo Yi and could not help but exclaim, "Top 3? Are you aware that only 3 of us from the track and field club are participating? Moreover, the school is brimming with talent, over 60 individuals have signed up. Frankly speaking, aside from the president, even we lack confidence in achieving that. With so many competitors, it will be chaotic, and many will likely drop out mid-race." Luo Yi recalled the coach's words, "The only shortcut in long-distance running is persistence." Wiping the sweat from his brow, he rose from the grass and resumed his laps. This was all he could do. Observing this determined youth, Yu Qiuyu felt a surge of admiration. It was evident that he was deeply invested in securing a place. The goal he had set for himself held profound significance. On the other side of the playground, Lu Bingxin, Tang Enki and two other classmates were engaged in physical exercise, preparing for the upcoming sports meet. However, after just a couple of laps, they ceased their running, as they were not registered for the long-distance event. Observing Luo Yi tirelessly traversing the track, completing numerous laps, Liu Bingxin exclaimed, "Chichi, has your high school classmate gone mad?" Tang Enki remained silent, yet she possessed a certain understanding of Luo Yi's character. She recognized that his fervent dedication was undoubtedly not for his own sake. Such a person, engaging earnestly in an endeavor that did not pique his interest, must surely be doing so for the benefit of others. This behavior struck Tang Enki as rather childish. In the past, when Luo Yi had demonstrated similar earnestness towards her, she had deemed it immature. Yet now, witnessing his selflessness for someone else, the flicker of envy ignited within her heart. Individuals often find themselves shackled by the unattainable desires of their youth, which is a profound regret. And what constitutes true remorse? It is the opportunities of youth that were missed. Tang Enki felt a bittersweet ache within her heart, struggling to articulate her emotions. All she knew was that tears threatened to spill, though she refused to allow herself to cry in front of others. She needed everyone to perceive her as devoid of regret, only then could she find a modicum of solace within her prideful spirit. Tang Enki departed from the playground alone, disregarding Liu Bingxin entirely. Outside, her mood soured further upon seeing a gathering of people in the distance. However, she lacked the inclination to join the throng and merely passed by. Tang Enki. Suddenly, she heard someone call her name and instinctively turned her gaze. It was Gao Yaming. Clad in expensive attire and holding a bouquet of roses, a luxury watch adorning his wrist. The car keys, prominently displayed at his waist, caught the eye of many onlookers. Emerging from the crowd, he approached her with a radiant smile, extending the roses and declaring, "Be my girlfriend." Tang Enki observed the scene with a stoic expression. Noticing her lack of response, Gao Yaming repeated, "Be my girlfriend." Overwhelmed by her earlier gloom, she lost control of her emotions and retorted, "Can you please stop bothering me?" With that, she quickened her pace to leave. Gao Yaming stood frozen in place, while those around them displayed expressions of mockery. What did it matter that he was a wealthy heir if he could be so callously rejected? He dismissed the derision, offering a bittersweet smile, inhaled deeply to steady his emotions, and quietly walked away. This brief interlude did not disturb the activities on the playground. Until the athletics club's practice concluded, Luo Yi remained seated on the grass, gazing at the dimming sky, lost in contemplation. That cloud resembled a celestial fairy. After sitting for a while, he rose to return to his dormitory, only to suddenly notice a familiar figure seated not far away. The figure was adorned with a white hat, from which two adorable rabbit ears dangled, exuding a delightful charm. At that moment, she was clad in a fluffy white onesie that harmonized perfectly with her hat. This sight seemed somewhat familiar. Could it be the fairy Xenia? Curiosity piqued, Luo Yi approached and circled in front of her, only to discover that this charming little creature was indeed the fairy Xenia. "Xenia, what brings you here, then why are you in your pajamas? When did you arrive?" Luo Yi crouched down before her, gazing at the fluffy little rabbit. Su Baizhou, with an expressionless demeanor, looked up at Luo Yi and replied nonchalantly, "I don't know. I forgot." The evening air was slightly cool, yet the Xenia's thick pajamas provided ample warmth against the chill. "Xenia, aren't you worried about being recognized sitting here on the playground?" Upon hearing this, Su Baizhou retorted with a hint of indifference, "Who could possibly recognize me?" This question left Luo Yi momentarily speechless. Indeed, who would imagine that the aloof campus beauty, dressed in a thick onesie and donning a cute rabbit-eared hat, would be seated on the grass of the playground? Yet, Luo Yi did think of someone, immediately declaring, "Well, that would certainly be me." Chapter 74, The Riddler. "You are indeed clever," Su Baizhou remarked with a stoic expression. Observing her seated on the playground, Luo Yi could not help but inquire, "Xenia, what are you doing?" In response, Su Baizhou coolly stated, "Someone has yet to come to me to recite today's 20 pages of knowledge points." Upon hearing this, The once innocent expression on Luo Ye's face stiffened. In an instant, his demeanor darkened. He had completely forgotten about this obligation. He was supposed to meet with his senior daily to memorize 20 pages from Fundamentals of Computer Science. He had already recited 20 pages yesterday. And now he faced a new set of material. With a sigh, Luo Yi dejectedly replied, "I understand. Let's go, senior." Mem, observing Luo Ye's woeful countenance. Su Baisho felt a chuckle rising within her, though she maintained a facade of sternness. This matter could not be taken lightly. Failing a course in university could lead to considerable complications, and given Luo Ye's current grasp of knowledge, he was at a significant risk of failure, unless, of course, he resorted to cheating on the final exam. While such malfeasance was not uncommon in university settings, with some instructors turning a blind eye, it was ultimately a gamble. And one should never bet on uncertain outcomes. Luo Yi obediently followed the little rabbit departing the playground. Witnessing this scene, Yu Qiuyu remarked, "Luo Ye's speed is remarkable. He has secured a girlfriend in less than 2 months since the semester began." Beside her, President Meng Chao replied, "He is male, that would be a girlfriend." "Oh. My apologies, slip of the tongue. President, who is that girl?" Meng Chao scrutinized the scene carefully but soon shook his head, indicating he could not identify her either. "Little Yu, do you harbor feelings for Luo Yi?" Upon hearing this, Yu Qiuyu paused, quickly shaking her head in denial. "How could that be? I merely think he is a good person." "Ha ha ha, don't be anxious, I was merely jesting," Meng Chao teased, observing how startled she had become. "Then who do you fancy? You are the darling of our athletics club, share your thoughts, and the president shall offer guidance." With a look of self-deprecation, Yu Qiuyu responded, "I am dark and unattractive. Who would fancy me?" "Do not speak so, the charm of our little Yu is not easily recognized by the ordinary eye." Meng Chao patted Yu Qiuyu's head, comforting her as one would a child. Meanwhile, as Luo Yi entered his residence, he plopped down onto the sofa, opening a book on the coffee table to begin his recitation. By the time he finished, it was already past 8 in the evening. He had dined in the dormitory building and even taken a shower. Upon returning to his dormitory, he found Wang Dochui sprawled on the bed, wearing an expression identical to that of the previous day. At this sight, Luo Yi felt a profound ache in his heart. How had the once indomitable Dochui become like this? "Why Yi? Yozi, sustain my life." Wang Dochui trembled as he extended a hand toward Luo Yi. The latter's expression shifted dramatically as he instantly grasped the situation. He pulled out his phone, opened a catchy tune, and played it at maximum volume. GNI was simply exquisite. Her beauty was captivating. Upon hearing her enchanting voice, Wang Dochui felt rejuvenated, leaping from his bed to perform an impromptu dance for Luo Yi. Subsequently, he retrieved a basketball from beneath his bed, brimming with enthusiasm as he declared, "Let us go play ball." The two friends left their dormitory with arms around each other's shoulders. As they descended the stairs, Wang Dochui's nose twitched. Leaning closer to Luo Ye's shoulder, he inhaled deeply. "Wait a moment, why do you smell so delightful?" he inquired. "It's because I just showered," Luo Yi replied. At this, Wang Dochui pushed Luo Yi away, regarding him with the same disdain one might reserve for a treacherous lover. "There's no shower gel with that fragrance in the dormitory. And I didn't see you wash up. Where did you clean yourself?" "Of course, it was somewhere else," Luo Yi replied with a mysterious smile, refusing to divulge any further information. At that moment, Wang Dochui's emotions mirrored those of a male version of Qin Yuan, teetering on the brink of madness. Riddlers should be banished from the earth. The pair soon arrived at the table tennis court. There, on the public benches beside the ping-pong table, sat two figures, one tall and one short, one lean and one stout, both smoking and appearing quite dashing under the moonlight. Upon spotting Wang Dochui and Luo Yi, they extinguished their cigarettes. The shorter, plumper Liu Guangfu rose and announced, "Men's doubles, best of 5, 11 points per game." Fuming, Wang Dochui retorted, "What are you talking about? I brought a basketball. Hey, I said we are playing ball, not specifying which kind. That was your misinterpretation, Lu Guangfu replied, his expression more lecherous than Wang Dochui's. Ping pong is still ball, and I, Brother Hammer, can easily handle both of you little rascals. The opposing duo had brought 4 paddles, more than sufficient for the match. Luo Yi teamed up with Wang Dochu while Lu Guangfu paired with Wang Kai. Surprisingly, their height and stature complemented each other well, resulting in impressive coordination. Luo Yi, wielding his paddle, executed a swift smash, scoring the first point. However, it wasn't long before the opposing team caught up, leading to a score of 3-1 against them. Ultimately, Wang Dochu felt an overwhelming sense of frustration as they faced defeat. Why don't you try basketball then? Lu Guangfu scoffed. We can play 3-on-3, each of us can invite a partner, but there's one condition, you must choose a girl. What? Wang Dochu immediately began to argue with Lu Guangfu, as neither of them could summon a female companion. The condition was clearly a recipe for mutual embarrassment. Suddenly, a notification chimed from Wang Dochu's phone. It was Yu Qiuyu, want to play ball. Upon seeing this, Wang Dochu's face lit up. And he made a silly face at Lu Guangfu, sticking out his tongue in a taunting manner. Look, Brother Hammer can invite a girl, can you? He laughed. Hearing this, Lu Guangfu's face turned dark, regretting his earlier suggestion, feeling as if he had shot himself in the foot. Wang Kai and Luo Yi exchanged exasperated glances, thinking, how childish, what a shame. After Yu Qiuyu arrived, Li Haoyang also found time to join them. Having gathered 6 individuals, the group proceeded to the basketball court for a game. Yu Qiuyu joined the duo of varying heights, standing in the center like a whimsical villainess leading a pair of intellectually challenged sidekicks. Although the sports meet did not include a basketball competition, a match would soon follow its conclusion. The events of the meet included table tennis and badminton. Luo Yi, however, chose not to enroll. Despite having been the champion of the boys' singles in table tennis during elementary school, it mattered little. This distinction did not compel him to participate in the university's table tennis tournament. The 2 levels were simply incomparable, and he lacked both the desire and interest to engage. After the game, the group sat beneath the basketball hoop to rest. Curiously, Yu Qiuyu inquired, Luo Yi, who is that girl on the playground tonight? Your girlfriend? No sooner had the words left her lips than Wang Dochu's gaze sharpened, his eyes widening in astonishment as they fixed upon Luo Yi. That girl. Luo Yi glanced at Yu Qiuyu, conveying an understanding with a knowing look. In an instant, she comprehended, returning his gaze with a similar expression. I see. I see. Is she not your goddess? You sly one, keeping secrets. Meanwhile, Wang Dochu was on the verge of a breakdown. It was one thing to be cryptic, but to add layers of coded communication was quite another. Shared interests can swiftly forge friendships, for instance, through basketball. After just 2 games, Yu Qiuyu had seamlessly integrated herself into the circle of boys. Chapter 75, The full days slipped by quietly. Once again, it was a hellish Monday. Luo Yi's face was etched with agony, as if life had dulled his edges, leaving him bereft of spirit. During this period, both his body and mind had endured relentless torment. Each day, he memorized 20 pages of knowledge, coupled with his unwavering commitment to long-distance running training. At last, the sports meet was upon him, scheduled for tomorrow. Yet, why was it not today? Why couldn't that cursed, exhaustive Monday be cancelled? Observing Professor Li Ping at the podium, Luo Yi knew his next question would be directed at him. Class representative, please address this question. As anticipated, with a resigned sigh, Luo Yi stood, catching the gleeful expressions of Wang Dochu and Li Haoyang. Teacher, I. Initially, he intended to confess his ignorance. However, upon glancing at the problem on the blackboard, he hesitated. This question, he knew the answer. He had memorized it from the textbook. Without hesitation, Luo Yi recited the correct answer, radiating confidence as if he had been reborn. Wang Dochui and Li Haoyang were left astounded. And even Professor Li Ping adjusted his reading glasses, casting a surprised glance at Luo Yi. What was happening? Had this young man suddenly unlocked his potential? Indeed, well said. You may sit down. After class, Luo Yi felt invigorated. Once he had passed his computer science course, he would finally see the light at the end of the tunnel. Though 2 classes remained, for Luo Yi, the day had effectively concluded. After all, he had endured the most challenging part, and what lay ahead was mere triviality, easily ignorable. Thus, the day swiftly came to an end. The following day, at 6 in the morning, Luo Yi opened his eyes. The opening ceremony of the sports meet was scheduled for 10 o'clock, and it was rumored there would be elaborate performances. However, this was of little importance to him, as he had only registered for the 3,000-meter long-distance run, which would commence in the afternoon. Hence, for the first day of the sports meet, he effectively had a day off. Nevertheless, he made his way to the spectator stands, for the first event was the preliminary round of the 60-meter sprint. Ferry Sr. had signed up for this event, entering both the 60-meter and 800-meter sprints, along with the 3,000-meter run. It must be noted, Ferry Sr. had not participated in the sports meet for 2 years, yet, upon her return, she had made a grand entrance with such a lineup. After the opening ceremony, the stands were sparsely populated. After all, this was a university sports meet, unlike the compulsory attendance of high school and middle school events, with no obligation to attend. Who would choose to watch such a meet? A 3-day sports event meant a 3-day holiday. Who wouldn't prefer to enjoy a break? At that moment, numerous small tents dotted the grass of the playground, designated as rest areas for athletes, logistics zones, and a team of referees and staff composed of student council members. Although the stands were empty, the playground was bustling, with over 100 members of the student council gathered in one place. Luo Yi, Li Haoyang, and Shen Qiao sat in the stands, eagerly awaiting the start of the men's 100-meter event, for Wang Dochui had registered for this competition. He deliberately donned a complete athletic outfit along with his treasured running shoes, warming up on the second track. What a clown! Remarked Li Haoyang with unrelenting disdain. Meanwhile, Shen Qiao had already raised her phone, recording the entirety of Wang Dochui's run. On his back, a sticker displayed the number 250, signifying that he was the athlete numbered 250 among all participants in this sports meet. Coincidentally, this number seemed tailor-made for him. At the sound of the gunshot, Wang Dochui sprang into action, darting from the starting point and swiftly crossing the finish line. The 100 meters was but a brief affair, just over 10 seconds. With 6 lanes in play, the top 2 finishers would advance to the next round. Wang Dochui was fortunate; his group lacked formidable competitors, allowing him to secure first place. Shen Qiao displayed a look of disappointment and promptly deleted the video she had just recorded. Wang Dochui, sitting nonchalantly beside the other 2, beamed with joy. "Am I not handsome?" he exclaimed. "Just lucky," Shen Qiao replied, and the others nodded in agreement. Next came the second group, where events were organized by department. Except for the 3,000 meters, which was open for voluntary participation across departments. After a long wait, it was finally time for the women's 60 meters. In the first round, Yu Qiuyu dominated, claiming first place in her group and solidifying her status as a frontrunner for the championship. By the 4th round, Luo Yi finally caught a glimpse of the enchanting senior sister. Although the audience was sparse, there were still about 70 to 80 spectators present. As they beheld the figure on track 3, astonishment rippled through the crowd. Who was this girl, with her ponytail and loose-fitting black attire? Why was she so breathtaking? Wait. She looks so familiar. Some in the audience recognized her and were taken aback. No one had mentioned that Su Baisho would participate in this sports meet. Yet her appearance here was undoubtedly the most delightful surprise. Soon, staff members announced her events, in addition to the 60 meters. She would also compete in the 800 meters and 3,000 meters. This news quickly spread, posted on the announcement wall. Su Baizhou secured second place in the 4th group. thus advancing to the next round. As word of her participation spread, the audience began to swell, even though the elusive ice goddess remained a distant dream. Her mere presence was a sight to behold. Unbeknownst to anyone, as the spectators settled in, only Shen Qiao remained smiling, while the other two distanced themselves from Luo Yi. When Su Baizhou began her race, Luo Yi's cheers resonated the loudest in the audience, nearly overpowering the host's microphone. "This guy has no shame, what a disgrace." They even speculated that when Su Baizhou initially led, she was eventually overtaken, turning into second place, leading them to suspect that the ice goddess was startled by Luo Yi's exuberant voice. Wang Dochui chimed in with a mischievous grin. "You must be a die-hard fan of Su Baizhou, huh? Coincidentally, so am I." At this moment, the audience has grown increasingly numerous, swelling from a modest gathering of 70 to 80 individuals at the outset to a remarkable assembly of 300 to 400. Since Su Baizhou relinquished her position as president of the student council, this enigmatic goddess of ice has seldom graced the school with her presence. Recently, the school's paragon of beauty has shifted to Tang Enki, and the image of the icy deity has become a distant memory for many. It has been proven that the allure of the ice goddess remains undiminished. After completing her run, Su Baizhou lingered on the lawn to observe the competitions of other groups before making her way toward the athletes' resting area. Qin Yuan approached her, clutching a bottle of mineral water, and exclaimed with excitement, "You were incredible, Zhou. Just look at the audience." After the announcement on the confession wall about your participation in the sports meet, the numbers surged 4 to 5 times within half an hour. "It's astonishing. You resemble a star." Hearing this, Su Baizhou turned her gaze toward the audience. Although the crowd had indeed swelled, she still remembered Luo Yi's position. Reflecting on the enthusiastic cheers from the junior behind her, Su Baizhou murmured, "Fool." Chapter 76, Why Isn't the Ice Mountain Goddess Leaving? Wang Dochui was eliminated in the second round. The gathering in dormitory 515 dispersed, each returning to their respective homes. Li Haoyang went to assist the student council. As the class monitor, he naturally took on a logistical role among the athletes of the computer science department. Shen Qiao had left Jiang University, presumably to take on another part-time job. Wang Dochui remained on the playground, captivated by the beauty of the female athletes. The women's track and field events were indeed a stunning spectacle. Luo Yi wanted to leave, but Dochui wouldn't allow it. He could only sit helplessly in the stands, his expression one of distress as he searched for the enchanting senior sister in the athletes' resting area. With no events of his own today, he was there solely to catch a glimpse of her. As the senior sister currently had no events, he had long wished to escape. Before long, the second round of the women's 60 meters began. Luo Yi stood up. Beside him, Wang Dochui seemed to sense something, his expression shifted, and he quickly distanced himself from Luo Yi. However, the audience now was no longer the same as before. With Su Baizhou commanding the crowd, the number of spectators had swelled to nearly 1,000. As Su Baizhou began her run, many cheered for her, alleviating Luo Yi's embarrassment. Few girls could match Su Baizhou's speed unless she faced Yu Qiuyu, almost no one could outrun her. Reflecting on it, he recalled his uncle mentioning that the enchanting senior sister had grown up in a village where she had been quite the tomboy in her youth. Su Baizhou had sprinted around the village daily, even managing to grip a large goose with one hand, stomp on the old yellow dog at the village entrance, and use a slingshot to shoot at freshly laid eggs from the neighbor's hen. She was quite the village bully. It was hard to believe that the enchanting senior sister had once been so mischievous. It was endearing to think back on. However, if Su Baizhou were to discover that her uncle had shared these stories with Luo Yi, she would likely scold Fan Jian upon returning. Additionally, through morning runs at university, the senior sister remained quite fast, at least outpacing most. In the second round, Su Baizhou secured first place in her group, advancing smoothly into the third round, after which the final round would take place. Upon witnessing Su Baizhou's victory, the majority of spectators were astonished. No one had anticipated that the aloof campus beauty A talented individual from the computer science department and former student council president, would excel in athletics as well. What could she possibly not excel at? Such a flawless girl had remained single throughout her 2 years in university. The crowd were expressions of regret, not blaming Su Baizhou for dismissing men, but rather lamenting their own inadequacies, unworthy of her attention. At this moment, the morning events were officially concluded. A group of girls donned in beautiful dresses took to the track, and the stadium began to play supportive music. The school cheerleading squad commenced their cheer dance, with Qin Yuan leading the way. Upon seeing her, Wang Dochui's eyes widened, and he instantly stood up, excitedly exclaiming to Luo Yi, "My goddess, my goddess." Upon witnessing the scene, Luo Yi shifted slightly to the side, increasing the distance between himself and Wang Dochui. As circumstances twisted and turned, it was now Wang Dochui's turn to face disdain. Following the completion of the cheerleaders' performance, the events of the morning drew to a close. The afternoon activities were set to commence at 3 o'clock, while the women's 60-meter final would take place the following day. This implied that the playground would no longer be occupied by Luo Yi. He resolved to return to his dormitory in the afternoon to indulge in video games, preparing himself for the 3,000-meter long-distance race scheduled for tomorrow. Luo Yi, alongside Wang Dochui, made his way towards the cafeteria. At this moment, the cafeteria was bustling with activity, filled with long, slender legs everywhere. Though the weather had turned cooler, everyone aspired to be the most striking figure on the playground, flaunting their physiques or showcasing their beauty. Only Su Baizhou, having completed her event, seemed to vanish entirely. Only Luo Yi was aware that after finishing, she donned a cap and joined the audience, settling in a corner to watch the competition. At this time, Su Baizhou was also in the cafeteria, having lunch with Qin Yuan. In the university cafeteria, tables were predominantly designed for 6. Qin Yuan and Su Baizhou occupied one such table, leaving the remaining 4 seats vacant. Although Su Baizhou was wearing a black cap, revealing only the lower half of her face, it was sufficient to discern her extraordinary beauty. Moreover, seated across from Qin Yuan, it was easy to surmise that she was the icy goddess, Su Baizhou. Thus, no one dared to approach their table, primarily out of fear of embarrassment. There had been instances in the past where others attempted to sit there, only to leave abruptly before finishing their meal, a profoundly awkward situation. Meanwhile, the female students and most of the male students crowded into the third cafeteria, rendering the first cafeteria near the male dormitory somewhat desolate. After purchasing his meal, Wang Dochui, upon realizing there were no available seats, made his way directly to Qin Yuan's table. Witnessing this bold move, onlookers raised their thumbs in admiration. What a role model. Undeterred, Wang Dochui casually took a seat beside Qin Yuan. At the 6-person table, they were separated by one vacant seat, each occupying opposing sides. For Wang Dochui, despite his fondness for beautiful women, no mere beauty could ever eclipse the importance of a meal. With an empty seat available, he simply sat down without any particular motive. Even though Qin Yuan was his goddess, when situated next to her, he regarded her merely as a stranger. He was adept at distinguishing between fantasy and reality. Noticing someone had taken a seat beside her, Qin Yuan glanced over, then furrowed her brow and said, "Jojo, shall we pack our food to go?" "I haven't finished eating," Su Baizhou replied nonchalantly. Not far away, Luo Yi held a bowl of noodles, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. There were too many people. He felt lost in the cafeteria. Where did Wang Dochui go? Wang Dochui stood up and waved at Luo Yi. Upon seeing him, Luo Yi approached. As he walked, he noticed that the table where Wang Dochui was seated also had a senior fairy present. "Damn it, is this kid doing it on purpose?" Luo Yi, with a resolute demeanor, took his seat beside Su Baizhou, separated by an empty chair. Observing this, those around them were left in astonishment. Another brave soul. Yet, something felt amiss. Why was the Ice Mountain goddess still lingering? "Brother Hammer, what brings you here?" Luo Yi inquired softly. "There's a seat here. Where else can you find one?" Luo Yi glanced around and confirmed the truth of his statement. Is it you? Qin Yuan gazed at Luo Yi. As if a realization dawned upon her, and she could not help but exclaim, I knew you were merely spinning tales. It has been ages since you promised to treat me to a meal as compensation. At her words, Wang Dochui's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Luo Yi. The look in his eyes spoke volumes, and though he remained silent, Luo Yi instinctively understood his unspoken question. Why you actually know Qin Yuan? Chapter 77, I am no longer alone, Senior Qin, I forgot, Luo Yi said, slightly embarrassed. It was not that he was unwilling to treat her, rather. He found himself devoid of time. Recently, he had been either running or studying knowledge points in the faculty dormitory. And he hadn't even sent a single message to Senior Qin. Never mind. I won't hold it against you, little junior, Qin Yuan remarked, casting a glance at Su Baizhou. Remembering their previous encounter, she suddenly realized that her good roommate had not resisted the approach of boys this time. Likely due to Luo Yi. How marvelous. At last, I, Qin Yuan, have discovered new territory. With mischievous eyes, she scanned the two, Luo Yi and Su Baizhou, back and forth. Yet, due to her beauty, the act appeared not at all lewd, but rather endearing. Wang Dochui, engrossed in his meal, occasionally glanced at Luo Yi, as if observing a stranger. Before long, Su Baizhou finished her meal. With an impassive expression, she glanced at Luo Yi, then stood to leave. Noticing her departure, Qin Yuan followed suit. Once the two had exited, the onlookers in the cafeteria regarded Luo Yi and Wang Dochui with admiration, akin to dragon-slaying heroes returning in triumph. Initially, Su Baizhou was indeed quite popular, pursued by many, but as her personality became known, the number of suitors dwindled significantly. When one is exceedingly outstanding, fewer individuals tend to seek romantic involvement. Much like a celebrity, one may admire them greatly yet find it difficult to entertain romantic thoughts. After all, the chasm between an ordinary person and a star is immense. Su Baizhou was no different, her aloof demeanor created a palpable distance that others felt when they beheld her. Presently, the curiosity among the crowd centered on what sort of person might eventually win her heart. This was the predominant thought among the boys. However, the girls held a contrasting sentiment. In stark opposition to the boys' admiring gazes, their eyes brimmed with hostility. To them, Su Baizhou was a paragon among women. Their role model, someone beyond the reach of any boy. Unfazed, Luo Yi finished his meal, absorbing the mixed feelings of admiration and animosity that surrounded him. Wang Dochui, sensing the tension, hastily pulled him away from the cafeteria. Upon returning to their dormitory, Wang Dochui eyed Luo Yi with an inquisitive intensity, as if interrogating a suspect. Speak up, how do you know Qin Yuan? With his secret already exposed, Luo Yi had no choice but to respond honestly, explaining that he had connections within the school. And that Qin Yuan was a student of his benefactor. Upon hearing this, Wang Dochui exclaimed, You sly dog, you got in through the back door. What did you say? One can indulge in food indiscriminately, but not words. I was admitted based on my true abilities. Seeing Luo Yi's expression, Wang Dochui smirked, I was just joking. Then, with a face full of curiosity, he leaned closer to Luo Yi, whispering conspiratorially, So the mysterious senior you've been talking about is indeed Senior Qin Yuan, huh? What did you say? One may indulge in food without restraint, yet one must tread carefully with words. I maintain a clear conscience regarding my relationship with Senior Qin. Luo Yi reiterated his previous statement, which left Wang Dochui perplexed. It was indeed curious, he knew that Yezi would not deceive him. So this enigmatic senior was likely not Qin Yuan. However, aside from Qin Yuan, it was improbable that he was acquainted with any other senior. Could it be a senior from their Hanfu club? Apart from the club, Luo Yi had not joined the student council. And he rarely had the opportunity to meet any seniors. As for Su Baizhou, Wang Dochui immediately dismissed that possibility. How could that be? At the last freshman ceremony, Luo Yi had merely shared a stage with Su Baizhou for a song, and he had been as giddy as a child. If he truly knew Su Baizhou, He would not have been so elated at that moment. Subsequently, Su Baisho had scarcely appeared at school, leaving Luo Yi with no further chances to become acquainted. After much contemplation, Wang Dazhu ultimately could not deduce the identity of this person and decided to let it go. In the afternoon, the two engaged in gaming. And after a while, they succumbed to sleep. Today, the enchanting senior did not summon Luo Yi for a recitation of knowledge points. And he had no intention of going for a run. With a 3,000-meter run looming tomorrow, Luo Yi resolved to take a complete day of rest to unwind. Upon awakening, he found that it was already 5 in the afternoon. The sounds from the sports ground were quite boisterous, with speakers blaring incessantly, accompanied by music, creating a cacophony. Luo Yi sat up in bed while Wang Dazhu continued to slumber. The sun was nearing its descent, casting a dimming hue across the sky. The dormitory was enveloped in silence, starkly contrasting the external commotion. A wave of solitude began to wash over Luo Yi. The sensation of awakening from a prolonged afternoon slumber was difficult to articulate. He felt as though the essence of his life had lost its significance. It had nearly been 2 months since his arrival at Jiang University. His only cousin was abroad pursuing further studies, and his roommates were preoccupied with their own affairs, bustling about each day. The dormitory had grown considerably emptier, and he felt he had achieved nothing, with little knowledge gained. With a heavy heart, Luo Yi sat on the edge of his bed, absorbing the void within him. He decided to take out his phone and peruse short videos to enrich himself. However, upon opening the app, an emo tune began to play. Big Data was monitoring him, amplifying his melancholy. Suddenly, he noticed a plethora of unread messages. There were texts from Li Haoyang, Su Zayaja, and even his aunt. Yet, his attention was drawn to a pinned message, which bore a new notification. The timestamp was half an hour prior, and it was from the enchanting senior, inquiring whether he was prepared for the 3,000 meters tomorrow. Instantly, Luo Yi felt less lonely. Although Jiang City was vast, the presence of a senior was sufficient for him. Luo Yi, I'm ready, I assure you I will complete the task. Enchanting senior, not in the top 3, no reward. Luo Yi, animated expression, I will do my best. Enchanting senior, Luo Yi, you too, senior, you were magnificent today. Let us strive together tomorrow. Enchanting senior, After the conversation concluded, Luo Yi glanced at other messages. Li Haoyang inquired whether he was in the dormitory, mentioning that he had forgotten his keys. Su Shaocha asked about his whereabouts and if he had attended the sports meet. His aunt expressed that she missed him and initiated a video call, but Luo Yi, having fallen asleep, did not answer. Noticing this, he returned the video call to his aunt. As soon as the connection was established, the sound of Chen Shamon's sigh resonated. The child has grown up, their wings have hardened, and they no longer answer their aunt's calls. Upon hearing this, Luo Yi shuddered slightly and hurriedly replied, How could that be, aunt? I was asleep and didn't hear it. No need for explanations are mere facades. At 3 or 4 in the afternoon you tell me you were sleeping, and I cannot believe it. Angie, do you? Woof. You see, even Angie does not believe you. In the video, Angie was a teddy bear, the creature Luo Yi despised the most, merely a sycophant kept by his aunt. Chapter 78, The Innocent Heart of a Little Girl. After ending the call with his aunt, Luo Yi gently patted Wang Daqi's face. The latter awoke, bewildered, and inquired. Is it morning already, Yezi? Indeed, it's time for class. If you continue to sleep, you might find it difficult to rest tonight, Luo Yi replied. He resolved to step outside for a couple of laps. If he succumbed to slumber today, his body would surely become lethargic by tomorrow. At this hour, the events of the sports meet had concluded, yet the playground remained populated. To his surprise, a fine drizzle began to fall. Those still on the field sought refuge under tents to escape the rain. Approaching the student council area, Luo Yi discovered them enjoying their boxed lunches. Today's events had primarily consisted of elimination rounds, with the semifinals and finals scheduled for the following days. They needed to compile a list of those who advanced today and prepare to announce it tomorrow. Besides this task, numerous other responsibilities awaited their attention. Lu Jiong sat at his desk, engrossed in his phone, while the bulk of the work was being handled by first-year newcomers. Upon seeing Luo Yi, Lu Jiong put down his device and greeted him, saying, "Luo Yi, back at the playground again?" "Yes, I'm set to run 3,000 meters tomorrow." "What are you up to, President?" Luo Yi remarked, noticing the first-year students bustling about while the student council president appeared leisurely engrossed in his phone. Curiosity piqued, he asked, "Isn't it time for you to assist them?" "Of course, I'm letting the newcomers hone their skills, they will be the backbone of the council in the future," Lu Jiong replied. Luo Yi found himself speechless at this comment. Lu Jiong had only recently assumed the role of president himself, yet he referred to others as newcomers. Nevertheless, he understood that if the president had to manage even the most mundane paperwork himself, the position would be one that few would desire to hold. Not far away, Li Haoyang was also lending a hand while Tang Enki fretted about, overwhelmed without the guidance of seniors. Today was also Tang Enki's event, but she had unfortunately been eliminated. Beside Li Haoyang, Su Xiaojia chattered incessantly, occasionally complicating matters further and adding to the chaos. Luo Yi approached Li Haoyang, who, upon seeing him, appeared as if he had found a savior. He promptly seized Su Xiaojia's arm and brought her over, entrusting the little girl to Luo Yi with a firm reminder, "Keep an eye on her until I finish." At that moment, Su Xiaojia resembled a little imp. Her intentions were good, yet her efforts often resulted in calamity. Bashfully, she stood behind Luo Yi and stuck her tongue out at Li Haoyang. After Li Haoyang returned to assist, Su Xiaojia sighed and said helplessly, "I didn't mean for it to turn out this way." "I know," Luo Yi replied, leading Su Xiaojia to a quieter spot. Observing the troubled expression on her face, he felt as though he was caring for an adventurous child from someone else's household. "Do you truly like the coach?" Luo Yi suddenly inquired. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaojia's face flushed crimson, and she quickly stood up, hushing him with a finger to her lips. "Keep your voice down. Of course, it's true, but only you must know. Promise you won't tell him." Luo Yi nodded in agreement. It is precisely due to her childlike demeanor that she possesses such unguarded sincerity. Her heart imbued with candor yet tinged with a hint of timidity. Su Xiaojia's character resembles that of a delicate flower nurtured in a greenhouse. A young lady who retains her childlike innocence. One cannot help but wonder how her parents could allow her to travel alone from the capital to attend school here. Contemplating this, Luo Yi inquired with curiosity, "As a young woman, do your parents truly feel at ease with you studying so far from home?" "Not entirely," Su Xiaojia replied with a naive expression. "That is why my father purchased an apartment for me in Zhongcheng. And he has friends working here who can look after me." Upon hearing this, Luo Yi's lips twitched in disbelief. He felt his question had been unnecessary. Observing his reaction, Su Xiaojia exclaimed with exaggerated surprise, "It's merely a 20 square meter studio apartment, not very expensive at all." Luo Yi responded, "Though Zhongcheng may not rival the neighboring metropolis, it is still a first-tier city, with average housing prices exceeding 10,000 per square meter. To buy a property worth hundreds of thousands just for their daughter's education seems rather excessive." He sighed. What qualifications does the coach possess? Alas, Luo Yi wondered. What merit did he have himself? To have made the acquaintance of a fairy-like senior, he too questioned his worthiness. Nevertheless, he believed that in due time, he should have earned a substantial sum. He began to tally the total of his writing commissions. At that moment, Su Xiaojia, her face alight with curiosity, asked, "Luo Yi, I met that senior sister last time, she is truly beautiful." "You are quite fortunate." Hearing this, Luo Yi's expression turned to one of astonishment. "You've met her?" "Indeed, I even had a meal with her. Later, I discovered she is the aloof campus beauty," Su Xiaojia remarked, her face reflecting admiration. Although she came from a well-off family, encountering someone like Su Baizhou stirred within her an undeniable yearning. As a fellow woman, she wondered when she might ever be as striking. Yes, I do like Senior Su, please keep this a secret, Luo Yi declared earnestly. Absolutely, this shall remain our secret. Su Shaojia said, extending her small hand as if to seal their pact with a pinky swear. Luo Yi instinctively stepped back, his face a mask of refusal. Childish. Far too childish. Aren't we adults? Noticing the resistance in his expression, Su Shaojia retorted, Luo Yi, are you still my brother? In response, Luo Yi shifted the conversation. Glancing at Li Haoyang, uncertainly stating, it seems the coach has finished his work. Really? Su Shaojia exclaimed, bouncing over eagerly. Luo Yi smiled wryly, indeed. Su Shaojia was quite endearing, and her presence ensured the coach would not be bored. Not long after Luo Yi departed the playground, Su Baizhou arrived. Upon seeing her, Liu Jiang stood up and greeted, Senior Su, what brings you here? I came to check in, she replied. As the former president of the student council, her visit for oversight was entirely reasonable. However, her gaze did not linger on Liu Jiang, instead, she surveyed her surroundings. Observing the situation, Liu Jiang contemplated for a moment before tentatively inquiring, Senior, you wouldn't be searching for Junior Luo Yi, would you? Upon hearing this, a subtle unease flickered across the typically aloof school beauty's face. Her expression shifted slightly, and she replied earnestly, no, it's just he has just left. Without granting Su Baizhou the opportunity to clarify, Liu Jiang asserted decisively. Su Baizhou remained silent. Noticing that Su Baizhou had not yet departed, Liu Jiang further questioned, Senior. Both you and Junior Luo Yi have registered for the 3000 meters, is there a particular reason for this? In response, Su Baizhou cast a glance at him and softly remarked, it's nothing, I merely aim to place in the top 3. The top 3. If it was Su Baizhou, there indeed exists a possibility among the female competitors. Then I wish you success, Senior. Liu Jiang waved his hand. Watching as Su Baizhou gradually faded from view, he couldn't shake the feeling that Senior Su Baizhou's demeanor had softened compared to before. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. Chapter 79, Go, Wild Child. The women's 800-meter race took place in the morning, while the 3000-meter race was scheduled for the afternoon. Luo Yi sat in the stands, his heart racing as he beheld the enchanting senior at the starting line, so exhilarated that he stood up in excitement. Fortunately, Wang Dochui, with his considerable strength, managed to press him back down. The two of them sat in the audience, their gazes intently fixed on the row of girls on the track. A total of 36 girls participated in the 800 meters. The long-distance race consisted of only one round, with everyone racing simultaneously to determine the victor. With the sound of the starting gun, all the girls surged forward. Yu Qiuyu did not compete in the 800 meters. So even the girl in the lead did not create a significant gap from the second place. The sheer number of participants made it difficult for the audience to spot Su Baizhou, yet from the very beginning, Luo Yi's attention was solely on her. Su Baizhou did not initially sprint to the front but remained close to the leading pack, running effortlessly alongside them. The 800 meters, merely 2 laps around the 400-meter track, demanded an immediate burst of speed. After approximately 200 meters, most competitors began to tire. Following the completion of the first lap, it was evident that fatigue had set in. Lacking the prowess of professional athletes or ardent sports enthusiasts, Su Baizhou easily surpassed several competitors, taking the lead in the final 200 meters. It is worth noting that she had consistently maintained her morning running routine throughout her college years, while she may not have been the fastest in terms of sheer speed. Her endurance was unmatched, save for the professionals. Witnessing the enchanting senior claim first place with merely 100 meters to the finish line, Wang Dochui could no longer contain Luo Yi. The latter sprang to his feet, brandishing a support sign he had prepared in advance, emblazoned with the words Go, Su Baizhou, and punctuated with 3 exuberant exclamation marks. Su Baizhou. Go. Su Baizhou. Go. His shout resonated across the track, reaching Su Baizhou's ears. Rather than feeling embarrassed, she was filled with an indescribable emotion. To articulate this feeling in words, it could be summed up as She yearned to showcase her finest self to the one who had been watching her all along. With a determined stride, she crossed the finish line. Breaking through the red tape. The finish line was already bustling with spectators, welcoming the long-distance runners. Qin Yuan was among them, arms outstretched, eager to embrace Su Baizhou as she crossed the finish line. However, Su Baizhou halted before her, wearing a look of curiosity akin to a great bird spreading its wings, and asked, "Wenwen, what are you doing?" At this, Qin Yuan awkwardly withdrew her arms, clearing her throat and feigning nonchalance as she remarked, "Bahem, congratulations, Zhu." On securing first place. Standing amidst the crowd, Su Baizhou lifted her gaze toward the stands. That person, too, was looking at her. Their eyes met across the distance of over 100 meters. For her, the 800 meters was merely a warm-up for the afternoon. In the audience, Luo Yi beheld his senior sister claiming first place, and he felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, as if he himself had secured the victory. However, once the initial thrill subsided, a wave of tension washed over him. The afternoon brought the 3,000-meter race, the culmination of his long preparation, and instead of feeling exhilarated, he found himself plagued by anxiety. Yet, for the sake of his senior's reward, he was determined to secure a position among the top 3 in this race. After a lunch, the clock soon struck 3. The events of the following day continued, and Luo Yi went to collect his race number. He inherited the number 250 from Wang Dochui, who had specifically requested that the student council staff assign it to him. With this number in hand, Luo Yi felt as though he was encouraging his son from the sidelines, eliciting laughter from Wang Dochui, who sat in the audience, unable to contain his amusement. As Luo Yi prepared for his event, Shen Qiao and Li Haoyang joined him in the stands, sitting side by side, ready to cheer him on. The flags they waved were crafted by Wang Dochui, while Li Haoyang took charge of the flag-waving duties, with Shen Qiao filming the entire event. The ceremonial sense of camaraderie in room 515 was something that others could only envy. Standing on the track, Luo Yi glanced at the prominent figures ahead, silently praying that they would not bring shame upon themselves. The number of participants in the 3,000-meter race was comparable to that of the 800 meters. With over 30 boys and a similar number of girls, resulting in a total exceeding 60 competitors. At this moment, the male athletes were not assigned separate lanes. Over 30 of them crowded the starting line, arranged in 3 or 4 rows, awaiting the sound of the starting gun. The 400-meter track was set for the 3,000-meter race, encompassing 7.5 laps, a true testament of endurance. Merely finishing this race would be a remarkable achievement. Soon, Liu Zhong came forward with the starter's pistol, positioned at the edge of the track. Addressing the athletes before him, he called out, "Ready." Luo Yi felt an overwhelming sense of nervousness as he focused on the track ahead, clearing his mind of all thoughts. His ears attuned to the anticipated sound of the gun's trigger. Bang! At the sound of the shot, over 30 competitors surged forward in unison. Meng Chao, the president of the athletics club, broke convention. As a national-level athlete, he sprinted from the outset, quickly gaining a half-track lead over the second-place runner, leaving the others far behind. There was no doubt he would clinch first place. Even when Meng Chao's pace slowed in the second lap, his average speed remained faster than the typical runner's full sprint. Having spent considerable time training with the athletics club, Luo Yi understood the importance of pacing. He closely followed the lead pack of 5 or 6 runners, determined not to fall behind. In the stands, Li Haoyang waved the flag enthusiastically, while Wang Dochui even brought a megaphone, cheering for Wild Boy Luo Yi. Meanwhile, Su Baizhou, situated on the grassy field center, kept his gaze fixed on Luo Yi, who was currently positioned in 8th place. Whether he can secure a position within the top 3 hinges on his ability to surpass those ahead of him in the final 2 laps. Before long, Meng Chao had completed his race, while the second-place contender was still a lap behind, and the last-place runner had only just finished 2 laps. The disparity between them was stark, reflecting a severe polarization, as if they were competing in entirely different realms. Some individuals were vying for rankings, while others were focused merely on participation. Unnoticed by many, the last place runner was Won Jishu, the former vice president of the student council. At that moment, even Luo Yi had distanced himself by 3 laps. The final lap was approaching, and he was determined not to squander the efforts he had invested in recent times. Gritting his teeth and summoning every ounce of his remaining strength, he resolved to sprint through the last lap. Luo Yi began to accelerate, soon overtaking another competitor. By the final lap's climax, he had ascended to the 5th position, a feat he had scarcely dared to dream of just half a month prior. Now, he was merely 2 runners away from the top 3. He pressed on with fervor. Not far ahead, a figure strolled leisurely, embodying the essence of the last place runner. Won Jishu. Luo Yi was about to lap him once more. He noticed Su Baizhou on the sidelines, but to his surprise, Su Baizhou's gaze was directed behind him. Won Jishu turned to see the freshman from their previous encounter. At that moment, Su Baizhou's expression was one Won Jishu had never witnessed in the past 2 years. Reflecting on this, a look of dissatisfaction crossed his face. Just as Luo Yi was about to overtake him, he feigned a fall, tumbling sideways. In the midst of his sprint, Luo Yi's mind went blank, his focus solely on the track ahead. Suddenly, as if caught by an unseen force, he felt a disorienting spin, rolling several times on the ground. When he regained his senses, all he could feel was a throbbing pain. And the only sight that met his eyes was the clouds above. The spectators erupted in gasps of shock. The severity of the fall was evident, and it looked excruciating. Wang Dochui's eyes widened in fury as he rolled up his sleeves and, microphone in hand, began to hurl expletives. What the hell was that deliberate? Shen Qiao and Li Haoyang also wore expressions of indignation. The 3 of them rushed down from the stands, but someone closer to Luo Yi was quicker. Unbeknownst to them, Su Baizhou had already arrived at Luo Yi's side. Chapter 80, truly adorable. As Luo Yi lay on the ground, a singular thought consumed his mind: it's over. The top 3 positions had slipped away. Although he felt immense physical pain, it paled in comparison to the anguish of seeing his efforts over the past fortnight go to waste. Reclining on the playground, his gaze was fixed upon the boundless expanse of a beautifully serene blue sky adorned with clouds, as well as the ethereal figure of Senior Su Baizhou. Ha! Senior Su Baizhou. Before him, Su Baizhou was bent over, her aloof demeanor betraying a palpable concern. What happened? Her voice brimmed with an unmasked worry. The sight of her expression and the rare softness in her tone made Luo Yi's internal torment dissipate entirely. Despite the agony coursing through his body, the overwhelming satisfaction that surged within him allowed him to disregard his physical suffering. Ultimately, whether elated or despondent, his corporeal state seemed trivial. At that moment, the other 3 members of Dormitory 515 had arrived, their faces etched with concern for Luo Yi. Lu Zhonglai, Yu Qiuyu, and Su Shaojia hurriedly approached. Meanwhile, Won Jishu, who lay on the ground as well, remained unnoticed. Wang Dochui, upon observing the myriad of injuries adorning Luo Yi's body, particularly the gruesome abrasions on his legs caused by the playground's rubber surface, felt a wave of heartache wash over him. This wild child was akin to his closest son. With this thought in mind, Wang Dochui turned and charged at Won Jishu, seemingly intent on delivering a kick. In contrast to Luo Yi's injuries, Won Jishu bore only a minor scrape on his arm, yet he wailed, pointing at Luo Yi with a lamentation: with such a vast playground, why did you have to pass by me? You kicked me and ruined me. Oh, can you afford to compensate for that? I'll compensate your grandmother. Wang Dochui leapt into action, ready to unleash his wrath. Fortunately, he was intercepted by Li Haoyang, who glared at Won Jishu and said to Wang Dochui, Brother Chui, this is the playground. There are so many witnesses. Our immediate priority is to get Brother Luo Yi to the infirmary. Upon hearing this, Wang Dochui regained his composure. The 3 quickly hoisted Luo Yi and rushed towards the infirmary. Watching their retreating figures, Su Baizhou turned her attention to Won Jishu. This was the first time she had observed him with such scrutiny. Compared to her earlier gaze directed at Luo Yi, her expression now radiated an extraordinary coldness, a demeanor that Won Jishu had never encountered before. Typically, Su Baizhou's gaze was merely indifferent, and few had witnessed her true detachment. Today, however, when Jishu did, his heart skipped, and he felt a twinge of anxiety. Su Baizhou stepped forward, but after only 2 strides, Lu Zhonglai blocked her path. "Senior Su, you should head to the infirmary as well, I'll handle things here." Su Baizhou glanced at him. He smiled faintly and gently remarked, "You chose me as your successor. Do you not trust my capabilities? You care for Junior Luoyi, don't you? Please, go." In response, Su Baizhou replied coolly, "Thank you." She then turned and briskly departed the playground. Observing her departure, it was the first time Lu Zhonglai witnessed her displaying such urgency for someone. It seemed she had indeed developed feelings for the junior, Luoyi. A trace of melancholy flickered in Lu Zhonglai's eyes, yet this emotion swiftly dissipated, transforming into a sense of awe, then acceptance, and ultimately, a feeling of solace. Perhaps he too had once been captivated by a radiant sun. But he understood that this sun was not meant for him, he was merely dazzled by her brilliance. Now, that sun had found the person she desired to illuminate. And it was time for him to become a new sun. Lu Zhonglai turned to Wen Shishu, his expression stern as he declared, "Literature leader. I have always held you in high regard, but your actions today have crossed the line." He continued, "Did you only see him on the ground and not recognize that I too was injured? Moreover, he was behind me, in terms of responsibility. It rests more heavily on him. Whatever injuries he sustained, he brought upon himself." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhonglai's gaze towards Wen Jishu was filled with utter disappointment. Yu Qiuyu stepped forward, exclaiming, "What are you saying? Anyone with a basic understanding of athletics knows that was entirely your fault. I merely fell, he ran into me." Wen Jishu stubbornly clung to his assertion, while Yu Qiuyu struggled to articulate a retort, feeling somewhat at a loss for words. Before long, the teacher arrived at the scene. Noticing that the situation was escalating, Wen Jishu rose from the ground, appearing unscathed and showing no need to visit the infirmary. Meanwhile, in the infirmary, Luoyi's leg had been bandaged, but as a precaution, he needed to be taken to a nearby hospital for further treatment. When Su Baizhou entered, Wang Dochui and the others were astonished. Why was the aloof campus belle in the infirmary? Recalling Su Baizhou's unusual behavior on the playground, Wang Dochui's mind began to entertain a bold thought: could it be that the wild boy knew Su Baizhou? Based on their demeanor, they might even be quite familiar with each other. No way could it be that the senior he had been pining for was Su Baizhou. This was utterly astonishing. Li Haiyang felt indifferent, as he had no interest in such matters, while Shen Qiao wore an expression that suggested she was completely aware of the situation. "It could be a fracture, you should take him to the nearest hospital, which is Johnny University affiliated hospital. I will call for an ambulance," the school doctor stated. No. Upon hearing the word ambulance, Luoyi, lying on the bed, nearly panicked and quickly replied, "That would be too much trouble. This minor injury is something I can handle on my own." Just as he finished speaking, he heard a familiar voice, causing his expression to change instantly. Su Baizhou had walked in, regarding the prone Luoyi with a scrutinizing gaze. "You wish to go to the hospital by yourself?" Luoyi dared not breathe, feeling as though everything he said in her presence would be a misstep. "Senior, it was merely a jest, I will accompany him," Wang Dochui declared, thumping his chest with confidence. "As the class monitor, I shall join as well," Li Haoyang chimed in. Though Shen Qiao remained silent, he too was prepared to go. Without further ado, the three of them hoisted Luoyi once more. The school nurse had administered only a rudimentary treatment to his leg. As long as 2 individuals supported him, he would be fine. Being carried by 3 roommates in front of the enchanting senior felt profoundly embarrassing for Luoyi, indeed. It was quite humiliating. Yet, just before leaving the infirmary, he waved at Su Baizhou, exclaiming, "Senior, best of luck in the upcoming 3,000 meters. And do be careful not to trip." Even after he departed, his voice lingered in the air. The women's 3,000 meters was indeed about to commence. The school nurse couldn't help but chuckle, remarking, "This must be a freshman," rather endearing. In response, Su Baisho nodded and smiled softly, indeed, quite charming. Chapter 81, Residential Permit for Family Members on the Playground. This was merely a fleeting episode. The women's 3,000 meters proceeded as usual. At the sound of the starting gun, Su Baisho closely followed Yuchoyu, securing the second position. Yuchoyu glanced back at her senior, realizing that the girl with the rabbit ears next to Luo Yi that day was indeed her. It was no wonder that neither she nor Meng Chao had recognized her. After all, who would expect such a aloof senior to don such adorable pajamas? However, during the competition, there would be no mercy. She began to accelerate, leaving Su Baisho behind. Yet this time, Su Baisho did not conserve her energy as she had in the morning's 800 meters. Instead, she opted to sprint right from the start, nearly tailing Yuchoyu. Though there was a gap, it was not as exaggerated as before. Yuchoyu subtly perceived her rival's intentions. This aloof senior did not aim to surpass her, she merely sought to finish swiftly, hence her initial burst of speed, trailing just behind Yuchoyu. Her fervent desire to complete the race must be driven by an eagerness to meet someone. Yuchoyu sighed inwardly, pondering when she too might encounter such a person. "Go, Xiaoyu!" cheered her fellow athletes nearby, gathering in support. Simultaneously, several seniors jogged alongside her on the track, encouraging her with spirited shouts. Although Yuchoyu was not conventionally attractive and her skin bore a hint of darkness, she stood as the sole girl in the athletics club, a treasured gem of the entire group. Of course, the athletics club was not exclusively comprised of her, but she was the only one who genuinely loved sports. The others merely participated for academic credits. Thus, for these sports enthusiasts, Yuchoyu embodied the singular essence of femininity in the athletics club. The spectators, however, did not react strongly to the earlier incident. After all, Su Baisho was the former president of the student council, and this sports event marked the inaugural undertaking of the new student council officers. It was entirely reasonable for her, as a seasoned member, to promptly inspect any unforeseen occurrences. Before long, the women's 3,000 meters concluded, with Su Baisho claiming the second position. Coincidentally, she had been lacking in physical education credits. This achievement in the sports meet allowed her to fulfill her requirements completely. In university, one must accumulate various credits, whether through clubs or the student council. Participating in events grants credits. Throughout 2 years, Su Baisho had scarcely engaged in athletic activities, leading to a deficiency in this area. However, securing a top 3 finish in the sports meet could fulfill all her credits for 4 years of university. This time, she had achieved first place in the 800 meters and second in the 3,000 meters. A remarkable accomplishment that highlighted not only her talent in computing but also her extraordinary prowess in athletics. Had she not been in her 3rd year, Meng Chao would have eagerly sought to recruit her into the club. However, after the race, Su Baisho did not pause for rest, she simply took a sip of water, wiped the sweat from her brow, and prepared to leave the playground. Qin Yuan, puzzled from behind, inquired, "Jojo, where are you going?" "To the hospital." Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan was momentarily taken aback. As Su Baisho's roommate, she had never witnessed her in such a state. Subsequently, she feigned wiping away tears and remarked with a sense of pride, "Our Baisho has grown up." However, she could not accompany Su Baisho, as she was part of the cheerleading squad and needed to perform during the halftime break. The Jiangqing Medical University affiliated hospital was a place with which Shen Qiao was quite familiar, for his girlfriend resided there. Upon arriving, his expression turned somewhat somber. Yet he remained steadfast, accompanying his roommates to see Luo Yi inside. At the hospital entrance, Su Baisho's dear friend, Li Xia, had been waiting for quite some time. Being merely an intern yet to graduate, she could only observe surgeries, and with some free time on her hands, she decided to offer assistance. However, medical students typically endured a longer academic journey than those in regular universities, necessitating an extended internship period. For a minor fracture like Luo Yi's, Even though she was not specialized in that field, she could at least provide some basic assistance. "Come on in," Licia called to two nurses, who brought in a stretcher to carry Luo Yi inside. In the consultation room, Licia cast a silent glance before shaking her head. Observing this, Wang Dochui anxiously exclaimed, "Why are you shaking your head? My son merely injured his leg, it's not like that's not it, I need to call someone," Licia replied, pulling out her phone to make a call. After hanging up, Li Haoyang inquired, "Aren't you able to examine him?" "To a degree, but I cannot treat him," she responded. Upon hearing this, Wang Dochui questioned, "Aren't you a doctor?" "Well, I'm an intern, and I specialize in neurology," Licia clarified. At this revelation, both Wang Dochui and Li Haoyang nodded in understanding. She was from neurology, after all. Soon, their eyes widened in realization. Neurology? Isn't that for treating the brain? What are you doing here for a leg fracture? Shen Qiao chuckled helplessly. He recognized Licia as his girlfriend's attending physician's assistant, who visited her daily. Before long, Luo Yi's leg was meticulously bandaged by the doctor, leaving him unable to move, his spirit utterly deflated. Even at that moment, his mind lingered on the disappointment of not finishing in the top 3 during the 3,000-meter race. Suddenly, Licia entered the ward clad in a white coat, followed by another girl, none other than Su Baizhou. She made her way directly to Luo Ye's bedside and, observing his leg wrapped in layers of bandages, gently inquired, "How do you feel?" "Senior, I'm limping," Luo Ye replied, bowing his head, crestfallen. Noticing this, Su Baizhou turned to Luo Ye's roommates. Shen Qiao instantly understood. He pushed Li Haoyang and Wang Dochui out of the ward. Licia smiled at Su Baizhou before exiting as well. Within the ward, a silence enveloped the two. Su Baizhou took a seat beside the hospital bed, retrieving her phone to capture a photograph of Luo Ye's bandaged leg. Hearing the click of the camera, Luo Ye lowered his head, feeling humiliated before the entire school, and now his image had ended up on a senior's phone. "What did the doctor say?" Su Baizhou inquired expressionlessly. "The doctor noted that my bones are quite resilient, with no fractures detected. I will be hospitalized for a day of observation, no significant issues. And I can be discharged. However, to err on the side of caution, I should rest adequately until I fully recover. And it would be prudent to use a cane to avoid any secondary injuries, lest I truly sustain a fracture." Upon hearing this, Su Baizhou felt a sense of relief wash over her. Suddenly, Luo Yi sighed and remarked, "What a pity, I did not secure a position in the top 3. Observing his dejected demeanor, Su Baizhou softly replied, "I did." "Really? Congratulations, senior." Luo Yi felt a flicker of joy for the celestial senior. Yet his spirits remained somewhat subdued. Su Baizhou gazed at him and stated calmly, "The agreement is mutual. If you secure a top 3 position, I shall reward you. And if I do, you must reward me." Luo Yi was momentarily taken aback, staring at the celestial senior in confusion, unable to process her words. Noticing his lack of reaction, Su Baizhou's lips curled into a subtle smile. "You will take care of all the household chores. Remember, it's daily chores." With that, she casually regarded Luo Yi. He stood there, momentarily stunned, before the realization hit him. Daily chores. Does this imply he has secured the right to reside in the faculty apartment? Chapter 82, The 5:15 Judgment Assembly. The following day, Luo Yi was discharged from the hospital. At the school gate, he sat in a wheelchair, being pushed by Wang Dochui, resembling two madmen in a frenzy. "Slow down, Brother Chui. You're scaring me to death," Luo Yi exclaimed as Wang Dochui propelled the wheelchair at breakneck speed. "Ha ha! Wild lad, let me show you a drifting stunt," Wang Dochui shouted, racing forward and suddenly turning sharply at a corner. Luo Yi clutched the armrests of the wheelchair tightly, terrified of being flung out. The journey back to the dormitory was filled with peril, leaving Luo Yi breathless with excitement. He looked at Wang Dochui, unable to suppress his words. "Don't you feel embarrassed, Brother Chui?" Wang Dochui chuckled nonchalantly, replying, I live for my own joy, it's none of anyone else's business. I'm not living for others, just tell me. Was it thrilling? Thrilling, indeed. Luo Yi affirmed. In the dormitory, Li Haoyang and Shen Qiao were absent. Li Haoyang was still assisting at the sports meet, which was concluding that day, with events beyond athletics such as badminton and table tennis. Tomorrow, there would be a fun sports day, however, given Luo Yi's current condition. He certainly wouldn't be able to participate. Nevertheless, not being able to join this year did not imply he would miss out next year. Next year, senior Xianjie would be in her 4th year. Although typically, 4th-year students refrain from participating in regular sports meets, the Fun Sports Day had no restrictions. Even teachers were allowed to join. Luo Yi had already begun planning for next year's Fun Sports Day. Suddenly, Wang Dochui interjected, "Hey, wild lad. Do you know what happened to Wen Zhishu?" Perplexed, Luo Yi replied, "Wen Zhishu? Who is that? The name rings a bell, but I can't recall." Wang Dochui rolled his eyes and said, "The one who tripped you." "Oh, what about him?" Luo Yi asked nonchalantly. Wang Dochui snorted disdainfully. "That guy insists it was your fault and claims you deserved it. Guess what?" Before Luo Yi could respond, Wang Dochui, with a triumphant expression, continued. Didn't he expect that a male celebrity recorded your entire running performance? It was blatantly obvious he did it on purpose. And he even glanced back at you before he fell. He received a major demerit from the school, leaving a stain on his record. Serves him right. Upon hearing this, Luo Yi's attention shifted elsewhere. "What? Shen Qiao recorded me?" he exclaimed. The way he performed during the sports meet was only acceptable within that context. If Shen Qiao had seen him running outside of the event, he would surely be the subject of her laughter. "Oh, don't even mention it. Who hasn't he been recorded by him in our dorm?" I drunkenly shouted Dad, and he still listens to it. "Hey, good son. Wild lad, are you feeling mischievous again?" Even with only 2 people in the dormitory, their banter filled the space with noise. Such a lively character as Brother Chue would soon face a solitary existence in the dormitory. Luo Yi sighed, yet his heart was filled with joy. Having procured bedding, he was preparing to arrange his room in the faculty apartment. Initially, he intended to move out of the dormitory, but with 4 years at university ahead, he would predominantly alternate between the faculty apartment and the dormitory. Thus, he purchased bedding for both places. Once the delivery arrived, his leg injury would have healed sufficiently, allowing him to assist at his senior's residence. Oh no, he meant to sleep there. "Chue Gu, help me get to the sports meet." "Are you still going?" "Staying in the dormitory is rather dull, I merely wish to observe." The two departed from the dormitory, and Luo Yi brandished a temporarily acquired crutch, bouncing over to the playground. With the absence of Su Baisho's events, the audience size had diminished significantly. Nonetheless, today featured the finals for numerous events. Although fewer in number than the previous day, the atmosphere remained lively, with cheers of encouragement for the competitors resonating continuously. The overall performance of the computer science department was rather dismal, ranking among the lowest across all faculties at Jiang University. Indeed, the future programmer's hair loss can be attributed to insufficient physical activity. The primary event on the 3rd day was the relay race. Observing the athletes exerting themselves on the field, Luo Yi felt a surge of emotion from the stands. "Oh, youth." This was precisely why he aspired to be a novelist. Capturing such moments in a narrative for all to witness felt like a remarkable achievement. After the sports meet concluded, all staff members gathered for a group photograph. Among them, the student council president, Lu Zhonglai, stood at the center, flanked by Li Haoyang, who had excelled in this logistical endeavor. Although they were not in the same year, Lu Zhonglai recognized Li Haoyang's talents through this experience. While the student council might not hold much significance in the grand scheme of society, participating in it prior to entering the workforce indeed served as excellent training. Thus, Liu Zhonglai extended an invitation for Li Haoyang to join the student council, to which the latter gladly acquiesced. This, however, meant that Li Haoyang would be busier than ever. Furthermore, with Shen Qiao often out working part-time, it seemed that Wang Dochui was destined to lead a solitary existence in the dormitory. Of course, Luo Yi would make an effort to visit him. Following the sports meet, Luo Yi returned to the dormitory with Wang Dochui. That evening, Li Haoyang and Shen Qiao also returned. Luo Yi sensed that he was about to face scrutiny. Sitting nervously at his desk, he gazed at the three before him. Wang Dochui appeared exceedingly serious, Li Haoyang wore an expression of curiosity, and Shen Qiao smiled benignly, yet Luo Yi was aware of the cunning nature of this man. I am prepared, let us begin. Luo Yi took a deep breath and spoke. No sooner had he finished speaking than Wang Dochui inquired. When did you meet the campus belle? On the first day of school, came the reply. The response elicited astonishment from everyone present. The first day of school? Wang Dochui exclaimed incredulously. Indeed, Luo Yi nodded. Realizing something, Wang Dochui pressed on, so you already knew the campus belle by the time of the freshman gala. It may not be entirely accurate, she likely does not have a profound impression of me. A shallow impression. Ha ha ha. I pondered how she could unusually agree to sing with you that day, but I truly was novice, thinking it was merely out of consideration for the newcomers. Wang Dochui cradled his head in his hands, his face etched with despair. Once young and oblivious, he inadvertently became a matchmaker for others. He gazed at Luo Yi with tearful eyes, then suddenly adopted a serious demeanor and said, this matter can be resolved over a few meals. Brother Dochui, you lack credibility. After the freshman gala, I have already brought you meals for several days, Luo Yi retorted. Upon hearing this, Wang Dochui recalled the events. Indeed, Luo Yi had repaid him for the freshman gala. However, the notion of meeting the campus belle on the very first day of school seemed almost unbelievable. How did you meet her? Li Haoyang inquired, utterly perplexed. This is a long story, it was a rainy day. Don't say any more. I have no desire to hear it, Wang Dochui interjected, his expression tinged with gloom. Then what is your relationship with her? Shen Qiao asked with a smile. One could consider us good friends. Luo Yi hesitated for a moment, contemplating his current relationship with the senior, and ultimately arrived at this conclusion. Upon hearing this, the three fell silent. Soon after, Wang Dochui's lips curled into a broad grin, exhilaration soaring within him. Damn, you nearly gave me a heart attack. I thought you were in a romantic relationship with the campus beauty. Shen Qiao regarded Wang Dochui with exasperation and replied, that is Su Baizhou, the rumored ice goddess. She has no male friends, and now Luo Yi is the sole exception. Do you grasp my meaning? At this, Wang Dochui's laughter abruptly ceased. Chapter 83, The charming ones are deceptive. On Saturday, Luo Yi's delivery arrived. His leg had nearly healed, and although he still walked with a slight limp, he was no longer severely hindered. Clutching the bedding he had purchased, he stood before the door of the teacher's apartment, room 614. Taking a deep breath, he set down the two large packages and was about to knock when his phone rang. Fairy senior sister, we ran out of soy sauce at home. Please pick up a bottle from the supermarket downstairs when you come. Luo Yi was momentarily taken aback. Instead of knocking, he placed the packages at the door, turned on his heel, then returned to the elevator to buy soy sauce.